Imperialism and the Rise of Labor. A History of the English People. In the 19th century. In completing his survey of England in the 19th century from 1815 to 1895, Elie Halevy was faced with a difficulty. The disappearance of Gladstone from the political scene in 1895 marked the end of an epoch. Neither Chamberlain with his exploitation of the warlike passion of the democracy, nor Lloyd George, the author of the Budget of 1909, the Insurance Act of 1911, and the Land Reform Programme of 1912, were men of the Victorian age. The period between 1895 and 1914 does not belong to the British 19th century, but it can be regarded as an epilogue to it. In Imperialism and the Rise of Labor, then, which with the rule of democracy forms the epilogue to his great study, Halevy traces the increasingly powerful conviction that England felt her vitality was less than that of certain other nations. England was becoming more civilized every day, but her progress was relatively less rapid than that of her rivals. It is in this lack of confidence that Halevy sees the explanation of the change in foreign policy. Isolation is abandoned and a rapprochement is deliberately sought with the United States, advances are made to Germany, and, when these fail, alliances are sought with her enemies. Throughout, a sense of inevitability seems to grip the nations of Europe as they approach the great imperialist clash of 1914. England in 1815. Il. The Liberal Awakening. Il. The Triumph of Reform. 4 Victorian years. V. Imperialism and the Rise of Labor. 6. The Rule of Democracy. A History of the English People. In the 19th century. V. Imperialism and the Rise of Labor by Elie Halevy. Introduction. A general history of the English people during the 19th century. I did not find it easy to decide where I should end my narrative. At Queen Victoria's death? But her death, which occurred in the middle of the Boer War, was in no sense a turning point in English history. With the conclusion of the Boer War in June 1902. But the Peace of Vereeniging was at least the apparent victory of Chamberlain's imperialism, and could such a victory be considered the natural conclusion of a century which had given England a Robert Peel and a Gladstone, a Cobden and a Herbert Spencer? Or ought I perhaps to conclude with the election of 1906 and treat the downfall of the party which had linked its fortunes with those of an aggressive imperialism, and the revival of liberalism, or rather the advent of a new and more democratic liberalism, as marking for Great Britain the real end of the 19th century? The years passed, the centenary of Waterloo was approaching, and my indecision had not been dispelled when the commencement of a great European war, in many respects comparable to that which had stained with blood the opening of the century, seemed to provide the natural conclusion of my work. But more than 10 years have passed since then, and I have come to another decision. I will conclude my narrative about the year 1895, that is to say, about the time when Gladstone disappeared from political life. Neither Chamberlain with his exploitation of the warlike passions of the democracy, nor Lloyd George, author of the Budget of 1909, the Insurance Act of 1911, and the Programme of Land Reform of 1912 were men of the Victorian age. The period between 1895 and 1914 does not belong to the British 19th century, as I understand it. It is at most the epilogue of that century, as it is the prologue of the century which opened with those 4 years of tremendous upheaval, both military and social. Must I therefore abandon the idea of writing the history of those 19 years? I could not face without regret the prospect of leaving unused the mass of material I had accumulated when preparing the lectures which for almost 30 years I have given at the École Libre des Sciences Politiques. Or must I postpone writing 7? We've 20 years ago, I undertook the task of writing it until I had completed my history of the 19th century. Life is too short for plans so remote to be safely formed. So I decided to write immediately the history of this epilogue of the 19th century in 2 volumes. I will not, however, deny that the treatment of this period presents special difficulties to an historian like myself who has in a sense specialized in the history of the 19th century. Having approached the study of that epoch with a determination to treat it in a spirit of critical sympathy, and convinced that it was the culmination, or to speak less dogmatically, one of the culminations of British culture, it is difficult for me not to regard the subsequent period as, by comparison with its predecessor, a period of decadence. But decadence is a dangerous word. It can be applied without qualification only to a period marked by a general decay of culture and a general decline of prosperity. But we find nothing of the sort in Great Britain during the years which I am studying. The country was becoming more civilized every day. Am I then prepared to maintain the paradox that civilization and decadence are synonymous, and that England was suffering from over-civilization? I must explain the special sense in which the term decadence is applicable to the period whose history I am about to relate. On the one hand, whatever the improvements made in her national institutions, England felt an increasingly powerful conviction that her vitality was less than that of certain other nations, and that if she was progressing, her rate of progress was less rapid than theirs, that is to say, if not absolutely, at least relatively to her rivals, she was declining. It was this loss of confidence which explains the far-reaching change in her foreign policy which took place towards the end of the 19th century. The British government, no longer certain that the country was sufficiently powerful to stand by herself, abandoned the policy of isolation, and sought external support in some system of alliances. I shall tell the story of the deliberate rapprochement with the United States of America, also of the advances made towards Germany and their ignominious failure, and I shall then describe the advances made to the enemies of Germany. I shall recount the developments which imperceptibly conducted Europe along the fatal path, hidden from so many contemporary observers, which led to the Great War of 1914. In relating this history I shall make England the centerville of my perspective, but I shall adopt a method possibly somewhat different from that often adopted. I shall not plead against or in favor of any government. In 1914, the aims respectively pursued by the different governments and which each regarded as legitimate proved incompatible with the maintenance of peace. Moreover, the aims of the German government proved irreconcilable with the aims pursued by all the great nations, and in that sense Germany deserved the alliance which was formed against her. But I do not intend to discuss in its usual form the question of the moral responsibility for the war. I hope the day has already gone by for the literature of war propaganda, and equally for that propaganda against war, which is itself a form of war propaganda. We also witness the decline, if not of England herself, at least of the ideal which she had pursued for an entire century and which she had come to regard as the secret of her greatness, the decline of that individualist form of Christianity in which Protestantism essentially consists, and a revival of Catholicism, or, more generally, of the Catholic forms of Christianity. I shall mark the limits of that revival. I shall inquire whether it was not accompanied by a phenomenon of far deeper significance, a decline of the Christian faith, and should not be regarded as in certain respects its euthanasia. But I shall not on that account deny its reality, but shall relate its progress in the objective spirit of the historian, leaving to the reader to decide how far the progress of this Catholic movement should be considered a phenomenon of senescence, fostered by the panic which dare not face the difficulties of inquiry and the dangers of doubt, by moral weariness and intellectual timidity. The simultaneous decline of economic individualism, the growth of socialism, I shall relate as an historian, not as a propagandist, and shall present socialism as a movement of the working class rather than the diffusion of a creed. I shall study with all the sympathy it deserves this effort of a class to achieve its emancipation. But my sympathy will be accompanied by a certain scepticism. The British workmen found fault with the employers for their lack of initiative, attachment to routine, and slowness in adopting technical improvements, as compared with the employers in countries which were truly progressive, and on these grounds sought to get rid of them. But the employers returned against the working class the charges they brought. They denounced the routine of the trade unions and the obstacles systematically erected by the unions to hamper the expansion of British industry. The impartial observer will be disposed to conclude that both classes had formed an unconscious alliance against that appetite for work, that zeal for production by which British industry had conquered the markets of the world. An irrational appetite? A blind zeal? Possibly. But on the other hand, this prudent philosophy is perhaps the philosophy of the aged. Reserving our judgment on this point, we will be content to show that, in spite of all claims to the contrary, the spirit which inspires what we may term in the most general sense socialism, is opposed to the spirit of production. Both Neo-Catholicism and socialism are phenomena common to the entire Western world. But we must not forget the extent to which England differs from the rest of Europe. Too many people conclude from the progress which socialism has made in England that a social revolution is imminent, similar to those which have taken place on the continent. They forget that socialism in Great Britain, confining its aims to the satisfaction of purely economic demands, and adapting itself to the traditional forms of party government, has assumed the constitutional and moderate form of labor. Too many Catholics cherish the hope that the day is at hand when the majority of Englishmen will once more accept the authority of the Pope. They forget not only that popular Protestantism presents an obstacle to the spread of Catholicism in England which will certainly not be overcome, but also that the characteristic form taken by Neo-Catholicism in England is the insular compromise known as Anglo-Catholicism. Though the historian is compelled by the nature of his work to emphasize the changing aspects in the life of a people, he fails in his task if he does not also call attention to the permanent foundation which underlies these superficial changes. Today as in the past, everything in England is instinctive groping, mutual tolerance and compromise, the effects of that moral and religious constitution whose factors we have analyzed elsewhere. That constitution persists in its main lines unchanged and is still the source of those admirable political manners, abused, but all the while secretly envied, by those who, on the continent, whether they belong to the parties of the right or of the left, profess the creed of violence. My thanks are due to M. Émile Bourgeois, Sir Valentine Cairol, and Messrs. Gramwallas, Claude Esley Brereton, and G.P. Gooch, who on particular points have kindly given me the benefit of their learning and personal experience, also to M. Paul Vacher and Mr. C. M. Everett for the most valuable assistance which they rendered in acceding to my request to read through my book in proof and make suggestions, and finally to Baron de Meyendorff, who kindly placed at my disposal the correspondence of Baron de Stael, Russian ambassador in London during the closing years of the 19th century. August, 1926. Contents. Page. Introduction. Vil. Part. Imperialism. I. Chamberlain and Lord Salisbury. 3. Imperialism, the new government, union of the Teutonic peoples. 2. The Boer War 69. The war, pro-Boers and liberal imperialists, England and Europe. Part 2. The internal policy of the Unionist cabinet. I. Educational and religious problems. 139. The problem of national education, the religious problem, the Education Act of 1902. II. Othiel * Aurstjens, the birth of the Labour Party. 211. The labor movement and the policy of the government, employers' attack and workers' revolt. Part 3. The decline of the Unionist Party. A. Chamberlain and the program of tariff reform. 285. The antecedents, Chamberlain and his opponents. 2 other problems, the resignation of the cabinet CE_socialists, nonconformists, and Irish, the reversal of the Ententes. Index 437 12-1. Part I. Imperialism. Chapter I. Chamberlain and Lord Salisbury. I. Imperialism. I. And June 1895, the Liberal Cabinet, which for the past 3 years England and Europe. The German question. I. We must not imagine that the attention of the British public was so entirely absorbed by the war that it lost interest in the preservation of the balance of power on the continent and throughout the world. Britain had seen every foreign nation, with the exception of 1 or 2 Mediterranean states dependent on her protection, espouse enthusiastically the Boer cause and welcome in common the British defeats of November and December 1899. She had felt once more the anxiety she had experienced at the opening of 1895, when the Emperor William had launched against her the Triple Alliance of the Far East, and at the end of the same year, when he had sent Kruger his telegram of congratulation. But if the English had at first been afraid that the universal Anglophobia might issue in some diplomatic and military combination against their empire, and alarmed by the IIO projects of invasion which certain French and German officers had indiscreetly made public, they had been speedily reassured. Events had taken another turn equally, it must be admitted, disturbing to the British public. The powers took advantage of the fact that Britain's hands were tied by the South African War to pursue unchecked in different quarters of the globe their schemes of colonial expansion. Russia acquired a financial hold over Persia, and worked hard to strengthen her influence in Manchuria and at Peking. The Latin nations began to think of parceling out whatever remained to be annexed in North Africa. Italy might get Tripoli, France and Spain cast their eyes on Morocco. This would be the revenge of Italy, Spain and France for Ottawa, Cuba, and Fashoda. And what of Germany? Germany acted like the rest. She had just acquired the Caroline Islands in the Pacific, was consolidating her influence in China, and pushing forward the project of the Baghdad Railway, for which she succeeded in obtaining a concession, formally guaranteed by 2 treaties. But at the same time the German government was putting into execution a systematic and comprehensive foreign policy. There was no longer any question of a European combination against Britain. The scheme had definitely failed in January 1896. The policy pursued at present by the Kaiser and his Chancellor, von Bülow, was a policy of balance, whose principle may be defined as follows: friendly relations with every foreign power, alliance with none. England was to be assured of Germany's benevolent neutrality in her struggle with the Boers, but Germany would not accept any alliance or understanding which might alarm France or Russia. If Austria drew closer to Russia and Italy to France, Germany would one-eyes no objection, would indeed publicly profess her approval. So long as the interests of Great Britain continued to clash with those of France and Russia, a better understanding between those continental powers could not have any very serious consequences for Germany. While England and France and England and Russia were at variance, the German Empire was safe. This policy was in the main that formerly practiced by Bismarck. But there was a difference between Bismarck's foreign policy and the Emperor William's. Bismarck had intended his policy to be permanent, the Emperor's was provisional. At the beginning of 1896 William II had discovered that French public opinion was not yet prepared to accept the friendship of Germany. But the time would, he hoped, arrive, hastened by colonial disputes with Britain, when the French would consent to forget that Alsace and Lorraine had been part of France. Fashoda, wrote the Emperor, is doing wonders. William II had further realized that he did not possess the equipment necessary, if he was to put himself at the head of an anti-British coalition. For that he would require a navy at least equal to the French or the Russian. But in 1896 the German navy was still in its infancy. Henceforward, the Emperor never relaxed his efforts to obtain from the Reichstag a navy adequate to the greatness of Germany. That is the refrain which recurs throughout his correspondence with his ministers. If I had a navy. When I shall have a navy. The British Navy is strong enough to defy any hostile combination, Germany has practically speaking no navy. I am therefore compelled to observe the strictest neutrality. Before everything else I must provide myself with a navy. In 20 years' time, when the navy will be ready, I shall speak a very different language. What language? Did William II deliberately contemplate a war with England? No. He was perhaps a megalomaniac, but a megalomaniac who preferred a safe prestige to the hazard of battle. He was fond of parading troops, but he shrank from war. Nevertheless, this policy of bluff and display was calculated to alarm foreign powers and in particular constituted a menace to the position of England. The German attitude was the more disquieting because, whenever the Kaiser by some action he took showed his determination to remain on friendly terms with Great Britain, it was badly received by his people and the emperor risked his popularity. But whenever in the course of his campaign for a big navy he delivered a boastful and saber-rattling speech, he seemed rather to follow than to lead public opinion. Sooner or later the British people must become aware of the German attitude towards their country. Throughout the period of the Boer War, the decisive factor determining British foreign policy was the relationship which obtained between the two courts, the two governments, and the two peoples. 2. Since the summer of 1895 the Emperor William had not set foot in England. Official relations between the two governments having improved, Queen Victoria decided in the spring of 1899 that the time had come to seal the diplomatic rapprochement by a reconciliation between the two courts. She invited her grandson. But he did not even condescend to reply, and, when pressed to explain his insulting silence, demanded as a preliminary condition that the negotiations for the partition of Samoa should be reopened. When the condition was accepted, for the situation in the Transvaal was becoming steadily worse, and the British government found it necessary to conciliate Germany, he promised to pay a visit in autumn, but postponed his arrival, not wishing to come over until the question of Samoa had been settled to his satisfaction. A treaty signed on November 14 gave him all he asked. A fortnight earlier, Rhodes had concluded an arrangement with the German government for the establishment of a system of telegraphs in East Africa. On November 20 the Emperor William, accompanied by his wife and two of his sons, landed in England on his way to Windsor. The moral effect of his visit, made at this particular moment, was very great. It was a little over a month since the declaration of war, bad news was beginning to arrive from the theatre of operations, and England felt herself hated by the entire world. From France in particular rose a volume of bitter abuse. The nationalists took their revenge for the insults heaped upon them during the Dreyfus case. The Republicans could not fail to sympathize with the protest of the British radicals against a war waged upon a weak people by a strong for the possession of the gold fields, and what Frenchman would not rejoice that his country was avenged for the humiliations she had suffered a year before during the Fashoda crisis? Moreover, French invective took the obtrusive form of picture and caricature, and the caricatures did not spare the Queen herself. The British ambassador at Paris warned the Quai d'Orsay that, if the attacks in the French press continued, he would ask for his passport. This was the moment chosen by the German emperor to testify by his visit his goodwill towards Great Britain. Britain was not, after all, a moral outcast among the nations of the world. The imperial visit effaced the memory of the Kruger telegram. And it covered the diatribes of the German press. But was it nothing more than an expression of goodwill? The emperor had brought with him his minister for foreign affairs, Count von Bülow. They did not, it is true, see the prime minister. Lady Salisbury had died 2 days before the emperor's arrival, and Lord Salisbury made his mourning an excuse to shut himself up at Hatfield. But William II and von Bülow had long interviews with Balfour, who represented Lord Salisbury, and above all with Chamberlain. What was the subject of these interviews? The nature of the proposals made by the British to the German government may be guessed from the Pentatonic sermon preached before the Emperor by Bishop Creighton in Sandringham Church at the express command of the Prince of Wales. And from the sensational speech which Chamberlain delivered at Leicester on November 30, 2 days after William II set out on his return to Germany. After a sharp passage of arms with France, Chamberlain expressed himself in favor of a policy of alliance, or at least understanding, if not with the German press at any rate with the German people, and, moreover, hoped that the Anglo-German alliance might be completed by a triple alliance of the Teutonic race between England, Germany, and the United States of America. The effect produced by the speech was disastrous. It provoked a storm of protest in the press of the three countries concerned. In Germany, von Bülow took fright at the attitude of German opinion. Speaking in the Reichstag on December 10, he made no allusion to the Anglo-German alliance for which Chamberlain hoped, declared his intention to remain on friendly terms with the neighboring powers both on the eastern and western frontiers, and concluded by asking the Reichstag to sanction the naval program which had been prepared by von Tirpitz. This was the prelude to the law of naval construction passed shortly afterwards, by which the German government undertook to devote to the construction of men of war during the next 16 years the sum of £74 million, and thus, since the programme of 1900 was in addition to that of 1898, to equip Germany with the largest navy of any continental power. It was evident to the entire world that Chamberlain's egregious blunder had undone the good effect of the imperial visit, and that the German government was replying to his clumsy advances by a blunt refusal. 6 months passed. A popular rising broke out in the north of China. Though directed principally against the Germans and Russians, it became an indiscriminate attack on the foreigners who had begun the piecemeal dismemberment of the Chinese Empire. The German minister was murdered. The Legations were besieged in Peking. An expedition dispatched to their assistance under the command of a British admiral failed to force its way through and retreated on Tientsin. What steps would the European powers take to retrieve the initial defeat? England, fully occupied with the Boer War and obliged to maintain in South Africa an army of 200,000, could play only a minor part in the Far East. She supported the suggestion of a Japanese expedition, to which Russia would not agree, while Japan, on her part, would. Advantage of the undisguised hostility between the Anglo-Japanese and the Franco-Russian groups to enter the field. It secured from Russia first, then from Japan, an invitation to take control of the operations. The French government yielded to the wishes of the Russian. The British government, completely isolated, could only bow with an ill grace to the will of other powers. The command of the international force sent to the relief of the Legations was given to Feld-Marshal von Waldersee. Not Feld-Marshal but Weltmarschall, not Field Marshal but World Marshal, a German diplomatist jestingly remarked. No sooner had the Legations been relieved than the friction recommenced. The agreement of October 16, by which England and Germany covenanted to maintain in China the principle of the open door, might have been expected to satisfy the demands of British commerce. The Emperor, employing the language of the Panteutonic Alliance, spoke of the pact concluded with the greatest Teutonic people after ourselves. But it soon became evident that in the opinion of the German government, the agreement did not apply to northern China, where Russia was left free to mark out a sphere of influence reserved exclusively for herself. And, on the other hand, Germany insisted on the speedy evacuation of Shanghai, which had been occupied during the rising by the international force and where the British, whose contingent was particularly large, seemed inclined to remain permanently. Military supremacy and diplomatic supremacy, never had the Emperor William's position been so strong. His hands held the balance of power. Von Bülow wrote from Windsor on November 14, 1899, "There can be no doubt that, taken as a whole, public opinion in England is far less anti-German than German opinion is anti-English," and added, "if the British public were aware of the state of feeling which at present prevails in Germany, a great change would come over its view of the relations between England and Germany." There was in fact, as von Bülow admits in the same dispatch, at least one newspaper, a newspaper, moreover, of the first importance, which was doing its best to enlighten the British public. When Valentine Kirol, the Times correspondent in Berlin, took up his post at the end of 1895, he was wholeheartedly in favor of an Anglo-German understanding. But he had soon realized that in the present temper of the German government and people it was quite out of the question, and did everything in his power to acquaint his readers with the true state of affairs. And was the Times after all completely isolated? In all probability the German Chancellor did not realize the extent to which British opinion had already taken alarm at the German attitude. There can be no doubt that the novelist, Conan Doyle, in the Popular History of the South African War, which he published in 1900 and which enjoyed a very wide circulation, voiced the sentiments of a considerable section of the public, when he excused the violent Anglophobia of France and Russia. The naval supremacy of England had been built on the ruin of the French Empire, and the French might well be forgiven if they bore England a grudge. Russia was a barbarous country, and it was only natural that she should hate the most civilized nation in the world. But Germany, so deeply indebted to England for the assistance she had received in her struggle to throw off the French yoke. Never again on any pretext will a British soldier or sailor shed his blood for such allies, for nevertheless, however galling the arrogant tone in which the Emperor William dictated to England the word is scarcely too strong, the conditions of his friendship, his attitude towards the Boer republics could not fail to give pleasure in London. Negotiations had scarcely begun between Milner and Kruger when he advised the President to compromise. And when, in August, a rupture seemed imminent, he had warned him not to count on the intervention of Germany. The outbreak of war occasioned many difficulties, the presence in the Boer ranks of a very large number of German volunteers, and the inevitable incidents arising out of the question of contraband. But the German government persisted in observing an attitude of neutrality, almost of benevolent neutrality. When conversations were begun between Petersburg and Berlin as to the possibility of European intervention between the belligerents, it was the German Emperor who broke them off and informed the British government of his action. When in April 1900, an attempt was made by a pro-Boer to assassinate the Prince of Wales as he passed through Brussels, the Kaiser, anxious to give the Prince a public mark of his sympathy, hastened to find him and met him unexpectedly at the port of Altona, as he was re-embarking for England. At the end of 1900, when Kruger fled to Europe, he wished to visit every capital in turn to solicit the sympathy of the civilized world. In Paris he was loudly applauded and received at the Élysée, but the German Emperor refused to give him a similar welcome, and he did not visit Berlin. 3. On January 18, 1901, the British press issued the official announcement that the Queen's health had been impaired by the anxieties of the past year and her doctors had ordered a complete rest. 4 days later she died, mourned by the entire nation. As to Her Majesty, wrote a clear-headed and cynical contemporary, personally one does not like to say all one thinks, even in one's journal. By all I have ever heard of her, she was in her old age a dignified but rather commonplace good soul, like how many of our dowagers, narrow-minded in her view of things, without taste in art or literature, fond of money, having a certain industry and business capacity in politics, but easily flattered and expecting to be flattered, quite convinced of her own providential position in the world and always ready to do anything to extend and augment it. But, adds Wilfrid Blunt, the public has got to look upon the old lady as a kind of fetish or idol, and nobody, even now she is dead, will dare print a word not to her glorification. The days were distant when the Queen, still almost a child, and a devoted Whig, had been the object of violent diatribes in the Tory press, when later her husband's persistent interference in politics had been warmly criticized by the newspapers, or when, later still, left a widow at the age of 42 she had made herself unpopular by withdrawing from the duties of her position and her people's affection and making her widowhood a retreat from public life. For many years she had conscientiously performed all state functions. At the two jubilees of 1887 and 1897 the nation had venerated in her person the embodiment of its own greatness. The very length of her reign was impressive, a symbol of the stability and immortality of British power. She was the grandmother of the Emperor of Germany and the Empress of Russia. During her reign 3 monarchs had succeeded each other on the throne of Italy, 4 on the throne of Spain, and 2 dynasties had fallen in France. And she disappeared from the scene at the moment when the embers of the South African War, which in September had been considered as finished, had been rekindled, and no end was in sight, and when the entire continent with little attempt at disguise was expressing its eager hope that Bismarck's prediction would be fulfilled and the British Empire find its grave in South Africa. A pall of gloom overcast the British horizon. The Emperor William did not wait for the news of his grandmother's death to visit England. The moment he heard of her illness, he started, defying the customary etiquette and breaking off the preparations which were being made to celebrate the bicentenary of the Prussian monarchy. His haste produced a very favorable impression on public opinion. By the bedside of the dying Queen he was the loving and respectful grandson, to her mourning family the affectionate nephew and cousin. In the Isle of Wight, through the streets of London, and at the final scene at Windsor, he followed her funeral on foot or on horseback by the side of the new King of England. The day after the funeral he left England after a fortnight's visit, amidst the cheers of the crowd. There could be no doubt that the new sovereign would be very different from the old queen, whose long reign had at last ended. She had wished him to be known as Albert I, in memory of her husband. But when he ascended the throne, he dropped the name Albert with its hateful recollections of a Puritan education and chose among his other names the old Saxon name of Edward. We are told that he at once ordered the demolition of the cairn Victoria had erected to the notorious and absurd memory of John Brown, her favorite servant. Already nearly 60 years old, King Edward was a man of pleasure, with the thick face, protruding eyes, and violent passions of his race. Wherever society takes its amusement, he was a well-known figure, at casinos where the play is for high stakes, at race meetings, and at those international watering places, where he was the arbiter of fashion. There were complaints that he had admitted into his circle of intimates, otherwise very exclusive, a number of wealthy financiers, often Jews, who no doubt had brought weighty arguments in support of their claims. Moreover, his conduct had caused at times an undesirable amount of scandal. At the time, the middle classes, highly sensitive to anything which might bring discredit upon the established institutions of the country, had been shocked, but for the same reason they were now prepared to bury the past and took for granted that, once on the throne, the new king would deserve the respect which no one would refuse the sovereign. And after all, was there no excuse for the youthful indiscretions of the man who, for so many years, had been regarded as essentially the Prince of Wales? The old Queen, a born despot, prevented by the firm barrier of British institutions and customs from exercising control over public affairs, had taken her revenge by bullying her entire entourage, her family, her guests, her servants. Was it surprising that her son sought elsewhere the money his mother refused him, and, excluded from public affairs and treated like a child at the age of 40 and 50, had indulged in the irresponsible pranks of Elie? In any case, he was now king. In the past, his sympathies had been with France and Russia against Germany. But that was in the days of his youth. Of recent years, his attitude had changed. Always a professed liberal, he made it clear that he belonged to the group of liberal imperialists. His great friend, the statesman whom he valued most highly, was Lord Rosebery, the most determined opponent of France among the British politicians. Between 1895 and 1899 there had been a complete rupture between the Emperor William and himself. But they had been reconciled during William's visit to Windsor in November 1899, and, if in the course of the following year, the Emperor annoyed his uncle by the military advice he lavished upon him in a tone of condescending pity, his visit of January 1901 consolidated the friendship revived a year before. King Edward had long private conversations with the Emperor, who for a time was more popular at Windsor than he had ever been. A worthy descendant of the great Elector and Frederick II, he made, we are told, suggestions which were adopted, for the reform on the Prussian model, of certain details in the British uniform. There was, therefore, nothing in the change of sovereign to jeopardize the good relations between England and Germany. And there were other circumstances which may well have helped to improve them. If, at the time of the Queen's death, Lord Salisbury was still Prime Minister, he was no longer Foreign Secretary. The cabinet had been remodeled in the previous autumn and Lord Lansdowne had exchanged the War Office for the Foreign Office. It was a double triumph for the partisans of an understanding with Germany. For since 1895 Lord Salisbury had been a stubborn opponent of the policy, Lord Lansdowne, on the contrary, who belonged to the same group of liberal unionists as Chamberlain and the Duke of Devonshire, had no sooner reached the Foreign Office than he made it known that he wished to reopen negotiations with the German government for a better understanding. The negotiations had already begun when the German Emperor landed in England on January 20.1. They were continued after his departure. Their primary object was the settlement of the Morocco question, which had been raised already in 1899, and the terms of a partition were discussed. England might have Tangiers and the control of the Mediterranean seaboard, Germany receiving Rabat, Casablanca, and Magadar. In addition, the possibility was explored of a formal treaty of alliance on the following terms. If Germany were at war with a single foreign power, England would not intervene, but if she were at war with two powers, England would come to her assistance. Berlin put forward demands which the British government found impossible and which were probably made in the expectation that they would be rejected. The negotiations were, therefore, finally broken off. But, with the encouragement of the German government, the preliminary discussions had been accompanied by similar negotiations with the Japanese government, and it was not with Germany, but with Japan, that England signed a treaty of alliance on February 12, 1902.8. It was framed on the model of the draft treaty with Germany of the previous summer, and the Anglo-Japanese alliance cannot have been regarded unfavorably at Berlin, for it irretrievably embroiled England with the Franco-Russian group of powers. In fact, the Russian government began once more to sound the German as to the possibility of a great continental alliance against Britain. Germany refused, as she had always done since 1896. 4. But in the interval between the failure of the negotiations with Germany and the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese alliance, an incident, in itself absurdly unimportant, suddenly opened the eyes of the British public to the intensity of German Anglophobia. In a speech at Edinburgh on October 23, Chamberlain had informed his audience that, to put an end to the guerrilla warfare in South Africa, England might possibly find herself compelled to have recourse to severer measures of repression. If that time comes, we can find precedents for anything we may do in the action of those nations who now criticize our barbarity and cruelty, but whose example in Poland, in the Caucasus, in Algeria, in Tonkin, in Borneo, in the Franco-German War, whose example we have never even approached. The French and Russian press appear to have received with a philosophic indifference attacks to which they had become accustomed, but the inclusion of Germany in the same condemnation as the other continental powers aroused such a violent outcry on the other side of the North Sea that to satisfy public opinion, von Bülow judged it necessary to intervene. Speaking in the Reichstag on January 8, 1902, he replied to Chamberlain with the words of Frederick the Great, "Leave this man alone, he is biting granite." "I do not give lessons to a foreign minister," retorted Chamberlain, "and I will not accept any at his hands." The episode produced a strange effect on British opinion. Undercurrents of mistrust which the German policy had aroused, but which, hitherto, had been submerged by incompatible or contradictory sentiments, rose suddenly to the surface. It is no doubt curious that the incident had been occasioned and von Bülow's rejoinder provoked by the statesman who had conceived the ambitious project of a pan-Teutonic alliance. Henceforward, the isolation of Germany became a favorite topic of the British press. Sometimes the writer was content to state it as a fact, and explain it as the natural result of the blunders and insolence of German foreign policy. But it was also presented as the object which British policy should deliberately pursue. The National Review under the vigorous editorship of Leo Max, whose tendencies hitherto had been anti-French, now began to advocate a radical change in British policy towards France. It would be interesting to know the names of the contributors, obviously well informed, who, writing under the signatures ABC, etc., opened the campaign in November and December. They advocated, in opposition to Germany, a rapprochement with Russia and, indirectly, with France. Great Britain is confronted with the development of a new sea power, founded on the same economic basis as herself and impelled by a desire to be supreme. But ocean ne comporte un seul maître. We have secured in the past the sovereignty of the seas, and our scepter cannot be wrested from us without a desperate and bloody struggle. On the whole, we shall return to the question later. The evidence points to the group of liberal imperialists as responsible for the conception of this new policy, the reversal of the policy pursued since 1898. What else should we expect from the operation of the party system? In their zeal for imperial expansion, the liberal imperialists vied with Chamberlain's followers. On what point then could they oppose the policy of the government? They could not, like the political heirs of Gladstone, renounce entirely a policy of alliances. They must therefore devise a new alignment directed against a different power. We do not, of course, mean to ascribe the formation of this body of opinion hostile to Germany to the Edinburgh speech and the explosion it produced. The incident could provoke an explosion only because the train had already been laid. In fact, 5 or 6 years before, public opinion had begun to take alarm at the threat to British manufacture and commerce from German competition, and it was obvious that the new German naval program must completely transform the balance of power. Of these two factors, which exercised the more powerful influence over the public mind at the opening of 1902? In the first place, we must remember that the competition between German and British trade was not so menacing to the latter in 1902, as it had been 6 years earlier when the Unionists took office. In Britain, the depression of the previous years had been followed by a boom, whereas the forced growth of German industry had produced a very serious crisis. Moreover, public opinion had fully supported the persistent attempt which the government had made during the interval to conclude a military alliance with Germany. And if there was a country whose industrial competition was calculated to alarm the British, it was not Germany but the United States. 1. The formation of the gigantic Steel Trust and its absorption of an important British steamship company and several minor companies was of ill omen for the future of British trade. However, the anxiety it caused did not betray itself by any outbreak of hostility to America in the press, and the government could pursue without opposition from public opinion its policy of friendship and benevolence towards the United States. In 1901, Great Britain, after discussions which lasted a year and in which the attitude of the American Senate had been as disagreeable as ever, left the United States complete liberty to dig and administer the projected Panama Canal and gave up all the safeguards America had accepted by a formal treaty 50 years earlier. The historian must be careful not to exaggerate the economic explanation of history. It was very different with the naval question. This was beyond all doubt the decisive factor which determined the breach between Germany and Britain. In 1895, Germany had possessed only a third-class navy. The Great Naval Law of 1901 proclaimed her intention to provide herself with a fleet inferior only to the British and capable of proving a match even for the British Navy, if not all over the world, at least in the North Sea. Her latest men of war, though as yet few in number, but whose rapid increase in the near future had been announced to the world, were remarkable for the excellence of their construction and the quality of their crews. So long as the Boer War continued, the army, for once, eclipsed the navy in the interest of Parliament and press, but now when the war was approaching its end we are not surprised to find an entire group of naval experts, Lord Charles Beresford, Arnold White, and Archibald Hurd, drawing the attention of the public to the new threat to Great Britain constituted by the German Navy. They demanded more modern methods of training for the officers, the establishment of a naval base in the North Sea, and a better distribution of the squadrons. If fewer ships were stationed in the Mediterranean, a larger number could be concentrated in home waters. Did these experts also advocate an understanding with Russia and France as a counterpoise to the naval power of Germany? On this point the state of public opinion about the end of the Boer War is difficult to analyze. Although it was obviously impossible to continue for very long to maintain, as in 1902, a navy costing as much, or almost as much, as the four navies of France, Russia, Germany, and Italy, there is no evidence that anybody in professional circles had as yet faced the inevitable. Both the French and the Russian governments were speeding up their program of naval construction, the French invention of the submarine was beginning to disturb the Admiralty, and the colonial policy of the two allies remained the same. Under these circumstances, how was it possible to abandon the principle that the navy must be kept at a sufficient strength to be a match for the combined French and Russian fleets? And if the principle were to be maintained, the most reasonable policy was clearly an understanding with the German government, if not with the German people, provided the former was sufficiently enlightened to understand the value of British friendship and keep in check its subjects' anti-British feeling. Under these circumstances, we can well believe that neither the Foreign Office nor the Admiralty encouraged this outbreak of hostility towards Germany, that, on the contrary, Chamberlain's quarrel with Berlin embarrassed the Foreign Office, as much as his attacks on other powers a few years before. The change of feeling which occurred during the winter months of 1901-2, and whose fundamental cause was undoubtedly the threat offered to British naval supremacy by the German Navy, took place outside official or professional circles. It was a reaction of that vague entity called public opinion, a reply of British feeling to German, a revolt of the public against the caution of the government departments. 5. On June 1, 1902, peace was concluded with the Boers. The first attempt at negotiation had begun long before, when, immediately after the occupation of Pretoria, Louis Botha had approached Lord Roberts. But the latter, who believed that the Boers could not possibly hold out any longer, had demanded unconditional surrender and the war had continued. In 1901, official conversations had been held. But they failed, and on August 7 the Commander-in-Chief issued a proclamation sentencing to perpetual banishment from South Africa any Boer officer of whatever rank who had failed to surrender by September 15. The proclamation seemed a final barrier to further negotiations. Nevertheless, when in the spring of 1902, the Queen of Holland proposed that they should be reopened, not only were preliminary discussions begun between the representatives of the British government Sir Alfred, now Lord, Milner, and Sir Herbert, now Lord, Kitchener, and the accredited representatives of the Boer republics, but the readiness with which the suggestion was welcomed was a guarantee that this time the negotiations would not break down. Have we good grounds for concluding that when Chamberlain agreed to reopen the discussions he yielded to pressure from King Edward? In default of evidence, we are not entitled to affirm it. But we may well believe that, on the one hand, the king was anxious that peace should be concluded before his approaching coronation, and, on the other, that in his previous attitude Chamberlain had been influenced by the avowed representative of his policy in South Africa, Lord Milner. The latter, an administrator rather than a diplomat, who put his faith in force, had welcomed the idea that the Boers were rebels not belligerents and that any negotiations with them were therefore legally inadmissible. Kitchener, on the other hand, had long been eager to finish with the war. He had no love for the vast army of amateurs, hastily improvised, of which he had been compelled to take command. He was annoyed by the way in which Lord Roberts, having plucked the laurels of an easy victory, had left him to do the dirty work, a thankless task, and the more so because no one in Europe appeared to understand its difficulty. He blamed Milner for the failure of the negotiations of the previous spring, and was determined this time to overcome his opposition. His success was the easier because he had behind him the practically unanimous opinion of the British nation. The Peace of Vereeniging was a typically English peace, inspired from beginning to end by the spirit which buries old scores. The Boers of the Orange and the Transvaal renounced their independence. But an undertaking was given that those burghers who should surrender or were already prisoners should return to their farms and be left in full possession of their property and personal freedom. They would not even be obliged to surrender their arms. The Boers were guaranteed the use of Dutch in the schools and courts of law. At the earliest possible date, the military was to be replaced by a civil administration and, as soon as circumstances permitted, representative government set up. Many in England had hoped that the cost of the war would be defrayed by a tithe on the produce of the gold fields. These expectations were not realized by the Treaty of Vereeniging. Not only did a clause in the treaty formally provide that no tax on real estate should be levied either in the Transvaal or the Orange River colony to defray the cost of the war, but the British agreed to pay £3 million for the restoration of the farms destroyed in the course of hostilities, and if that amount should prove too little, a loan was promised on extremely generous terms. When, in August, the three Boer generals Botha, Delary, and De Wet visited London to settle further questions connected with the restoration of peace, they were welcomed by the noisy cheers of the crowd. The little war, begun so light-heartedly, had lasted 31 months. It had cost £250 million. It had been found necessary to send out to the other end of the world 450,000 troops, of whom 22,000 never returned. 1 Nevertheless, the final victory seemed enough to save the credit of a cabinet which, during the last year of the war, had made itself unpopular by its carelessness and sloth and by the manner, too cool in all conscience, in which it counted on patience and time to supply the admitted lack of method and ability. The internal dissensions which weakened the Liberal Party, and which the war had only aggravated, encouraged the government in the belief that in spite of the difficulties which several serious problems of domestic policy were likely to cause, it would be a long time yet before the opposition was ready to take their place. And for the next 3 months a succession of excitements blinded the public to the weariness left by a strain of almost 3 years. The coronation had been fixed for June 26, but the king's health was bad. It was believed, indeed he believed himself, that he was suffering from a cancer, and he looked forward with dread to the terrible fate of his brother-in-law, the Emperor Frederick. On the eve of June 26 the arrangements were countermanded, since an immediate operation had been declared necessary. It was performed, the disease was found not to be of the malignant nature which had been feared, and King Edward's recovery was so rapid that the coronation could take place on August 9 with the customary ceremonial. It was a brilliant pageant which revived the imperial pomps of 1887 and 1897, and its effect on the spectators was enhanced by the fact that, owing to the length of the previous reign, only octogenarians could remember the last coronation. Edward VII was proclaimed king not only of the United Kingdom and Ireland but also of the British dominions over the seas, and not only king but emperor of India. An imperial style, calculated to impress the world. But the diplomatic situation continued to give cause for anxiety. When a great naval review was held in Portsmouth Harbour in which 100 ships manned by 30,000 sailors took part, only 4 foreign men of war came to pay their respects to the new king, 2 Japanese, 1 Italian and 1 Portuguese. A colonial conference followed. The number of colonial premiers present had been reduced by the union of the 6 Australian governments in a single confederation, the Commonwealth of Australia. The same questions were discussed which had always come up since 1887. How far was it possible to obtain from the colonies a formal agreement by which they bound themselves to take their share in imperial defense? Canada refused to make any financial contribution towards the increase of the British Navy, and the contributions offered by the other self-governing colonies were very small. Not a single colony would consent to incorporate any portion of its forces in the imperial army. How far, moreover, was it possible to unite Great Britain and her colonies in an imperial federation? The colonies undertook to make certain reductions in their tariffs in favor of British imports. They declined to make any further concessions so long as England, bound by the dogma of absolute free trade, refused their imports a reciprocal preference. 6. Meanwhile, the Foreign Office continued to struggle against the Russian penetration of Persia and the French penetration of Morocco. In July, Lord Salisbury had definitely resigned. Arthur Balfour succeeded him as Prime Minister. The Duke of Devonshire had been passed over. Was this a deliberate rebuff to the partisans of an understanding with Germany? There is no proof of it. If the tension between the two peoples was more acute than ever, diplomatic relations between the two governments continued to be extremely friendly, and a series of official gestures showed the intention of both parties that they should remain so. The Prince of Wales' visit to Germany in January was followed in April by a visit of the Duke of Cambridge to Hamburg to be present at the unveiling of a statue of the Emperor Frederick, and in September the Secretary for War, St. John Broderick, and the Commander-in-Chief, Lord Roberts, who, a year before, had been decorated with the Black Eagle by William II, attended officially the great German manoeuvres. Then William proposed a visit to Edward VII. He landed in England on November 8. The following day he was at Sandringham. He stayed there until the 15th, engaged in the customary ritual of a royal visit. He shot wild duck, pheasants, and partridges, planted trees to commemorate his visit, was present at the performance of a little drama by Conan Doyle called The Story of Waterloo. On this occasion his chancellor, Bielo, did not accompany him, but Count von Eulenburg was with him, and he had conversations with the Prime Minister, Chamberlain, and Lord Lansdowne. On November 15, he left for the north, where he was Lord Lonsdale's guest at Lowther Castle for 4 days, and spent some hours with Lord Rosebery at Dalmeny. On the 20th, he sailed from Queensferry. Meanwhile, the King of Portugal had arrived at Windsor on the 19th, where he stayed until the 24th. The Emperor's official reception had been brilliant, the attitude of the public extremely hostile. It was very different now from what it had been during his 2 earlier visits, when England was passing through difficult times. Even before he landed, a chorus of protest had been raised in the press. Among the Unionist papers, the Daily Telegraph, which was supposed to reflect the views of the Chamberlainites, was polite, and the Saturday Review conspicuous for its moderate language. But the Standard, the organ of the old Tory party, addressed severe warnings to the Emperor, and the violence of the Times, Morning Post, Daily Mail, and Globe knew no bounds. No one, it is true, contested the high personal merit of the royal visitor. At this period he was universally regarded as a man of outstanding ability. But what were his intentions? Was there to be further talk of an alliance? The principle of the balance of power forbade England ever to tie her hands by a treaty. She must keep herself free to crush whatever nation appeared at that particular juncture the greater menace to Europe. On the Liberal side, the Westminster Gazette, it is true, uttered a warning against exchanging the Gallophobia of the preceding years for a hatred of Germany equally dangerous to the peace of the world. But the Daily Chronicle, the mouthpiece of the liberal imperialists, surpassed all the other newspapers in the violence of its attacks, delivered at the very moment when the Emperor William was the guest of their leader, Lord Rosebery, at Dalmeny. It was not satisfied with political arguments to prove the danger of a German alliance, it entertained its readers with ludicrous stories of all the Emperor's previous visits to the British court, beginning with the long-forgotten occasion when, at the mature age of 4, the mischievous imp bit the calves of the little princes Arthur and Leopold in the royal chapel at Windsor. The Daily News, the semi-official organ of the opposition, claimed to know every detail of the plot being hatched between the British and German governments. It connected the Emperor's visit to Sandringham with the King of Portugal's visit to Windsor, and asserted that the British government wished to obtain German assent to an agreement it was making with Portugal in regard to Delagoa Bay. It was rumored that Germany with French support was asking in return for the evacuation of Shanghai. Was this, it asked, the result of Chamberlain's policy? It was high time that Balfour made up his mind to shake off the yoke. Disconcerted by the outcry, the government thought it necessary to reassure the public. Speaking on November 10 at the Guildhall banquet, Balfour protested against the fantastic inventions occasioned by the imperial visit. The interview, he assured his hearers, had not been in any way concerned with politics. The Emperor's visit had been merely an unofficial visit to his nearest relatives. But if the public were relieved of their fears for the moment, their indignation was the greater when, on December 7, they were informed that England and Germany, after sending a fruitless ultimatum to the Republic of Venezuela, were establishing a joint blockade of the Venezuelan coast, and that British and German cruisers were actually capturing or sinking Venezuelan gunboats. We remember that 7 years before, when the Unionists took office, there had been a Venezuelan question. We remember also that it had been finally settled by arbitration, and that, ever since, Britain had been determined to avoid even the semblance of a conflict with the United States, and that during the Spanish-American War the British press had been unanimous in hailing the victories of the United States, as being not so much American victories as victories of the Anglo-Saxon race. This attitude was a bit in advance for American sympathy with any successes British imperialism might achieve elsewhere. And now Balfour and Lord Lansdowne were upsetting the delicate balance of this mighty combination, a combination not so much political as sentimental. Though President Roosevelt's attitude was far more moderate than Cleveland's had been in 1895, The mere shadow of danger to the country's good relations with the United States was sufficient to arouse general alarm. Moreover, what were the circumstances under which the naval demonstration had been made? France, Italy, and the United States had grievances against President Castro similar to those of England and Germany. But Germany was the only power which had taken part in the demonstration. Germany, whose grievances seemed less solid than those of any other nation, Germany, which was widely believed and especially in the United States to entertain the design of planting a colony somewhere on the South American coast, Germany, eager to display her new navy to the world. Was it well done of England to help her, and moreover, before the eyes of the whole world, to realize her desire? The outcry in the press was even louder than it had been in November. The Times published a letter from Sir Robert Giffin, whose heading "The Venezuelan Mess" caught the public fancy. Germany, he wrote, is a false partner, as Austria-Hungary found out in the Schleswig-Holstein business. Our own experience in China lately has been by no means satisfactory. Germany is also our deadly rival and means an attack upon England at a convenient opportunity. And the same paper published a poem, more violent than even Sir Robert's letter, in which Kipling charged the government with lying, almost with treason. "Last night," ye wrote, "our voyage was done. But seaward still we go. And ye tell us now of a secret vow ye have made with an open foe." The previous month, certain liberal organs had attempted to restrain public feeling by protesting, as we have seen, against the excessive hatred towards Germany displayed by the remainder of the press. This time they swelled the chorus. Nowhere was the cause of Anglo-American friendship held more sacred than among the pacifist intelligentsia which led the Liberal Party, and, if it would not support even a war against Germany, was still more opposed to a war waged, in Central America or elsewhere, as her ally. And the liberal imperialists, delighted to find the party for once united on a matter of foreign policy after long years of dissension, were unwearied in their attacks upon the cabinet. Foremost among the politicians who were demanding that the understanding with Germany should be brought to an end were Sir Edward Grey and Haldane. On February 6, Grey, addressing a public meeting, declared himself unable to attach unreserved credit to the assurance given by the government that there existed no alliance or secret understanding with the German government. Had not such a pact been quite recently Chamberlain's avowed policy? Though he wished England to remain on friendly terms with Germany, it must not be at the cost of good relations with France or Russia, and still less with the United States. 10 days later, on the very eve of the new session, Haldane took the chair at a meeting at which members of every party were on the platform, among them Leo Max, the editor of the National Review. The object of the meeting was to demand a squadron in the North Sea and a naval base on the East Coast. When the session opened, it was plain that the ponderous administrative machine had at last been set in motion. The cabinet, disavowed by its own supporters and attacked by the opposition, adopted several new measures. A Council of Defense was formed composed of 4 cabinet ministers and 4 MEM. Holding high command in the Army and Navy, the council had as a matter of fact been promised for more than 6 months. The budget provided for an enormous expenditure on the Navy. As the Times pointed out, never before, either in peace or during war, had the naval estimates been so high. What did these preparations portend? They were bound up with a further measure, in conformity, as we have just seen, with the unanimous wish of the House, which occasioned no debate in Parliament, no comment in the press. On the eve of the day when the naval estimates came before Parliament, Balfour announced the government's intention to establish a new naval base on the North Sea at the entrance of the Firth of Forth. It was obvious that in the opinion of the Admiralty the threat to British naval supremacy no longer came from the traditional foe, to be met in the Channel. It was on the Norfolk coast that an invasion was now feared, and under cover of a fleet which would not be French. Part 2. The internal policy of the Unionist Cabinet. Chapter I. Educational and religious problems. I. The problem of national education. I. Hof events in the Near and the Far East, the victories in the Sudan, the friction with France, and the South African War seemed to engross the attention of the public, the cabinet could not wholly neglect meanwhile the problems of domestic policy, which had been so acute during the period which had preceded their advent to power and which, as we shall see, as soon as the Boer War was at end, would prove as urgent as ever and cost the government their present overwhelming majority. In fact, the Conservative Party, as reconstituted under the dual leadership of the aristocratic faction of the Cecils and the Birmingham Group, had at its disposal, should it desire to carry it out, an entire program of administrative reform, the work of the great statesman, who on a former occasion, 30 years earlier, had revived the Tory party after 25 years of complete impotence. It was a program of social reform. It had been Disraeli's hope that the Tories would improve the material conditions of the masses by an active intervention of the legislature, forbidden to the Liberals by the dogma of laissez-faire. And he could say with truth that the promises which he made to the working classes at the election of 1874 had been given long before, when, about 1840, as the leader of the eccentric Young England group, he championed Chartism in the House of Commons and wrote Sybil. But since then his zeal for social reform had often cooled. It did not revive until an important historical event had taken place, shortly before the last quarter of the 19th century opened, of a nature to encourage conservative social reformers, namely, the sudden advent and rapid rise of the German Empire under the leadership of Prussia. The most progressive state in the whole of Europe, from whatever point of view it was regarded, scientific or military, industrial or social, was the democratic absolutism on the Czarian pattern of which Disraeli had dreamed, based on the double foundation of an hereditary monarchy and a democratic parliament, and every other nation was attempting, more or less clumsily, to imitate in every sphere what he may call the Prussian model, and not only the continental nations, as at the period when they feared and copied the monarchy of Louis XIV. Even the British nation, which 2 centuries earlier had been impervious to the charm of French absolutism, now seemed to be yielding to the spell of the Prussian model. Liberals of the old school were at a loss when the young socialists refuted their timidity by the example of Bismarck, who, during the last 10 years of his long career, carried through the Reichstag his comprehensive and celebrated system of compulsory insurance against workmen's risks. In Germany, one great name dominated the entire history of this political and social development, the name of Hegel. It now seemed that Carlyle, who, throughout his career, had regarded himself as an apostle of German metaphysics to the British, had given proof of profound insight when he celebrated the praises of Germany and Prussia and sought the source of their excellence in the systems of their philosophers. If England was vaguely apprehensive that the success of the Prussian model might degrade her to the position of a second-rate power, it was perhaps because she had not paid sufficient heed to Carlyle and had taken Bentham too seriously. But Carlyle had made disciples. Hutchison Stirling, a fellow Scotchman, who had adopted his deliberately obscure style, had followed him in the attempt to initiate the British public into the secret of Hegel. Then Thomas Hill Green, at Oxford, as he studied the works of Kant, had rediscovered for himself the road of post-Kantian philosophy, and at the moment when the Prussians were victorious at Sadowa and Sedan, had inaugurated in the Anglo-Saxon universities the tradition of what was known as Hegelian Neo-Kantism. We have referred to this group already. At the close of the 19th century, Hegel possessed a larger number of avowed followers in England than in Germany. This Neo-Kantism, which provided the Anglican clergy with a species of theology, was the fashion at Oxford, where the heterodox Bradley was even more successful than Green had been in raising the level of metaphysical speculation. It enjoyed an equal vogue in Scotland, where it reigned supreme under the aegis of the Cairds and Seths. And in the person of the young MacTaggart it even attempted to force an entrance into Cambridge. Bernard Bosanquet drew out the full social implications of the new doctrines when, in 1899, he published the work whose teaching we have resumed above, The Philosophical Theory of the State, in which the state is presented as the instrument and realization of human personality. Nor was this state some ideal state yet to be born, and dimly envisaged through the mists of futurity as one with the entire human race. It was the state, as it actually existed here and now, the absolute society to which all social values on earth are subordinate. How distant were the days when young Englishmen swore by John Stuart Mill, Buckle, and Herbert Spencer. If many of the neo-Hegelians persisted in calling themselves liberals, their Prussianized liberalism was a different thing altogether. How could it be otherwise, from the old British variety? Liberty was conceived as an organic internal development of the personality, not as an absence of external restraint, not as a means but as an end. Therefore, when politicians of the school of Chamberlain or Lord Rosebery sought to effect a political understanding, even an alliance, with the German government, their work was made easier by the alliance already concluded with German culture by a school which contained the flower of the rising generation of thinkers. The name, wrote Haldane in 1895, of the little territory which encloses Weimar and Jena stirs the imagination of thousands of our youth of both sexes, even as the name of Jerusalem moved the hearts of men in the centuries behind us. For needless to say, German influence was not confined to the restricted world of metaphysicians. Those numerous Englishmen who were actuated by the desire to improve social institutions could not fail to be attracted by the success and efficiency of German state socialism. Among those who came under its spell, the two heads of the Fabian Society, Sidney and Beatrice Webb, in virtue of the profound influence which they exercised over the formation of public opinion during this period of English history, hold the first place. 11 years before 1895 this group of students and propagandists had been founded to divert English socialism from the paths of revolution and utopia, and create an opportunist socialism which should take concrete shape as a system of practical legislation, such as Parliament could be invited to pass without further delay. At first, it would seem, the young Sidney Webb, who belonged by his birth to a London family of the lower middle class, had hoped to influence the Radical Party and transform it into a party of moderate socialists. But his attitude soon altered. We may conjecture that the change dated from his marriage to Beatrice Potter, the daughter of a wealthy railway director, who had been brought up in the individualist creed but, disgusted by the anarchy and fumbling improvisation inseparable from individualism, had been converted to a scientific socialism by her passion for order and planning. For it was indeed with a feminine vehemence that the pair of inseparable fellow workers did their utmost to widen the gulf which separated their social creed from the creed of liberalism, and to make any compromise, or halfway house, impossible. They did not, however, dream of founding a socialist party independent of the two traditional parties. They were obviously fascinated by the success of the Bismarckian state socialism. We have seen them already during the Boer War uniting with the imperialists to deride the anti-militarist principles of the Radical Party. We shall see them look to Chamberlain to copy the degree Prussian model in England and carry out a program of social reform, conceived in a spirit, not revolutionary, but, to use a term then coming into use, constructive. In their History of Trade Unionism, which appeared in 1895, they made a point of bringing into relief the part taken by the Tories in the teeth of opposition from the liberal middle classes in building up a code of industrial legislation to protect the workers in the factories and mines. In their Industrial Democracy, published 2 years later, a work which is one long panegyric of state control, an inconspicuous footnote calls the reader's attention to the increasing incapacity of the House of Commons to cope with its work and suggests that England would be saved by the royal prerogative. Did the Fabian group swallow blindly the entire philosophy of the Webbs? There were no doubt a large number of Fabians who either failed to perceive where the Webbs wished to lead them, or, if they did, felt uneasy. But they were too English to be disloyal to their chiefs, especially since the group had good cause to be proud of two such eminent leaders. Willy-nilly they caught the infection of their ideas and so came indirectly under the spell of the Prussian model. To the question what was the aspect in which, more than in any other, the Prussian model invited the imitation of the whole of Europe, what was the particular German institution to which, by the unanimous consent of all enlightened men, the German victories of 1866 and 1870 were due? The answer is not in doubt. Long since, many years before the foundation of the empire, Prussia had decided that the state must take possession of every child at its birth and follow him to the elementary school, the secondary school, and the university to form the fully developed man, the perfect servant of society, and her present supremacy was the reward merited by her excellent system of education. What steps had England taken to raise her educational standard to the Prussian level? And what still remained to be done? For many years England had been satisfied with making grants to schools established by private initiative voluntary schools. The state had also set up schools for the children of the paupers in the workhouses. And a statute had been passed by which children under 13 years of age employed in factories were obliged to receive a rudimentary education. It was not until 1870, 4 years after Sadowa, and the year of Sedan, that Parliament extended elementary education to every child in the country. The act passed in that year was intended, not to supersede, but merely to complete, previous enactments. It provided that in any locality in which there were not enough schools to meet the needs of the children, schools must be erected and maintained at the ratepayer's cost. For educational purposes it set up administrative areas in each of which a school board was to be elected by the ratepayers. All schools built under the provisions of the Act were placed under the management of the boards, which were empowered to levy the necessary rate. At first it was left to the boards to decide whether the education given in their schools should be compulsory or optional. But compulsory attendance at school, extended by an Act of 1876, was made universal in 1880, and enforced in all cases in which attendance had been optional under the Statute of 1870, that is to say, from the age of 5 until the child had reached a certain standard of knowledge, which, however, was not everywhere the same. Each school board was empowered to fix the age at which the obligation to attend school should cease, though it might not be extended beyond the completion of the 13th year. When once education had been made compulsory, it was very difficult not to make it free. An act passed by a conservative government in 1891 provided that every school, whether it were a voluntary school or a board school, should be entitled to a grant of 10 shillings a year for every child, subject to the following conditions. If the school charged a fee of over 10 shillings, it must be reduced to 10 shillings, if the fee was not more than 10 shillings, the school must become free. The effect of the Act of 1891 was to increase indefinitely the number of free schools, and by 1895 all, or practically all, elementary schools were free. But the system of elementary education which these statutes had established in Great Britain was still defective. At the International Congress held in Berlin in 1890, the British government had promised to make compulsory education universal up to the age of 12, but Parliament had taken no steps to redeem the promise. What indeed could be done, so long as it was legal by the Factory Acts, which the Statute of 1870 had not repealed, to employ children in factories from the age of 11, provided a few hours every day were set apart for education. And how could the Factory Acts be touched without arousing the opposition, not only of the employers, but, what was more formidable, of the entire working class throughout Lancashire and Yorkshire? Admittedly, the quality of the teachers left very much to be desired. Only a minority had been through the training colleges, and the remainder, who had picked up their education as best they could, learning to teach by actually teaching, taught very badly. And it was common knowledge that the obligation of attendance was very laxly enforced in many districts, especially in the country. Nevertheless, it could not be denied that the standard of education given in the elementary schools, especially in the board schools, was steadily improving, since many who had at first regarded them as beneath their social position, farmers in the country, shopkeepers in the towns, were no longer ashamed to send their children. Moreover, statistics showed a progressive decline in the numbers of the illiterate. The percentage of men and women unable to sign their names in the marriage register had fallen between 1873 and 1893 from 18.8% to 5% of the men, and from 25.4% to 5.7% of the women. Something still remained to be done, but it was only the finishing touches to bring primary education up to the German standard. 3. We will now consider, at the other extremity of the educational ladder, the institutions for higher education. The universities of Oxford and Cambridge might have appeared at first sight not to have undergone the least change since the beginning of the modern period. They were still, what they had always been, groups of independent colleges, foundations of venerable antiquity, where teachers and students lived under the same roof, more ready to teach and learn the art of social intercourse than to work side by side for the advancement of knowledge. But this was already to a very large extent a deceptive appearance. Ever since the 19th century began, the universities had equipped with a solid erudition a select group of serious students. Since the middle of the century, progress had been more rapid. That the education given at the universities might no longer be of a purely literary and abstract nature, the number of subjects in which examinations were held had been increased. At Oxford, to the two traditional schools, the classical school, the school of literary humaniores, and the school of mathematics, two new schools had been added, one for the natural sciences, the other for law and modern history. At Cambridge, two new tripasses had been provided, one for the moral sciences, moral philosophy and political economy, modern history, jurisprudence and English law, the other for the natural sciences, anatomy, physiology, chemistry, botany, and geology. About the same period, the reform of the old constitution of the colleges was taken in hand, and inquiries by royal commissions had been followed. Indiana 18543 and again in 1877 by Acts of Parliament, the former still very conservative, the latter sweeping in its reforms, which had radically altered the character of both universities. A royal commission had been appointed, furnished with very wide powers, to revise the constitution of the colleges and the university and to make new statutes. To make possible the foundation of new chairs, the colleges had been obliged to contribute, in proportion to their wealth, to the funds of the university. Their finances had been inspected and set in order. The conditions of entrance had been rendered uniform. And though to the majority of college fellowships active duties of teaching or administration were attached, a certain number of temporary fellowships were retained, sinecures which provided their holders with the necessary leisure for disinterested research. Steps had been taken to break down the barriers which divided the colleges, to make it possible for undergraduates to attend lectures outside their own college and thus to lay the foundation of a division of labor between the colleges. An attempt had even been made to enable a student who was not a member of any college to follow the university course and attend college lectures. Moreover, in 1895, a quarter of a century had passed since membership of the universities had been thrown open to those who did not belong to the Anglican Church, and the obligation of the fellows to celibacy had been abolished at the Great Reform of 1877. The universities were being modernized. At Oxford the change was more striking, because it had been more badly needed. But Cambridge followed the same path as her sister university. Not to speak of the Scottish universities, England possessed other institutions for higher education. 12 provincial towns had their university colleges. 3 of these, the colleges of the great industrial centres of the north, Manchester, Liverpool, and Leeds, were incorporated in a single university situated in Manchester, which conferred degrees on the students of the 3 colleges. Durham already possessed a university. And in the near future the colleges of Manchester, Liverpool, Leeds, and Birmingham would become independent universities. In the final term of 1894 over 20,000 students were attending the institutions for higher education in Great Britain. No doubt these provincial colleges bore little resemblance to the 2 ancient universities. If certain branches of technical instruction flourished, they could not claim to be centers of culture. But they were capable of turning out students fit to complete their education at Oxford or Cambridge. Among the 3,000 undergraduates of either university registered, one thing at any rate was beyond dispute: the high esteem in which the study of the natural sciences was held in England at the close of the 19th century. The discovery of new elements in the atmosphere, argon, helium, neon, attracted public attention. Of less popular interest, but far more revolutionary in its significance, was the electromagnetic theory of matter, outlined by Maxwell and Lord Kelvin and worked out in detail by J. Thomson. The position had changed, vastly, since those early days of the century when the pioneers of modern chemistry and physics were elf-educated men outside the official centers of learning. Today, all the leaders of science were university professors, savants duly provided with the official diploma. Lord Rayleigh and Ramsay in London, J. Thomson and James Dewar at Cambridge, Ray Lankester at Oxford, Oliver Lodge at Liverpool, Lord Kelvin at Glasgow, P.G. Yacht at Edinburgh. What country in Europe could boast of more famous names than these? Nothing, therefore, was needed except to encourage the foundation of new colleges in the provinces by local initiative and allow the system of education at the older universities to develop freely along the lines laid down by the new constitution which the Act of 1877 had enabled them to adopt. If Oxford and Cambridge retained many of the advantages of the old system, so much the better. They were the better suited to the needs of that vast majority of their students who were neither scholars nor savants. Great Britain could claim with truth that by the end of the 19th century her system of higher education had borrowed from the continent everything worth borrowing and had attained the standard of the German model. 4. When we turn our attention to the secondary education which bridges the gap between primary and higher education, and ask what had been done to introduce into the native chaos of the British secondary schools some degree of the order which prevailed on the continent, and in Germany in particular, the question is not at all easy to answer in a few words. Here, as in the case of higher education, there had been no apparent change during the past century. The state still stood aside. Everything was still left to the same foundations of ancestral piety, the endowed schools. These were the public schools where the children of the gentry and upper middle class received their education and the grammar schools attended by the children of the lower middle class. Around these venerable institutions, and some more recent foundations which strove to imitate them, was the same old welter of private schools, whose headmaster might occasionally be an enthusiastic and disinterested educational reformer, but was 148. More often a tradesman, intent on making his profit out of his customers. On the other hand, here, as in the sphere of higher education, something had been done to regulate the system and bring it up to date. But it must be added that no one felt, as they felt in the case of the universities, that the reforms which had been carried out satisfied at any point the needs of the age and that enough had been done to realize the ideal put forward by Matthew Arnold, when, about the time of the Second Reform Bill, he contrasted the mediocrity of the public schools with the efficient education given in the French lycées and the German gymnasiums. We must try to explain what had been accomplished and what remained to be done. About the middle of the 19th century a number of schoolmasters in the west of England had conceived the idea of instituting what they termed middle-class examinations, that is to say, examinations for the benefit of those children of the lower middle class who did not go to the public schools. They hoped in this way to raise the educational standard and social position of the second-class schools which these children attended. When the scheme proved a brilliant success in Devonshire and had been adopted in several of the neighbouring counties, the founders asked the universities of Oxford and Cambridge to take control of the movement and organise throughout the country a uniform system of examinations. They granted the request and instituted for the benefit of every town that desired to present for examination the pupils in its secondary schools, a system of certificates, and the two ancient universities gave proof that they were in touch with the spirit of the age by including among the subjects for examination English literature, modern history and languages, physics, and other branches of natural science subjects hitherto despised by the secondary schools. This system of examinations, which was shortly completed by a system of inspections, was received with general approval. About 1895 some 15,000 children of both sexes took the annual examination. And a system closely similar had been introduced in the public schools. The universities had not been satisfied with raising the standard of the secondary schools by acquiring a control over their curriculum. They also sent lecturers into the provinces to supply the deficiencies of the existing institutions. In this case also the invitation had come from the provinces. The isolated lectures given at first soon became continuous courses. Then the lecturers began to publish textbooks to assist their lectures. They corrected papers and transformed their courses into classes in which the student worked under the lecturer's supervision, until finally a system of education had been organized extending over several years, a certificate being granted at the end of each year to any student who passed an examination. It was Cambridge which in 1871 had taken the initiative in organizing this university extension. Point 2 In 1877 Oxford followed the example of Cambridge, and in their turn London and the new universities of northern England were drawn into the movement. In 1895, these missionaries from the universities had been lecturing up and down the country for 15 years. It was as though the zeal which a century before had sent the Methodist preachers to the remotest corners of England had donned secular garb. But these new missionaries addressed their audience of 50,000 on subjects very different from justification by faith. They lectured on Shakespeare, the Italian Renaissance, the French Revolution, and Greek art. Sometimes, with their students' assistance, they staged the translation of a drama by Aeschylus or Sophocles. The majority of their audiences were adults who in later life wished to fill gaps in their education. But children from secondary schools often attended the courses. The university extension movement was completed by the foundation of 2 extension colleges, one at Reading, the other at Exeter, foundations due respectively to the action of Oxford and Cambridge, permanent institutions. Intended to link university education with the admittedly insufficient education given in the secondary schools. 5. Upon the action of the universities was superimposed the intervention of the state. We may even wonder whether, when Oxford and Cambridge assumed the responsibility of regulating and developing the institutions for secondary education, it was because they were alarmed by the disposition the state had shown to take up the matter and hoped to prove by the activity they displayed that its intervention was superfluous. A royal commission had been appointed in 1861 to inquire into the 9 principal endowed schools in the kingdom. The inquiry resulted in the passing in 1868 of a statute which reformed the government of 7 of these schools. Thus Parliament, adopting the policy for which Brougham had contended at the beginning of the century, claimed the right to supervise the management of these old charitable foundations and to intervene, if it was proved that the founders' intentions were not being properly carried out. A second commission, appointed in 1864, had investigated the manner in which the schools omitted from the former inquiry were being conducted, and it was in consequence of a recommendation made by the commission that a permanent body of commissioners had been set up incorporated in 1874 in the Board of Charity Commissioners, registered to control the endowed schools. The board was empowered not only to exercise a very extensive control over the management of institutions for secondary education, but to issue syllabuses prescribing the subjects of study with a view to adapting the education given in these schools to the new needs of the age. It was given a right of inspection, which was systematized in 1887.6 in every school under the control of the Charity Commissioners. An examination must be held annually, and the Commissioners reserved the right to order a special examination to be held, whenever it seemed to them desirable. In 1895, of the 1,448 endowed schools, 902 had been already reformed in accordance with their instructions. We should, therefore, be wrong, if we regard the endowed schools about the year 1895 as representing nothing more than the haphazard operation of uncontrolled private initiative. They were an organization placed under the permanent control of government officials and liable to their constant interference. The report of 1864 had gone further. If all its recommendations had been carried out, bodies of officials, constituting a special department of the public services, would have been created to control public education, both in the capital and in the local government areas. A central council of education would have been set up to regulate the conditions of examination and appoint examiners. and the towns and parishes would have received the right to levy a rate for the erection and maintenance of schools. 1. On all these points it might seem that nothing had been done to give effect to the recommendations of the Commission. The Statute of 1870 which set up the school boards was concerned only with the elementary schools. But it is significant that a corresponding statute for Scotland, passed 2 years later, placed not only primary but also secondary education under the control of the school boards. And, moreover, that even in England the line copyright of demarcation between elementary and secondary schools was so indefinite, that the school boards were tempted to extend their authority to schools not in the strict sense elementary. The Education Department had been left free to determine the limits of its jurisdiction by administrative regulations and had made use of its discretion to extend its powers and permit the school boards to establish higher grade schools which provided an education to which the term elementary could not possibly be applied. Further, the school boards had become accustomed to utilize their school buildings for classes of every description, and there was no pretense that the instruction given at these classes was elementary. Evening classes had been arranged. They were confined at first to pupils under 15. But the age limit was later raised to 21. And finally in 1893 abolished altogether. At these evening classes all sorts of subjects were taught: drawing from nature, the differential and integral calculus, spherical trigonometry. The cost of this extensive curriculum of higher education in the elementary schools was defrayed from the most varied sources, both private and public. One of these was the rates which had been imposed by the Statute of 1870 to provide for elementary education and for that alone. In this way, by devices of somewhat doubtful legality, the state elementary education invaded the sphere of secondary education which the indifference of Parliament had left vacant. The difference, however, had not been complete. During the years which immediately preceded the election of 1895, Parliament had shown itself anxious to fulfill the duties of a democratic state in the matter of education. The opportunity was provided by the important Act passed in 1888 to remodel the system of local government. Hitherto, on every occasion during the previous half-century when Parliament wished to institute some new branch of public service, its administration had been committed to elected bodies specially set up for the purpose. There were boards of poor law guardians, public health boards, and, since 1870, school boards. Now, in every county, a council was established, elected by the inhabitants. The county council intended in principle to provide for all the needs of the district. Why not hand over to these councils the functions performed since 1870 by the school boards? And why not at the same time deal with the problem left untouched in 1870 by giving the county councils authority, for which the school boards had been thought unfit, to organize not only elementary, but secondary education, as a department of the public service? A recommendation to this effect had been made in the report, issued in 1884, of a royal commission appointed to inquire into technical instruction. The proposal was not carried out. Those who were responsible for its defeat did not trust the new councils to display the requisite interest in the education of the lower and middle classes. They recognized that in the country districts the school boards performed their duties none too efficiently. But would the rural county councils show any greater zeal? In the towns, on the other hand, the school boards were justly proud of the work they had accomplished during the last 20 years. Should such active bodies be sacrificed to a pedantic desire for administrative unification? Moreover, throughout the country, the school boards were radical strongholds. At a time when the election of 1886 had placed in office a coalition of the old conservatives and the liberal unionists, would the opposition tamely stand by and allow their enemies to destroy the finest piece of work accomplished by the Liberal Party, under the conditions created by the Reform Bill of 1867? It was finally realized that the opposition to the new proposal was insuperable. The county councils, created by the Act of 1888, received no authority over education. Nevertheless, the failure was not total. As after 1870 a special act effected in Scotland what could not be done in England, and conferred on the school boards authority to organise a system of secondary education, so now a special act did for Wales what the Act of 1888 had failed to do for England. An Act of 1889 transferred to education committees, the majority of whose members were elected by the county councils, the control over secondary schools hitherto vested in the charity commissioners, and at the same time empowered these committees to levy, with the sanction of the county council, a special rate to provide for their maintenance. Even in England the county council soon received educational powers not conferred by the Statute of 1888. By an act passed in 1889 they were authorized to levy a rate for the promotion of technical or manual instruction. It must not exceed 1 penny for every pound of the total rate. But in 1890 more considerable funds were placed at the disposal of the councils. The duty on beer and spirits had produced a large surplus, and an act was passed by which a part of the surplus £743,200 in 1890 which came to be called the whisky money was assigned to the councils to facilitate the operation of the Technical Instruction Act of 1889.5. 6. The language of these statutes is worth notice. Though concerned with an education above the elementary standard, they speak not of secondary but of technical education. Hitherto we have investigated the measures taken in England to provide a certain number of children with an education which would enable them to enter what we may call the governing class or, more strictly, the liberal professions, the teaching profession, medicine, the bar. But a further question arose. Was the knowledge acquired by regular practice a sufficient equipment for the exercise of any trade, the management of any business, whatever its position in the industrial hierarchy? Was it even a sufficient education for commerce or banking? The persuasion to that effect which had once prevailed in England had been weakening for many years past. It was in 1852, at the very period when the liberal faith in untutored skill was most confident, that a department of practical arts, transformed the following year into a department of science and arts, had been established at South Kensington, to provide museums of science and art and promote artistic and technical education. 125 years later, the International Exhibition at Paris once more drew the attention of Englishmen to the defects of their industrial and commercial organization, and the need to improve it, as was done on the continent, by making full use of the resources of science. A royal commission was appointed, and an unofficial association for the advancement of technical instruction formed to press the government to implement its report. After 2 bills, one introduced by the government, the other private, had been rejected, the Technical Instruction Act was finally passed in 1889, and in 1890 the government provided the local authorities with the funds necessary to work it. But the provision made by these Acts of 1889 and 1890 was far from satisfying the demands of public opinion. The complaints were even louder and more insistent than they had been in 1851 and in 1878. For more clearly than ever the English perceived the dangers which threatened their industrial supremacy. At the very time when theoretical science was achieving its brilliant victories, and the Cambridge School was astonishing the world by the boldness of its hypotheses, England seemed to have lost that gift of technical invention which till lately had been her boast. An Italian, profiting by discoveries made in Germany and France, invented wireless telegraphy. 1 Despised France had invented and perfected the bicycle, invented a method of cold storage for meat, invented artificial silk, made the first experiments in transmitting power by electricity, and made use of the German invention of the internal combustion engine to solve the triple problem of automatic locomotion on the roads, under the sea, and in the air. With the one exception of the motor turbine, England produced no new invention during the last 10 or 15 years of the century to set beside these creations of foreign genius. It must certainly be admitted that the French did not show a gift of organization equal to their genius for invention. But here the palm belonged not to England, but to Germany. What a brilliant contribution British scientists and engineers had made in former days to the technical development of electricity. How inestimable the debt of synthetic chemistry to the discoveries of Faraday and Perkins. But England had failed to take advantage of these inventions and discoveries, which already belonged to the past. The centre both of the electrical and chemical industries was situated on the other side of the North Sea. This decline, or at least stagnation, of British industrialism was ascribed by some to hampering legislation, and the progress of state socialism, practiced by the municipal bodies to the detriment of private enterprise. 1 But the majority were agreed in laying the blame on an unsound theory of technical education, and called upon the state not to stand aloof any longer but to take such vigorous action as should destroy once for all the tradition of unscientific improvisation and rule of thumb which had formerly been the national boast, but was now regarded as unintelligent routine. 7. In the reformers' opinion, the aim of English education must be radically altered. Hitherto, the schoolmaster's object had been to form by games and the study of the classics an elite of gentlemen, and in spite of the attempts recently made to stimulate intellectual rivalry between pupils and schools by competitive examinations and to modernize the curriculum, the public schools clung to their traditions, and all those schools of lesser rank which modelled themselves on the public schools were equally conservative. But schools of this kind could not provide the staff of scientific experts which the new industrial civilization so sorely needed to meet the threat from German competition. It was no longer possible to discount the fact that a young Englishman on leaving school was intellectually 2 years behind a German of the same age by the consoling reflection that he made up in character what he lacked in information, and that, if more ignorant, he was better equipped for practical life. How was it that in London itself the business houses of the city employed a host of Germans whose presence was unwelcome but whose industry compelled admiration? If English bankers and merchants preferred them to their fellow countrymen, it was because they found them less devoted to sport, more industrious, more methodical, and better educated. Victorian England was beginning to lose confidence in herself. A nation of amateurs was being forced to recognize that it could not compete with a nation of professionals. The reformers also complained that sufficient provision was not made for secondary education, there were not enough secondary schools, and in those schools there were not enough free places. The extent of the need could not be easily gauged by statistics, for everything depended on the number of children for whom, in the interest of the community, a secondary education was deemed necessary. When, in 1894, the needs of secondary education were investigated by a commission whose inquiries covered a very wide area, one witness expressed the opinion that 1/20 of the available accommodation should be reserved for holders of scholarships, another asked for 1/3. How are we to choose between these two opinions? We can only observe that the more radical opinion was gaining ground every day, and it was becoming more widely recognized that every position, however subordinate, in industry or commerce, demanded not only natural aptitude but a considerable amount of acquired knowledge and method. 3 witnesses before the commission were even prepared to express the view that secondary education should be as free as primary. One fact, at any rate, had been disclosed by the inquiry: the extremely unequal distribution of educational facilities. In Bedfordshire, the scholarships at secondary schools amounted to 13.5% of the population, in Warwickshire, only to 5.2%. In the manufacturing districts the proportion was lower still, 2.1% in Yorkshire, 1.1% in Lancashire. It could not be reasonably argued that it was impossible to do for Yorkshire what had been done for Bedfordshire, or that to promote the advancement of education in the interest of her industrial development England could not make the pecuniary sacrifices she had made in 1870 for the primary education of her people. If the reforms so widely demanded were to be carried out, and secondary education modernized, industrialized, and improved both in quality and quantity, the first requisite was to put an end to the chaos which prevailed throughout every branch of the educational services, and which had been aggravated by the piecemeal reforms of the last 2 or 3 decades. At the top of the system there was chaos. The charity commissioners, who, besides their other duties, had administered since 1874 the Endowed Schools Act, were an independent body unconnected with any government department. The Department of Science and Arts, which for a time had been subject to the Board of Trade, had been placed in 1856, together with the Education Department, under the jurisdiction of the Lord President of the Privy Council and the Vice Chairman of the Committee of the Council of Education. Nevertheless, without consulting the Education Department, it made grants not only to the technical schools established by the county councils, but to the school boards under the immediate control of the latter. Since 1891 the Board of Agriculture had possessed the power to make grants in aid of agricultural education. What functions remained for the Education Department to perform in the sphere of secondary education? We have seen how, by what was little short of an administrative trick, the department provided in the board schools instruction in a vast number of subjects which were certainly not elementary. Moreover, it possessed the right to control, and make grants to, the provincial university colleges which, despite their imposing name, were nothing more than secondary schools, and the training colleges whose pupils often became, after a period of teaching in the elementary schools, secondary school teachers. But these were makeshifts. In principle, the Education Department, which should have been, as its name suggested, a department controlling the entire system of national education, had no authority to grant financial aid to secondary schools, or control their management. At the base of the system there was the same chaos. Since in England the action of the central government was confined to collaboration with the local authorities, it was scandalous that there did not exist in every administrative area a single body, chosen by election, and invested with control over every class of public education. The school boards, it was true, were usually prepared to exceed their legal powers, and whenever the opportunity arose, permit secondary education to be given in their schools. And it would not be difficult for the county councils, which possessed the right to establish technical schools, to transform them by imperceptible degrees into secondary schools in the full sense. But these attempts to provide secondary education were neither strictly legal nor coordinated. Would it be argued on the other side that this competition between rival authorities acted as a stimulus? That anything was preferable to the deadening uniformity of the continental system? At the period in their history which we have now reached, the English were obviously less impressed than formerly by these insular arguments. They were tired of the waste, the superfluous machinery, and, above all, the restrictions which the system of administrative anarchy involved. About this time the educational reformers gained a valuable recruit in the young Fabian, Sidney Webb. In 1892 he had been elected to the London County Council with 5 of his fellow Fabians. He had been immediately appointed chairman of the Technical Education Board, that is to say, had become the Minister of Public Education for London, in so far as it was under the control of the County Council. His province was, it is true, confined to technical education. But if, to use his own words, technical education meant all instruction above the level of the elementary school with the exception of Greek and literature, technical became to a very great extent synonymous with secondary. Moreover, there was nothing to prevent the provision of technical education above the secondary standard. Just about this time, the Fabians were showing the way. With funds left to the society by a wealthy philanthropist to be spent at its discretion, they established, in a small apartment in the Adelphi, the London School of Economics and Political Science to teach political economy on more modern and more socialist lines than those on which it had been taught hitherto, and to serve at the same time as a school of higher commercial education. The Fabians had also secured a footing in the other public body which controlled the public education of the metropolis. On the London School Board the Fabian Gramwallas was supreme. But what purpose was served by 2 bodies in place of a single educational authority? Why this superfluous multiplication of elections calculated to discredit democracy by disgusting the electors? Installed in command of the 2 educational departments of the largest city in Europe, and at the very door of Parliament, Sidney Webb, Graham Wallace, and their friends decided to make an attempt to unify the entire system of public education of whatever class under the sole authority of the county councils. If they succeeded, their success both in winning Parliament to their views and in seeing that were carried out would demonstrate the effectiveness of Fabian methods. They would have helped to change the old chaotic society of laissez-faire into a modern progressive state in which the welfare of the greatest number would be methodically realized by an entire code of laws and administrative regulations. The religious problem. A complete reorganization of the system of public education and, as part of it, of the system of secondary education, at the cost and under the control of the state. That and nothing less was the demand of educational reformers about 1895. But it was not a demand to arouse party feeling. It was quite otherwise with another problem which concerned elementary education, a problem, moreover not peculiar to England, but a standing source of difficulty to the statesmen of all Western countries. Could the education, even the elementary education with which society judged it necessary to equip its members, be considered complete, if it were not based on a theological foundation? Or, to state the question from a slightly different point of view, was an efficient moral education conceivable without any sanction drawn from traditional religion? How many Europeans, even agnostics, dared return an affirmative answer? In England, very few, indeed so few that the problem in this radical form never arose. In the first place, the primary schools set up under the Act of 1870 were not secular schools in the full sense of the term. They were intended by Parliament to be Christian, though undenominational. Every morning, class was opened by half an hour devoted to religion, prayers, and the reading of a chapter of the Bible. But this religious instruction was given by the schoolmaster himself, and a clause of the Act, the celebrated Cooper Temple Clause, as it was named after the member who had moved it, expressly forbade the catechism or any other distinctive formulary of the Church of England to be taught in a board school. In 1870, the clause had aroused considerable protest, and the vast majority of the objectors were not freethinkers. They were nonconformists who were afraid lest, in spite of every precaution, the Anglican clergy should gain control over the religious instruction given in the state schools. But their fears were gradually allayed. The nonconformists discovered that the undenominational instruction prescribed by the Cooper Temple Clause was precisely that purely biblical Protestant Christianity which was their religion. The Anglican Church, on the other hand, seemed to regard the board schools with as much, or almost as much, disfavor, as if they had been completely agnostic. In England, therefore, the battle over education was not fought, as in France, between Catholics and freethinkers, but between the adherents of the sects and the members of the established church, though, as we shall see, the latter in their struggle against the Protestantism of the sects were supported by the Catholic minority. The Anglicans, however, did not ask for the abolition of the board schools or the provision of a more dogmatic type of religious teaching. To understand the nature of their opposition we must refer once more to the Act of 1870. It had not set up school boards in every locality throughout the country. Its sole object had been to provide for needs hitherto unsupplied, and school boards were to be introduced only where the schools founded by private initiative were insufficient to meet the wants of the population. Long before 1870 the state had made grants to the voluntary schools. It continued to grant them after 1870. The situation about the year 1895 is best described by a formula, seemingly paradoxical, but a paradox only to those who are ignorant of the conditions of our Western world. Two classes of school were competing against each other, state schools favored by the free churches, free schools favored by the state church. We have now to explain the claims and counterclaims of the contending parties. The nonconformists refused to acquiesce in a system by which the board schools, with whose teaching they were on the whole satisfied, were available only for a minority of the children. In 1895, 2,446,000 children attended the voluntary schools, only 1,848,000 attended the board schools, and the vast majority of the voluntary schools were Anglican. And even these figures give too favorable a picture of the nonconformists' position. For if in the large towns and the densely populated manufacturing districts the coexistence of voluntary schools and undenominational board schools sufficed to protect parents against an Anglican monopoly, this was by no means the case in the country parishes. In these there was usually only one school, and that a voluntary school. It was impossible to ask for a school board, for the free school provided ample accommodation. But did it provide the religious and moral teaching the parents desired? These country parishes contained a considerable population of dissenters, people 165. Of modest position, traders, farmers, and artisans, who were delighted to have their place of worship to themselves and thus escape on Sunday the control of the squire and the parson. But they now found themselves obliged to submit to their authority all the week in the school. For the school had been built with the squire's money and taught the parson's catechism. And woe to the Wesleyan or Baptist child who refused to attend the religious lesson. The representatives of the governing class could employ many forms of silent and intangible persecution against people of humble station. To escape this tyranny, the nonconformists demanded a new Education Act which should not be content with providing schools supported by the rates where the voluntary schools did not suffice for the population. They demanded that in every place, without exception, undenominational schools should, as in Scotland, be provided by the public authority for the use of poor children. We may, at first, feel surprised that the Anglicans should have found cause for complaint. 2.5 million children attended the voluntary schools, and of those 2.5 million, almost 2 million attended church schools. This surely was a matter for congratulation 25 years after the statute had been passed which at the time they had contested so bitterly. But there was another side to the picture. In the country they reigned supreme, but what of the large towns? In London 13,000 children attended the board schools, only 224,000 voluntary schools. And if, taking the country as a whole, more children were being educated in the voluntary than in the board schools, how much longer would this be the case? Since 1870, when not a single board school was in existence, the number of children attending the voluntary schools had more than doubled, but during the same period the number of children in the board schools had risen from nothing to almost 2 million. During the past 5 years the number of board school children had increased by 422,000. Whereas the increase in the number of children attending the voluntary schools had been only 185,000.1, it was easy to calculate the date when the board schools would educate more children than the voluntary, if indeed the number of voluntary schools and children attending them did not begin positively to decrease. For the maintenance of their schools placed a heavy financial burden upon the Anglicans. During the period which immediately followed the Statute of 1870, eagerness to compete with the new state schools had stimulated their generosity. But for some time past it had been evident that their funds were no longer sufficient. The Anglicans, therefore, complained that, under the system established by the Act of 1870, the balance was deliberately weighted against their schools. For in every district where there was a school board and their number could be indefinitely increased but could never be diminished, it was the school board which in the first instance decided whether more school accommodation was required, and, if necessary, ordered the erection of a new board school. They further complained that the system by which both classes of schools received grants from the state was unfair, since besides the grant the school boards were in receipt of a school rate levied on the local ratepayers. In this unequal contest the voluntary schools could survive only by making economies in the school buildings and furniture to be condemned by the inspectors of the education department, or by cutting down their teachers' salaries, with the result that they could obtain the services only of inferior teachers, and parents preferred to send their children to the board schools. Sometimes the Anglicans were content to ask that the grants made to their schools should be raised. Since 1871 every school had a right to a minimum grant of 17 shillings and sixpence per child, any additional grant must be earned by a corresponding increase in the revenue derived from other sources. The Anglicans asked that the minimum grant should be raised, or even that no maximum should be fixed. Sometimes they ventured further and asked that no difference should be made between the voluntary and the board schools, and that, equally with the latter, the former should receive assistance from the local rates in addition to the grant received from the central government. 1. 2. If, as we have just seen, both the nonconformists and the Anglicans had their grievances and their claims at the end of 1895, of the two parties the Anglicans were by far the more urgent in pressing their demands. For the Liberal party had just placed the disestablishment of the Welsh Church on its programme, and in consequence the Anglican clergy had played a very active part in canvassing for the Unionists, and when the latter won the election, claimed their reward. Would the new cabinet act prudently in acceding to their request? Or would it on the contrary, imperil a victory, due not to the support of the clergy, but to causes of an entirely different order? The rapid progress of democracy had, indeed, produced an effect on the position of religion in the country which was beginning to attract notice. Before the Reform Bill of 1832, indeed until the Reform Bill of 1867, the number of Englishmen who practiced some definite form of Christianity, Anglicans, Nonconformists, or Catholics, was probably twice or three times the number of the electorate. But since 1867, and still more since 1884, the proportion had been reversed, and the number of voters, the active members of the political community, far exceeded the number of active members of the Christian denominations. Thus the growth of democracy compelled the English, inclined, as they were, to regard themselves as the most religious nation in the world, to take cognizance of a fact which hitherto in their contempt for the lower orders they had deliberately ignored, that English piety after all was no more than a superficial phenomenon, the appurtenance of a select few. The Quaker, George Cadbury, of whose ardent zeal in the cause of international peace we have already had occasion to speak, had undertaken in 1892 a religious census of his native city of Birmingham. His original intention had been to compare the respective activity of the church and the sects. But he had reached conclusions equally disturbing to both. In Birmingham the total accommodation in all places of worship, Anglican and Catholic churches and Nonconformist chapels, sufficed for little more than a quarter of the population. Could it be said that the case of Birmingham was unique? Listen to Hall Caine's description, in a novel which enjoyed an enormous sale, of the spiritual and material destitution of London. Of the 5 millions of people in this vast city, not 1 million cross the threshold of church or chapel. And then remember their condition. 100,000 live in constant want, slowly starving to death every day and hour, and a quarter of the old people of London die as paupers. One Charles Booth, the statistician and philanthropist, would shortly provide a scientific verification of the novelist's picture. It is true, no doubt, that there was little positive hostility to religion among the working classes. They were indifferent to it and content to be represented in Parliament by members of the middle class who paid homage to the traditional beliefs. Nevertheless, this indifference could not fail to cause considerable heart-searchings at a period when the lower classes had obtained political rights. Anglicans and Nonconformists were quarrelling before the eyes of a public uninterested in religion of any kind, and the question arises which of the two parties had more to fear from the irreligion of the masses, combined, as it was, with the growth of democratic institutions. At first sight it might seem that the establishment was in the greater peril. In consequence of the decay of the old aristocracy of landowners and the invasion of its ranks by wealthy men of every class, the governing class was becoming less rural, its members spent more time in London or abroad. The clerical profession was, therefore, ceasing to be an appanage of the landed gentry, a career in which their younger sons, if they had leisured tastes and liked to live in the neighborhood of the family seat, could enhance the moral influence of their cloth by the social influence of their rank. In ever-increasing numbers men of humbler station, members of the middle class, farmers, were sending their sons into the church. Did they hope to see them take their place in this way among the gentry? If this was their ambition, it was doomed to bitter disappointment. A clergyman of humble origin found himself condemned to a life of isolation in his vicarage or rectory. He no longer cared to mix with the class from which he sprang, and at the country houses of the neighborhood he was not received, as a clergyman of the old PE had been received, as a friend and an equal. He was badly paid. A full half of the parochial clergy were obliged to live on a stipend of less than £200, and the position of the curates was far worse. 2 No wonder the supply of candidates for ordination fell off. For the last 10 years the number of ordinations had been steadily declining, and the position would not improve in the succeeding period. One fact, to be sure, eased the difficulty which the Church experienced in obtaining a sufficient number of clergy. But it was by no means consoling, for it was the constant increase in the number of posts which, as a result of the progressive secularization of British institutions, were ceasing to be the monopoly of the Anglican clergy. Thus, while there were fewer candidates to fill vacancies, there were also fewer vacancies to fill. The Anglican clergy were losing their control of the universities. In 1891, if the vast majority of heads of colleges were still clergymen, all the university professors were laymen, and out of the 391 resident fellows, only 150 were in orders. In the sphere of secondary education, law and custom still required that the headmasters of the great public schools should be clergymen of the established church. But it was not the same with the large day schools, and the number of clergy on the staff of the endowed schools was rapidly declining. It had been the custom at first to appoint clergymen inspectors of secondary schools. But by the present rule they must be laymen, and the few surviving clerical inspectors would soon be extinct. And finally, the Great Education Act of 1870 had called into existence an entire new profession, at once secular and intellectual. Perhaps teachers' salaries were still lower than the stipends of the clergy. But teachers had not the same social position to keep up as clergymen. The teacher's wife and himself were not obliged to spend so much on appearances. And, moreover, their salaries were constantly rising under the pressure of a powerful trade union, the National Union of Teachers. 5 The day would come when, their social position rising with their salaries, and the barrier between primary and secondary education broken down, many a good schoolmaster would make quite as good an income as a parish clergyman, and be in as good a position, and would be bringing some of the best possible influences to bear upon all classes of children. Dangerous rivals for the Anglican clergy. It was only natural that the latter should complain that the number of candidates for ordination was declining, and at the same time ordained clergymen were left without employment. It is not surprising that, to save the voluntary schools from the ruin which threatened them, they called upon the state to come to their aid. 3. If, leaving the Church of England, we inquire what dangers threatened nonconformist Pietism from this growth of democracy and secularization of society, it might seem at first sight that the nonconformist bodies had made better provision than the establishment to cope with the situation, and had given proof of a remarkable vitality in the steps they had taken to meet the peril. About the year 1880 the Salvation Army had come into existence. From the historical standpoint it may be regarded as the last of the evangelical sects, but it was intended to be something very different. It arose as a protest against the excessive multiplication of sects in English Protestantism. Why all these rival sects, when all should be united in a common war against infidelity? The Salvation Army was a corps of missionaries whose sole aim was to teach the doctrine of justification by faith in its simplest form, who refused to distinguish between Christians and opened their preaching halls, their forts, to all indiscriminately. Their message was addressed primarily to the poor, to working men and women, and their attitude was a tribute to the socialist feeling just coming to birth. They reproached English Puritanism with its middle-class respectability and a culpable failure to understand that a man of the lower classes was inevitably blinded to religion by the conditions of his lot. His spiritual and bodily welfare could not be separated. To win a sympathetic hearing, you must relieve his bodily needs. The influence of the Salvation Army soon affected the small sect of Friends, the Quakers. Among the free churches, the Quakers constituted an aristocracy, practically speaking hereditary, a little church, silent, almost devoid of dogma or cult, but a church in which their very absence threatened to degenerate into a rigid formalism. The maneuvers of General Booth's army, the blare of his bands and the shouts of his preachers roused the Quakers from their slumber. Wealthy Quaker manufacturers of Birmingham and York, the Cadburys and Rowntrees, felt the selfishness of their secluded piety and were ashamed of the isolation of which their co-religionists were so proud. They determined, like the Salvation Army, to go to the people. Extremely enlightened, and very well informed, their philanthropy, unlike that of the army, was methodical and scientific. But these modern Quakers no longer prided themselves on being a unique body divided from the other sects by a spiritual gulf. They sought the fellowship of all who were inspired by the same zeal as themselves to combat evil in every form. About the same date, the Wesleyans came under the same influence. Like the Quakers, though on very different grounds, they regarded themselves as an aristocracy among the nonconformist sects, the high church of dissent. But by maintaining this aristocratic position did they not condemn themselves to extinction? It was against this aristocracy that so many revolts had taken place, to the left of the parent society, which had resulted in the foundation by the rebels of more democratic Methodist groups. And this aristocracy seemed likely to render the socialist movement a dangerous rival of Christianity among that working class over whom a century earlier the preaching of Wesley and his immediate followers had exercised such a powerful spell. One of the leaders of the Wesleyan body, an organizer and a man of action, rather than a theologian or devotional preacher, Hugh Price Hughes, put himself at the head of what was known as the Forward Movement. The movement sought to reform the traditional organization of the society. Its founders had laid down a general rule that no Wesleyan minister might remain more than 3 years in the same place. Their object in making the rule was to prevent him becoming the moral slave of his flock, and ensure that he always retained the spirit of the missionary and the loyal servant of the Wesleyan hierarchy. But experience had proved that this continual change of place tended to diminish a minister's interest in his work and make him an official, rather than the missionary the rule had been intended to produce. Hugh Price. Hughes and his friends were successful in obtaining the establishment in the working-class districts of the large towns of Wesleyan missions where the ministers in charge were encouraged to gain a personal influence over the people by the prospect of remaining indefinitely at their post, if the authorities of the sect thought it advisable. Like the Salvation Army and the Quakers, the Wesleyans also went to the people. As in the case of the Salvation Army and the Quakers, this zeal for social work brought them into cooperation with the other sects. Hitherto the Wesleyans had scrupulously kept aloof from their fellow nonconformists and had made it clear that in several respects they were closer akin to the Church. Congregationalists and Baptists might be content that their children should receive the undenominational instruction given by the school boards. A section, at least, of the Wesleyans desired a more dogmatic form of religious education and pointed with pride to the special schools which they maintained, like the Anglicans and Roman Catholics. At the annual conference, the adherents of the Forward Movement fought this exclusive attitude. 2 They made friendly advances to the other Methodist sects who had seceded from the Wesleyan body 50 or more than 50 years earlier, and began to raise the question of reunion. They made similar advances to the older sects and sought to effect in cooperation with them a federation of the free churches on the broad basis of evangelical Christianity. Between 1881 and 1884 in the Midlands, at Worcester and Stafford, the first local councils had been formed at which members of the different free churches met for friendly conference. But the movement did not become national and permanent until the Wesleyans in 1891, and George Cadbury and his friends in 1893 gave it their support. From 1892 a Congress of the Free Churches was held annually, and at Nottingham in 1893 the National Council of the Evangelical Free Churches took definite shape. Henceforward the Nonconformists could oppose to the Anglican Church Congress the Congress of their own federation. They reviewed their numbers and dared to claim that their membership was larger than that of the establishment. The 6 leading nonconformist denominations provided accommodation in their places of worship for 7,610,003, the Church of England only for 6,718,288, and there were 1,807,023 nonconformist communicants as against 1,778,351 Anglican. 3,103,285 children attended the nonconformist Sunday schools, only 2,329,813 the Anglican. And the superiority became greater still, if, as was only natural in those days of imperialism and world politics, to the nonconformists of the United Kingdom were added the members of the same denominations in the colonies and in the United States. A few years later the nonconformists claimed over 21 million communicant members in the British Empire and the States, as against 3,500,000 Anglican communicants registered. 4. These facts were disturbing for the Anglicans and encouraging for the dissenters on the morrow of the defeat which the latter, in common with the Liberals, had sustained at the polls. But they must be squared with another fact, the universal impression at the same period that all was not well with nonconformity, the impression conveyed by the current phrase, the decline of dissent. It was in vain that the nonconformist authorities brought forward an array of proofs that dissent was making headway, they did little to shake the prevailing belief that, if other aspects of the situation were taken into account, it was on the whole more favorable to the Anglicans than to the nonconformists. In the first place, that administrative secularization of which we were just now speaking, and from which the establishment was naturally the first to suffer, was accompanied by a moral secularization, difficult to define precisely, but nevertheless as evident as the former, and more dangerous to the sex than to the Church. As a result of the increasing indifference to religion of the general public, the social position of the nonconformists was improving every year, and this indifference and tolerance endangered the old Puritan tradition of dissent. How much easier it had been for the nonconformists, those Stoics of Christianity, to protest against the lax morality of the upper classes, when a rigid social barrier excluded them from their amusements. Now, a conscience clause admitted their children to all the elementary schools in receipt of grants from the Education Department, and to all the endowed schools, and they could even enter the universities, once the citadels of Anglicanism. No one took offense at a nonconformist member of the cabinet. Indeed, the leading figure in the present Unionist ministry, Chamberlain, was a Unitarian. But these Puritans, softened by the easy-going morality of the New World to which they had been admitted, were becoming ashamed of the rigid code of their sex, played cards, attended races, no longer refused to go to the theatre. In the war which for 2 centuries had been waged between the Puritans and the drama, the advantage once more lay with the latter. Every year more theatres and music halls sprang up in London and in the provincial towns, and England once more produced dramatists. The spirit most powerful at present was the spirit neither of traditional Protestantism nor of traditional Catholicism. It was the pagan spirit, the spirit of the Renaissance. It would shortly unfold its full strength and display an intense earnestness, hardly comprehensible to nations which have not passed through a century of evangelical Protestantism. The 19th century had not run its course before everyone was vaguely aware that a new spirit was abroad. When the faith of the laity decays, yet leaves behind it among large numbers what we may call the need of faith, the more sacerdotal varieties of religion prosper to the detriment of those in which the layman plays a larger part and which, to use Luther's formula, invite every adherent to regard himself as a priest. It was, therefore, to be expected that the Church of England should gain ground at the expense of the sex, and that, within the Anglican Church, the High Church party should prevail over the evangelicals, who had hitherto been the dominant party in a church which had caught the infection of Wesleyan enthusiasm. The Anglican clergyman who saw with apprehension the lower classes, now placed by the vote in the possession of political power, escaping from the influence of religion and asked himself what he could do to win their confidence, was driven to the conclusion that, since the emotional methods of nonconformity were not at his disposal, he must fall back upon the attractions of Catholicism, the scent of incense, splendid ritual, veneration of Mary and the saints. The clergyman of humble origin who recognized that the country folk did not regard him with the respect they felt for the parson, when he was a member of the upper classes, found in his situation every inducement, coming, as he did, from theological colleges where his training had been more clerical than the education received at Oxford and Cambridge by parsons of the older generation, to emphasize the sacramental and sacerdotal nature of his office. The layman whose Protestant convictions had weakened lent a willing ear to the new teaching. Since I need a religion, give me one in which the priests relieve me from the effort of thinking for myself. Since I need a religion, give me one whose ceremonial pleases my ears and eyes. Nor is it so certain that the movement among the nonconformists which had brought about the federation of all the free churches was after all a symptom of vigorous life. At an earlier period the Wesleyan revival had given birth to a swarm of new sects, and during the first half of the 19th century this multiplication of sects had been the form naturally assumed by Anglo-Saxon Protestantism, as it developed. Was not the present movement towards reunion, however its leaders attempted to give it the appearance of a revival, a symptom, on the contrary, of failing vitality too. And those statistics which, as we have just seen, the nonconformists produced so triumphantly against their opponents, were they not after all deceptive? No doubt the number of nonconformists was very great, but were they increasing very rapidly? And if their numbers were still growing, did the growth keep pace with the increase of the population? This at any rate is certain, the sects about this time awoke to the fact that in their mutual competition they had saddled themselves with a heavy burden of debt by building too many chapels. When they proceeded to consider how best to remedy what amounted to a crisis of overproduction, they decided to adapt the supply to the demand by forming, if not a trust, at least a cartel. They were thus led to emphasize ideas which a more thoroughgoing Protestantism had hitherto discouraged. The very title Free Churches which they assumed at this time was significant, and Hugh Price Hughes accurately presented the attitude which underlay the new movement when he wrote, "We must be positive and constructive." In our own time we are known mainly by three names: Protestant, Nonconformist, Dissenter. We are proud of all three. But they are all negative. We now agree to say in the first place that we are churchmen. The unit of this movement is not the individual Christian but the Church. The new tendon. Size thus represented in many respects the reversal of what Edward Miall, half a century before, had proudly termed the dissidence of dissent and the Protestantism of the Protestant religion. The Protestant emphasis on independence and individuality was yielding to the Catholic emphasis on unity and organization. 5. Is this all that can be said? If we regard the situation from a purely intellectual rather than from a sociological standpoint, and consider the problems with which contemporary thinkers were concerned, we shall possibly conclude that not only England, but the entire West was subject at this time to a reaction, which extended to every province of life and thought, against the spirit of the dying century. In its most obvious aspect it was a reaction against the intellectual simplification, which had reached its climax about the middle of the century when all the problems of science and philosophy had, it was believed, found a simple and definitive solution. Upon the principle of the conservation of energy, or to use the more indefinite terminology of the current materialism, the conservation of force, an entire cosmogony had been erected, of which Herbert Spencer's synthetic philosophy was the most thoroughgoing statement. Spencer, now an old man, but an indefatigable worker to the last, was still engaged in adding the final stories to his philosophic edifice. But the positive sciences had already raised new problems with which this crude realism was unable to deal. The electric theory, Balfour pointed out to a scientific audience at Cambridge, analyses matter into something which is not matter at all. Matter is not merely explained, it is explained away. In short, where the science of 1860 had seen things, or rather one single thing always identical with itself, a more modern and more cautious science was content to see only representations, conceptual relations, which afforded no ground for positing a single material substance underlying them. What metaphysical system should be based on this new physics? Two lines of thought lay open to the choice of the English-speaking philosopher. It might be said that the mind, to make the universe intelligible to itself, had the right to frame any hypothesis it pleased, whose only truth was the degree in which the hypothesis in question made it possible to foretell the succession of phenomena. In a science thus conceived, every statement would possess only a fragmentary and provisional truth and be liable to constant revision. It was a positivism less dogmatic than Comte's, an empiricism more subtle than Mill's. This was the new philosophy, Anglo-Saxon, if not English, shortly to be christened pragmatism. Or it might be maintained that between the different diagrams of the universe to which the man of science successively resorts, a real order, a hierarchy, exists, that this order, this hierarchy is the universe itself, and its determination is the province of philosophy. This was the position represented by the Hegelian idealism of Oxford. And as the Hegelian philosophy of the state satisfied those social needs of which we have already spoken, so the Hegelian philosophy of nature promised, when it had been cleared of mistakes and brought up to date, to satisfy the demands of the understanding better than the scientific monism of 1860 had done. And the philosophy of the state and the philosophy of nature together culminated in a philosophy of the spirit, a religious metaphysic. We must not, however, forget that this reaction against the intellectual simplification of the last generation, a reaction which favored a revival of the Christian idealism, was accompanied by a victorious attack upon another simplification, the simple Christianity, which consisted in the uncritical acceptance of the truth of the Bible and half a century earlier had satisfied the British mind. In a Bible, divinely inspired from the first word to the last, everyone whose heart was pure could find the entire truth of religion. That was the belief, undisturbed by intellectual or ethical misgivings, held by the large number of wealthy middle-class Englishmen of whom John Halifax, gentleman, is an idealized but faithful portrait. It was the creed of the heroes of Bible Christianity, brave missionaries, or devout soldiers, Livingstone's creed and Gordon's. Voltaire's sarcasms, even when in France they seemed to have shaken forever the traditional beliefs, had but shocked Englishmen and confirmed them in their faith. But now the work of a host of German critics, patient scholars, reverent even in their doubts, and still claiming to be called Christians, had buttressed the destructive criticism of the 18th century Frenchman. As each generation of critics improved upon the theories of its predecessor, the student was driven to ask what in either testament was left standing. And, since this criticism was the work of Protestant professors, the infection spread by a multitude of channels to the English theologians. But for the devout Protestant, what an agony of soul! He based his religion exclusively on the Bible, and now the Bible was failing him. Indeed, the most unorthodox theories of German criticism were now being exceeded by the even more daring theories of British critics. To study the problem of Christian origins, the latter had made use of the data which the vast empire of Great Britain placed at their disposal, embracing as it did, a host of peoples at every stage of civilization. They had sought to give a scientific account of those primitive beliefs which preceded the great revealed religions, that natural religion which the philosophers of the 18th century had formulated too crudely. Tyler had inaugurated the study of comparative religion at Oxford in 1871 by his book on primitive civilization, and the first volume of Herbert Spencer's Principles of Sociology, published 5 years later, had familiarized the public with Tyler's animist view of religion. In the course of the following decade, Tyler's theory had been rendered obsolete by the sensational discoveries of W. Robertson Smith and James Fraser. Robertson Smith studied the Semitic peoples, the Jews in particular, Fraser the classical mythology of Greece and Rome, which he sought to explain by parallels taken from the religion of savage peoples in every quarter of the globe, America, Africa, Australia, and Asia. Both discovered a stock of ideas, the common possession, it seemed, of primitive man throughout the world. In their opinion, these beliefs threw new light on the Christian doctrine of sacrifice. In its original significance, sacrifice had not been an offering made by man to his God to win the divine favor. It had been a feast, shared in common with the deity, at which the god himself often was the food. Thus the essence of the sacrifice was the absorption and incorporation of the divine substance into the worshipper's living body. From these premises they concluded that the supper of the New Testament was merely a survival of the antiquated metaphysic, or to speak more accurately, of the antiquated science and medicine of savages. When in 1877 Tyler reviewed the first volume of Herbert Spencer's Principles of Sociology, he drew the attention of the public to the revolutionary character of the new theory. It must be admitted that, even 20 years later, only a very small number, even of believers, were seriously disturbed by these disquieting studies. For their publication had been contemporary with the revival of metaphysical idealism, which is hardly conceivable without a corresponding reawakening of the need for religion. But since the historic foundations of Christianity seemed to have been undermined, that need sought satisfaction in strange directions, off the beaten path. Some were led by a study of the phenomena of hypnotism and telepathy, or even by their investigation of that tenuous matter, the subtle radiations which were the subject of the electromagnetic theory, to entertain daring hypotheses, and savants of recognized authority, Crookes, Tate, and Sir Oliver Lodge, came to regard spiritualism as something between a branch of experimental science and a religion. Other civil servants, soldiers, ordinary travelers had visited India and fallen under the spell of the occult wisdom of the East. A Russian adventuress, convicted, moreover, of imposture, had converted Annie Besant, and Mrs. Besant, breaking with Bradlaugh and abandoning her atheistic propaganda, attempted by means of the recently founded Theosophical Society to infuse new life into Brahmanism in the hope that this rejuvenated Brahmanism might in turn regenerate the entire world. But if these eccentric movements were characteristic of the period which gave them birth, they were confined to narrow coteries. The vast majority of those who felt acutely the need of a religious faith continued to look to the old religion in which their parents and themselves had been educated. We are thus brought back to the question, which of the two forms of Christianity which prevailed in England, the nonconformity of the sects and Anglicanism, was the more in harmony with the spirit of the age as we have just described it? 6. We cannot hesitate as to the answer. It was not nonconformity. When the theories of German biblical criticism penetrated into the centers of nonconformist theology and they could not be kept out, even the orthodoxy of the Wesleyans was shaken, the consequences could not fail to be disastrous. For among the nonconformists the evangelical creed, the literal acceptance of the Bible, had been universally taught in its most uncompromising form. Dissenters therefore, when once the infallibility of Scripture had been abandoned, were confronted by the difficulty which faced the Protestant conscience in its most acute form. True, an intellectual basis for the Protestant religion was devised, a new theology, also of German origin, which centered entirely on the person of Christ. Granted that the four Gospels were no more than history books, the work of writers who were ignorant and credulous, fanatical partisans, the application of modern scientific methods had removed this vast mass of ignorance, credulity, and prejudice and revealed in its original beauty the authentic portrait of Jesus Christ. If Jesus was indeed divine, what was to be feared from approaching him directly, instead of through the medium of a fallible book? But were the masses capable of understanding this purified Christianity, reduced so to speak to one single tenet? The believer was obliged to choose between two methods of approaching Christ. He could read the Bible. But to read the Bible in the light of Protestant higher criticism was beyond the capacity of the ordinary man. He could accept the interpretation of a clerical body. In that case the churches provided with a priesthood had the advantage over the churches of private judgment. The Church of Rome reserved to her priests the duty of knowing and explaining the Scriptures. And the Anglican Church, though less uncompromisingly sacerdotal, nevertheless refused to put the Bible into the hands of children unaccompanied by a catechism to safeguard the ignorant reader against extravagance or incredulity. Nor was this all. However paradoxical it may appear, the conclusions of Robertson Smith and Fraser did not seem irreconcilable with the demands of a Christian apologetic which had deliberately abandoned the position of evangelical Protestantism. Christian faith might be imperiled by the discovery that the doctrine of the real presence of God in the bread and wine of the Eucharist represented a survival of primitive religion. But, at any rate, it had proved that the doctrine was not an excrescence on the body of Christian doctrine, for which the Catholic Church was responsible. On the contrary, it was Catholicism, not the iconoclastic rigorism of a Calvin or the ethical deism of a Rousseau, which by its insistence on the dogma of the real presence had fulfilled the instinctive expectations of mankind. In short, the conclusions of Robertson Smith and Fraser favored a revival of Catholic sacramentalism at the expense of evangelical Protestantism. Fraser's work had scarcely appeared before the Anglo-Catholic theologians of the High Church party combined its theories with the Hegelian philosophy which was current at Oxford, and seemed likely to provide Anglican theologians with the metaphysical basis which the contemporary revival of Thomism was providing for the theologians of the Catholic Church. But if the situation was so favorable to the sacramental varieties of Christianity, why be content with the Anglican Church or, in that Church, with the party which admittedly imitated Catholic practices? Why not go directly to Roman Catholicism? After the storms which had marked the early days of her revival, the Catholic Church in England was becoming a firmly established institution. At Westminster, Manning's place had been taken by Cardinal Vaughan, a man of estimable character and narrow sympathies. He, it was, who laid the foundation stone of the cathedral which English Catholics were preparing to build, as though in defiance, within a mile of the old Anglican abbey. It was a striking mark of the increased power of the Catholic Church in England, a power shown by the number of conversions she made. 800 or 1,000 a month, this was the rate of progress. Who were these new converts? Clergymen, noblemen, and gentlemen, women of the world, literary, artistic, and theatrical circles also provided their quota. Queer subjects, one might think. But Catholicism has always made provision for people of this kind, and her attraction was felt not least by those among the Jesuits of the day whose lives had been most checkered. 4. There are many rooms in the spacious mansion of Rome, and one in particular, somewhat retired and comfortably furnished, for artists who have learned that penitence is a pleasure, and a pleasure whose intensity is in proportion to the depth of their falls. On the other hand, the influence of the Catholic Church on the masses was very slight. Nor was she more successful with the middle classes. We must, moreover, inquire whether the conversions were not balanced by the defections. 1 For one St. George Mivart or Tyrrell, whose official excommunication made a stir, how many withdrew in silence from the authority of the Church of Rome? But the converts came from circles which attract public attention. The conversion of a son of the primate, the brilliant writer, Robert Hugh Benson, caused a sensation, and it was natural that the establishment should take alarm. Her apprehensions increased when in 1894 the High Church party conceived the ambitious design of effecting a corporate reunion between the Catholic and Anglican churches, which would amount to the absorption of the Church of England by the Church of Rome. A plot was hatched between Lord Halifax, the High Church leader, and two French theologians. An attempt was made to prove that Anglican ordinations were sacramentally valid. Then steps were taken at Rome to persuade Leo XIII to seal that opinion with his approval, and by this action admit that the Anglican clergy possessed the same orders as the Catholic. Leo XIII loved new ideas. He loved the Anglo-Saxon world. For a moment he was attracted by the suggestion, and short-sighted Anglo-Catholics could indulge the belief that the day was at hand when the Anglican Church would cease to be a separate body. Naturally, the scheme came to nothing. It horrified Cardinal Vaughan. Was Rome about to inform him that all those Anglican clergymen, whom he had regarded as Protestant ministers, had been all the while, though neither he nor they had suspected it, priests like his own clergy? It horrified the Archbishop of Canterbury, the spiritual head of the established church, Papa Altierius Orbis. The Curia discovered in time that it had been deceived as to the situation by Lord Halifax and the French theologians. A papal bull was issued, positively deciding against Anglican orders, and for some time, as a result of this ill-conceived attempt, the Anglo-Catholic wing of the High Church party was under a cloud. A member of the lower middle class in London, Kensett by name, the secretary of a society for religious propaganda, emerged from his obscurity and declared war on ritualism. He went from church to church, protesting in loud tones and stirring up brawls wherever he was informed of the illegal introduction of some ceremonial novelty, tainted with Romish idolatry. Even members of the episcopate were not secured by their rank from these noisy demonstrations. People were shocked by his methods, but he succeeded in arousing public opinion. Sir William Harcourt, the aged and active leader of the Liberal Party, conducted in the press and in Parliament a campaign against what he termed lawlessness in the national church *, then the bishops, of whom the great majority were moderate evangelicals *, reluctantly took up the matter. It could not be denied that in strict law the protests were justified and that in ever-increasing numbers the churches of the establishment were departing from its primitive form of worship. 1 The Lambeth Opinion, a judgment delivered by the two archbishops, forbade certain ceremonies, in particular, the use of incense. But what disciplinary powers did the archbishops possess to enforce their decision? And even had they been disposed to take action, how could they have overcome the general indifference? The public, profoundly uninterested in questions of ritual, received with annoyance these protests against what it regarded as harmless and, on the whole, picturesque ceremonies. Kensett, who had addressed a public meeting at Liverpool, was killed, as he left the hall, by a blow delivered by some fanatic with an iron bar. No one has ever suggested the erection of a monument to this martyr of the Protestant faith. The position of the Catholic Church had improved. Within the Anglican Church, the position of the High Church had improved to the detriment of the Low Church, and the position of the Degree Anglican Church had improved to the detriment of the nonconformist sects. We may deny that these phenomena represented a genuine and profound religious revival. For the great ages of religion are the ages of heresy, and this revival of the more ecclesiastical types of Christianity was possibly due to the decline of the Christian faith. But this does not alter the fact that within these limits they were genuine, and that in consequence the situation was calculated to encourage the Church of England, as she entered upon her campaign to secure legislation more favourable to her educational interests. And her immediate prospects were further improved by the support of the Catholics. For they also maintained voluntary schools and were even more determined than the Anglicans to preserve their denominational character. It was for the sake of their schools, that the Irish Catholics, after compromising the Liberals on the question of Home Rule, betrayed them on the morrow of the election and made terms with the Conservatives on the question of education. Thus circumstances obliged and encouraged the Unionists to adopt in this sphere a clerical policy. 2. The Education Act of 1902. I agree. The problem which in 1895 faced the victorious party was to satisfy both the educational reformers and the Church of England. Under the existing conditions, the problem could be solved along the lines of Lord Beaconsfield's policy, and Bismarck's policy in Prussia. The educational system must be reformed, but the reform must be conservative and must respect the religious traditions of the country. 7 years later the Unionists would frame and carry the requisite legislation. But we are amazed by the contrast between the magnitude of the achievement and the character of the statesmen whose position in the new cabinet made them responsible for carrying it through. They were two, a more ill-assorted couple it would be difficult to conceive. The President of the Privy Council, who, as ex officio chairman of the Education Committee of the Council, occupied the position of a Minister of Education, was the Duke of Devonshire. He was head of the Cavendish family, one of those noble families, traditionally attached to the Liberal Party, which had seized upon the pretext afforded by the Home Rule crisis to break with Gladstone and join the Conservative Party, as revived under the title of Unionist. He was the nominal leader of that group of Liberal Unionists whose policy was dictated by Chamberlain. As leader of his group and a member of the cabinet, he continued the tradition of those halcyon days of aristocratic liberalism when the manufacturing and commercial middle class required nothing more from its rulers than a policy of laissez-faire. He was a past master in the art of laying foundation stones, opening public meetings and delivering, with befitting dignity, speeches written for him on subjects of which he was ignorant. True, we have seen him play an active part in promoting an understanding with Germany, but it was no doubt his German wife who took the initiative in the matter. Melancholy and solemn, he presided over her diplomatic intrigues, as he presided over her social receptions. He was known to cherish only one strong passion, that for his stud of race horses. The Vice President of the Education Committee of the Privy Council, whose duty it was to defend the educational policy of the government in the House of Commons, while the Duke of Devonshire defended it in the Lords, was a man of very different calibre. Sir John Gorst had been a member 15 years earlier of that little Fourth Party, whose audacities had done so much to rouse the old Conservative leaders from their slumbers and revive the party by making it democratic. 4 men had made up the entire Fourth Party. What had happened to them since? Sir Henry Drummond Wolff had vanished into the diplomatic service, Lord Randolph Churchill had died a failure, Balfour, respectable and universally respected, was the second in command of the Conservative Party. And Sir John Gorst had been given this subordinate position in the cabinet in 1895. Might he not increase its importance by inaugurating that educational policy, at once reforming and traditional, whose principle we have just stated and which was entirely in the spirit of the Fourth Party? This was exactly what he did. Unfortunately, he retained too much of the insubordination which had distinguished the little group with whom he had begun his public life. He assumed towards his colleagues the attitude of an independent statesman, almost of a rebel. He soon found the Duke of Devonshire's somnolent dignity as intolerable, as the Duke found his own headstrong cynicism. He took pleasure in shocking his fellow Conservatives by the most inopportune speeches. To jog them up, he would explain. He certainly amused the opposition without gaining their confidence. Nor 190. Did he gain the confidence of the ministerialists, and he certainly did not amuse them. These were the 2 men who out of the entire cabinet were specially responsible for taking the necessary steps to satisfy the demands of public opinion in the matter of education. Those demands were urgent. The Royal Commission which the previous government had appointed to advise upon the best way to set up a well-organized system of secondary education in England reported in August. The report recommended a complete and systematic reorganization of the government departments and local authorities. On the other hand, 4 months had not elapsed since the general election when a deputation of the Anglican clergy, headed by the Primate, waited on the Prime Minister and the Duke of Devonshire to demand for the voluntary schools relief from the heavy burden imposed on them by the competition of the board schools. The Cabinet was not slow to act. It ordered the officials of the Education Department to draw up a single bill which should contain provisions satisfying the demands of both parties. The bill, introduced into the House of Commons on March 31, 1896, constituted each county council the supreme educational authority within its area. The council must appoint for that purpose an education committee, the numbers and qualification of whose members were left by the bill to the choice of the council. The only stipulation laid down was that the majority of the committee must be members of the council. The council, acting through the education committee, was empowered to promote secondary education by making grants to institutions already in existence and founding new ones wherever in its opinion they were needed. The committee was entrusted with the distribution of the grants made by the government to the free, as well as to the board schools, and in areas where no school board existed to see that the law which rendered attendance at school compulsory was carried out. Not only was the limit of 17 shillings and sixpence abolished, but an additional grant of 4 shillings a child was placed at the disposal of the Education Committee to assist voluntary schools and necessitous board schools. Educational institutions were exempted from rates. Finally, 2 provisions were introduced to give satisfaction to 2 different sections of public opinion. The extension to 12 of the age of compulsory attendance at school would please the radicals. And the Catholics and Anglicans, for whose special benefit the clause was inserted, and even the nonconformists would, it was hoped, be satisfied by the provision that, both in the board schools and in the voluntary schools, if they objected to the instruction demanded by the majority of parents, their children might, in certain specified cases, receive separate religious instruction in the school buildings. The bill failed. Obviously it was a clumsy makeshift. Its object was to replace the religious compromise established in 1870 by a compromise more favorable to the Anglican Church. It set up new local authorities which would not only possess a jurisdiction over elementary education, parallel to that of the school boards, but would tend to encroach on the jurisdiction of the latter. On the other hand, since the school boards were not touched, the proposed legislation, far from remedying the existing muddle, would make it worse by the further friction which must result from the creation of an additional authority. What was the explanation of this bungling? The fact, that however intimate the coalition between the old conservatives and the liberal unionists, it was not a fusion, and that among the latter, Chamberlain's word was law. But Chamberlain, who was no Anglican, in the days of his youthful radicalism had played an active part in securing the Statute of 1870. Indeed, if he could have had his way entirely, no religious instruction would have been given in the new schools. Moreover, the Birmingham School Board prided itself on the work it had accomplished during the previous 25 years, and there can be no doubt that Chamberlain still shared the devotion to the school board, professed by the liberals of the opposition. Hence the timidity which marked the bill. Further difficulties arose when the large towns which possessed no county council expressed their determination not to recognize the authority of the education committees of the councils in whose area they were situated, and demanded education committees of their own. Then the Unionist cabinet retreated, abandoned for the time the attempt to reorganize the educational system and returned to the policy of the dole. An Act of 192. The Education Act of I-902. 1897. Made an additional grant to the voluntary schools of 5 shillings, instead of the 4 shillings fixed by the Bill of 1896. The voluntary schools were not even obliged to purchase this grant by accepting the control of the county councils. Its distribution was entrusted by the Act to associations of the voluntary schools which, of course, would be purely denominational. The radicals protested, but finally gave way, and were content with securing an act which by way of compensation provided for grants to poor board schools. The cabinet estimated that it had made a present of £616,500 to the free schools, and £154,000 to the board schools. Just then the great struggle broke out within the Anglican Church between the ritualists and the Protestants, and the position of the Church seemed in consequence to have been temporarily weakened. The passage of a Benefices Bill, which sought to check the abuses of lay patronage by increasing the powers of the bishops, provoked lively protests from the Liberal, or rather from the Protestant, members of the House. Conservative seats were lost or endangered in several by-elections, and these reverses were attributed to the defection of a number of nonconformists who had voted for the government in 1895. It was not a propitious juncture for the Anglicans to put forward any further demands. Moreover, the Church of England had won a decided success in the Statute of 1897. For some time the cabinet was not disturbed by Anglican claims, and Sir John Gorst, after provoking a scene in the House by a speech in which he enlarged on the inefficiency and deterioration of the voluntary schools, turned his attention to other problems with which his department was equally concerned. 2. An alteration was made in the system under which the grants were allotted to the schools. They were no longer to be determined by the marks obtained by each pupil in the final examination, an excessively mechanical arrangement whose effects on education competent judges unanimously condemned. A system of pensions was introduced for superannuated teachers in the elementary schools. In 1899, the school boards were authorized to establish special schools for defective children. A bill introduced by a private member, to which Sir John Gorst, acting independently of his colleagues, gave a hearty support which ensured its passage, extended the age of compulsory attendance at school to 12, no exceptions being admitted *, and the following year a further statute permitted the age for leaving school to be raised to 14 registered by an act passed in 1898. The University of London became at last a teaching body in the full sense of the term, a federation of all the institutions for higher education which during the past century had sprung up at random in the metropolis. Among these institutions was the Fabian School of Economics. Sidney Webb, who took an active part in drawing up the Bill of 1898, found himself in regular communication with the Education Department, a collaboration from which the cause of national education could not fail to benefit. And, if for the moment Gorst avoided the question of religious instruction in the schools, he never ceased to interest himself in the other aspect of the education question, the reorganization of the department and the establishment of a system of secondary education. He did not, however, repeat the mistake of 1896. He had learned how many difficulties stood in the way of any reorganization of the local authorities. The Science and Arts Department was content to urge these authorities to combine and come to an agreement among themselves, so as to avoid overlapping in the allocation of grants by the department. But the local bodies showed little readiness to respond to the appeal, and in the large towns an unrelenting war was waged between the Technical Instruction Committee of the County Council and the local school board. The government began by reorganizing the central departments. At the end of 1898, the Duke of Devonshire introduced in the House of Lords 2 bills to give effect to recommendations of the Commission on Secondary Education. The first united the Education Department and the Science and Art Department in a single department to be placed under the control of a responsible minister. For the Science and Art Department had been too long a sort of imperium in imperio with no clearly defined functions, and its mismanagement had just been condemned after an inquiry by a committee of the Commons. Moreover, the bill, while refraining from interference with the educational activities of the charity commissioners, provided for regular cooperation between the Education Department and the Charity Commission. The second bill, though it did not establish the Advisory Council for Public Education for which the Royal Commission had asked, set up a council, entrusted with the more restricted function of compiling an official register of teachers, and thus bestowing upon them the professional status lacking under the old system of free competition and private initiative. The introduction of these two bills at the close of the session was a mere formality. A few months later, a single measure which combined the two bills of 1898 was introduced in the Lords by the Duke of Devonshire and passed both houses before the session of 1899 closed. The statute was the first step towards the unification of the government departments which controlled education. Although, instead of appointing a Secretary of State with a salary of £5,000, the government was content to set up a Board of Education, similar to the Board of Agriculture, whose chief would receive a salary of only £2,000. The president of the new board was nevertheless for all intents and purposes a Minister of National Education, and both the Education Department and the Science and Arts Department were placed under his authority. If the endowed schools remained under the independent jurisdiction of the Charity Commission, provisions, more definite than those contained in the bill of the previous autumn, ensured the gradual transference to the Education Department of the Commissioner's educational functions. And the compilation of a register of elementary and secondary teachers was not, as before, entrusted to the uncontrolled discretion of an advisory council, formed for that special purpose, but to the Board of Education itself, assisted by the Council. All this amounted to a considerable measure of reform. But the problem of secondary education remained unsettled. How could it be settled unless the unification of the central departments was followed by the unification of the local authorities? And how could the obstacles be overcome which ever since 1895 had made the latter reform impossible? If the school boards were spared, the government would lose the support of the Anglicans, who wished to destroy them for reasons wholly unconnected with secondary education, and, while it was plainly out of the question to unify the local administration of the Education Acts on the basis of the school boards, it seemed equally impossible to attempt any unification so long as they remained in existence. Should they then abolish the school boards? Every dissenter and every radical in England would be up in arms. Should they at least restrict their powers? Gorst had, it would seem, attempted for several months, in fact until the end of 1899, to solve the problem by friendly agreement between the school boards on the one hand, and the county councils on the other. T. Was it the obduracy of the school boards which made him lose heart? Or did the pressure brought to bear on the government departments by the educational reformers, or possibly by the Anglicans, finally prove too strong? This at any rate is certain. From the beginning of 1900 we find the Board of Education the avowed supporter of the county councils and the open enemy of the school boards. In February 1899, it was decided that the classes organized by the school boards had no right to grants from the Science and Art Department. The grants were to be confined to those local bodies who came under the terms of the Act of 1899 on technical education, in other words the county councils. In May, a private establishment in the north of London took legal action to put an end to the competition of certain schools which had been set up by the school board, free schools at which the pupils were even supplied with pencils, paper, and all other requisites for writing and drawing. The plaintiff denied that it was legal under the Act of 1890 to maintain out of the rates any school at which the education given was above the elementary standard. The case had been brought at the instigation of a committee lately formed to combat the school boards. Its chairman was Lord Robert Cecil, the youngest son of Lord Salisbury, and one of the HH of the High Church party. Among the more prominent members was another Cecil Evelyn Cecil, who had been quite recently the leader of the moderate opposition on the London School Board. On June 8 an auditor of the local government board called Cockerton, before whom the case was argued, decided in the plaintiff's favour. Thus, by the beginning of the summer of 1899, the right of the school boards to receive government grants or employ the rates for the maintenance of schools, not in the strictest sense elementary, had been very seriously contested. In February, there had been a departmental decision adverse to the school boards. In June the government stood entirely aside and left the London School Board to fight its own battle before the auditor Cockerton. A month later, the Cabinet introduced in the Commons a new bill for the promotion of secondary education. It provided that henceforward it should be obligatory, not, as in the past, optional, to devote the whiskey money to the maintenance of schools. And the county councils were empowered to levy for educational purposes a maximum rate of 2d, instead of the 1d prescribed by the Act of 1889. Both grants and rates might be applied by the councils to the support, not only of technical, but of secondary education generally. Parliament could not pass before the recess a measure introduced in July. Nevertheless, the bill was a significant manifesto. The Board of Education proclaimed its intention to make use of the county councils, not the school boards, to organize secondary education. In fact, from now onwards, in the official publications issued by the board, the technical education given by the county councils is termed secondary education. 1 and, on the other hand, a departmental decision forbade the school boards to admit to their evening classes pupils above 16 years of age. After Cockerton's adverse decision, the London School Board, well aware that it would be exposed in future to the attacks of the Board of Education, decided to seek the protection of the courts. It appealed against the Cockerton decision. But the appeal failed, and on December 20, 1900, the Court of Queen's Bench confirmed the decision. And when the school board appealed once more, the Court of Appeal confirmed on May 1, 1901, the judgment of the lower court. The board did not carry the matter to the final Court of Appeal, the House of Lords. It had recognized at last that it had no case. The letter of the Act of 1870 was opposed to its claims. Nor could it supply for the silence of the statute by appealing to the intention of the legislator. There could be no doubt that Parliament in 1870 had contemplated only elementary education. The school board could plead nothing more than the long-continued connivance of the public authorities. But, if that Connivance made it difficult to close offhand all the educational institutions illegally maintained by the London School Board and by many school boards in the provinces. It was not a legal argument in their favour, and further legislation was imperative to regularise or alter a situation de facto illegal. The reforming activity of the Board of Education was made easier by the intervention at this juncture of the Fabians. 3. In January 1901, one of those tracts was published, the 106th of the series, which constituted their habitual method of propaganda. The anonymous writer, after describing and criticizing the muddle which had arisen and pointing out that, after the Cockerton judgment, it was impossible to go on drifting, proceeded to inquire what system should be substituted for the existing system, or rather want of system. The principle which must be established was that there ought to be, in each district of convenient size, one public educational authority, and one only, responsible for providing and controlling all the education maintained in the district out of public funds, whether it be literary, scientific, commercial, artistic, or technological in type, whether it be, for any of these types, primary, secondary, or university in rank. What then should it be? The school board. In that case it would be necessary to extend the system to that third of the kingdom which neither possessed nor wished to possess school boards. It would also be necessary to remodel completely, where it existed, an institution which had grown up at hazard, and, while retaining the old name of school boards, set up entirely new corporations invested with novel functions. But in that case what need was there to go to such trouble and repeat the old mistake of setting up a special elective body to provide for each of the public services? Since the creation of the county councils it was no longer necessary. The school boards, therefore, should be abolished and their functions transferred, as part of a complete educational jurisdiction, to a committee of the county council. The authority of the Education Committee should extend not only to the former board schools, but also to the voluntary schools, which should in future be assisted out of the rates, but must in return accept control by inspectors appointed by the council, and the formation of a committee of managers, of whom two, at least, should be representatives of the ratepayers. In conclusion, the socialist ideal was categorically affirmed. It was not the object of education to provide the manufacturers with the necessary experts and foremen. The democratic ideal in education is not merely that a ladder should be provided, whereby a few students may climb unimpeded from the elementary school to the university. What the national well-being demands, and what we must insist upon, is that every child, dull or clever, rich or poor, should receive all the education requisite for the full development of his faculties. For every child, in every part of the country, at least a national minimum of education must be compulsorily provided. The tract enjoyed an extensive circulation. Before the end of the year a second, and a very large, edition had become necessary. The manifesto had scarcely been published when Sir John Gorst distributed copies to his fellow ministers to prove to them that the time was ripe to carry out a bold measure of administrative socialism, which would satisfy, at the same time, both the educational reformers and the Anglican clergy. One of the most eminent representatives of British socialism, Sidney Webb, had shown them the way. At a moment when the Boer War was at its height, they would do well to pay attention to the man who in the socialist camp gave such valuable support to their imperialist policy. It must be admitted that the bill which Sir John introduced in the House of Commons on May 7, and which in many respects betrayed the direct inspiration of the Fabian Tract, was after all a timid measure. So far as its immediate effect was concerned, it hardly differed from the Bill of 1896. It did no more than pave the way for the transference at some later date to the committees of the county councils of the powers at present exercised by the school boards. But it sufficiently revealed the government's ulterior intentions, and therefore aroused the opposition of the nonconformists and radicals. For the moment, the cabinet yielded and was content to carry a bill, passed without debate, which saved the illegal schools and classes from immediate suppression by continuing the status quo for a year. Should the government renew the attack in 1902 and, since a timid measure had done nothing to conciliate the opposition, strike boldly the great blow whose success was assured by their majority of 130 votes, supported, as it would be, by the 80 votes of the Irish Catholics? Acrimonious discussions took place between the members of the cabinet. "Gorst," said Balfour, "sees no difficulties, and the Duke sees nothing else." Since Sir John was now completely at loggerheads with the minister, his private secretary, Robert Morant, was employed as a go-between to influence the Duke. He was a high churchman, who had studied theology at Oxford. He was also an imperialist, who for several years had been the intimate advisor, practically the prime minister, of the King of Siam. A firm believer in the creed of efficiency, he was more than Sir John's subordinate. In the final negotiations he played a decisive part. After several cabinet councils, at which, from December onwards, the reform was often endangered by Chamberlain's opposition and Lord Salisbury's timidity, the bill was at last ready in March. On this occasion also, Gorst, who, besides his quarrel with the Duke of Devonshire, had given serious offence to the Unionist members of the Commons, was set aside, and it was Balfour in person who took charge of the bill, which he introduced in the House of Commons on March 24, 1902. More than 2 months passed before the debates began on June 2, the day on which peace was concluded. 4. Little progress had been made with the discussion of the bill, when on August 8 the session came to an end. In the meanwhile, Lord Salisbury's retirement had occasioned a remodeling of the cabinet. The new president of the Board of Education, Lord Londonderry, was like his predecessor, the Duke of Devonshire, an aristocratic figurehead and with a less imposing personality. The vice president who succeeded Sir John Gorst was, on the contrary, a competent official in whose hands lay the actual administration of the department. He was Sir William Anson, one of the 2 members for Oxford University, and a professional jurist. He did not, however, display in his new office the zeal for reform which had distinguished his predecessor. He left to Balfour, now Prime Minister, the task of defending in debate the bill he had introduced with an important speech. Shaking off his indolence, Balfour showed himself the untiring and invincible debater he could be when he pleased. In the autumn session, which opened on October 16, he was obliged to have recourse to the closure to finish the debates in both houses before Christmas. Finally, the new Education Act was passed on December 18. It comprised 2 distinct reforms. In the first place it abolished the school boards. Henceforward the local education authority would be the county council, represented, according to the formula suggested so often during the last few years, by an education committee. The majority of the committee were to be elected by the council, the remainder appointed by the council on the nomination of other bodies. The committee would thus represent, besides the voters, certain public bodies of a non-party character. Women were eligible to serve on the committees. As originally drafted, the bill had been content to empower county councils to take over at their discretion the functions of the school boards. The government had wished to placate Chamberlain and the Birmingham group of liberal unionists, who were bitterly opposed to the reform. But in July the malcontents had yielded to the majority of the cabinet and the permission became an obligation. For the purposes of the Act the councils of the county boroughs were treated as county councils. This indeed had been the case with the unsuccessful bills of 1896 and 1899. Moreover, as a further concession to local feeling, boroughs with a population over 10,000 and urban districts with a population over 20,000 were given education committees. The Act, therefore, was not a measure of centralization after the French pattern. Had that been the case, every English or Welsh county would have had an education committee whose 202 authority was conterminous with the county area. Within the counties the autonomy of every considerable centre of population was carefully respected. Nevertheless, the old system had received its death blow. England would no longer possess bodies specially elected to administer public education. Moreover, the new Education Committee did not simply take over the functions hitherto exercised by the school board and the county council. The word technical does not appear in the new statute. It spoke only of elementary education and of higher or non-elementary education. In consequence, the jurisdiction of the new local authorities embraced the whole of elementary education and secondary education, and even, if they wished, could be extended to include higher education. For the first time, wrote Sidney Webb in a triumphant article which he contributed to the Daily Mail, the bill definitely includes as a public function education as education, not primary education only, or technical education only, but anything and everything that is education from the kindergarten to the university. This renders the Bill of 1902 epoch-making in the history of English education. In the second place, the bill abolished the distinction, made hitherto, between the schools maintained out of the rates and the voluntary schools belonging to the various denominations and maintained by them. Anglicans and Catholics secured for their schools their share of the rates, to be paid by the Education Committee. Both classes of school were thus placed under the control of the committee, the schools, known in future as the provided schools, that is to say, the former board schools whose buildings had been provided by the public authority, and the non-provided schools, the voluntary schools, whose buildings had not been provided by the public authority. In what did this control consist in the case of the non-provided schools? To qualify for the grant given by the statute, a voluntary school must be controlled by a board of managers, 6 in all, 4 of whom would represent the founders, 2 the local education authority. The Education Committee of the County Council or other equivalent body had the right to determine the secular instruction given at the school, and its consent was required for the appointment or dismissal of the teachers, October 1, 1902. Though it must never be refused on religious grounds. Further, in the course of the debates, a Conservative member of the House of Commons, Colonel Kenyon Slaney, moved an amendment which in both houses rekindled the fires of the ritualist controversy. His amendment, which was carried, to protect the schools against the introduction of doctrinal novelties by high church clergymen, entrusted the Board of Managers, as we have seen, a mixed body, with the duty of ensuring that the religious teaching was in conformity with the wishes of the original founders. These were the essential provisions of the new statute which saved the denominational schools from decline and eventual extinction by giving them a share in the rates, as well as in grants by the central authority. The amount of these grants was, moreover, twice raised during the discussion of the bill, so as not to frighten voters by the prospect of too high an increase in the rates. The provision to be made to protect the children's freedom of conscience, the division of the cost of maintaining the buildings between the funds of the voluntary schools and the public purse, and the procedure to be followed in opening new schools were the subject of complicated bargaining between the two parties. 5. Such was the important measure with which the Parliament, elected in 1900, after sitting for 30 months of war, inaugurated its labours under the conditions of peace. Regarded from the distance of a quarter of a century, it seems no small achievement. It has received the indisputable consecration of stability. Nor has it, despite the prophecies of the opposition, revived the old denominational feuds. In the large urban centers, the education committees of the county councils have continued with increased, rather than diminished, energy the excellent work the school boards had accomplished during the previous 30 years. In the country districts, they could not fail to be an improvement on the little sleepy school boards which they succeeded, and their powers were far wider. But the real importance of the new legislation lay in the clauses which dealt with secondary, not with elementary, education. For the first time in England, the provision of secondary education was recognized as the duty of the state and was brought under public control. No doubt, the new institutions have pre-204 served many features distinctively British: the intimate cooperation between the local authorities and the governing bodies of the universities, and the independence within very wide limits of individual headmasters. Nevertheless, England had seen the necessity of copying the continental, the Prussian example, and providing institutions similar to the French lycées and the German gymnasia. With what zeal, In this sphere, too, the statute was applied. In the school year immediately preceding its enactment, England possessed 341 establishments where education above the elementary standard was given, attended by 27,989 pupils and in receipt from one source or other, under the complicated system which then prevailed, of government grants to the amount of £140,888. 5 years later, the number of these establishments had risen to 689, the number of pupils to 66,004, and the grants to £246,220.1, and during the following years the progress became even more rapid under another government, which administered the Act on more democratic lines. It was a social revolution of the first magnitude. Throughout the whole of the 19th century, the sole means by which members of the lower middle class in the towns and country districts could rise in the social scale was by becoming wealthy. It was only for his sons that the successful manufacturer or merchant could hope for an education not picked up at random, that genuinely liberal education which would admit them to the universities and through the universities to the polish and refinement which distinguished the upper classes. In future there was no county or town in which the lower middle class was unprovided with secondary schools where for a low fee, or even without payment, their children could receive an education as good as that given to the children of the gentry or the upper middle class. When we consider all the forces which cooperated to produce the Statute of 1902, and on the other hand its permanent success, our first impression will probably be that about the beginning of the new century some legislation of the kind was inevitable. To organize secondary education, the British government could not fail to undertake responsibilities similar to those it had undertaken 30 years earlier to organize elementary education. And the moment it was a question of entrusting the local control of secondary education to one or other of the two authorities, it was inevitable that the county councils should be preferred to the school boards. That step once taken, the councils must of necessity take over all the functions hitherto exercised by the school boards. Nevertheless, we cannot avoid the impression that both the introduction and passage of the Act of 1902 were due to a happy chance. If the Liberals had not been turned out in 1895, we do not see how they could have dared to touch the school boards. And if, on the other hand, they had attempted to extend the school boards to the entire country, we do not see how they could have overcome the opposition of the Church of England, allied, as she was, with the Catholics. We can envisage only some unreal solution, some vague compromise. On the other hand, it is easy to understand why the Conservatives succeeded, where the Liberals must have failed. Did the Conservative ministers perceive the significance of the far-reaching reform they carried through Parliament in 1902? Only in the case of one of them is this at all probable. But Sir John Gorst occupied a subordinate position, and, as we have just seen, when the cabinet was remodelled in June 1902, he was turned out of the government on account of his quarrelsome temper and eccentricities of judgment. As for the Cecil faction and their leader, Balfour, they probably saw in the measure only two features: the grant of financial aid to the denominational schools of the Anglican Church and the abolition of the board schools, whose extravagance had long been the object of Tory denunciation. And there can be little doubt that the energy which the education committees of the county councils displayed, as soon as they came into existence, must have disconcerted them considerably. "I did not realize," Balfour admitted later to an eminent socialist, "that the act would mean more expense and more bureaucracy." The bill had been suggested to him and his Tory colleagues by the department, which had found a valuable ally in the person of Sidney Webb. It was Webb whose propaganda had rendered the Liberal experts powerless, and who had contrived through the press to recommend the bill to public opinion. That the bill favoured the Anglican, and even the Catholic Church, would not displease the Webbs. For, faithful in this to the old tradition of the St. Simonians, they have always regarded the Catholic type of Christianity as more in harmony with the socialist ideal than Protestant individualism. Nor was it any objection to the bill in their eyes that it had been introduced by the Conservatives and was inspired by a conservative spirit. That was a victory for the disinterested Machiavellianism which was the essence of the Fabian method. At their instigation, Tory politicians had introduced into the law of Great Britain, without intending, or even being aware of it, an important measure of educational socialism. 6. The ministers were mistaken as to the permanent significance and value of the new statute, and their mistake secured its passage by a Conservative majority. But by giving a clerical and Tory aspect to a measure, destined to succeed so completely, they aroused a storm of opposition which did much to weaken the position of the party that had now been in office for over 7 years. And one member of the cabinet, at least, was aware of this. Chamberlain was himself a nonconformist. He had brought over with him to the Tories an entire group, of whom the majority in Birmingham were possibly dissenters. And the Education Bill, passed at a moment when the reconstitution of the cabinet in June had weakened his influence, was a further victory within the government of the old Tories and the Cecils. It was the more complete, because Chamberlain could make no public protest. But while, for the sake of party discipline, he forced himself to allay the fears of his friends in Birmingham, he frankly communicated his true sentiments to the Duke of Devonshire. The political future seems to me an optimist by profession most gloomy. I told you that your education bill would destroy your own party. It has done so. Our best friends are leaving us by scores and hundreds, and they will not come back. It was indeed only to be expected that the dissenters should immediately interpret the Conservative measure as an attack upon themselves. The school boards had been their strongholds, and in their eyes the adoption of all the voluntary schools by the public authority would irrevocably confirm the tyranny of the Anglican clergy in the country districts. On the question of the Boer War their leaders had been divided. Now that the war was over, the moment had arrived to close their ranks against the common enemy at home. To the intense disgust of George Cadbury, whose sole aim in working for the Federation of the Sects had been to further the cause of religion and assist the evangelization of the country, the National Council of the Free Churches provided an opportune rallying point for the new agitation. The program of the rebels, which they had already adopted in the spring, was to make the application of the Act impossible by refusing to pay the education rate if it was to be used for the support of the Anglican, as well as the board schools. In Wales, the revolt assumed a more dangerous character. There, only a small minority belonged to the established church. The utmost she could claim was that she possessed a larger membership than any of the dissenting sects taken singly. Now, however, when the sects were federated and the object of a common attack by the Conservatives, they formed, as a federation, the genuine National Church of Wales. Lloyd George put himself at the head of the Welsh revolt. In Parliament he led the opposition to the bill, as Lord Hugh Cecil, one of Lord Salisbury's sons, led the defence. It was a duel between a Baptist and a High Churchman. Outside the House he advised the malcontents. 3 Welsh county councils declared that they would not cooperate in carrying out the Education Act. What purpose, asked Lloyd George, could this rebellion serve? Surely the more sensible course would be to apply the Act in such a way as to defeat its author's intention. As a lawyer he knew how this could be done. For example, why should not the councils make use of the control which the statute gave them over the former voluntary schools, the non-provided schools of the new Act, to choke them out of existence? He could count on the Welsh county councils. Let them bring the English councils into line, and he ventured to say that in 3 years' time the priests would have lived to regret the insolence that had made them demand this Act of Parliament. Besides resisting the application of the law, the nonconformists could also work for its repeal. So long as the present Tory majority continued, repeal was impossible. They must, therefore, ensure a Liberal majority at the next election. And not only a Liberal majority, but a majority in which the nonconformists, still very poorly represented in Parliament, would occupy a position corresponding to their influence. In every constituency they must organize, to use the phrase of one of their number, a nonconformist caucus for the purpose of increasing the nonconformist representation in the Commons. In this way the difficulty with which the Liberals had been obliged to contend in 1895 would be solved. Then, there had not been sufficient Liberal candidates. They could secure them now on a somewhat lower social level, from the nonconformist middle class. A by-election was held on July 30 in Elie's constituency. At 5 elections in succession the constituency had returned a Conservative, and in 1900 the Conservative majority had exceeded 2,000. Now, the Radical candidate was returned. He had fought the election on the single issue of education, and he was a Baptist. In August there was another by-election at Sevenoaks in Kent, one of those rural constituencies of the South where the return of the Conservative seemed a foregone conclusion. He was indeed returned, but his majority was insignificant. The Education Act had been presented to the electors as a measure transferring to their shoulders the burden of the Anglican schools hitherto supported by private charity. Who had made them believe this? Obviously the local nonconformists. And the Liberal candidate so nearly successful was again a Baptist. The Liberal statesmen, possibly less interested in the dispute than we should gather from their public speeches, followed the lead given by those groups of dissenters, who in the constituencies composed the local party organization. The Liberal Imperialists, delighted to find a platform on which they could unite with the other section of the party, threw themselves energetically into the campaign. With the solitary exception of Haldane, who was under the direct influence of the Webbs, they violently opposed the bill, and when Lord Rosebery received a nonconformist deputation on December 8 his speech, which in thinly disguised language encouraged the dissenters to disobey the law, was the subject of protests in the Lords. Throughout the nonconformist and radical ranks frenzied excitement prevailed. To read the Liberal newspapers of the day you would imagine that the Cecils were preparing to revive the policy of Laud, if not of Strafford, and that in every village a nonconformist Hampden was about to rise against their persecution. But what was the truth? The age of the Stuarts was no more than an historical memory, wars of religion a thing of the past. The grievances of which the masses were sensible were of a very different order. When we consider what they were, we can hardly help suspecting, that, if certain Liberal leaders espoused the nonconformist cause with such ardor, it was because they wished to create a diversion, not only from the internal quarrels which imperiled the unity of the party, but also from the agitation whose history we must now relate, an agitation which threatened to prove equally dangerous to both the traditional parties, the Conservative and the Liberal alike. Chapter 2. Social Questions, the Birth of the Labour Party. I. The Labour Movement and the Policy of the Government. I. Very year, since 1868, the Parliament of the working class fends in one or other of the large towns. The Anglican churches and nonconformist chapels of the locality celebrated by religious services the opening of the Congress of British Trade Unions. The mayor of the city, wearing the insignia of office, gave the members a civic welcome. The meetings were attended by members of Parliament and British or foreign economists who were received with the utmost respect and courtesy. The speeches were usually dignified, the debates methodically conducted under the strict control of the chair, and the delegates concluded the discussions by passing a number of resolutions which reflected every year the feeling that prevailed among the trade unionists. The Congress brought the session to a close by electing a parliamentary committee to look after the interests of the working class in the House of Commons during the following year and make arrangements for the ensuing Congress. The reasonable and orderly spirit which marked the proceedings are the more remarkable when we consider the great and constantly increasing numerical strength of the unions. About the year 1895 a million trade unionists sent delegates to the Congress. And the total membership of the unions of the United Kingdom, including those which were not represented at the Congress, was estimated at 1.5 million, that is, say, about a fifth of the entire number of adult male workers. There was nothing like it in any other great nation. Moreover, an estimate of the strength of the working class not confined to a general view of the country as a whole, but distinguishing between the different districts and branches of the national industry yielded even more striking results. In the building trade and among the railwaymen. 211. Trade unionism was still in its infancy. Of the 4 million inhabitants of Ireland only 40,000 were members of a union. In the agricultural districts of England trade unions were almost unknown. And in London and in the Midlands their membership was small. Nor was the number of trade unionists very much larger in Yorkshire or in the Welsh coalfield. But there could be no doubt that the day would come when, throughout the entire country, the working men would follow the example set by the workers of certain districts and certain privileged trades. In Lancashire, Durham, and Northumberland the trade unions contained at least a tenth of the entire population, and half the adult male workers. It would be true to say that for the Lancashire cotton spinner or weaver, the miner in Durham or Northumberland, membership of a trade union was in practice compulsory. Indeed, the size of this army of workmen was perhaps the best security that the unions would pursue a prudent policy. In a highly civilized country there are not 1 million or 1.5 million revolutionaries, and of the British unions, about the year 1895, the most conservative and cautious were precisely those whose membership included the largest proportion of the men employed in the trade. The reason becomes plain, when we consider their members' economic position. The normal wage earned by a mechanic, a metal worker, a cotton spinner, or a miner was 30 shillings or more a week, the week consisting of 6, sometimes of only 5, working days. Moreover, he had learned to make use of those great cooperative societies of consumers which covered with a network, thicker every year, the manufacturing districts of the kingdom, and thus had sensibly reduced the cost of living. And for a considerable number of years the family income was increased by the children's labor. In short, current prices had enabled a very large body to come into existence among the British proletariat, able to keep up a standard of living almost as high as that of the middle class. The self-respecting workman in the north of England wanted to own his cottage and garden, in Lancashire his piano. His life was insured. If he shared the common English failing and was a gambler, prone to bet too highly on horses and risk his savings too often in unsafe investments, the rapid growth of savings banks proved that he was nevertheless learning the prudence of the middle classes. There were even several trade unions which were themselves mutual benefit societies and attracted members by insuring them against the risks incident to a workman's life, sickness, accidents, a destitute old age. To organize their systems of benefit these unions accumulated enormous funds. An historian of trade unionism calculated that during the single year 1889 the receipts of the Amalgamated Society of Engineers amounted to £183,651, the expenditure to £132,642, the receipts of the United Society of Boilermakers and Iron Shipbuilders to £104,513, the expenditure to £56,655, the receipts of the Amalgamated Society of Carpenters and Joiners to £75,069, the expenditure to £39,824. In 1894, the economist and statistician, Robert Giffen, estimated the total yearly income of the British trade unions at £1,200,000. Were the unions opposed to state interference in any shape or form? Certainly not. Perhaps the principal function of the great cotton and coal unions was to see that the factory acts were fully carried out in the workshops and mines. But, if we insist on regarding the factory acts as a beginning of socialism, we must admit that contemporary labor leaders were entirely unaware of it. Neither the members of the parliamentary committee, with the exception of one or two, nor the tiny group of working men whom the miners had begun to return to Parliament as their representatives, Byrd for example and Fenwick, pious Methodists and local preachers, universally respected for their earnestness and virtues, had the least wish to be considered socialists. They persisted in regarding themselves as the heirs of great liberal tradition, the sworn foe of protection, socialism and war, the tradition of Cobden, Bright, and Gladstone. The leaders of the Liberal Party had secured their allegiance and paid their election expenses. And so long as they were at Westminster, regular payments from the party funds enabled these working-class members to appear in the House like respectable citizens of the middle class. A bricklayer, Broadhurst by name, had been appointed in 1880 under Secretary of the Board of Trade. And when, in 1893, the Liberal government instituted a labor department, an important place in it was found for the engineer, John Burns. About 100 working men had been appointed justices of the peace while the Liberals were in office between 1892 and 1895.1. In this way, as members of a capitalist society and the Liberal Party, the leaders of the proletariat were becoming accustomed to take a share, however modest, in the government of the nation. 2. Conservatives on the continent admired this self-imposed discipline, this courteous behavior, this absence of revolutionary bitterness, and held them up as an example, especially among the Latin nations, though also among the Teutonic, to their own revolutionary proletariat. But the British capitalists about 1895 did not share the feelings which the spectacle of trade unionism inspired in the foreign observer. All this discretion was accompanied by a power which was becoming formidable. There was good reason to wonder whether the organizations of the working class, even the most conservative, were not silently building up a system of trade union rule which was perhaps one of the causes, if not the chief cause, of the alarming stagnation of industry. It was not surprising that the United States and Germany were outstripping England in the struggle for industrial supremacy. Neither Carnegie nor Krupp had to deal with trade unions. No doubt the extensive system of benefits which was the boast of certain unions proved that their members were inspired by the spirit of individualism, not of revolution. But on the one hand, many unions, and not the least important, had no system of benefits, for example, the great unions of cotton operatives and miners. And on the other hand, even where it existed, the benefit system of a trade union differed in many respects from the system worked by a friendly society, the typical mutual benefit society. In the first place, among the other benefits it offered, the union undertook to assist its members during unemployment. And the tea leaf would be given whether the unemployment was involuntary, the result of a depression in trade, or a lockout by the employer, or a deliberate strike, even a strike called by the union itself. Throughout, the aim of the unions was to secure that the working class should present a united front to the employers, that is to say, all their arrangements implied that a state of war was the normal relation between the two classes, the employers and the men. And whenever that hostility became an open conflict, the unions reserved the right to suspend all payment of sickness or accident benefits, even of old age pensions due to their members. For war is war, and the entire funds of a union might be needed to finance the strike. 1. The secretaries of the unions were too anxious to make the best use of the vast sums in their hands to engage in a struggle light-heartedly. Whenever they could, they preferred to gain their ends by threatening the employers with a strike, than to make an actual use of the weapon. But when a union took the supreme decision, it was the more serious because it had been so deliberate. The wealth which had made it hesitate so long before declaring war, increased its power of resistance when the contest had once begun. There was not a country in the world where revolutionary catchwords had less power over the organized workers than in England. But the fact remains that in England, as everywhere else, the trade unions were organized for the class war. Whether put forward continuously or at intervals, urged by silent pressure or open war, what were the claims made by the unions? Obviously, the workers were seeking to improve their conditions of life, to shorten their hours of work, and raise their wages. But we have still to inquire how they propose to regulate the conditions of labor in order to secure these objects. In the first place, by the systematic restriction of the numbers employed in a particular branch of industry. They either enforced an apprenticeship, extending over a large number of years, on all who wished to enter the trade, or fixed the proportion of children to adults that might be employed by any firm. Sometimes the men even reserved a definite proportion of the vacancies for their own children. The aim avowedly pursued by the vast majority of unions was the transformation of every industry and every trade into a species of guild closed to outside labor. When the employer could no longer use the competition of outside labor to keep down wages, they became, to the great benefit of the workmen, a monopoly price. Employers complained of the damage these methods caused to national industry. In their opinion, the workmen had given up the savage method of breaking machinery only to adopt a more complicated, but equally efficacious, procedure. The American or German employer was free to introduce into his factory the plant and process which made it possible to substitute unskilled for skilled labor. But the British employer was faced by the organized opposition of his men. In the engineering trade he could employ only skilled workmen, each of whom would serve only a single machine, whereas his German competitor could employ one unskilled workman to tend 3 machines at the same time. He had therefore strong grounds for contending as he did, that in the never-ending struggle with the unions he stood for progress, his trade unionist employee for an unprogressive routine. Nevertheless, in spite of the unintelligent conservatism of labor, machinery continued more or less slowly to make progress, and in many unions the workmen, realizing that the development could not be prevented, had modified their tactics. They left the employer free to engage all the men he wanted, on condition that when the new hands were taken on they should be obliged to join the union, and accept engagement, only if the position of the workers was not rendered harder in consequence, and on the understanding that, if their labor increased the employer's profits, the men's wages should be correspondingly raised. Throughout the country a system of boards of conciliation had come into existence, committees on which masters and men were equally represented and which met at regular intervals to revise amicably the conditions of labor. Sometimes the system accepted by both parties was to make the rate of wages dependent on the prices fetched by the manufactured article. That was the case in the iron manufacture of the north of England and in the coal fields of Northumberland and South Wales. It was a system detrimental to the consumer, because it made high prices the common interest of employers and men. And it was inapplicable to branches of industry in which the manufactured article was not sold directly. Moreover, from the workman's point of view it was open to the objection that it did not automatically correlate wages with profits. The workers in the Lancashire cotton industry had, therefore, devised a more scientific arrangement. The famous Brooklands Agreement, concluded in 1893 between the cotton spinners and their men, after a strike which for 20 weeks had brought the cotton manufacture to a standstill, laid down rules which effected an automatic correspondence between wages and profits, prescribed the methods by which the latter were to be estimated, appointed experts to secure their regular application, and finally, to obviate future strikes, set up a graduated series of committees, with appeal from the lower to the higher, to settle amicably any difficulties which might arise in the interpretation of the agreement. Why not extend to every branch of industry a system which had worked very well in the Lancashire cotton mills and proved equally successful in other branches of the cotton manufacture, and thus settle peacefully the conditions of labor throughout the entire country? The idea attracted a number of philanthropists and politicians. It is unlikely that many manufacturers shared their enthusiasm. Though the manufacturers bowed to the inevitable, they would have preferred freedom to increase their profits uncontrolled by their employees. They must have read with considerable uneasiness the evidence given by the president of the Cotton Spinners' Union before the Royal Commission appointed in 1891 to investigate the conditions of labor in Great Britain. "We look," declared the witness, "at the general profit that the trade is making, we know the price cotton can be bought at, we know the price that yarn is sold at every day, we know exactly the margin, we know to the 100th part of a penny what it costs in store, the fixed stock is public property, we know what a sensible and reasonable depreciation is upon the same, and we know that, after we have got our wages out of it and we leave the balance to the employer, he has nothing to make a great noise about." 3. Such were the misgivings with which about the year 1895 the British employers regarded the methods employed by the oldest and most conservative unions, the unions whose respectable and law-abiding officials were the admiration and envy of employers all over the continent. But their anxiety was increased by the fact that for the past few years the proletariat had been exposed to the influence of a novel agitation. From 1886 onwards a series of great strikes which broke out in London had brought into prominence the names of a few young firebrands, John Burns and Tom Mann among the engineers, and Bentillet among the dockers. In 1889 the socialist parties of Europe celebrated the centenary of the French Revolution by holding in Paris the first congress of what was to be known as the Second International. Did this chronological coincidence fire the youthful imagination of a number of British workers? Among the working class there were those who believed that the centenary of the French Revolution would witness the social revolution in England. Nothing of the sort happened. There was no revolution either that year or in any subsequent year. But a new spirit took possession of the trade unions. Grades of labor too poor to pay large subscriptions and, until now, too completely crushed by the hardship of their lot to dream of revolt, learned to organize and form their unions, and it was among the unskilled labor of the metropolis that the strike of 1889 had occurred. The dockers, the unskilled workers on the railways, the gas workers, the seamen, founded unions which from the outset secured a very large membership, and were distinguished by the extremely low subscriptions they demanded from their members and the fact that they were organized exclusively for strikes. Nor were they confined to a particular trade. The National Union of Gas Workers and General Laborers and the General Railway Workers Union were open to all the unskilled the general laborers whatever the workshop in which they were employed. True, this sudden explosion of what was called the new unionism was to some extent a flash in the pan, and by 18,951 the majority of these unions had lost a very large proportion of their members. Nevertheless, the old unions felt their influence, and their spirit tended to become less aristocratic and less selfish. Less aristocratic, in 1892, a union so exclusive as the Amalgamated Society of Engineers admitted classes of workmen hitherto ineligible. Less selfish also, hitherto every trade possessed its union, and the most absurd rivalries had occurred between the unions of kindred trades. The formation of confederations of textile workers, engineers, and shipbuilders proved that the workers were beginning to look further than the unions of their particular trade. We even remarked the beginnings of international federation among the dockers, miners, glaziers, and textile workers. All manual workers, whatever their position in the ranks of labor, and in every branch of international production, were, it seemed, becoming conscious that they were all members of a single class. At the same time, the nature of their demands changed. They no longer asked for sliding scales by which wages rose and fell with the fluctuations of market prices or employers' profits. They claimed a fixed living wage which would enable them to live in decent conditions worthy of a free man. That wage, the just wage, was their right, the first charge on industry. When it had been paid, the employer might compensate himself as best he was able, and make whatever profit he could. They also demanded a minimum of leisure, and as a 9-hour day was tending to become the rule throughout the important industries, they began to claim, in accordance with the program laid down by the Second International, an 8-hour day. These demands were addressed in the first instance to the employer, but in the second place to the state. The old trade unions, declared Burns, were mistaken in their belief that the conditions of labor could be improved by voluntary agreements between masters and men. In fact, the only result of these agreements had been the official ratification by the men's representatives of wage reductions imposed by the employers. It was for the municipality, the county council, and parliament to fix a minimum wage and limit the working day to 8 hours. The first success of the new policy was a concession obtained from the Liberal cabinet. The state in its capacity as an employer of labor set the example to private enterprise by making an 8 hours day the rule in all workshops under the authority of the War Office and the Admiralty, and in all post offices. These new demands amounted to a form of socialism. For they implied that the worker possessed a right to the produce of his labor which must be enforced before any claim by the employer could be entertained. In fact, during the last 5 or 10 years the masses had been influenced by a socialist movement fully conscious of its aims. 4. In 1884, the year following Karl Marx's death, his disciple Hyndman, after feeling his way for 3 years, founded the Social Democratic Federation. It had been his intention to found on the basis of Marx's doctrine a political party similar to those labor parties which about the same time were springing up in every country of Western Europe in imitation of the German Socialist Party. The group maintained itself in existence with its local branches, its weekly organ Justice, and its general council furnished with dictatorial powers. If it had lost William Morris, the poet and champion, the ex-soldier whose plans for the organization of an armed revolution had terrified the middle classes, it still possessed a tiny, but compact, staff of officers, in which the intellectuals seemed to outnumber the workers. The books in which Hyndman taught the British public orthodox Marxism found readers. And the works, bristling with Hegelian terminology, which Balfour Bax poured out in regular succession, ran to several editions. Among the members of the General Council the name of Eleanor Aveling, Marx's daughter, possessed the value of a red flag. Nevertheless, the Federation's pedantic fanaticism produced very little effect on the general public. There is something pitiable in the history of a group whose members were never weary of uttering threats, proclaiming the imminence of revolution and declaring their readiness to take control of it, yet had never succeeded, in spite of persistent efforts, and never would succeed, in securing the election of a single candidate. Obviously, neither their doctrine nor their methods answered the needs of the country. This sour creed, imported from abroad, which refused to set before its adherents an ideal which made appeal to the heart but was content to prove by scientific arguments, or what purported to be such, the approach of a complete upheaval of society, at once violent in its methods, and beneficent in its effects, repelled many of those Englishmen who for the past 25 years or more had been approaching socialism by other routes. In agreement with the Marxists to denounce a social order based on the unhappiness of the majority and the war of all against all, they did not share the Marxian interpretation of history. They did not invite the working classes to use violence. The formula of the 221 class war was absent from their vocabulary. Neither Ruskin, the man whose spirit inspired British socialism, nor William Morris himself, though he professed a species of anarchist communism, was in the strict sense a revolutionary. England had passed through two revolutions: the Puritan Revolution of the 17th century, the Industrial Revolution of the 18th, and their dark shadows still lay over the land. Without recourse to violence, socialism must teach the nation the art of being good and happy, the cult of beauty. About this time, a writer was preaching a philosophy which, though far more crude, was not without obvious connections with that of Morris. He was Robert Blatchford, the editor of a weekly paper called The Clarion, and founder of a fellowship called by that name. The titles of his works Britain for the British, Merry England sufficiently indicate the tone of his propaganda. A former soldier, he was an ardent patriot, and the support he gave to the government during the Boer War, and his call to arms against the German peril a little later, cost him much of his influence with the socialist masses. But for the moment it was enormous. His books of propaganda enjoyed a very large sale, the Clarion had an immense circulation, and equally great was the success of the Red Vans, the Clarion Vans, which went up and down the country preaching socialism. The groups he founded did not aspire to become branches of a political party. He made converts to socialism by bringing happiness into their lives, and made their lives happier by systematically organizing Sunday amusements, cricket, football, bicycle excursions, campings out in the country, a welcome reaction from the rigid Sabbatarian of the evangelical middle class. As we have seen, it was about this time that the Puritans of the sects began to make efforts to establish contact with the masses and to substitute for their old individualist radicalism a species of Protestant socialism. May not one of their motives have been to counteract this secularist propaganda? From the warp and woof of such opposing tendencies the temper of a great people is woven. But in any case, neither on the one side nor on the other, was there a trace of the Marxian pedantry and bitterness. The methods advocated by the Social Democratic Federation were as unattractive to the British public as their creed. What were they? Hyndman and his friends aimed at founding in as 222 many constituencies as possible, a political socialist party, opposed to the two historic parties, but organized, like them, for the conquest of seats in Parliament. To make that possible, a large number of supporters was necessary and a well-replenished party coffer. But in 1895 the supporters of the Federation barely exceeded 5,000. And where could the funds be obtained? The Federation could neither obtain subscriptions from wealthy sympathizers, like the bourgeois parties, nor support a party organization on the paltry subscriptions paid by the 5,000 Social Democrats. Once, during the election of 1885, the Federation had accepted Tory gold to prevent the return of certain Liberal candidates. Since the transaction had been made public and the Liberal candidates returned, the intrigue had served only to discredit the Federation. Nevertheless, it was surely paradoxical that at the very time when the British Marxists were forced to admit their destitution, both numerical and financial, vast working-class organizations were in existence whose total membership far exceeded 1 million, and which out of small subscriptions had accumulated enormous funds. They existed for the class war, to defend the workers' interests against their employers. But their vision was bounded by their trade, they knew nothing of socialism or, if they had heard of it, the very name frightened them. The 10 or 12 working men secretaries or former secretaries of the great unions who sat in Parliament had, as we have seen, been adopted by the Liberal Party. They constituted its most radical group and were content to insist that a number of reforms demanded by the working class should be incorporated in the party program. And these reforms amounted to very little, for the parliamentary representatives of the working class had accepted the creed of Gladstonian liberalism. The miners could not even agree to demand for their industry the legal enactment of the 8 hours day. It was a ridiculous situation, and it must continue so long as the hostility persisted between the Socialist Party and the Trades Union Congress. It was the latter which possessed the necessary numbers and funds, and was inspired by a genuine class consciousness. If a Labour Party were to be founded sufficiently powerful to intimidate the bourgeois parties, it must be founded upon the trade unions. 5. The offensive began in 1888 at the annual Trades Union Congress at Bradford. A small body of agitators made use of the opportunity to discuss outside the regular meetings of the Congress the possibility of persuading the unions to support the foundation of a third party, wholly Labour in character. The discussions reached no definite result. But a few months later the proposal won the support of the workers of Scotland. The man who had launched it at the Bradford Congress was a Scotchman, named Keir Hardie, a little over 30 years old. At the age of 8 he had gone down into the mine and had never attended school. He was a self-educated man. Originally without religious convictions, he had been early converted to a vague Christianity which displayed the influence of Ruskin's religious freethought and the rigid morality of the Scottish Presbyterians. He stood at a by-election against the opposing candidates of the two parties, refusing the advances of the Liberal agents who promised him, if he would withdraw his candidature, a safe seat and an annual income of £300. He obtained only a handful of votes, but his independent action produced a powerful effect. His ardent zeal made him a leader. In a year he had organized a sufficient number of small groups to unite them in a party which called itself the Scottish Labour Party. In England also, similar local groups were formed, and proved their vitality by their victories at the polls at the general election of 1892. Keir Hardie was returned in one metropolitan constituency, John Burns in another, and John Havelock Wilson at Middlesbrough. Bentillet almost won a seat. The same year, 120 delegates from different bodies met at Bradford for the purpose of definitively founding a Labour Party which should not concern itself with differences of economic theory. Should it be called, as one delegate suggested, the Socialist Labour Party? No. That would alarm the very people whose support it was desired to win and, once more, explicitly transform a combination based on the practical interests of its members into a group of political theorists, a party, representing a class, into a party representing an economic creed, a doctrinaire party. For Bentillet, British trade unionism was the best form of socialism and the best policy for labour. The continental socialists were no better than stupid. 224. Labor movement and government policy. Windbags, parrots repeating meaningless phrases. The party was not christened the Socialist Labour Party but the Independent Labour Party. Nevertheless, its program was socialist. And the men who inaugurated the movement were convinced socialists. But they were aware that, if they were to gain a footing among the trade unions whose socialism was unconscious, they must begin by excluding from their program any features which could in any way suggest religious or political revolution and, for that reason, must avoid the term socialism. Keir Hardie was already engaged in a direct and by no means unsuccessful attempt to win the Trades Union Congress to his views. The problem to be solved was the formation of what was called a parliamentary fund to be maintained out of the subscriptions paid by the members of the unions. It would be used partly to defray the expenses of candidates, partly to provide successful candidates with an adequate salary, so long as they remained in Parliament. The proposal, rejected by an overwhelming majority at the Congress of 1891, met, on the contrary, with a favourable reception the following year and was remitted for examination to the Parliamentary Committee with instructions to prepare a detailed scheme for the next Congress. It was drawn up, and a contribution from every union of 5 shillings for every 100 members proposed. The Congress of 1893 passed a motion accepting the institution of a parliamentary fund, adopted, by a very small majority, it is true, Keir Hardie's motion that the Labour members of Parliament should be independent of the Liberal as well as of the Tory party, and refused to give financial assistance to candidates whose programme did not comprise public ownership and control of the means of production, distribution, and exchange. At the Congress held the following year at Norwich the question of the parliamentary fund was not reintroduced, but when a motion was submitted to the Congress in favour of nationalising the land and mines, Keir Hardie moved the addition of the words all the means of production and exchange. His amendment, supported by Tom Mann and John Burns, was carried by 219 votes to 61, and the result was received with applause. The Congress proceeded to elect the Secretary of the Parliamentary Committee. The retiring Secretary, who stood for re-election, was Fenwick the miner, a trade unionist of the old school. He had just succeeded at this very Congress in excluding all mention of the mines from the text of a motion relating to the 8 hours day. There were 2 other candidates. One was Tom Mann the Socialist. The other was Samuel Woods, the extremely energetic secretary of the National Federation of Miners, who, if not technically a socialist, was one of the most prominent representatives of the new unionism. He was trying to unite the miners' unions in common action to secure the 8 hours day. On the first scrutiny Woods was leading and on the second he was elected, Tom Mann retiring from the contest. We must not imagine a bitter struggle fought amidst wild excitement. Woods declared his regard and friendship for Fenwick. Fenwick congratulated Woods, while giving him a friendly warning that he would find the post of secretary no light task. But the change which was coming over the outlook of trade unionists was very marked nevertheless. At the election of 1895 the Independent Labour Party put forward 28 candidates. Besides these there were 5 candidates who represented the Marxist Federation or were not attached to any organization. Together they made up a total of 33 candidates, avowed or unavowed socialists. 6. To the conservative press this incipient socialism was a very alarming phenomenon. But there were conservatives who found it a matter for thoughtful reflection and drew auguries by no means unfavourable to the prospects of their party. It was all very well for the optimism which inspired the orthodox political economy to prove that wages were higher in England than in any other country and the hours of labour shorter, and that the position of the British workman was even better than it appeared at first sight owing to the rapid fall in the cost of foodstuffs during the last 20 years. This was true at most of the skilled labourers, the cotton operatives, the miners, the engineers, but even their prosperity was insecure, and the fluctuations of the world market exposed them to a constant risk of unemployment. But what of 226? The unskilled laborers who must find work from day to day in the London docks? And what of the tailors and seamstresses of the East End, so cruelly exploited by what was known as the sweating system? A statistician, Charles Booth, calculated that 1/3 of the population of the East End was living in a state of chronic destitution. And he was a conservative. University settlements were being founded in the slums of the large cities to bring university men into direct contact with the working classes, and the young intellectuals who came to teach the poor something of their knowledge, and learn meanwhile the lessons taught by the spectacle of the slums, did not all belong to the parties of the left. Among them were conservative philanthropists. At Toynbee Hall in Whitechapel the young Milner had spoken on the social question. The discontent of the masses was evidence of their sufferings, and their sufferings a proof that the hopes entertained by men such as Cobden and Gladstone had not been fulfilled, that economic liberalism had not solved the problem of poverty. Here, if anywhere, was the opportunity for the Conservative Party to copy the German model. The social legislation Bismarck had inaugurated during his 2 last years in power was without doubt one of the most important political events in the history of contemporary Europe. Bitterly opposed at first by the German socialists, it had finally won their support, conscious or unconscious, express or tacit, and as the socialists learned to make use of the machinery provided by the imperial government, without admitting it, sometimes not even to themselves, they dropped revolutionary features of their original Marxism. Moreover, the Emperor William, after his dismissal of Bismarck, had facilitated this reconciliation between the socialists and the empire by repealing the extraordinary legislation to which they were subject at his accession. By adopting with an ostentation, almost theatrical, measures which paved the way for an international regulation of labor he had invited Europe to follow the example of Germany. But of all the conservative parties in Europe, the British was surely in a better position than any other to accept the imperial invitation. Must not the policy of the conservative revival, if it were true to the conception enunciated by Disraeli after the Reform Bill of 1867, be one of social reform as well as imperialism? When Disraeli became Prime Minister in 1874 had he not honoured his pledges? And later, had not Lord Salisbury, during the 6 years of the first Unionist government, found himself obliged, if he was to keep the support of those Chamberlainite radicals who had just broken with Gladstone, to pursue a policy of active social reform, inspired by the principles laid down by Disraeli? And now, when there was not only a coalition, but an actual fusion between the liberal and conservative Unionists, a Unionist cabinet of which Chamberlain was a member might be expected to introduce bolder reforms than the cabinet of 1886. When we were describing just now the socialist organizations we made no mention of the Fabian Society. Our reason for the omission will be clear to those who remember what we said of the attitude adopted by that group, or at least by its leaders, both during the Boer War and when the Education Bill of 1902 was being drafted. Haughty isolation from every other advanced movement, whether among the liberals or the socialists. The society was exactly contemporary with the Social Democratic Federation. At the end of 11 years the Federation possessed 5 or 6 times as many members. But whereas its failure to enlist an army of more than 5,000 socialists spelled disaster to the Federation, the Fabian Society was content to be a small regiment. 228. Of 700 or 800, a group of students whose propaganda was intended to influence the intelligentsia rather than the masses. It will be as well to repeat and emphasize in somewhat greater detail the peculiarity of their method. They wished to restate socialism in the plain prose of a workaday world. They derided the revolutionary romanticism of Karl Marx, the myth of an inevitable catastrophe which should transform in a moment the conditions of human life, and inaugurate a golden age, secure from further revolution. They derided every utopian dream of an earthly paradise, the utopia of William Morris for example, dreams so remote from reality that they could afford no guidance in solving the problems of the world, as it really is. If however, socialism represents the evolution of historical forces, and if the modern world is moving towards it by an inevitable law, it must be taking shape already under our eyes, even if we are unaware of what is happening. Therefore, in the opinion of the Fabians, the effective socialist propaganda must be to convince cooperators, trade unionists, members of parliament and members of local bodies that, for a long while already, they had been practicing unconsciously a socialist policy. They would thus be persuaded to envisage deliberately and on principle the aims they were already pursuing under the blind urge of an unreasoned instinct. Was it then advisable to found an independent Labour Party? Keir Hardie's campaign took the Fabians by surprise. Towards the close of 1893, Bernard Shaw, the firebrand of the group, in a magazine article which the Society republished later as one of their tracts, demanded an independent trade unionist party, a party fund of £30,000 and 50 Labour candidates at the next election. On the other hand, the 12 Fabian delegates who attended the conference at which the Independent Labour Party was formed, insisted that they were present only as guests and finally pronounced the experiment fruitless. Sidney and Beatrice Webb upheld their attitude. They declared themselves fully satisfied with a state of affairs in which, as for instance was the case in Lancashire, the secretary of one trade union might be a conservative, the secretary of another a liberal, and in consequence the unions were in a position to exercise direct pressure on both the historic parties. 1 Opposed as they were on principle to utopias of any kind, and intent on putting before the electorate a program susceptible of immediate realization, they were content to invite the larger unions, the captains of industry, and the bureaucratic state to conclude a species of concordat. They called upon the workers to abandon all regulations or claims made by their unions which in any way hampered the progress of machinery, and upon the employers to accept in return the principle of a regulation of labor which might even extend to the legal enactment of a minimum wage, and they urged both alike to get rid of their liberal prejudices and submit to the authority of the state whose protection they enjoyed. It was a Prussian rather than a revolutionary program. Was a socialist party necessary to carry it out? The strong desire of nearly all sections of trade unionists for this or that measure of legal enactment does not, for the moment, attach them, as trade unionists, to any political party. But it implies that they would be strongly, and even permanently, drawn to any political leader, of whatever party, who shared their faith in the efficacy of the common rule, and who convinced them that he had the technical knowledge, the will, and the parliamentary power to carry into law such proposals, for legal regulation, as each trade from time to time definitely demanded. Who would be this leader? Lord Rosebery? Chamberlain? The Webbs were thinking of both. If in 1895 Chamberlain was to be their man, Sidney and Beatrice Webb were at his service, prepared to give him the support of their zeal, industry, and genius. In fact, the leaders of the Unionist Party, impressed by the formation of the Independent Labour Party, were asking themselves whether it was not, in the first instance at any rate, a menace to the Liberals, and when, about the beginning of 1895, they perceived that the defeat of the Liberal cabinet was imminent, they offered the masses a program more attractive than the social policy of the Liberals had proved. They would cut at the root of socialism by inaugurating an era of prudent and moderate social reforms. And to the obsolete radicalism of the Gladstonians would oppose a constructive policy, a policy of social reform combined with the maintenance of individual liberty and resistance to socialistic schemes. What was this constructive program of social reform which however was not socialist? It was, the Tory speakers replied, the policy of Chamberlain. What then was Chamberlain's social policy, as he put it forward, in expectation of the day when the electorate would once more return the Unionist coalition to power? Again we must refer to the Bismarckian legislation, which provided his model. Bismarck had set up an elaborate system of compulsory insurance against the risks incidental to a workman's life, accident, sickness, disablement, and unprovided old age. The cost of the scheme was borne in some cases by the employers alone, in others shared between the employers and workmen, or between the employers, the workmen, and the taxpayer. He had even, it would seem, intended to tackle the problem of unemployment. Unfortunately, he had fallen from power, and none of his successors had the ability to carry out his intention. It must be admitted that Chamberlain's program, as expounded in his speeches, fell very short of the comprehensiveness which Bismarck had given to his proposals, when, for the first time, he traced the lines of his social policy. Chamberlain did not raise the question of insurance against sickness. He made no reference to unemployment, in spite of the fact that, during the years of industrial depression through which the country had just passed, it had given birth to a lively agitation among the working classes. He produced no comprehensive scheme. He was content to promise the workers compensation for accidents which might befall them in the course of their employment, whether caused by their negligence or not. He promised pensions to deserving workmen compelled by old age to leave their employment. 1 What steps would the Unionist cabinet take to redeem these promises? Everyone gave Chamberlain the credit for the statute dealing with workmen's accidents, introduced by the cabinet and passed by Parliament during the session of 1897. Not only did he throw himself wholeheartedly into the debates, not shrinking from a public attack on Lord Londonderry, a powerful mine owner and magnate of the Conservative Party, who in the country and in the House of Lords led the opposition to the bill. But the bill itself reproduced in every detail the measure he had suggested. The last Liberal cabinet had passed through the Commons a bill which considerably extended the employer's liability for accidents to his employees. But the Lords had introduced an amendment authorizing workmen to contract out of its provisions, and the cabinet, regarding the amendment as changing a compulsory measure into one merely permissive, and thereby rendering it a dead letter, had preferred to drop the bill. Chamberlain persuaded his Conservative colleagues not to be content with merely reintroducing the Bill of 1894, but to introduce a measure embodying a different and a far bolder principle. It was no longer a question of the extent of the employer's liability. The bill recognized the workman's right to compensation for any accident incurred in the course of his work, whatever its cause. Parliament accepted the bill as drafted by the government, with only an unimportant modification introduced by the House of Lords which restricted very slightly the right to compensation. It mattered little that the British measure did not go so far as the German, and refrained from imposing on employers the obligation to insure as a body against the accidents to which their employees were exposed. Chamberlain expressly declared against compulsory insurance as too bureaucratic to be acceptable to public opinion in Great Britain, and the public seems to have agreed with his point of view. It mattered little that the statute did not apply to all branches of labor, that agricultural laborers, seamen and domestic servants were excluded from its scope, and that to spare the small employer it was applicable only to workshops in which machinery was in use. Nor even did it greatly matter that the Act, like the previous bill, permitted employers and workmen to contract out of its obligations, and that the House of Lords had removed from the bill a clause likely to render the permission nugatory registered. An important principle had been laid down which had been absent from the Liberal measure. On this point at any rate Chamberlain had obviously taken steps to fulfill his promises to the electorate. The measure had been before the House from May to July 1897, that is to say, at the very time when he was extricating himself from the fiasco of the Jameson raid and, eager as he was to push the government forward on the path of imperialism, was anxious to secure the goodwill of the masses. He succeeded. On the question of pensions for aged workmen, his attitude was different. When the Unionists came into power in 1895, 2 or 3 years had passed since the attention of the working class had been drawn to the question by Charles Booth, the philanthropist, famous for his inquiries into social conditions. The scheme proposed by Booth was, it is true, completely different from Bismarck's solution. He asserted the right of every man without exception to a pension in old age. Neither workmen nor employers were to contribute. He did not speak of insurance, but of relief. And Chamberlain had obtained the support of a group of members of Parliament, belonging to both parties, for a carefully studied scheme, far more moderate than Booth's proposal, or even Bismarck's law system of optional insurance to be assisted by the state, and had again developed his proposals before a royal commission, appointed in 1893 to inquire into the question. The commission, however, had in 1895 reached a purely negative conclusion. It was the same with a parliamentary committee appointed in 1896 which reported in 1898. But Booth's proposal suddenly acquired an unexpected importance when the government of one of the self-governing colonies passed legislation, based on a principle similar to that which he had enunciated. In Australasia, democratic communities, in defiance of the prejudices the British had obstinately cherished throughout the 19th century, were pursuing a policy at once protectionist and socialist, protecting the workmen of Australia and New Zealand, alike against foreign competition and capitalist exploitation. The New Zealand Old Age Pensions Act, registered first introduced in 1898 by the Prime Minister, Mr. Seddon, and finally passed towards the end of the summer, granted a pension of 18 a year, that is about 7 shillings a week, to every person above the age of 65 not in possession of an income exceeding £52 or capital exceeding £260. The New Zealand legislation was immediately explained to the British public by the Agent General of the colony in London, the Fabian, W.P. Reeves, and Booth made use of it to push his own scheme. He launched an extensive campaign throughout Great Britain, for which he obtained the support of the trade unions, the cooperative societies, the nonconformist bodies, 27 Anglican bishops, and Cardinal Vaughan. 3 months had not passed, and his National Committee of Organised Labour for promoting old age pensions for all had scarcely been formed, before Parliament was roused to action. A committee of 17 members appointed by the House of Commons reported, after a rapid inquiry, in favour of the New Zealand system. A second committee was then appointed to investigate its financial aspects. The report, issued at the beginning of 1900, estimated that, when all deductions had been made, those in receipt of poor relief, criminals, lunatics, aliens, those whose income exceeded 10 a week, and others classed as unfit to receive a pension 655,000 British subjects of 65 years of age and upwards would receive a pension. If, as proposed, the amount were fixed at 7 shillings a week in the towns, 5 shillings in the country, that is to say at an average of 6 shillings, the total cost of the scheme to the taxpayers would amount to £10,300,000 in 1901, £12,650,000 in 1911, £15,650,000 in 1921. The movement had been well launched in the traditional English fashion. It enjoyed the support of the working classes. If in any party a statesman, inspired by Fabian principles, was prepared to adopt either Booth's scheme, or the system which had been set up in New Zealand, he would have the country behind him. What was Chamberlain going to do? He did nothing. At first sight his inaction is surprising. He was universally understood to have given an explicit pledge before the election of 1895 to provide the workers with old age pensions. From the zeal he had displayed in defending the Compensation Bill, when it was debated in 1897, one might expect that he would continue to advocate a bold policy of social reform. And surely his imperialism could not fail to be attracted by a reform which had originated in one of those self-governing colonies whose bonds with the mother country it was his constant endeavour to draw closer. Nevertheless, he did nothing. When George Cadbury held a large public meeting at Birmingham which was attended by 630 delegates representing a body of 300,000 persons, he refused an invitation to be present in an extremely evasive letter. Pressed with questions in the House of Commons, and elsewhere, he explained that the plan he had had in mind was different, a grant to be made by the state to friendly societies which gave old age pensions to their members. If that plan were adopted, assistance would not be given indiscriminately to the deserving and undeserving alike, and state intervention would be confined to the encouragement of thrift. But he took no steps to ensure that even this proposal was adopted by the government. The time, declared the Queen's speech, is not propitious for any domestic reforms which involve a large expenditure. The explanation was that circumstances had changed since 1897. Not only had the Boer War begun and was proving a heavy financial burden, but Chamberlain, who had recovered from the effects of his initial fiasco and was once more the protagonist of a militant imperialism, no longer felt the need to justify his conversion to Toryism by a program of social reform. Defy Russia, humiliate France, crush the Boers, that was the way to win a brilliant reputation at home and abroad. This terrible fellow had now something else to think of than old age pensions. 8. If, leaving the Compensation Act out of account, we take the measure of the social reform accomplished by the British government between the year 1895, when the Unionists came into office, and the conclusion of the Boer War in the summer of 1902, what did it amount to? An act providing, but not enforcing, a method of arbitration in labor disputes. 1. An act to consolidate and amend the Factory Acts, which secured in 1901 the approval of the Trades Union Congress. A few statutes of more restricted application protecting particular categories of labor: the seamen in the merchant service, the workers in the cotton industry, railwaymen, and shop assistants. Also 3 acts to protect children*, and in 1900, the provisions of the Compensation Act were extended to agricultural laborers registered, not a record to boast of. The Cabinet had merely followed the movement of public opinion which for many years past had impelled Parliament without distinction of parties to regulate the conditions of labor with an ever-increasing stringency. If among the statutes, passed while the Unionists were in office, which had a bearing on social questions, we look for legislation which reveals the characteristic policy of the government, we shall find 2 measures which, without being socialist, represented a reaction against the traditional liberalism of the 19th century. One was an act dealing with joint stock companies. Its object was to restrict the almost unlimited freedom the companies enjoyed under the Act of 1862.1. In future, promoters would no longer be able by bogus subscriptions of capital to appropriate, without the knowledge of the public, an excessive share of the profits. The other was an act dealing with money lenders, which marked the beginning of a reaction against the repeal in 1854 of the statutes against usury, and was bitterly opposed by the liberal opposition. Henceforward the law would recognize only professional money lenders whose operations would be subject to legal regulation. They would be obliged to furnish every borrower with a copy of the terms of the loan. If the rate of interest exceeded 10%, or the courts could modify the terms of the contract. Both statutes were examples of paternal legislation, in other words state intervention, to protect the individual against his own imprudence, as a father might protect his child. But in both instances the state protected capitalists against their fellow capitalists, lenders against borrowers, or borrowers against lenders. It did not protect one class against another, the workman against his employer. If we examine more closely the strictly social legislation introduced and carried by the Conservative Cabinet, we shall detect here and there a desire to oppose the growing demands of labor. The Conciliation Act of 1896 was but the relic of the numerous projects which had been entertained by many conservative philanthropists, while the Great Labor Commission was sitting from 1891 to 1894. Why not regulate disputes between employers and their men and enforce an orderly settlement? Why not compel both parties to form themselves into recognized organizations? Institute a system of arbitration between these 2 representative bodies, applicable to all disputes, and fine whichever of the 2 refused to accept the decision? But the trade unions had consistently been opposed to accepting financial liability of this nature, and we shall presently see the intense feeling which the question would arouse during the opening years of the 20th century. The Cabinet had yielded without a struggle and contented itself with an uncontroversial measure providing for optional arbitration. The Factory Act, on the other hand, had been introduced in 1900, before it was passed in its definitive form in R 901. At that time the Boer War necessitated a great effort to furnish the needs of the army, and the government, acting in concert with the secretaries of the unions, had broken, both in the state workshops and in private firms engaged on war work, every regulation which hampered production. For instance, the regulations forbidding the employment of women, work during the night, and the system of double shifts. Why not legalize, for the future, breaches of the law committed with the tacit consent of the parties interested by empowering the government to sanction these breaches of the law. But the trade union officials protested, the bill was hung up, and by the following session the provision which had aroused the workers' hostility had disappeared. On this point, as on some other matters of detail, the government, when the bill was finally passed, had yielded to the copyright demands of labor. In both instances the government had shown a desire to oppose socialism, and its intention had been frustrated by the opposition of labor. In another instance, however, the victory lay with the anti-socialism of the government, and certain contemporary tendencies suffered a decided check. We refer to what was known by the name which Sidney Webb had made fashionable as municipal socialism. Since Parliament had placed the town councils on a democratic basis, they had municipalized one after another a constantly increasing number of public services: water supply, gas, electricity, tramways, markets, public baths, workmen's houses. Politics played very little part in municipal elections, and up to 1895 only an occasional socialist had been elected here and there to certain town councils. The mayors and the councillors of the large cities were leading citizens, chosen for the most part without any consideration of party, and it was not socialism, but pride in their municipality which urged them to municipalize every year a greater portion of the productive capital within their jurisdiction, to the delight of the Webbs, who saw in this policy a perfect expression of the Fabian method. For some years past, however, partly, perhaps, because the Webbs drew the attention of the public to the socialistic character of the development, this municipal socialism had begun to arouse considerable anxiety in financial and industrial circles. A lengthy controversy had arisen between its defenders and opponents. Its apologists claimed that all these municipal undertakings earned large profits with a corresponding reduction of the rates. Its opponents denied the existence of these large profits, and disputed the calculations which professed to prove them. Otherwise, they asked, how could the rapidly increasing indebtedness of all the British municipalities be explained, and a burden of rates which was becoming insupportable? To these arguments it was replied, that to reduce the entire question to a balance of profit and loss was to take too low a view. The moral and physical welfare of the citizens was well worth pecuniary sacrifice. Which of the two parties was right? One thing, at any rate, became certain: as soon as the country returned in 1895 a Unionist majority, the sympathies of the new government were with the critics, not with the defenders, of municipal socialism. Of this, an important problem relating to the administration of the metropolitan area afforded ample proof. Since 1888, London had possessed a county council. Except in the city, which retained its old form of government and constituted an enclave within the district administered by the London County Council, the latter possessed the same powers as the other councils throughout the country, that is to say, it did not possess an extensive jurisdiction. Neither the care of the streets nor the gas and water supply, nor the establishment and maintenance of markets, nor the public health, nor the burials, nor the police of the metropolis was subject to its authority. 2 Were such diverse and important services to be finally abandoned to a medley of uncoordinated bodies? And if they were to be reorganized, on what principle? Should the powers of the county council be enlarged? Or, on the contrary, should the jurisdiction of the council be left as it had been defined by the Statute of 1888, and the administration of the capital made federal, and systematically divided between a number of separate local bodies? The former alternative, the method of centralization, was advocated by the Progressive Party, which possessed a majority in the county council, the party of which Sidney Webb was one of the most active members, and which wished to extend the socialist experiments in which it had engaged ever since 1888. The latter was advocated by the Moderate Party, which constituted the opposition in the council and declared itself opposed in principle to municipal socialism. A commission appointed in 1890 to examine the question reported in 1894 in favor of an intermediate solution, which combined both principles. On the one hand, the city would lose its independence and be absorbed together with the county council in a single body whose authority would extend to the whole of London. But, on the other hand, a number of municipalities over whom a mayor would preside would administer particular districts of the metropolis, subject to the control of the new council. But this was not enough to satisfy the moderates, whose position was strengthened by the Conservative victory in 1895. Chamberlain spoke in their support. In 1899, the government introduced and carried a bill which abolished all the bodies which were still performing a large number of municipal functions within the area of the County of London, and transferred their powers, not to the County Council, but to 28 borough councils administering special areas. The bill was introduced by Balfour in person, and he presided over the debates with that competence, keenness, and skill in argument with which it amused him to delight and disconcert the House after months of listlessness. The decentralization was in itself a safeguard against the extension to the entire metropolitan district of the methods of municipal socialism. The wealthy boroughs would not be rated to provide for the needs of districts inhabited by a population of slum dwellers. In reality, the conditions which obtained in England during the closing years of the century were altogether unlike those which prevailed in Germany when Bismarck successfully applied his system of social monarchy. There, a monarchy founded on divine right and a military aristocracy which was a survival of feudalism, as a result of the historical situation and under the guidance of a great statesman, controlled the development of a mercantile and industrial community of the modern type. Therefore, when the new claims of the proletariat alarmed the manufacturers, the crown and the aristocracy were in a position to arbitrate between the working class, against whom they afforded the employers the protection of the army, and the wealthy upstarts whom they despised. Provided public order was not disturbed, they were quite willing to come forward as the defenders of labor against these plebeian capitalists. The situation in England was totally different. It was under the banner of the dominant liberalism that the old aristocracy of landowners, divided, as it was, into two hostile groups, had by sleights of hand, successfully sustained, contrived to retain the leadership of a community more completely industrialized than any other in the world. But could the tour de force be maintained permanently? At the very moment when the gentry, almost to a man, were leaving the Liberal Party, the financiers, merchants, and manufacturers, threatened by the socialist menace, were also flocking to the Tory camp. At the outset of his career, Chamberlain had done more than any other man to give the Liberal Party a radical and socialist character, and the movements he had initiated did not cease with his defection. But whether he would or no, he was compelled by his charge of allegiance to play an entirely different role in the party he joined, to make of it a party in many respects similar to the Republican Party in the United States, the party of progressive capitalism and large-scale industry. No one could be in a worse position to pursue a policy of state socialism. This is the explanation of the failure of the Cabinet of 1895 to promote social reform. In the sphere of education it copied the German model, though probably without clearly understanding what it was doing. So far as social reform in the stricter sense was concerned, it understood very well the significance of Bismarck's legislation and for that very reason did nothing. And its refusal to take action was encouraged by the apathy which, after 10 years of socialist agitation, suddenly came over the working class on the morrow of the election of 1895. 9. At that election, the candidates of the Independent Labour Party had polled almost 45,000 votes at first sight, a splendid achievement. That in several constituencies their candidate had contributed to the defeat of the Liberal candidate caused them no misgivings. If they could intimidate the Liberal Party, so much the better. But, on the other hand, they were compelled to face the fact that not a single one of their 28 candidates had got into the House. Even Keir Hardie had been defeated. Moreover, the members of Parliament who, without being socialists, belonged to the working class had been involved in the Liberal defeat. Before the election, there had been 16 representatives of the working class in the House of Commons. Now there were only 12. Hence a feeling of acute resentment against the members of the Independent Labour Party among the leaders of the unions. It was revealed when, in September, the annual Trades Union Congress met at Cardiff, and adopted 2 amendments to its constitution, proposed by the Parliamentary Committee to stifle the propaganda of the militant socialists. 243. Social questions. Hitherto, the Congress had comprised 2 distinct elements. There were the delegates of the trade unions, bodies confined to the members of a particular trade. There were also the delegates of the trade councils, which contained representatives of every trade in a particular town. The secretaries of the unions were businessmen rather than politicians, men with a middle-class outlook taken up with the difficult task of managing the finances of their union. But the local members of the trade councils and their representatives at the Congress were not trade union secretaries. They were men of a more daring temper, at once more political and more revolutionary than the former. And it was on the trade councils, rather than on the trade unions, that the socialists relied every year to win the support of the Congress. The committee proposed and carried a motion excluding the councils from the Congress, which would in future be confined to the delegates of the unions. Up to the present the vote had been taken by a majority of the delegates. But the 3 large unions whose membership amounted to 100,000 or even 200,000 did not send a proportionate number of delegates. The expense would have been too great. Therefore, when it came to the vote, the small unions possessed an unfair advantage. That, surely, explained the success of the socialist motions at Belfast and Norwich. The committee proposed that in future the vote at the Congress should be taken in accordance with the membership of the unions represented, not, as hitherto, with the number of delegates. And, finally, the proposal was made that no one should in future take part in the Congress who was not an actual member of a union. This would exclude those former trade unionists who had become politicians, not only a prominent revolutionary like Keir Hardie, but a trade unionist of the old middle-class type such as Broadhurst. But Broadhurst was quite willing to be deprived of his seat, if Keir Hardie lost his. And his sentiments were shared by John Burns, who was abandoning his extreme views, and had been for several months at enmity with the Independent Labour Party, having taken offence, because he had not been offered the leadership. By a trick of procedure, of very doubtful legality, the committee carried all its proposals. The result was immediately evident. In 1894, Keir Hardie had carried his formula of unqualified socialism by 219 to 61 votes. In 1895, a similar motion was lost by 607,000 to 244. 186,000 votes. When the parliamentary committee came up for re-election, Bentelet was turned out, and instead of 2 socialists on the committee, there was now only 1. In July of the following year an important international socialist congress was held in London. It W2S the third since the tradition of the first international had been revived in Paris in 1889. Its proceedings were calculated to discuss the leaders of the British labour movement. Not only was there a scene of disgraceful disorder in which the German and British delegates labored in vain to compose a violent quarrel between 2 French groups, but the object of the dispute was unintelligible to the British members of the Congress. The question under discussion was whether the Congress should admit to its membership, besides the socialists in favour of political action, those soon to be known as the syndicalists, who advocated action by the unions alone and opposed all political action. At first sight it might seem that the problem debated in London as an international question resembled the question discussed a few months earlier at Cardiff. This was not the case. At the London Congress the supporters of political action were the moderates who appealed to the British unions to give them the assistance of their votes against the partisans of a general strike for the expropriation of the capitalists, whereas the French anarchists, hostile to the democratic state and parliament, claimed their support in the name of trade unionism. The British delegates could not understand the position, nor had they any wish to understand it. For them France, the continent generally, was a topsy-turvy world. The unions with a large membership, cotton and coal unions, opposed to socialist theory. Anxious to keep the interests of their trade apart from politics and content that any representatives they might return to Parliament should be elected under the official auspices of the Liberal Party, dominated the Congress. In 1896 at Edinburgh the Congress refused by 136 to 62 votes to submit to a referendum by the unions the question of forming a parliamentary fund by means of special subscriptions. The vote was a definite breach with the Independent Labour Party. The following year, at Birmingham, the Congress by 317,000 to 282,000 votes declined an invitation to take part in an international Congress of Trade Unions. It had become more professional and more insular than it had ever been. Probably the government would have been well advised to anticipate the wishes of labor by a bold policy of social reform. And there can be no doubt that, if the employers had taken a reasonable view of the situation, they would have gladly accepted the alliance the moderate trade unionist leaders were only too willing to conclude with them against the revolutionaries. But they were too short-sighted. Unable to brook the control, even of the moderates, and interpreting the sudden slackening of the socialist offensive as a sign of weakness, they judged the moment opportune to deliver a counter-offensive. We shall see what forms it assumed and what were its results. Formal organizations of employers, so runs the report of the Royal Commission appointed in 1891 to inquire into the relations between employers and men, usually make their appearance at a later date than those of the workmen and arise for purposes of joint resistance, when individual employers find themselves too weak to cope with the growing strength of trade unions. The associated employers lay down the conditions the same for all on which they will engage labor, guarantee each other against the risk of a strike, and make all the necessary preparations for joint action, if the association should decide to declare a lockout. In 1892, there were 70 of these associations. The oldest dated from 1865 and they were rapidly multiplying. 12 had been founded since the beginning of 1890.1. Moreover, since the unions had fashioned an organ of collective action in the annual Trades Union Congress, why should not the employers' associations be federated in their turn? The first national federation was formed in 1873, in consequence, as the words of the initial manifesto declare, of the extraordinary development, oppressive action, far-reaching, but openly avowed designs, and elaborate organization of the trade unions. After a few years it ceased to exist. It seems probable that a proposal to revive the Federation of 1873 was discussed among the employers shortly before 1895. But the first sign of their intention at this juncture to oppose a united front to the workers' claims was the foundation of a curious association which, though it originated with the employers, adopted the guise of a workmen's association, genuine or bogus. The sudden growth of trade unionism, which had reached its height in 1889, was followed by a period of industrial depression and unemployment necessarily unfavorable to the prosperity of the unions. Strikes were fewer and failed more often. But during those hard years the British workman did not display his usual resignation. The revolutionary propaganda, whose progress we have described, was bearing its fruit. The strikes, if fewer and less successful, were more often accompanied by scenes of violence. The government adopted the novel procedure of sending troops to restore order. On one occasion there was actual bloodshed. The issue was not always a question of wages or hours of work. Often, and more frequently as the century drew to its close, the men contested the employer's right to employ non-unionist labor. Already at the end of the 19th century the trade union leaders felt themselves sufficiently powerful to dictate to the entire working class, although in the majority of trades, only a minority of the workers were members of a union. In many cases, therefore, the employers believed that in contesting the authority of the trade union they were defending against an oligarchy, not their own interests alone, but, at the same time, the liberty of the individual laborer. But it was a desperate effort, and if they fought with such obstinate determination it was because they felt the day at hand when all the workmen would be compulsorily enrolled in the unions, and the employer would be at their mercy. Already, there were many districts completely industrialized, where the employer's sole resource, when the union had declared war upon them, was to introduce labor from outside. They found such labor in the eastern counties Norfolk and Suffolk, where trade unionism hardly existed. They found it in Ireland, which for a century past had furnished British capitalism with the reserve army, to use Marx's phrase, which it needed. The new hands thus engaged were brought by railway and taken to barracks, where they were confined, out of reach of the strikers' persuasions and threats, so long as they worked in the factory. But was it impossible to improve on this makeshift? The employers, who with great difficulty had succeeded about 1889 in defeating the revolt of unskilled labor, were asking themselves whether it would not be worthwhile to form from the ranks of non-unionist labor, a permanent reserve, a reserve in the strict sense, ready to come to their assistance the moment they were called up. The first step was taken by the Shipowners' Federation, as soon as it was founded in September, 1890. This seems, in fact, to have been its founder's primary object. A few weeks after the Employers' Federation, a general labor union was formed to organize the laborers emancipated from the tyranny of the unions. A guarantee was given that in yards owned by members of the Federation they would always be engaged in preference to men not enrolled in the union. When disputes arose with the secretary of the union, the shipowners had recourse to another device. They opened under their direct control free labor registries, to enroll non-union labor which the agents of the Federation often obtained from abroad. One of these registries, 248. Employers' Attack and Workers' Revolt, was opened in Hull in March, 1893, and it was upon them that the Dockers' Union made war, when in April it declared a strike. The entire working class was in a ferment, and but for the prudence with which John Burns and a few others handled the situation, a general strike would have been declared in London. The strike was finally concluded by a compromise. Already dissatisfied with the result of their policy, the shipowners were alarmed to discover that the free labor registries had pledged their responsibility too directly. Workmen, enrolled by a registry and subsequently dismissed, sued the Federation for breach of contract. They, therefore, returned to the device of a union, ostensibly independent of the employers, like a genuine trade union. At this juncture, when a further experiment had failed, a man named M.W. Collison, who had practiced well nigh every trade and had lately founded in London a union for tram and omnibus employees from which he had been expelled in circumstances not very honourable to himself, obtained subscriptions from the employers to found a National Free Labour Association, which professed to embody the determination of a large body of workers to throw off the yoke of the trade unions. The association, whose members were at the service of the employers in the event of a strike, held its annual congress at which it published its accounts and its membership. As even its officials admitted, its funds were chiefly derived from the employers' subscriptions. Its membership, if they are to be believed, had at times exceeded 100,000, in fact it seems never to have been greater than 30,000. Moreover, the men supplied by Collison to his patrons were the refuse of the labor market. Their labor was cheap only because it was of such poor quality. The chief use made of the association by the capitalists and the conservative press they controlled was to make the public believe that the workers were beginning to revolt against the unions. The employers did not need the assistance of Collison and his rabble to win, in 1897 and in 1898, two brilliant victories over the working class. It was with the Amalgamated Society of Engineers that the first battle was fought. The society, which had been in existence more than 45 years, clung to the old methods and contemplated with pride the improvement in the condition of its members brought about by the extensive system of benefits it had organized. In the spring of 1897 the society possessed a membership of about 92,000 and had accumulated funds amounting to more than £360,000. These splendid results had, it must be admitted, been secured by a series of rules the society had forced on the employers which had brought to a standstill the development of machinery in this branch of British manufacture. One of these prohibited the employment of unskilled labour which, if used to serve some new machine, might have proved a dangerous competitor to the skilled labor hitherto indispensable. But about the year 1890 the new unionism had shaken this exclusiveness. John Burns and Tom Mann were engineers, and had been sent as their delegates by the Amalgamated Society of Engineers to the Trades Union Congress held at Liverpool in 1890. In 1893 it had admitted to its membership one branch at least of unskilled labor, the machine men. A workman of socialist tendencies, George Barnes, a candidate of the Independent Labour Party at the general election, had just been elected secretary. Was it under the influence of the new ideas that the society adopted a more aggressive policy, and in 1895 was among the first unions to demand a share in the profits accruing from the recovery of trade in the shape of an increase of wages? 15,000 engineers came out on strike at Belfast and on the Clyde. But after a struggle, lasting 3 months, their obstinate refusal to lower their demands gave the victory to the employers. It was no doubt this initial success which 2 years later encouraged them to face a sterner contest. This time the battle was fought on the question not of wages, but the 8 hours day. Had not the 8 hours day been, ever since 1889, the slogan of socialists throughout the world? The Newcastle engineers could claim that, at the cost of a strike of 6 months in 1871, they had been the first among British workers to secure the 9 hours day. The London engineers now demanded a day of 8 hours. 2 important provincial firms engaged in the manufacture of machinery had already adopted it. At first 100 London firms accepted the society's demands. But they were firms of no importance. The large firms refused. Moreover, the employers perceived that, badly organized as they were, they would be fighting against heavy odds. If the struggle remained local, the engineers, assisted by the subscriptions of their comrades still at work in the provinces, would be able to hold out indefinitely. The London manufacturers therefore joined the Employers' Federation, which, as a result of the strike on the Clyde, had been formed in the north towards the end of 189's. To the strike declared by the employees of 5 London firms, the Employers' Federation replied by decreeing the lockout of a quarter of the men employed in the industry throughout Great Britain. To this step the Amalgamated Society of Engineers replied in its turn by declaring a general strike wherever the employers' lockout was enforced. Battle had been joined along the entire front. But the contest suddenly changed its character. Before the demand for the 8 hours day had been made, a host of minor disputes had arisen in the workshops over the introduction of machinery. Either the men opposed it entirely, if it were likely to have the effect of replacing skilled by unskilled labor, or they demanded that committees of control should be set up in the workshops through which the workers would dictate to the employers the conditions on which they would consent to work the machines. The Employers' Federation was, therefore, not content with refusing the 8 hours day. It attached further conditions to the reopening of the factories. It demanded that the men should formally accept piecework and the principle of working overtime, abandon every rule which in any way limited the number of apprentices, and repudiate all claim to interfere in the management of the firm. In future, employers would be free to settle the conditions of labor directly with their employees without any intervention by the society. In other words, the engineers must abandon the principle of collective bargaining, which is the foundation of all corporate action. In consequence, the entire world of organized labor was up in arms and came to the assistance of the engineers. The trade unions subscribed almost £70,000, the cooperative societies more than £2,000. From Australia and New Zealand they received £5,500, from Germany £14,600. The total assistance received by the strikers amounted to £116,000. 15 Oxford dons, philanthropists, the German economist Brentano took the side of the men. All to no purpose. An attempt at intervention by the Board of Trade failed. The employers' terms, rejected the first time about the middle of December by an overwhelming majority, and when again brought forward a fortnight later with insignificant modifications. Rejected a second time by a majority almost as large, were finally accepted on January 28. The strike had lasted over 30 weeks, from beginning to end had thrown 28,000 men out of work, and had resulted in the most serious defeat British trade unionism had received within living memory. The engineers had not returned to work before another conflict broke out in the South Welsh coalfield. For the past 20 years wages had been fixed by the sliding scale. Every 2 months the average price of coal was calculated in 4 chief centres of the district and wages adjusted in proportion. The miners had, however, the right to ask for a revision of the arrangement, provided 6 months' notice were given. On October 1, 1897, they gave the required notice, but the mine owners, who perhaps were elated by the victory the employers were on the point of winning in their struggle with the engineers, did not wait until April 1 before giving notice that on that date they would regard themselves as released from any contract with the men and would re-employ them only on the old terms. The miners refused to yield. Before the middle of April work on the coal field was at a standstill. The mine owners called it a strike, the miners a lockout. Of the 139,000 miners in South Wales, 90,000 were involved. Not a single act of violence was committed. Nevertheless, at the request of the magistrates and owners, troops were sent to the district, as though to impress on the miners that the owners had the support of the government. By forcing, as they had done, the commencement of the struggle, the owners had secured an initial advantage. For everybody knew what they wanted, namely the maintenance of the status quo, whereas the miners, taken unawares, were less certain of their ground. Indeed, they had not had the time to agree on a common program. The majority accepted the principle of the sliding scale and were content to demand that their wages should be raised by a tenth. But in certain respects the system of the sliding scale bore hardly on them. Throughout Britain, and especially in Wales, the coal trade was an export trade, affected by all the fluctuations of prices in the international market. Therefore, since their wages varied with prices, the miners lived by turns in comfort and destitution. How could the evil be cured? The South Welsh miners hesitated between 2 remedies. Some favoured the adoption of a system which had for a long time been practised by the English miners, and for which they had obtained the approval of the International Miners' Congress held at Berlin in 1894. One, it consisted in keeping prices high by limiting the supply of coal, that is to say, in a combination of owners and miners against the consumer. The others, who were influenced by socialism and who were very soon, if not the more numerous, at any rate the noisier section, advocated the introduction of a minimum living wage. The owners rejected all the miners' demands. As always in a mining district, it was a stubborn contest. The miners, who often owned their cottages, who had contributed to the cost of building those little chapels, Methodist, Baptist, or Congregationalist, dotted about all over the countryside, and among whom mining was an hereditary profession, son succeeding father in the pits, had come to regard themselves as joint owners of the soil and the coal measures beneath it. But they were badly organized. They had not yet learned, like their comrades of the Midlands, Durham, and Northumberland, to form strong and wealthy unions. When the strike began, their funds barely amounted to £10,000. To keep themselves and their families, they were driven to desperate makeshifts. In a district where the entire electorate belonged to the working class, they controlled the boards of guardians, and appear to have made use of their power to maintain themselves out of the poor rate. But the moment arrived, about the end of August, when starvation stared them in the face and they surrendered. On August 28 an anxious crowd surrounded from early morning the building in which the representatives of the owners and the men were discussing terms. Though the unfortunate men knew that they were beaten, they refused to give up hope, and every now and then a comforting rumor went round that the owners were divided, that they were conceding a minimum wage. The afternoon passed, the negotiators separated for their evening meal, and nothing had been settled. Finally, it became known that an agreement had been reached on the basis of a variable minimum wage. It was a clever formula to express the concession which the owners wished to have the appearance of making. It was agreed that whenever the operation of the sliding scale reduced wages to a rate more than 12% lower than that which had obtained in 1889, the miners would have a right to terminate their contract at 6 months' notice. But what did this amount to? They possessed the right already, whatever the rate of wages. And had it not been the owners who, by refusing to admit it the previous winter, had acted with flagrant unfairness? Moreover, the system of the sliding scale was maintained without any alteration until 1903. An immediate increase in wages of 5% was a purely formal concession. The miners would have been entitled to it if the operation of the sliding scale had not been interrupted by the strike. And finally, they were compelled to give up the monthly holiday hitherto in force in the district. It was known as Mabon's Day. Mabon was the nickname of a Labour leader named Abraham, who represented in the House of Commons the Glamorganshire constituency of the Rhondda Valley. It was Mabon who had obtained this holiday for the miners. And on this occasion also it was Mabon who defended the interests of his clients against the owners. In vain he attempted to preserve at least an annual holiday, a last relic of the Mabon's Day they had lost. He was defeated by the owners' obstinate refusal. "Tell our friends," ran the message which Abraham communicated the same evening to the press, "that this has been a terrible day for us, and it ends with a terrible disappointment for all of us. It has been a fearful fight all day. It was a case of Mabon fighting tooth and nail for his day. It has gone by. You will, boys, do the same as I have had to do today, namely, accept the inevitable, and prepare to organize for better things." 3. The employers, encouraged by the 2 victories they had just won in the course of a single year, the first over the engineers, the second over the Welsh miners, now decided to unite their scattered organizations in a single central organization. On November 15, representatives of all, or almost all, branches of the national industry met in London. A peer, Lord Wemyss, took the chair. The meeting decided that it was imperative, in the common interest of employers and men, to take active measures to oppose the weakness Parliament displayed towards the demands of the unions, and the socialistic tendencies of recent legislation. Why was the working class in a position to dictate terms to Parliament? Because it had learned to organize. The employers in their turn must learn to organize for the defense of freedom, the freedom of employers and men alike. This was the origin of the Employers' Parliamentary Council, which consisted of representatives of the various employers' federations, and such individual employers as the council should decide to co-opt. At its head was an executive committee composed of a president, 5 vice presidents, and 5 ordinary members. The committee would hold regular meetings, and inform all the members of the council of any bill introduced in Parliament which in its opinion affected their interests. The opinion of the members would be obtained and the necessary steps taken to support or oppose the bill, whenever either course was advised by unanimous agreement of the federation immediately concerned and by 2 oathherds of the council. Point 2. In short, the council was to become to the employers what the Trades Union Congress was to the working class, and the relation between the executive committee and the council would reproduce that which obtained between the parliamentary committee and the Congress. Among the members of the Executive Committee of the Employers' Council was Sir Henry Vivian, the representative of the quarry owners. No doubt this prominence was given to that particular body of employers because public attention was focused just then on another labour dispute, of which Lord Penryn's slate quarries at Bethesda in North Wales were the scene. Not more than 3,000 men were involved, but the bitterness was intense. And because the battlefield was so restricted, it was easier for the public to grasp on this small scale the aims the leading employers had entertained ever since the election of 1895, which they had regarded as their victory. The quarrymen possessed no union in the strict sense, but they elected a quarry committee which claimed, in the event of a dispute with Lord Penryn, to represent the men in the same way as the committee of a trade union. Lord Penryn refused to recognize the committee. Because, in obedience to the committee, they demanded an improvement in the conditions of their work. In September 1896, he discharged a number of men. Their fellow quarrymen espoused their cause and came out on strike. It lasted almost 2 years, supported by the assistance given by trade unions and by the begging tours which a number of strikers conducted up and down the country, and even in London. In this way, with the help of the Daily Chronicle, they collected almost £20,000. After Lord Penrhyn had refused the arbitration of the Board of Trade, the dispute was apparently settled in August 1898, by a compromise. On the one hand, the quarrymen's right to elect representatives to bring their grievances before Lord Penrhyn or his subordinates was recognised, but on the other hand their demands were to be examined, not by committees composed equally of representatives of both parties, but by the owner's representatives, the officials of the quarry, and in the last instance by the owner himself. It was not long before the struggle broke out afresh. When towards the end of the Boer War, in 1902, a very large number of strikers returned to work, the troops had to be called out to protect them against their comrades still on strike. Opinion in liberal and democratic circles was finally impressed by the long struggle, and Lloyd George, speaking one day in the Commons, let it be understood that, in his opinion, the state had a right to take over the quarry and work it for the benefit of the nation under more humane conditions that Lord Penrhyn would concede. It was not until the end of 1903 that the last strikers yielded. The 3 disputes whose story we have told may be considered as typical. When we consult the statistics for the period with which we are concerned, we find that in each year the victories won by the employers outnumber, often very considerably, the victories of labor. Moreover, between 1894 and 1900 the number of strikes fell from 929 to 648, the number of workers involved also decreased, falling from 257,000 in 1894 to 135,000 in 1900.9. At first sight these figures are surprising, for they belong to a period when trade was prosperous, a period of increased exports and diminished unemployment, and at that time it was universally believed that those conditions infallibly produce a large increase of strikes. Improvement in trade is accompanied by a rise in prices, and the laborer demands an increase of his wages. But if prices continue to rise, the increase immediately appears insufficient, and the workmen go from strike to strike, always victorious and always dissatisfied. Why did this fail to happen during the 5 years of prosperity with which the 19th century closed? Possibly because there was no general rise in prices sufficient to compensate for the general fall during the previous 5 years. And, therefore, in this exceptional instance, the laborer found his position improved by the increase of wages which his employer conceded without the necessity for a strike. But must we insist at all costs on a purely economic philosophy of history? Why should we refuse to look elsewhere for the explanation of the peaceful attitude displayed by the working class during the 5 or 6 years which followed the election of 1895? A wave of imperialism was sweeping over the country, and, as hatred of the foreigner, the German, the Russian, the Frenchman prevailed over hatred of the domestic enemy, and racial hostility thrust the conflict of classes into the background, the situation became unfavorable to labor agitation. It may surprise us that in 1897 the engineers failed to excite the sentimental pity natural to the British temperament, as on similar occasions in the past it had been enlisted on behalf of the British workmen. It was because the imagination of the middle class, and even of the proletariat, was preoccupied. The engineers' strike or lockout began in the middle of the festivities of the Jubilee, ended a few weeks after the occupation of Kielce by Germany and the first move of Russia towards Port Arthur, and the press was full of these events. Nor surely was it without importance that the strike of the South Welsh miners the following year placed the Admiralty in a difficult position, and owing to the lack of steam coal the original program of the naval maneuvers could not be carried out, and that, on the other hand, the strike ended just in time to allow the Admiralty to work up public feeling about Fashoda. Must we not conclude that there were a large number, even among the working classes, who regarded the Welsh strikers as traitors? 4. All the symptoms we have related were calculated to dishearten that militant and more or less consciously socialist section of labor which just before 1895 had shown such assurance and activity. But was the setback a permanent reaction of the community against their propaganda, or merely the temporary success of a class, numerically small, against whom they could organize in the hope of avenging their defeat in the near future? Other signs, of a more encouraging nature, revived their spirits. If the Amalgamated Society of Engineers did not recover from its defeat in 1897, it was not the same with the Welsh miners. Only a month had passed since they ratified the agreement which registered their defeat, when at last they shook off their apathy and for the first time in their history united to form a union, the South Wales Miners' Federation, which began with a membership of 128,000. Moreover, the total membership of the trade unions was increasing every year. Between 1895 and 1901 the increase amounted to more than a third, and in the latter year the number of trade unionists had almost reached 2 million. In the ranks of so formidable a host there could not fail to be men who would address themselves to the task of devising a reply to the employer's offensive. The sole link which united the various unions of the country was the annual Trades Union Congress. But the Congress was nothing more than a deliberative assembly. The unions represented at the Congress were not bound by the voting. Nor did it possess an executive committee which could take action in the interval between each annual Congress. Steps should be taken to improve the organization of trade unionism. Why not form a general federation of the unions which would be in a position to oppose to the employers' combination a united front of organized labor? Every union would come to the assistance of the union threatened by the employers, and since the latter would not dare to meet this proof of solidarity by declaring a general lockout, they would inevitably lose any battle in which they were rash enough to engage. At first sight, the scheme might seem a copy of French syndicalism. It was in 1895 that the Confédération Générale du Travail had been formed. In reality, nothing could be further from the truth than this comparison. It was the American Federation of Labor which had provided British labor with a model. Far from preparing a general strike to expropriate capital, the object of the proposed federation, as stated in its manifesto, was to promote industrial peace and by every amicable means, for instance conciliation, mediation, and arbitration, or by the establishment of permanent boards, to prevent contests, strikes or lockouts between employers and men, or disputes between unions. The proposal had been originally made in 1894 by the Clarion Group and had won the passing approval of the Trades Union Congress at Norwich. It was revived in 1897 by the Birmingham Congress, and submitted in 1898 by the Bristol Congress to the examination of a special committee. The federation was at last founded in 1900. It has continued in existence because English foundations do not perish. But it has never contained more than a small minority of the trade unionists. It made the mistake of imposing too strict conditions on the affiliated unions. No federation was admitted as a member of the General Federation. Every federation whose affiliated unions wished to join the General Federation must first be dissolved, that the unions which had composed it might enter the federation as independent units. Naturally the powerful Miners' Federation 260, which already contained two-thirds of the miners, refused to commit suicide that the affiliated associations, some 20 in all, might be enabled to enter the General Federation, and when the miners withdrew, the federation was condemned to stagnate. 5. The forces of labor could be marshaled by a different method. Why not revive the proposal which had been accepted in 1893 at Belfast, to be rejected at Cardiff in 1895? Why not form a party for political, not economic, action on the basis of the trade unions and with a socialist program? At Edinburgh in 1896 the Congress passed the motion demanding the nationalization of the means of production, distribution, and exchange only with considerable modification, and refused to reaffirm the motion, passed 3 years earlier at Belfast, by which the unions were invited to adopt the financial measures which would enable independent labor candidates to stand at the next election. But the following year at Birmingham the Congress once more began to demand that all the means of production, distribution, and exchange should be nationalized, and 2 years later at Plymouth decided by 546,000 to 434,000 votes to summon a conference to advise on the best method of increasing the representation of labour in the House of Commons. The conference was held in London on February 27 and 28, 1900. It was attended by 120 delegates. Representatives of the various socialist organizations were present. The trade unions, and even the trade councils, which had been excluded from the Congress in 1895, were represented. That the representation of the working class might be complete, the organizers of the conference had invited the cooperators, but they had refused the invitation. A social democrat proposed the foundation of a party on the principle of the class war and with a program of unqualified socialism. His motion was defeated. But, on the other hand, the conference refused to be content with a mere group of trade unionists, free if they pleased to remain members of the Liberal Party. It therefore decided in favor of a group which, without being committed to a particular economic theory, would nevertheless present in every respect the character of a party, politically independent. An ambiguous solution, but cleverly contrived to win the approval of the Trades Union Congress, and in keeping with the tactics the Independent Labour Party had consistently pursued for the past 7 years. A committee was elected which took the name of the Labour Representation Committee. It consisted of 7 trade unionists, 2 members of the Independent Labour Party, 2 members of the Social Democratic Federation and 1 Fabian. Through their unions 353,000 trade unionists gave their allegiance to the committee. The unions agreed to pay a subscription of 10 shillings for every 1,000 members. The secretary of the committee was a certain James Ramsay MacDonald, of whom, until this moment, hardly anyone had heard. He was a man of 34, of a sombre and handsome countenance. The son of a Scotch peasant woman, he had attended an elementary school, and become a school teacher. He had then gone to London to seek a livelihood, where for some time he had lived the hand-to-mouth existence of the intellectual worker of humble origin. He had been for a time a member of the Fabian Society, where he was remembered as a man not easily influenced. He was one of the founders of the Independent Labour Party. Everything about his past, his obscure origin, the life of destitution he had lived for 10 years in London, destined him, one might have imagined, to become a revolutionary. In fact, he had the politician's temper and gifts, and the founders of the Labour Representation Committee could not have made a better choice. He displayed that blend of moral austerity and practical shrewdness which composes the typical Scot. It seemed as though the campaign the Independent Labour Party had inaugurated in 1893 was about to bear fruit, and that the policy it advocated was beginning at last to win the decided support of the unions. But we must not exaggerate the strength of the new movement. No doubt it was a victory for Keir Hardie to have won back John Burns, Hindman, and the Fabians. But there was no room in a single church for 3 popes. Once more John Burns' bowler and stiff collar quarrelled with Keir Hardie's trilby and soft shirt, and Burns retired, finding no doubt that a majestic isolation suited his naive vanity better than any other position. Shortly afterwards, Hindman and his Social Democrats also left, when they realized that they were not to absorb the Independent Labour Party, but the Independent Labour Party was to absorb them. The Fabians, it is true, remained, but at the meetings of the committee, instead of collaborating on the same footing as the other members, they adopted the attitude of slightly supercilious and rather standoffish advisers. Their leaders, Sidney and Beatrice Webb and Bernard Shaw, did everything in their power to discredit the Labour Representation Committee. We have already remarked the ostentatious support and the lavish advice which they gave during the Boer War to the group of liberal imperialists. And the war had hardly begun when the Fabian, Sidney Olivier, was appointed by Chamberlain Colonial Secretary in Jamaica. Indeed, the war was itself detrimental to the committee. Amid the turmoil, it was not easy for the committee to make itself heard. At the election of 1900 it put forward only 14 candidates, obtained very little over 50,000 votes and won only 2 victories. Keir Hardie was returned for Merthyr Tydfil, John Burns for Battersea. And Burns was attached to the group by a very feeble tie which he would shortly break. The number of trade unionists affiliated to it amounted to no more than 353,000 out of the 1,250,000 represented at the last Congress. At the end of the first year the paltry budget of the committee amounted to £342 of receipts, as against £286 of expenditure, that is to say, there was a surplus of £56. On the election it had spent £33. The vast majority of the trade unionists still regarded the experiment with hostility or indifference. As against the 1 or 2 members of the Labour Representation Committee in the new Parliament, there were 8 representatives of Labour who would have nothing to do with it. In the Congress itself the miners had adopted an attitude of contemptuous hostility to the motion in favour of unqualified socialism. They had refused to vote on it, disdaining to support or oppose a demonstration which they declared to be meaningless. In 1899 the miners and cotton spinners had voted against the resolution, introduced by the railwaymen, which had resulted in the foundation of the Representation Committee. True, they had been defeated, but at this very Congress of 1899, the Parliamentary Committee, on which the moderates were in a majority, decided to amend the rules of the Congress. The following year, 1900, the committee submitted to the Congress the following proposals. In the first place, the chairman of the Congress should no longer be appointed by the unions of the town in which it was held, but should be the chairman of the Parliamentary Committee. The change would prevent a repetition of the scandal which had occurred at Bristol in 1898, when the cabinet maker, James O'Grady, had opened the Congress with a socialist speech aimed at the moderate policy of the committee. Secondly, the Parliamentary Committee would determine beforehand the program of the Congress with power to eliminate all motions which in their opinion were not germane to trade unionism. In this way all strictly socialist motions would be excluded in advance. By insisting that the vote on these amendments should be taken not by the number of individual delegates present, but by unions, whose vote should be in proportion to their membership, the procedure laid down at the Cardiff Congress in 1895, the moderates secured their adoption. Like the Cardiff Congress of 1895, the Huddersfield Congress of 1900 declared in favour of a bourgeois policy. A socialist who wrote about the beginning of 1901 reviewed the situation of labour and drew the gloomiest auguries. 1. The Trades Union Congress. Entirely in the hands of a few large unions, it had lost all influence over trade unionists as a body. Nobody took its futile and muddled debates seriously. The Parliamentary Committee. It possessed neither the moral authority nor the necessary funds to compel Parliament to respect what were presumed to be the wishes of the Congress. The Labour Representation Committee. It was paralysed by personal feuds, and by the obvious determination of the trade union secretaries not to break with the Liberal Party. Yet, added the writer, with a sublime faith, the efforts are continually repeated, and will one day succeed. That day would indeed come, and certainly far sooner than he expected it himself. A year had not elapsed since the Huddersfield Congress, when a further defeat suffered by the unions in their struggle with the employers' federations awoke them from their bourgeois somnolence. To understand it, we must first inquire what at the end of the 19th century was the legal position of the trade unions, against which the employers had declared war. 6. Their legal position was determined by an important statute passed in 1871. It did not confer on the unions the fictitious personality which would have given them the legal status of corporations. They were merely declared lawful, and obtained the right, if they had complied with the necessary formalities of registration, to prosecute a treasurer who embezzled their funds. But they were given no right of action against their members for breach of contract, or for the non-payment of a subscription or fine. And, on the other hand, their members had no right of action against the union, if it employed their funds for purposes which in their opinion were contrary to the statutes. In this respect a union was on the same footing as a club which, if a member fails to pay his subscription, can do no more than expel him, and whose members have no remedy except resignation if they are dissatisfied with its financial management. But, if in the course of a strike ordered by a union, its members were guilty of illegal acts, had the victim a right of action against the union? The Act was silent on this point, and its silence had been interpreted to mean that the right did not exist. Indeed, the debates which had preceded the passing of the Act sufficiently proved that this had been the intention of Parliament when in 1871 it refused to incorporate the trade unions, while protecting them spite any fraudulent acts their treasurers might commit. An exorbitant privilege? Possibly, and indeed silence had seemed the only method by which it could be conferred. But the defenders of the unions brought forward the old argument of Adam Smith: they must be given a privileged position, if they were to be protected against the intangible but constant and uniform combination of employers. The same year, to redress the balance, another act was passed which considerably restricted the right to strike. All threats or acts of intimidation, molestation, or obstruction were made punishable by imprisonment. Under obstruction was included what was known in current parlance as picketing, the posting of patrols by the strike committee to see that every workman obeyed the orders of his union. It was made illegal persistently to follow a person, also watching or besetting any building or its approaches, and the workmen were deprived of the protection given by a clause in the previous statute of 1859, now repealed, which had expressly declared it legal to employ peaceable persuasion to induce an individual to enter the union. But these dispositions were amended or repealed to the advantage of the workers by a further statute, passed in 1875. In future, the magistrate who gave sentence was empowered to inflict a fine instead of imprisonment. The old terms coercion and molestation disappeared, and if watching and besetting were still legal offenses, it was enacted that the mere fact of attending at or near the house or place where a person resides or works or happens to be, in order merely to obtain or communicate information, did not constitute watching or besetting within the meaning of the Act, that is to say, peaceable persuasion was once more expressly declared to be lawful. And finally, it was laid down that agreements between two or more persons to perform, or to cause another to perform, a particular act in the course of a labor dispute could not be punished as conspiracy, if the act in question did not constitute a crime when committed by a single person. For many years it seemed that the provisions of the Trade Union Act of 1871 and the Conspiracy and Protection of Property Act of 1875 adequately protected the unions in the exercise of their right to strike. And where the interpretation of the statute of 1875 was doubtful, the court seemed disposed to interpret the law in the sense most favorable to the unions. For instance, the Act of 1875 mentioned an offense of intimidation, without defining its exact nature. The courts decided in 1891, in the cases of Gibson v. Lawson and Curran v. Treleaven, that there was intimidation only when the act threatened was of a criminal nature. It was still disputed whether, when this was not the case, civil proceedings, at least, could be taken against the persons who had committed an act of alleged intimidation. It was decided in 1897, in the case of Allen v. Flood, that no action could be brought. A dispute had arisen in certain London shipyards between two unions. Two shipwrights, who were members of a union of carpenters, had accepted work which the boiler makers, who as iron workers belonged to another and a very powerful union, considered that they alone were entitled to undertake. The iron workers secured the discharge of the two carpenters by threatening the employer with a strike if he refused. The discharged men brought an action against Allen, the local secretary of the union which had boycotted them. On December 14, 1897, the House of Lords in its capacity as the Supreme Court of Appeal decided that the action taken by Allen was not only no crime, it was not even a civil offense. The decision, given at a time when the employers were attacking the Society of Engineers, attracted wide attention. But, though the judgment was a defeat, they did not lose heart, or give up hope of retrieving it in the near future. Even in the case of Allen v. Flood. The House of Lords had simply reversed an unfavorable decision of the Court of Queen's Bench which had been confirmed on appeal. Moreover, the decision had not been unanimous. Of the 9 judges trying the issue, 3 had dissented from the judgment. And the decision would perhaps have been different if the law lords had not considered themselves bound by a judgment they had themselves delivered 2 years earlier in a case of boycotting by employers. An act which they had pronounced to be lawful when committed by a combination of employers, they could hardly after so brief an interval declare illegal when committed by a trade union. But this employer's boycott, the case of the Mogul Steamship Company, would be forgotten, as the years passed. The normal course of promotion would ensure at some future date a conservative majority among the law lords. Did not professional judges entertain an instinctive antipathy to all sectional associations? And did not judges who belonged by birth and education to the middle class feel an equally instinctive dislike of anything which in the remotest degree resembled an insurrection of the proletariat? There was, therefore, good reason to hope that the decision of the courts would be reversed. And that expectation was encouraged by the fact that this latest judgment of the House of Lords ran counter to the spirit of several recent decisions both in the Flood case and in other cases which seemed to show a determination of the employers to secure an interpretation of the statute of 1875 more favorable to themselves, and a new disposition on the part of the judges to give them a remedy for the grievances of which they complained. For instance, there was the Temperton v. Russell case of 1893. The men employed in the building trade at Hull had entered into a joint agreement with several firms. One of these refused to fulfill the conditions of the agreement. When a strike failed to overcome the employer's resistance, the men resorted to a boycott and forbade the contractors to provide any more materials to the firm, until their demands had been granted. A contractor named Temperton refused to yield to their threats. He was then boycotted himself, and every builder who bought materials from him was informed that 6 men would refuse to handle any materials he might deliver. He brought an action and sentence was given against the defendant, Russell, both in the first instance and on appeal. There was also the case of Lyons and Sons v. Wilkins. The employees of Messrs. Lyons had gone on strike. Pickets had been posted at the doors of all the buildings belonging to the firm. They distributed to every employee who entered printed handbills asking the employees who did not belong to the union to refuse work until the dispute had been settled. They refrained from any act of violence. At most they had, once or twice, trespassed on the premises of the firm. Messrs. Lyons prosecuted one of the men who had employed this method of propaganda, and Wilkins was convicted both in the first instance, and on appeal. These decisions cast doubt on the accepted interpretation of the Act of 1875. And about the same time the current interpretation of the Trade Union Act of 1871, which was believed to guarantee the unions against financial liability, was also called in question. We are not referring either to the opinion expressed by several witnesses before the Royal Commission on Labour of 1891 that their liability ought to be established by further legislation, or to the bill to that effect drafted by the employers' Parliamentary Council. To demand new legislation was to admit that, as the law stood, the union funds could not be touched. But already, indirect attempts were being made to discover whether, without any change in the law, it might not be possible to obtain damages from the unions for offences committed by their members. In all the cases of which we have just spoken and in others besides, the employers attempted to prosecute not only the workman whose conduct was directly in question, but the officials of his union, sometimes even the union itself. The attempts usually failed, but in 1 or 2 instances were partially successful. And the attitude of the courts alarmed, in 1897, Sidney and Beatrice Webb. Collective bargaining will become impossible if, whenever trade unionists are warned not to accept employment from a particular firm for any reason whatsoever, the trade union officials can be harassed by writs, costs in damages, and driven into bankruptcy. Unfortunately, they added, the present generation of trade unionists, not excluding the responsible officials, are not alive to the gravity of the legal situation. In this, the trade unionists and their leaders were typical Englishmen. Englishmen keep their imagination under control and refuse to meet misfortune halfway. 8. In July, 1901, the blow fell. It was a decision of the House of Lords, once more acting as the Supreme Court of Appeal. A year before, a strike had broken out on the lines of the Taff Vale Railway Company. The company had prosecuted the secretary of the local branch of the union and the secretary of the union on the charge of instigating certain offences the Welsh railwaymen had committed during the strike, and then, in spite of the opinion given by their legal advisers, had tried the experiment of claiming damages directly from the Amalgamated Railway Servants' Society. The union officials were taken by surprise, the more so because they did not consider that they had been responsible for the Welsh strike. Though, under the clever guidance of Richard Bell, the Amalgamated Railway Servants' Society had made rapid progress, and could boast of a membership of 62,000, it was, nevertheless, far from possessing the power which the miners' and cotton operatives' unions wielded in the North. It recognized that the companies, and possibly, even the public, were disinclined to admit the right of railwaymen to form a union at all. 2 unsuccessful strikes in 1898 had cost the society £18,000, and the ill humour their failure aroused had led to the resignation of more than 31,000 members. At first, the society had intended to disavow the strikers, and it was almost with reluctance that it finally decided to support them. Possibly the union's half-hearted attitude encouraged the railway company to attack it. The society replied to the summons by claiming that its name should be omitted from the action on the ground that it was incapable of being sued in court and that any action taken against it was legally invalid. In the first instance the company won its case. But no one was surprised when the contention of the society was upheld on appeal, for the Statute of 1871 had always been understood by the public to support it. Finally, the case was taken to the Lords. The Lords refused to interpret the silence of the statute by the manifest intention of the legislature and held the society responsible. The gravity of the decision can be appreciated by the fact that when, in consequence of the judgment of the House of Lords, the case came again before the courts, the Amalgamated Railway Servants' Society was condemned 18 months later to pay £23,000 damages. In future, the financial strength of the unions would reduce them to impotence. They would be unable to declare or approve a strike without risk of ruin. And the risk was all the greater because the rights of the strikers would henceforward be more narrowly restricted. It was for their action in picketing that the railwaymen of the Taff Vale Company had been successfully prosecuted by the company. And it would certainly appear that in this instance the limits of peaceful picketing had been exceeded. But what of the case of Charnock v. Court, decided in 1897? A Bradford employer during a strike brought over workmen from Ireland. The union sent 2 men to the port of Fleetwood, 50 miles away, to persuade the Irish not to break the strike and offer them their fare back to Ireland if they would consent to return. The men were found guilty of watching and besetting in spite of the very careful definition of the offence in the Act of 1875. The workers suspected that the employers had adopted a new method of attack, to challenge in particular cases the weaker unions and obtain legal decisions in their favor on the question of picketing. And there could be no doubt that the employers had won an important success when, a few days after the Taff Vale decision, the House of Lords delivered a judgment in a boycotting case which contradicted the judgment they had given 4 years before in the case of Allen v. Flood. A wholesale butcher in the suburbs of Belfast, named Latham, employed non-union labour. The local union of butchers' assistants ordered him to discharge these men. On his refusal to comply, he was forbidden, so long as they were still in his employment, to supply one of his Belfast customers, a butcher named Muntz, and at the same time, Muntz was forbidden to obtain meat from Latham. Otherwise his men would strike. Moreover, a black list was published of all the tradesmen who dealt with Latham. Latham brought the matter before the courts and judgment was given in his favor in the first instance. On appeal, and finally on August 5, 1901, by the House of Lords. Had the decision in Allen v. Flood been reversed? Not exactly. A judgment given in one case does not reverse a judgment given in another. But the judgment in Allen v. Flood had been a pronouncement delivered with the utmost formality after the question had been weighed with more than usual care, and in circumstances which seemed to prove that the House of Lords intended to lay down a general rule which for a long time to come should determine the law in the matter of boycotting by workmen. Now, it would be regarded as having settled only a particular case. In future, the judges would have to decide, whenever a case of boycotting came before them, whether the decision of 1897 or the decision of 1901 was applicable. The unions were placed at the mercy of the VIF judicial bench, and they felt that the judges were becoming increasingly hostile to their claims. 9. The working classes were panic-stricken. At the annual Trades Union Congress, held a month later at Swansea, the leaders of the militant section expressed their fear that not only the funds of the unions but their personal property might be liable to confiscation as a result of the recent decision by the Lords. John Hodge, a steel smelter, told the Congress that he had made over his few possessions to his wife, and advised his comrades to do the same. But the Labor Representation Committee profited by the general alarm. It was only with extreme reluctance that in 1898 the Union officials had assented to the policy urged by the advocates of political action, and perhaps had given way only because they expected the experiment to fail. Now, they suddenly realized the mistake they made in welcoming the failure of the committee to make headway. They had put their trust in the House of Lords, confident that it would rectify any judgments unfavorable to the working class which might be given by a lower court. Had not the Lords in 1897 affirmed the lawfulness of the boycott? Had they not since then, in several instances, put the most liberal interpretation upon the Workmen's Compensation Act of 1897? Now, the event had proved how misplaced their confidence had been. How was it they had failed to understand that these law lords were politicians as well as judges? Registered 3 years later, a Labour leader pointed out that the Lord Chancellor during his 9 years of office had appointed only one judge who was not a member of the Unionist Party. With a judicial bench of that complexion, what hope was there of a change in the spirit which animated the judges? It could be effected only by the pressure of a public opinion favourable to the claims of the unions. And in 1901 that public opinion did not exist. The middle class had declared war upon the unions. Indeed, the rumour was current that, if the final decision in the Taff Vale case had been adverse to their interests, a bill establishing the principle of the union's financial liability would have been introduced in the Commons at the beginning of the next session. The press by a large majority approved of the Lords' decision. That this was the attitude of the Conservative press goes without saying. It was the mouthpiece of the Employers' Federation. The Times published a series of articles on the crisis in British industry, in which it denounced, not the methods employed by strikers, but the attempts made by the workmen to reduce their labour without any loss of wages by a deliberate restriction of output. More alarming was the fact that even the Liberal press spoke with two voices. And, finally, in Parliament Labour was represented by a mere handful of members, even fewer than 8 or 10 years earlier, whereas on both benches sat a host of manufacturers and businessmen whose immediate interests were obviously in direct conflict with those of the working class. The Labour Representation Committee was right. If in place of the 100 brewers, manufacturers, and bankers, there had been 100 Labour members in the House of Commons, the law lords might well have hesitated to upset the interpretation of the law which had been accepted without dispute for 20 years. Threatened in the factory, before the courts, and in the press, the only hope of trade unionism lay in the ballot box and the parliamentary representation of labour. When the Labour Representation Committee held its second annual conference at Birmingham in February, 1902, it could point to a very considerable increase in the number of workmen affiliated to the movement. Instead of some 350,000 there were already about 450,000. True, the theorists of the Social Democratic Federation had left the party, but their departure had its compensations when Keir Hardie and his friends were doing their utmost to win over the moderate section of trade unionists. For these moderates led by the cotton and mining unions were being rapidly converted to the principle of political action. But they were still indisposed to unite with the Labour Representation Committee, and showed an inclination towards independent political organisation by individual unions, each union possessing its own election fund and putting forward its own candidates. How were they to be persuaded that the more centralised the political action of Labour, the more effective it would be? The new party it was desired to found must be presented not as an instrument for the realization of an economic theory but as a weapon to defend the corporate interests of Labour. This had been the consistent policy of the leaders of the Independent Labour Party, which they did but emphasise by founding the Labour Representation Committee. At one of the conferences of the committee, Keir Hardie explained that if the promoters of the conference, being socialists, had insisted that all should be socialists, there could be no such gathering. They had, he continued, fixed upon a common denominator that, when acting in the House of Commons, they should be neither socialists, liberals, nor Tories, but a Labour Party. Let them have done with liberalism and Toryism and every ism that was not Labourism. One speech at the Newcastle Conference, February, 1903. 275. Social questions. But even when it was admitted that a Labour Party must be formed at the earliest opportunity, the problem had still to be settled of the immediate action to be taken to defend the threatened rights of the unions. The unions might demand a new definition of picketing, since the text of the Statute of 1875 was not so clear as had been hitherto believed. The suggestion was even made that since the House of Lords had as yet made no pronouncement on the subject of picketing, the unions should put forward a test case and submit it as soon as possible to the Lords, that the actual state of the law might at least be definitely settled. Moreover, a bill might be drafted declaring that strikers should not be liable to civil prosecution for any action which, by the Statute of 1875, was not a criminal offence. But these proposals dealt only with the legal definition of offences committed by strikers. They did not touch the vital question of the union's financial liability. How were they to escape from the impasse in which they had been placed by the decision of the Lords? Ramsay MacDonald urged that special legislation should be introduced to quash the new interpretation of the law. The proposal was regarded as inopportune, and he was silenced by his colleagues. Sidney and Beatrice Webb, on the other hand, advised the unions to make the best of the conditions created by the Lords' decision. This too obvious surrender cost them considerable abuse. 1 Robert Blatchford in the Clarion declared himself at first in favour of the new interpretation of the law. If it enabled employers to prosecute the men, it equally enabled the men to prosecute the employers. He was supported by Richard Bell of the Railway Servants' Society, but, taken warmly to task by George Barnes of the Engineers, he altered his mind. In trade union headquarters confusion prevailed. The device adopted in the Statute of 1871 of keeping silence as to the liability, or otherwise, of the unions had now been made impossible. But, however desirable it might be from a practical standpoint, would any parliament commit the legal enormity of enacting in set terms the principle that trade unions were not financially liable for their members' acts? The legislature might be willing to define their liability very strictly and limit it to cases in which the wrongful act was committed at the express orders of the union officials. But that would be a poor compensation for the loss of the privilege the unions had enjoyed for the last 20 years. Or the suggestion might be adopted which was proposed by the wisest brains of the Liberal Party, by lawyers such as Asquith, Haldane, and Sir Robert Reid, that the unions should be divided into two associations, each possessing its own funds: one, a society for the defence of its members' interests; the other, a benefit society whose funds could not be made liable for strike damages. But it would be a complicated arrangement, and even if accepted by the unions would involve abandoning the system to which the most important unions attributed their prosperity during the past 50 years, the fusion in a common fund of the strike fund and the benefit fund. The question was brought before Parliament on May 14, 1902, by a Radical member, who moved that the House should declare legislation necessary, to prevent workmen being placed by judge-made law in a position inferior to that intended by Parliament in 1875, and the muddled debate which followed revealed both the weakness of the government, which could obtain a majority of no more than 29 for the rejection of the motion 203 to 174 votes, and the embarrassment of the opposition speakers, not one of whom was able to state clearly what form in his opinion the new measure should take. In fact, so long as the Boer War continued, matters remained, and were bound to remain, at a standstill. The revival of labor was indeed shown by the fact that several labor candidates were put forward at by-elections, but they were all unsuccessful. The miner, Robert Smillie, stood as a third candidate for Lanarkshire in September, 1901, on the morrow of the Swansea Congress. But what was the position? The Liberal candidate, Cecil Harmsworth, was a near relative of the director of the Daily Mail. The most notorious opponents of liberal imperialism worked for Smillie. Thus his candidature, which had the support of the Manchester Guardian, represented 277. The war against war, rather than the war against capitalism. He was at the bottom of the poll. In January the plans of the Labour Representation Committee were thwarted by the action of Harry Quelch, the Social Democrat, who came forward as a socialist candidate, prevented any other Labour candidate from standing and was defeated. At this juncture there appeared on the scene the delicate figure of Philip Snowden, with his lame body, sharp profile, and obstinate, clean-shaven chin. No manual labourer he. Before he threw himself into the socialist agitation, he had been a clerk in the excise. When in March he stood for Wakefield he was not quite so unsuccessful as his predecessors. But, as the war still continued, he also was the representative of peace at any price, and as such was defeated. Suddenly, with the restoration of peace, the situation changed entirely. The peace was signed on June 1. A few days later a seat became vacant at Clitheroe in Lancashire. It was among the curiosities of labour representation that hitherto the operatives in the cotton manufacture, unlike the miners, had never attempted to return a representative to Parliament. The seat was hardly vacant when the local branch of the Independent Labour Party invited Philip Snowden to avenge at Clitheroe his defeat at Wakefield. He accepted the invitation. But Ramsay MacDonald intervened. He persuaded Snowden and the Independent Labour Party to alter their tactics and put forward as the candidate, not of the Independent Labour Party alone, but also of the Labour Representation Committee and of all the local unions and cooperative societies, a weaver named Shackleton, a trade unionist of the old school, whose political opinions were not socialist but liberal, and who believed that the new Labour Party should be nothing more than a group within the Liberal Party, defending the professional interests of labour. The Liberals could not find a candidate to oppose him, and on August 1 he was returned unopposed. The trade unions were not slow to grasp the significance of this victory. Nevertheless, it does not appear to have received from the London press the attention it deserved. The election had taken place at a distance from the metropolis, and at a time when the attention of Londoners was engrossed by the King's illness, the coronation, and the meeting of the Imperial Conference. It was very different with the Woolwich election 7 months later. Towards the end of February, 1903, the seat of Woolwich was declared vacant. The workers at the Arsenal composed the bulk of the electorate, and the Unionists regarded the constituency as perfectly safe, since a warlike policy was obviously in the voters' interest. During the past 15 years the Conservative majority had constantly increased, until in 1900 the opposition, which since 1892 had been Labour, decided not to contest the seat. Only a year ago Lord Charles Beresford, a jingo of the Jingos, had been returned, again unopposed. On his appointment as commander of the Channel Fleet he resigned his seat. What was the political situation at Woolwich, when he resigned so unexpectedly? The Unionists, taken by surprise, nominated as their candidate a certain Geoffrey Drage, an entire stranger to the constituency and without one of the qualities which make a good candidate. He was a clever, learned, and dull young man, who, because he had been secretary to the Royal Commission on Labour and on the strength of a number of books he had published on the social question, had acquired a vague reputation as a Tory socialist, though all his books, had anyone taken the trouble to read them, were pleas for individualism. On the other hand, there was no question of putting forward a Liberal candidate. For a long while past the party had ceased to possess an organisation at Woolwich. But there was a Labour Committee, which though not affiliated to any larger organisation was all the more active within the boundaries of the constituency, and if it had very little money, it chose the right man when it nominated William Crookes. Of very humble origin, he had been born in a workhouse. Crookes had for many years taken a leading part in the local government of the metropolis. He was a member of the Poplar Board of Guardians, sat on the county council as a representative of the progressive majority, and, when Poplar was constituted a borough by the Act of 1899, had been chosen mayor, the first Labour mayor in London. He was a big, bearded, good-natured creature, without a trace either of the pedant or the revolutionary in his composition, a former cooper and, as such, a member of a conservative union of the old type. Temperamentally, he was one of those liberal workmen who for the past half-century had been the admiration of the bourgeois parties on the continent, but had been converted by the Fabian propaganda and the force of circumstances to an advanced policy of social reform, which amounted in practice to socialism. In London society he occupied a unique position. He was popular even in the West End, where his jovial plebeian humour delighted the dinner parties of his fellow councillors. He was popular in the borough, his own borough of Poplar, to which he was always very pleased to invite his new friends of the upper and middle class. He shamed them by the spectacle of poverty, so easily forgotten by those who avoid the sight of it, and showed them at the same time by the example of his own popularity, how easy it was to win the affection and confidence of the British lower classes. How are we to classify so sturdy a personality? Will Crookes, wrote his friend Chesterton, is not a demagogue. He is not even a democrat. He is the demos, he is the real king. His election campaign was totally devoid of anything resembling theoretical propaganda. Even the recent decisions of the House of Lords do not seem to have received much attention in the speeches of the candidate and his supporters. Possibly a suppressed resentment had smouldered in the arsenal since the Secretary for War, Broderick, had refused to receive a deputation from the Labour Protection League and discuss with that body the possibility of establishing a minimum wage. The election was principally fought on the question of free trade. The last budget, which had envisaged a possible prolongation of the war, had imposed a slight duty on imported corn. Crookes came forward as the opponent of dear bread. That he had been a convinced pro-Boer stood him in good stead now that the struggle was over with all those who were weary of war. As represented by him, the new Labour Party seemed not so much the precursor of a new political programme, as the natural heir of the defunct middle-class liberalism. The electioneering experts were very doubtful of his prospects. The Conservative majority seemed too large to be destroyed, but the trade unions and the Labour Representation Committee, when they threw themselves heart and soul into the support of their unique candidate, read the signs of the times better than the experts. On March 11, on the balcony of the town hall, the returning officer, amid a scene of indescribable enthusiasm, declared him elected by a majority of 8,687 to 5,438. It was in vain that the press of the official opposition labored to prove not, as we have just seen, without a certain semblance of truth that Crookes' victory was a liberal victory. For the Conservative press, more clear-sighted, because the party interest which blinded the Liberals opened their eyes, had no difficulty in bringing home to the public the gravity of the event. A fortnight before the election the Labour Representation Committee had held its third annual conference at Newcastle. The membership was found to have increased by 300,000 during the past year, having risen from 450,000 to 750,000, and the committee had decided to form a party fund to finance elections, to which every member was to contribute a penny a year, had undertaken to pay every member of Parliament returned under the party's auspices and accepting its whip, a salary of £200 a year, and had drawn up for the first time a list of 9 prospective candidates, headed by crooks. What was the program of the new party? Its policy, deliberately adopted, and justified by the double victory at Clitheroe and Woolwich, was to present every success at the polls as a harbinger of the triumph, not of a program or economic creed, but of a class. But the question at once arises whether the appearance of the working class in the political arena was not in itself the first step, even if unconscious, towards the realization of a socialist program, and whether socialism, too abstract as a formal doctrine to make a direct appeal to the masses of Great Britain, was not after all the logic of their unformulated desires. 281. Chamberlain and the program of tariff reform. I. The antecedents. I. In October, 1902, the public was informed that the Colonial Secretary, Joseph Chamberlain, intended, with His Majesty's sanction, to visit South Africa and make a personal study of the situation left by the war. It seemed only reasonable that, 6 months after the conclusion of the war, he should wish to investigate on the spot the problems which must be solved, if the work of pacification were to be completed. He left on November 26, landed at Durban, visited Pietermaritzburg, Pretoria, Johannesburg, and the Cape, re-embarked on February 25, 1903, and reached Southampton on March 14. Nowhere in England, except in Birmingham, did he receive the enthusiastic welcome he had perhaps expected. Was he losing his hold over the public? He, at any rate, did not think so. On the contrary, he believed himself the victim of a policy forced upon him by colleagues of mediocre ability, and of the organization of the old Conservative Party which he had intended to smash for his own advantage but which held him fast in its grip. In spite of the glamour which invested his name, the real weakness of his position had been brought home to him when King Edward chose Balfour to succeed Lord Salisbury as Prime Minister, without even troubling to ask his advice. And how had the aristocratic Cecil connection managed the business of the country during the past few months? In his absence Parliament had passed the Education Bill which he detested. The Venezuelan imbroglio in which Great Britain had become involved at the invitation of the German Foreign Office must have been the more distasteful to him because he knew that the public might very naturally hold responsible for the fiasco the statesman who barely 5 years ago had inaugurated the grandiose policy of Pantuttanism. And finally, on landing at Southampton, he was greeted by the news of Will Crook's election a few days before. It was a serious warning to the Unionist agents that if they wished to secure a third victory at the polls, similar to the triumphs of 1895 and 1900, and rally to the Conservative banner the whole, or even a considerable section, of the working class, they must without further delay find a new slogan. What should it be? Chamberlain had his plans prepared and lost no time in taking the public into his confidence. On May 15, speaking at a public reception given at the Birmingham Town Hall to welcome him on his return to England, he related the impressions he had received on his travels and asked his audience to realize the magnitude of the empire to which they belonged. In the United Kingdom there were 40 million British subjects, overseas, 10 million. But these 10 million might one day be 40. Did they want those 40 million united with themselves closely, intimately, affectionately? Or were they willing to let these large populations break away, to become each an independent nation? The question of trade and commerce is one of the greatest importance. You want an empire. Do you think it better to cultivate the trade with your own people or to let that go in order that you may keep the trade of those who are your competitors and rivals? And a week later in the House of Commons he returned to the same theme. The question of old age pensions was being debated. Lloyd George seized the opportunity to make Chamberlain the object of one of his most violent diatribes. The Right Hon. Gentleman might have given his engagements to the millionaires of Johannesburg, but the Right Hon. Gentleman had given earlier engagements to the deserving poor of the United Kingdom, and by those engagements he was bound. In reply to this direct attack Chamberlain pointed out that even the very limited scheme of old age pensions, which he had had in mind, would cost the country £10 million a year. How could so large a sum be raised? It was an impossibility with the present system of taxation. I do not think that the question of old age pensions is a dead question, and I think it may not be impossible to find the funds, but that, no doubt, will involve a review of that fiscal system which I have indicated as necessary and desirable at an early date. Thus, perhaps unintentionally, Chamberlain imitated the German model. He announced his intention to repeat the experiment Bismarck had made so successfully at Berlin 25 years before. Like Bismarck, he believed that the way to revive conservatism was to adopt a policy of social reform, and like him, to combine it with a new fiscal policy of protection. We can easily imagine the astonishment with which this brief declaration, whose significance escaped none of his hearers, was received by his entire audience, colleagues, supporters, or opponents. But, if the sudden outburst took members and journalists by surprise, we must not forget that for many years past the possibility of abandoning the traditional policy of free trade had been openly discussed in many quarters, and that on May 22, 1903, all his hearers should have been prepared for Chamberlain's declaration. The members of the House of Commons by what he had said and done during the past 8 years, his fellow ministers by what he had said and done for more than 6 months. That the reader may be in a position to understand the struggle we are about to describe, we will give a brief account of the events which led up to it. 2. To reach the source of the British movement in favor of a return to protection, we must go back a quarter of a century to those 20 years of industrial depression which marked the decline of the Liberal Party. The time had gone by when England, watching, about the year 1848, the revolutions which shook the governments of the continent, had believed that free trade was the panoply of social and political order. The time had also gone by, when between 1860 and 1870, France, Italy, Austria, and the German states were at war, and England, keeping her neutrality and remaining at peace, had grown rich, while the other nations were consuming, instead of producing, wealth. It was in 1872 that British exports had reached their maximum, having almost doubled since 1859. £256,257,000 instead of £130,412,000. Even when we take the growth of the population into account and calculate the value of the exports per head, the increase was almost as large £8 ones. OD. Instead of £4.11s. 2d. Then came the lean years of low prices and diminished trade. In 1879, exports had reached their first minimum of 191,532,287. £5.115. OD. Per head of the population. The figure of 1,872 had been exceeded in 1,890. In 1894, the year preceding the return of the Unionists to power, exports amounted to only £216,006,000, that is to say, £5.11s. 8d per head, almost the same figure as in 1879. It was, therefore, no longer possible to predict under a system of free trade, and, as the inevitable effect of its operation, a continuous and indefinite increase of exports. Nor could it any longer be maintained that the necessary and immediate result of free trade was to enrich every individual in every rank of society, and thus solve the problem of poverty. As we have already seen, this period of depression witnessed an extensive revival of socialism in Great Britain. But, if socialism was the natural reaction of the working class to the new economic conditions, might not the employers react after another fashion? The distinctive feature of the new epoch, so unfavorable to British trade, was the fact that the great continental powers, who, during the period which followed 1860, had inclined under the influence of England towards free trade, were now following the example of the German Empire and returning to protection. In every case, a market was closed to British imports, a barrier erected behind which newborn industries were maturing in safety for the day when they should be sufficiently strong to invade the British market. Inevitably the question was asked, why not follow the German example? When the Conservatives took office in 1886, the government appointed a royal commission to inquire into the cause of the depression from which British trade was suffering. And at least a minority of the members reported in favor of a return to protection. They asked for a duty of 0.10 to 15% on manufactured articles imported from abroad and light duties on foodstuffs imported from the colonies. On the other hand, to conciliate the consumer, who might otherwise take alarm at the prospect of paying higher prices for a certain number of articles, they proposed the abolition of the duties on tea, coffee, and sugar. And some colonies would benefit by their abolition. These were the measures which, in the opinion of the 4 members of the Commission who signed a minority report, must be adopted without delay if British trade were to recover. A year later, at the annual Congress of the National Union of Conservative Associations, one of the 4, Howard Vincent, introduced and carried a resolution demanding a speedy reform in the policy of the United Kingdom as regards foreign imports and the influx of indigent foreigners. Lord Salisbury, in the speech with which he closed the session of the Congress, dismissed in a few non-committal phrases Vincent's motion in favor of protection. In 1890, however, the adoption by the United States of the McKinley Tariff, which set up a very rigorous system of protection, seemed a further blow to the British export trade, and in 1892, on the eve of the general election, Lord Salisbury admitted that a free trade country, surrounded by nations who practiced protection, might find herself obliged to introduce protection as a measure of reprisals, to force her competitors to lower their tariffs. This was the position formerly adopted by the young Disraeli in opposition to Peel. Universal free trade was admitted as the ideal. But one-sided free trade was condemned as absurd. Unqualified free trade was a mistake, the true principle was trade on equal terms, or in the language of its defenders, fair trade. For the Unionists were turned out. When they returned to office in 1895, after an interval of 3 sessions, there were signs of a recovery in British trade. The Imperialist, Henley, published in his new review a series of alarmist articles by an economist, named Williams, in which he insisted on the danger of German competition, but when Williams republished his articles in book form with the title, shortly to become a catchword, Made in Germany registered, he was compelled to admit in the preface that his book was not appearing at the most opportune moment, that a recovery of British trade had just set in, and that his was the unpopular part of the skeleton at the feast. In fact, between 1894 and 1896, exports were once more increasing, and, after a very slight setback in the 2 following years, the increase recommenced. In 1899, the maximum of 1,872 was almost reached, and in 1900 the total value of British exports had risen to £291,192,000. In 1901, the amount, £280,022,000, though slightly less than the preceding year, was still far higher than it had been 2 years before, and in 1902 the total was £283,424,000, very close indeed to that of 1900. Nevertheless, in certain quarters at least, a feeling of anxiety persisted, a lack of confidence in the future. 3. Of course, the increase was not denied, but since the trade of rival nations had made still greater progress during the same period, even if immediate financial interests were secure, patriotic sentiment, the pride of Britain in her economic supremacy, continued to suffer. Moreover, the reassuring figures with which the official statistics supplied the public were susceptible of a different interpretation. The year 1900 had been abnormal, supplies on a large scale had been exported to South Africa for the service of the army. And when the figures were examined in detail, it was found that there was at least one branch of British industry whose prosperity was colossal and unbroken. For a century the export of British coal had shown a continuous increase. Coal mining had not felt the depression from which so many branches of British industry had suffered between 1872 and 1895, and the amount of coal exported had risen enormously between 1895 and 1900. This huge increase in the coal exports cloaked the stagnation of the textile industries, the cotton industry in particular, which was still, as it had always been, England's peculiar boast. And in one important industry, the iron manufacture, there was not merely stagnation, but actual decline. It was explained by the discovery of new iron deposits in Germany and America, the invention of the Bessemer process, which for the past 20 years had made it possible to work abroad certain ores, before unworkable, and finally the powerful organization of the American trusts and German cartels. This is not the place to relate the series of developments, many, 290 of them of a dramatic character, which led up to the formation in the United States on February 25, 1901, of the great trust founded by J. Pierpont Morgan with a capital of $1,150,000, the United States Steel Corporation. The trust had hardly been founded when it created a panic in the city by purchasing the majority of the shares in the Leland Shipping Company, which owned 65 vessels, representing a total tonnage of 321,000, and thus making it possible to flood the British market with iron and steel, imported in its own steamers. Nor can we relate the origin or describe the working of the innumerable cartels which in Germany combined every branch of industry, the iron manufacture above all, under the joint control of the manufacturers. The regular procedure of all these new combines, trusts or cartels, was as follows. They fixed a price, a fairly high one, for the home market, which they made it their business as far as possible to stabilize. They fixed another price for foreign markets, sometimes very low, occasionally even below cost price. The loss was recovered by raising the price in the home market, and the sudden influx of foreign goods sold at prices, impossibly low, ruined the native industry of the country whose markets were thus flooded. The invasion began with pig iron and raw steel, manufactured articles, rails, and machinery followed. The practice became known as dumping. The British iron and stevie trade felt its very existence threatened by the iron industry of Germany and the United States. How should the attack be met? By forming British trusts and cartels? No doubt about this time a large number of amalgamations were effected in the iron and steel trade, in the cotton trade, and in many others. But with the possible exception of the vast combine effected by J. and P. Coates in the sewing cotton trade, these amalgamations can hardly be said to have presented the distinctive features of the cartel or trust, namely the formation of a single organization coextensive with the nation and monopolizing, under a more federal form in Germany, under a more centralized form in the United States, an entire branch of manufacture. Let those sworn to the creed of free trade rejoice, if they would. Let others, more open to the lessons of experience, and impressed by the success of the German and American combinations, lament. The fact was undeniable and its explanation seemed obvious. Trusts and cartels could be organized only under a system of protection. The British manufacturers were fighting in the open and as scattered units of foe, secured by strong entrenchments and organized as a disciplined army. There is, therefore, ample evidence that between 1895, when the Unionists returned to power, and the eve of 1903, the anxiety and discontent on which we have already had occasion to insist continued to be felt. The question was being everywhere asked, why manufacturers and merchants no longer found the ready markets which had been theirs 2 generations earlier in the golden age of free trade. Possibly the evil was due to the colonial expansion of the great rival powers, for every annexation of colonial territory meant the closing of a market hitherto open to British exports, hence the determination to acquire new colonies or new spheres of influence, wherever it was evident that the principle of the open door could not be maintained much longer. Others blamed the rough and ready methods of the British manufacturer, in which he persisted at a time when German manufacture was becoming increasingly scientific, hence the new demand that the British middle class should receive that technical education with which it had fondly believed its native genius could dispense. The manufacturers, charged with a hidebound conservatism, replied that, if the equipment of their factories lacked the improvements installed by their German competitors, the fault lay with the tyranny and unintelligent routine of the trade unions. They therefore appealed to the courts to assist them to throw off a tyrannical yoke, and in 1901 the House of Lords delivered judgments to make the right to strike ineffective. But when all was said and done, there was a striking difference, affecting many branches of manufacture, between the conditions of British industry on the one hand, and of its two great rivals, American and German industry, on the other. Unlike the former, the latter were protected. Under the protection of their tariffs they had acquired the leading position in the markets of the world. Why not do likewise? 4. Hitherto we have studied only one of the two great branches of national production. What report can we give of the other, which awaits our examination? If the position of industry was doubtful, about agriculture there could be no doubt. It was in an advanced state of decay. 293. The defenders of protection, attacking the new system introduced by Peel in 1846, had predicted that the fall in the price of agricultural produce would be the ruin of agriculture, and that it was the avowed object of the free traders to bring about that fall. The latter had denied that this was their object and had argued that an increase in the amount of agricultural produce imported from abroad would not necessarily lower prices. Its only effect would be, by facilitating exchange, to encourage the export of manufactured articles. For 20 years their contention had been, or had appeared to be, justified by the event. To be sure, the amount of imported corn increased, and the increase was far in excess of the growth of population. In the 5 years 1841 to 1845 sufficient corn was grown to feed 24 million Englishmen, that is to say 89.55% of the population. 30 years later the amount of wheat grown in Great Britain was only sufficient to feed 15,600,000, 48% of the population. Yet prices did not fall. They remained at a level which fluctuated between 50/ and 55/ a quarter. Only twice towards the beginning of the period did the price of wheat fall below 50/, and on only 5 occasions between 1850 and 1860 did it exceed 55/. Then the fall began. The British agriculturist was accustomed to date his misfortunes from the bad harvest of 1879. But a continuous fall of prices cannot reasonably be explained by bad harvests. Are we to regard this fall, which began about 1875, as merely one instance of the general fall of prices which took place about this time, not only in England but throughout Europe and America, and, explaining it by the increasing scarcity of gold, agree with those who prescribed as a remedy the adoption of bimetallism? The true cause was the enormous increase of cultivation in the United States, Canada, and the Argentine, together with the development of railways and the lowering of freights. But in no other country in Western Europe had the fall been so rapid as in England, and the British farmers and landlords, unlike those of France and Germany, had therefore good reasons to regard themselves as victims of the over-industrialization of the country, at the very time when the manufacturers were beginning to complain. It was calculated that in the last 25 years rents had fallen by half, and since, for several years past, the landlords had been obliged to pay dearer for all manufactured articles. How could they help believing that ruin stared their class in the face? It is true that no marked tendency had shown itself to break up large estates. The death duties which Sir William Harcourt had forced through the Lords in 1894 had not been in operation for a sufficient length of time to produce their revolutionary effects. An income tax which had reached a shilling in the pound, though it caused widespread apprehension, was not crushing. To enter society it was still necessary to buy an estate. In consequence every estate which came on the market found a purchaser. But a new spirit was coming over the landed gentry. As we have already seen, their income was now derived from directorships in large companies and shares of every description, and the outlook of a shareholder is not that of a gentleman farmer. At the opening of the 20th century, the aged Earl of Leicester, son of the celebrated Coke of Holcombe, who from one year's end to the other lived on his model estate supervising its cultivation, seemed the last survivor of an heroic past. Landlords no longer lived in the country to make that money, they visited the country to spend it. How many estates in the eastern counties were let, or even sold, at a high figure, not for cultivation, but for sport? On how many were crops raised only for breeding partridges? And how much time could a landlord spend on his estates after a lengthy residence in town, a visit to Paris, Rome, Monte Carlo, or Switzerland, followed by a voyage to Egypt or even India? The mobility characteristic of modern civilization was taking the landlords from the land. Had the factors which weakened the position of the landowners strengthened the farmers? The fall of rents was not sufficient to compensate for the other difficulties with which they were obliged to contend. Among the most serious of these was the labor crisis, if we can apply the word to a condition which during the last quarter of the century was rapidly becoming permanent. The emigration of labor to the towns was depopulating the country districts. The young girls were leaving. The young men were following them. Only the weaklings and the unenterprising remained behind. No doubt, when trade was depressed, the unemployed came back to the country to find work. But what work were they capable of doing? At best, that of an unskilled laborer. Who could tend and work the horses, look after the cows and milk them? Where could shepherds be found? There remained the old men, attached to their master and their village. When they died, the farmers complained, farming must cease altogether for lack of labor. Even as it was, the laborers' behavior was intolerable, they gave notice at the least remark, and left off work at 3 o'clock on Saturdays. On Sundays, the farmer with the help of his wife and children was obliged to do, in addition to his usual work, the work which his hands should have performed. The farmers were furious. To keep their laborers they had yielded all their demands. Had not the wages of the agricultural laborer been raised by a third within the last 20 years, been doubled in the last half-century? It was a poor return for the sacrifice, if the laborer whose wages had been increased by 30% furnished an amount of labor 30% less than before. No wonder the farmers looked back, as upon a lost Eden, to the days when they could obtain labor at 8 shillings a week, 5 shillings for an Irishman. But on the other hand, it is obvious that a wage, originally so small, might be raised very considerably, and still be insufficient to satisfy the laborer's needs. According to the farmer, his wages were now £1 a week. This was, practically speaking, the wage of an unskilled laborer in the towns. Then why not migrate to the town where, though no doubt there was a risk of destitution, there was also an opportunity? 1 Rider Haggard, Rural England, Volume I, p. 404. 296. To earn high wages, even the possibility of attaining in the end the comfortable circumstances enjoyed by the lower middle class. Moreover, the progress of civilization was rapidly multiplying the occupations open to an agricultural laborer which offered him an assured livelihood. He might become a policeman or a railway servant, or obtain employment in an omnibus or tramway service. Moreover, when the landowners and farmers estimated his wages at £1 a week, they included in their calculation, only too often, a number of perquisites. It was customary for a laborer to receive bacon, potatoes, and beer or cider at seasons of exceptional work. It was only in Scotland and in the northern counties of England that his cash wage reached and occasionally exceeded 20 shillings, everywhere else it was distinctly lower, sometimes even less than 15 shillings. And since the calculation of the remainder was purely arbitrary, the agricultural laborer could not without indignation compare his wages with those earned by any description of urban labor, with the possible exception of the sweated industries. Besides, the situation cannot be adequately represented by statistics alone. The intelligence of the rural laborer had been aroused. It had been awakened by the propaganda of the first socialist agitators, however evanescent the unions they had founded in the country had proved. And it had been awakened, even more thoroughly, by the influence of the school, which, moreover, by keeping children from work in the fields until the age of 12, had contributed to estrange them from it. The agricultural laborers accordingly fled from the country because they could not endure the dismal monotony of the winter and had discovered a way of escape. Like the nobility, they were being swept off the land by the movement of modern civilization. The impossibility of obtaining labor, combined with the low price of agricultural produce, spelled the farmers' doom. In the 18th century they had replaced, throughout rural England, the yeomen, those peasant proprietors who had been in the 17th their country's pride. Now, it seemed, it was their turn to perish. In the town subordinate posts of every kind were occupied by a host of unsuccessful farmers who had given up farming just in time to escape utter ruin. Those who had managed to keep their heads above water were advising their sons not to stay on the land, and the latter did not need their father's warning to perceive that their prospects would be much better in a lawyer's office or bank. The farmers, a class once so progressive, now clinging unintelligently to a traditional routine, did nothing to combat the difficulties of their situation. They took no steps to overcome their instinctive individualism and follow the example set by the continental peasants, who everywhere were forming cooperative banks and cooperative societies for joint purchase and sale. Every year the arable farms between 200 and 300 acres in size were becoming fewer. This was not due to a concentration of property in a few hands, the absorption of small farms in a single large ranch, in which the use of agricultural machinery after the American fashion made it possible to reduce the number of laborers employed. On the contrary, the area of land under cultivation in the United Kingdom had fallen from 8,244,372 acres in 1871 to 5,866,052 acres in 19011, that is to say, over a quarter of the arable land had gone out of cultivation in 30 years. Only in two ways could the land still be made to yield satisfactory returns. Large farms entirely under grass and devoted to stock raising were still profitable. But even the British grazier was beginning to suffer severely from the competition of the frozen meat imported from Australia and New Zealand. And in the neighbourhood of the large towns market gardeners and dairymen found a ready sale for their vegetables and dairy produce registered, but for several years butter imported from Denmark, Holland, and Canada had come on the British market. And the foreign butter, though it was not cheaper than the home produce, found a readier sale because its quality was better. Here, as elsewhere, England had lost the technical superiority she had once possessed. 5. For these very serious evils, what remedy could be found? The farmers complained that railway transit was too dear, and asked for legislation to compel the companies to carry their produce cheaper. Some of them even wanted the railways nationalized. They also complained that the rates had been raised to an intolerable figure. In some districts they had been doubled since the county councils had been set up in 1888. The Unionists were hardly in office when they attempted to remedy the latter grievance of their supporters in the country. An act passed in 1896 had reduced by half the rates payable on agricultural land. The relief amounted to an annual gift to the farmers of £1,500,000.1, but what was it worth, if the rates continued to rise? When they were spent on improving the roads, the increase might be tolerable, but the farmers were indignant when their money was taken to provide the neighboring town with drainage. Nor were they any better pleased when the new Education Act saddled them with the maintenance of all the voluntary schools, and obliged them to support an additional corps of those detested school teachers whose activities, they were convinced, contributed more than any other factor to the depopulation of the country districts. Certain radical politicians attempted to turn the farmers' discontent against the landlords. According to these advisers, the cause of the evils from which they suffered was to be sought in the rents, which, in spite of very large reductions, were still excessive. Or at any rate, since by the terms of the lease they remained the same for a considerable number of years, were too slow in adjusting themselves to the fall of prices and the rise of wages. If this were the case, should the principles of Henry George's agrarian socialism, which had made so much stir 20 years before, be adopted, and a campaign inaugurated for the expropriation of the landowners? Or, at least, should a statute be passed extending to Great Britain the legal regulation of rents which had already been enacted for Ireland. Some attempts had been made to legislate on these lines, but they amounted to very little, and the farmers do not appear to have demanded any further steps in this direction. Propaganda of this kind made no appeal to them. As always, or almost always, during the past century, they felt that their interests and their landlords were identical. A different policy could be followed. The exodus of the country population to the towns might be arrested by a return to the system of peasant proprietorship. This proposal, also, had been originally put forward by a group of radical politicians, whose recognized leader was Chamberlain's friend, Jesse Collings, and it was now in considerable favor with the Unionist Party, of which Collings, like his friend, had become a member. But a statute on these lines passed in 1892 had remained a dead letter, and at the beginning of the 20th century only a handful of Englishmen was even aware of its existence. When all is said and done, landlords and farmers knew only one legislative remedy to check the simultaneous fall of profits and rents. It was a return avowed or disguised to the protection of earlier days. The victory of free trade about 1850 had been won in spite of the agriculturalists' opposition. Throughout the second half of the century the Tory party, under their influence, had maintained an attitude of suppressed hostility to the triumphant free trade. The Tories were too afraid of the manufacturers and urban proletariat to give the farmers much encouragement to demand openly duties on articles of food. For they could not hope for a parliamentary majority without the support of these two classes. But they secured the passing of a statute designed on the pretext of combating certain contagious diseases to protect the British farmer against the importation of foreign cattle. 1 They proposed a system of bounties on agricultural produce which, without placing any direct restrictions on imports from abroad, would make it easier for the British producer to compete with them. And they further suggested that, by way of a feeler, a first timid experiment, the nominal duty on corn of £1 a quarter, which had been retained in 1846 and abolished only in 1869 on grounds of principle, might be restored. We shall shortly see how in 1902 the advocates of agricultural protection secured from the Unionist cabinet a concession which went a certain way to gratify their desires. 6. Evidently the time had passed when England felt herself sufficiently strong enough to open her markets without restriction to all comers and defy the competition of the entire world. The question had now arisen whether, if she wished to keep her position in the world market, she would not be well advised to force her foreign rivals by a retaliatory tariff to lower their duties. And there was even a school which maintained that the situation of certain industries, not to mention agriculture, had now become so critical, that the home market must be protected by a tariff against the dumping of foreign goods. In fact, however, the demand for protection had another aspect. The policy was neither cosmopolitan in its inspiration, as free trade had been in the middle of the 19th century, nor strictly national, like the old protection. It was imperial. Britain, renouncing her former role as the world's universal provider, would compensate herself for the loss by drawing tighter the economic bonds which linked the different parts of the empire, the mother country, the self-governing, and the crown colonies, the Empire of India, and thus forming a market so large that it would be a world in itself and exclusively her own. Its adoption would involve a general adaptation to new conditions, no easy task, and private interests might well suffer. But we have already had occasion to depict the character of British imperialism, in many respects more sentimental than economic, and more patriotic than utilitarian. It is the business, declared Chamberlain in his great Birmingham speech, of British statesmen to do everything they can, even at some present sacrifice, to keep the trade of the colonies with Great Britain, to increase that trade, to promote it, even if in doing so we lessen somewhat the trade with our foreign competitors. The aim of the tariff reformers was to constitute by means of a common tariff system an enormous mercantile community of 50 million, the combined populations of the mother country and the self-governing colonies, or of 400 million, if all the dependencies of the empire were included. In comparison with a community so vast, the 50 million Germans, or the 100 million Americans or Russians would weigh light. This was the grandiose scheme Chamberlain's imagination entertained, and which he invited the British nation to carry into effect under his leadership. It was by no means a novelty. 30 years before, Disraeli, to whom the historian must constantly refer, who would understand the forces at work to revive the Conservative Party at the end of the 19th century, had made it one of the cardinal features of his programme. Without contesting the right of the British colonies, South Africa and Australasia, to the autonomy they prized so highly, he regretted that, when it was conceded, the grant had not been made part of a comprehensive policy of imperial consolidation. He would have liked an imperial tariff, a military code accurately prescribing the conditions of colonial defense and the terms on which, if necessary, a colony would be entitled to obtain military aid from the other colonies, and, finally, the establishment in the mother country of a representative council of some kind to maintain regular and uninterrupted communication between the colonies and the home government. What had been done to realize this ideal? And was there any suggestion of further steps? The Federation of Canada in 1867 had been followed by the Federation of Australia in 1900, and there was reason to hope that, as a result of the British victory in South Africa, a federation of the English and Dutch communities might be at last achieved. But it was very questionable whether, as some had originally hoped, these local federations could be made the foundation of a political federation of the entire empire. The transformation of the House of Lords into an imperial chamber, representation of the colonies in the House of Commons, utilization of the Privy Council as an imperial authority, all these suggestions had been examined only to be rejected. 1. On the other hand, a series of colonial conferences had been held in London at which the prime ministers of the self-governing colonies or their representatives discussed with the British government on an equal footing questions which concerned the empire as a whole. And at the first of these conferences, which met on the occasion of the Queen's Jubilee in 1887, the two other questions were discussed which Disraeli had raised in his speech of 1872, the question of a tariff and the question of a military code. From that time it became customary to speak not of an imperial tariff, but of a Zollverein, not of a military code, but of a Kriegsverein. In the speech with which he opened the conference, Lord Salisbury explained why the time was not ripe for imperial federation, and hinted that in his opinion it would never arrive. But before the foundation of the German Empire, the German states had been united by two bonds, both of which were feasible in an empire constituted like the British. One was a tariff union which could be effected as soon as England was willing to renounce a fiscal policy based on the principle of unqualified free trade. The other was a military union which could be brought into being immediately. The use of the terms Zollverein and Kriegsverein, and the invocation of these historical analogies is eloquent of the extent to which British politicians were obsessed at this period by the desire to imitate in every sphere what we have termed the German model. We must be sure we understand the nature of the two problems. The colonies counted on the British Navy to ensure their safety. The mother country, which, when the Colonial Conference met in 1887, had just realized that for many years the Navy had been unduly neglected and had begun a series of budgets providing for a heavy naval expenditure, asked the colonies whether it was not fair that they should accept their share of the burden. That was the problem of a Kriegsverein. The self-governing colonies had secured the right to establish a customs tariff, and to levy duties, not only on foreign but on British goods. They originally took this step, not for the sake of protection, but solely to obtain revenue. In a new country, where the population is very scattered, customs duties are easier to collect than direct taxes. But very soon they had conceived and carried out the ambitious project of employing their tariffs to foster their newborn industries, and had concluded commercial arrangements with other colonies. The Australian colonies, for example, had entered into mutual agreements of this kind. On occasion, they had even concluded such agreements with foreign powers, for example, Cape Colony with the Orange Free State and the Transvaal, and Canada with the United States. England could not benefit by any of these commercial treaties. her system of free trade made it impossible for her to offer any preference to colonial goods. The question was therefore widely asked whether she should not free herself from the bondage of the traditional doctrine, and under the cover of a tariff common to the entire empire establish a system of mutual preference which would lead eventually to unrestricted free trade between the mother country and her colonies. This was the problem of the Zollverein. One of the three representatives of the Cape Colony in 1887, Jan Hendrik Hofmeyr, asked the conference to deal with both questions at the same time and discuss the feasibility of promoting closer union between the various parts of the British Empire by means of an imperial customs tariff, the revenue derived from such tariff to be devoted to the common defence of the empire. He estimated at £352,000,000 the total value of the goods imported into the mother country and into the colonies in 1885. He suggested a duty of 2% on these imports. It would bring in a revenue of £7,000,000, which would pay for a very considerable part of the British fleet. The Australian colonies made a contribution, though a very small one, to imperial defence. But in the matter of the tariff, which alone concerns us at present, the mother country would do nothing to make a solution possible, and the colonial conference held at Ottawa in 1894 was content with expressing the wish that until the mother country can see her way to enter into a customs arrangement with her colonies, the colonies should take steps to conclude such agreements between themselves. 1 Nevertheless, the problem continued to engage the attention of the imperialists, and a German economist, writing in 1893, expressed the opinion that the situation demanded a statesman with the necessary intelligence, courage, and practical ability to undertake the task of changing the economic policy of England and effecting the commercial union of the empire. In 1895 he appeared. He was the new colonial secretary, Chamberlain. If this declaration of May, 1903, caused considerable consternation, it was among those who had forgotten his 2 first years in office. Before he adopted in 1898 the program of a great Panteutonic alliance and the extension of the empire by forcible annexation, commercial union between the mother country and her dependencies overseas had been the keynote of his policy. On November 28, 1895, within a few months of taking office, he addressed a dispatch to the colonial governors calling their attention to the paramount importance of ensuring that British producers and manufacturers should have as large a share as possible of British colonial trade, and asking them to furnish him with a detailed statement, compiled according to a plan drawn up in the Colonial Office, of the loss which in each colony British goods suffered from the competition of foreign imports. The dispatch was followed by a public explanation of his programme in 2 speeches delivered, the first before the Canada Club on March 25, 1896, the second at the Congress of the Imperial Chambers of Commerce on June 9. Like Lord Salisbury in 1887, he held up to his audience the example of Germany. The creation of the German Empire commenced with the union of 2 of the states which now form that great empire in a commercial Zollverein. They attracted the other states gradually and were joined by them for commercial purposes. A council, a Reichsrat, was formed to deal with those commercial questions. Gradually in these discussions national objects and political interests were introduced, and so from starting, as it did, on a purely commercial point and for commercial interests, it developed until it became a bond of unity and the basis of the German Empire. Chamberlain excluded as utopian the supposition that the colonies might agree to adopt unrestricted free trade. And he rejected as unacceptable to the British electorate the suggestion that Britain should impose a light duty on all imports, including foodstuffs and raw materials, the colonies raising by the same amount their tariff on imports not of British origin. But he accepted a Canadian proposal, that a British Zollverein should be set up which should establish free trade between all the members of the empire, on condition, however, and the proviso was essential to the scheme, that Great Britain agreed to impose light duties on certain foreign imports which competed with staple industries of the colonies, on cereals, meat, wool, and sugar. Elie, he concluded, that such a proposal might commend itself even to an orthodox free trader. It would be the greatest advance that free trade has ever made, since it was first advocated by Mr. Cobden, to extend its doctrines permanently to more than 300 million of the human race. In the debate which followed his address to the Chambers of Commerce, it became evident that on these matters the different colonies entertained widely divergent views, and any public discussion of the question would undoubtedly be premature. When therefore another colonial conference met in London, on the occasion of the Diamond Jubilee of 1897, Chamberlain admitted the difficulty of obtaining the unanimous support of the colonies for a Zollverein on the German plan, and informed the conference that the government did not intend to put forward any definite proposals, but merely desired to ascertain the views. 306. Of the colonial government's point 1. But although the ambitious proposals he had apparently entertained the previous year were not brought forward at this conference, certain questions relating to the trade between the mother country and her colonies pressed for solution. So urgent were they that the government, under pressure from the colonies and supported by a conservative House of Commons, made up its mind to break on 2 points with the tradition of free trade. As compared with the other British colonies, in Australasia and South Africa, Canada occupied a unique position. Politically it was subject to the British Crown, and the political bond was reinforced by a profound Canadian patriotism, which refused to entertain the idea of incorporation into the great neighboring Republic of the United States. Nevertheless, incorporation seemed to be dictated by economic arguments not easy to refute. Why should not the 5 million Canadians, of whom 2/3 were English-speaking, unite in one political body with the 100 million citizens of the United States? Why maintain an artificial frontier, 3,000 miles long, when very often mere chance had determined whether a particular immigrant from England should settle as laborer or cultivator to the north or south of the line, and the population was constantly shifting to and fro across the boundary between the two states? As a result of these special conditions, the economic policy of Canada was subject to frequent fluctuations. Long ago, in 1843, a British Act of Parliament had reduced the duty on Canadian wheat and flour to so low a figure that for practical purposes it ceased to exist. But the step had been taken at a time when England protected its corn against foreign competition. When, in 1846, the Corn Laws were replaced by a system of unqualified free trade, Canada was automatically deprived of the preference granted 3 years before. Moreover, she now began, for revenue purposes, to set up a tariff on her frontiers and, abandoning the hope of receiving a preference from England, won proceedings of a conference between the Secretary of State for the Colonies and the Premiers of the self-governing colonies at the Colonial Office, London, June and July, 1897, p. 10. 26 and 7 Vict, Cap 29, an act for reducing the duty on wheat and wheat flour, the produce of the province of Canada, imported thence into the United Kingdom. 307. Chamberlain and tariff reform. Committed henceforward to free trade, turned towards the United States. In 1854 the Canadian government, or, rather, the British government on its behalf, concluded with the states a commercial treaty which remained in force until 1866. It was then broken, not by Canada, but by the states. Meanwhile, a party had arisen in Canada which avowedly favored protection as a principle, and this party, the Nationalist Party, was returned to power at the general election of 1878. But when the triumphant majority introduced a protectionist tariff in 1879, the question again arose of according a preference to a particular nation. Negotiations for a new commercial treaty were begun with the government of the United States. They were broken off in 1891 when the McKinley Tariff marked the triumph in the states of a policy of the most stringent protection. In Canada an entire party, the Liberals, continued to advocate a commercial arrangement with the United States, amounting eventually to absolute free trade. But in 1897 the McKinley Tariff was completed by the Dingley Tariff. In future Canadian statesmen could look only to Great Britain. Unfortunately they were faced in this quarter by difficulties of another kind. In the first place, England was not in a position to grant Canada any preferential treatment in return for the preference which Canada might grant her, and secondly, she had made it impossible to conclude a treaty of commercial reciprocity with one of her dependencies. Canada was faced with the difficulty of international law, if she proposed to grant a preference to British goods, even without asking for any preference in return. A commercial treaty which England had concluded with Belgium in 1862 provided that articles, the produce or manufacture of Belgium, shall not be subject in the British colonies to other or higher duties than those which are or may be imposed upon similar articles of British origin. And a similar clause was contained in the commercial treaty concluded in 1865 with the German Zollverein. In virtue of these provisions, any preference granted by Canada to Great Britain must be immediately extended to Belgium and Germany. In 1892 the Canadian Parliament demanded the abrogation of the Anglo-Belgian and Anglo-German agreements. 2 years later the matter occupied a prominent place in the discussions of the Ottawa Conference. Finally, on April 23, 1897, the Canadian Parliament adopted a reciprocal tariff which reduced the duties, by an eighth until June 30, 1898, and by a quarter after that date, on goods imported from any country whose tariff admitted Canadian produce, on the same terms as those conceded to that country by the reciprocal tariff. In this way the government of Ottawa believed they had evaded the legal difficulty arising out of the treaties of 1862 and 1865 and, without explicit mention of Great Britain, had granted a preference to the goods of the mother country and one or two colonies which had adopted free trade. But on May 9, the Belgian and German governments declared the Canadian Bill a breach of the treaties. The colonial representatives, once more meeting in London, demanded their abrogation, and on July 28 the British government acceded to their wishes. The treaties, now formally denounced, expired a year later on July 31, 1898. This was the first victory of no slight importance which the imperialists had won since the Unionists took office 3 years before. It was estimated that British trade with Germany and Belgium was equal in amount to the entire trade between Britain and her colonies. Nevertheless, the government preferred to run the risk that this valuable trade might be hampered by a retaliatory tariff, rather than reject the advances of the Canadian government. The primary motive of the decision was not immediate economic advantage. It was, by tightening the bonds which linked Canada with the mother country, to prevent the Canadian government from again approaching the United States. To the south of the states the position of the West Indian colonies closely resembled that of Canada. Like Canada, these colonies were politically members of the British Empire, and as in the former cases it seemed strange that they had escaped economic absorption by the United States. But the economic situation of the West Indian colonies was far more critical than Canada's. For Canada was a large country rich in natural resources of every kind, which entertained from many points of view a reasonable expectation of becoming in the future, by developing her mines and water power, a great industrial nation, and by bringing into cultivation the prairies of the far west, a great agricultural nation as well. The West Indian colonies were islands of very small size whose populations of a few 100,000 depended for their prosperity almost entirely on the sugar plantations. But the cultivation and manufacture of cane sugar in the West Indies were seriously threatened by the measures which protected the sugar industry on the continent of Europe. Not only did the continental nations protect their markets by a high tariff against the importation of foreign sugar, but France had introduced in 1880 a system, soon imitated by her rivals, of giving export bounties. In consequence of these bounties European beet sugar was sold on the British market below cost price, and the West Indian planters saw themselves in danger of losing in the near future the entire market of the mother country. To satisfy the colonists the government suggested a system of mutual free trade, or at least of preference, between the West Indies and Canada. When the plan failed to mature, they sanctioned the conclusion of a commercial treaty between the West Indies and the United States, by which West Indian sugar was admitted into the states free of duty, and in return the West Indian colonies lowered their tariff on American imports. But the Anglo-Belgian and Anglo-German treaties barred the way and the proposal was dropped. In 1887 the representatives of the West Indies wearied the First Colonial Conference with their import unities. 1 By the end of the century the situation had become worse. All the great continental powers had increased their sugar bounties. The occupation of Cuba and Puerto Rico by the United States had further alarmed the sugar-growing colonies. American capital, they feared, would introduce in these two islands, which till now had remained under Spanish rule, the most modern methods of sugar planting and refining. The American government would grant a preference to their sugar, and thus the ruin of the British colonies would be complete. The island of Jamaica was practically declared bankrupt by the British government, which employed dictatorial methods to place the finances of the colony on a sound basis, increasing the number of nominated members of the Legislative Council and taking over the railways. It also subsidized the planters and sanctioned the conclusion of a commercial treaty between Jamaica and the United States, the Belgian and German treaties, denounced in 1897, no longer standing in the way. But to save the planters from ruin the government went further and devised another expedient which was a glaring breach of the principles of free trade. When France inaugurated the system of export bounties, Mr. Gladstone's ministry had contemplated shortly afterwards calling an international conference to secure the abandonment of the system by common agreement of all the nations. But a free trade government had no means of putting pressure on protectionist states, and the plan fell through. 20 years later conditions were more favorable. The continental system of fostering exports by bounties, dumping officially organized by the state, had been carried to such lengths that it was in danger of perishing from its own excess. In 1896 and 1897 the governments of France and Germany had doubled their bounties. Had not the time arrived for these two governments and the other continental powers to consider whether a system, financially ruinous, had not been stultified by its universal adoption? When the United States imposed a duty on European sugar equal in amount to the bounty it received, British India followed the example, and the English government no doubt judged the moment opportune for reviving the project of a conference to familiarize the public with the idea of a return to protection. The nations which produced beet sugar were approached by the British government. As a result of the negotiations, the Convention of Brussels was concluded on March 5, 1902. The convention abolished bounties, and the contracting parties Germany, Austria, Belgium, France, Holland, and Great Britain undertook to prohibit the importation of sugar in receipt of a bounty, or, at least, to subject it to a duty equal to or higher than the bounty. To ensure that the agreement would be observed, a permanent commission was appointed which would sit at Brussels. By taking this step, England accepted the principle of reprisals. It is true the policy was not adopted for the sake of the British consumer, whose interest lay in taking full advantage of the ruinous competition among the continental nations, as each strove to sell its sugar cheaper than its rivals. Nor did the convention protect the British producer. England did not manufacture beet sugar, and those branches of British industry which used sugar as a raw material, for instance, the manufacture of jam and marmalade, had an interest in the continuation of the bounty system. The step had been taken solely in the interest of the sugar colonies, against the immediate interest of the British consumer, and even of the British producer. The problem, which was political, not economic, was to prevent the entrance of the West Indian colonies as of Canada a short while before into a Zollverein not British but Yankee, and moreover, as the stepping stone to a more complete union. 8. But when in the spring of 1903 Chamberlain demanded tariff reform, he appealed to considerations of another order, of a strictly financial nature. It was, he informed the House of Commons, impossible to spend more money on social reform and in particular to organize a system of workmen's pensions without recourse to the new sources of revenue which a protective tariff on foreign imports would provide. In urging this plea he was only repeating the favorite argument of conservative financiers who for many years past had been insisting that the basis on which the British system of taxation rested was too narrow and must be broadened. To appreciate their argument we must understand the unique character of British finance. We're always being told that of all the nations in the world the British are the least attached to principles held as dogmas. The statement, if true at all, requires immediate qualification. In the sphere of finance the British nation has, ever since the middle of the 19th century, been attached more strictly than any other to a dogma, the dogma of free trade, which the country, or Parliament on its behalf, has rigorously applied in its annual budgets. On no account must any duty be imposed on foreign imports to protect home production. All such duties are condemned by the principle of free trade, and for two reasons: in the first place, because they shackle and deflect the natural movement of trade and thus retard the accumulation of national wealth, and in the second place, of their very nature they must throw the budget into confusion, it being impossible to pursue with consistency at one and the same time two distinct objects of taxation, to provide the necessary revenue, and to foster particular branches of production. It is no doubt true that Great Britain had not totally abolished customs duties. After 60 years of free trade the annual receipts from customs had reached the round sum of £20 million. But the duties were levied on tea, coffee, and tobacco, and did not protect a single British producer. Moreover, since colonial preference was excluded by the doctrine of free trade, they did not favor the colonies at the expense of foreign nations. There were indeed duties on alcoholic beverages imported from abroad, but their sole object was to balance the heavy taxes on spirits manufactured in Great Britain. The remainder of the necessary revenue was obtained by direct taxation: stamp duties, land tax, house duty, death duties, and income tax. The economists who had formulated the principles of this financial policy were moreover obsessed with the desire to economize. They were hostile to war, because it ruined nations, while reducing their productive capacity, and hostile to state socialism, because it also ruined the state which adopted it, while sapping the initiative of the individual and thus reducing his capacity as a producer. But the position entirely changed when, as a consequence of the Reform Bills of 1867 and 1884, the electorate was considerably extended. The new electors demanded costly measures of social reform. Between 1870 and 1895 the expenditure tabulated in the budget under the heading of the civil services was doubled, rising from about £10 million to about £20 million, and in particular the expenditure on education increased sevenfold during that period. Before the introduction of compulsory education in 1870 it had barely amounted to £1,500,000, and when the Unionists took office in 1895 it had reached the figure of £10,256,000. And during the same period the change in the international situation had compelled the government to ask, and Parliament to vote, the sums necessary to maintain a stronger army and navy. The army estimates, which during the latter years of Gladstone's ministry had been kept at a figure of about £15 million, had exceeded £19 million during the 3 last years of Lord Beaconsfield's administration, when the foreign situation had been exceptionally disturbed. After a temporary reduction they had again risen in 1895 almost to the level of 1,879. But it was on the naval estimates that the increase was the most striking. Between 1870 and 1880 during the administrations of Gladstone and Lord Beaconsfield the expenditure on the Navy had remained almost stationary at a figure of about 10 million. There had followed a series of ambitious programs of naval construction which had pledged the naval estimates for many years in advance. There was Lord Northbrook's program in 1884. The naval estimates exceeded £12,000,000 in 1885, £13 million in 1886. There was Lord Spencer's in 1894, the estimates exceeded £17 million. In 1895 they approached the figure of £20 million, and for the first time exceeded the army estimates. Within 15 years they had almost doubled. The total expenditure of the nation, which about 1,870 had been £70,000,000, exceeded £80 million in 1878, £90 million in 1891, and £100 million in 1895. What sources of revenue could be tapped to provide for this continuous rise in expenditure? Though universal suffrage had not yet been adopted, the British 314 franchise, since the reform of 1867, and still more since the reform of 1884, had become extremely democratic. Only a small minority of the voters paid direct taxes. 1 Now, when it had become impossible to count on the normal increase of receipts to defray the increased expenditure, so long as the Chancellor of the Exchequer refrained from touching the indirect taxes, and was content to ask Parliament to increase the direct taxes paid only by the wealthy, he satisfied the majority of the electorate, which did not even notice that the taxation had been raised. The income tax, rendered democratic by a graduated scale of reductions for small incomes, rose from the twopence in the pound to which it had fallen in 1874 to 8 pence, which it reached for the first time in 1885 and to which it returned in 1894, never again to be reduced below that level. The system of graduated death duties introduced by Sir William Harcourt in 1894 inflicted a very severe blow on landed proprietors. Its effects were, of course, hardly perceptible when the Conservatives took office the following year. A memorandum issued by the Treasury in 1896 showed that in the financial year 1871-2 the direct taxes stood to the indirect in the proportion of 27 to 73, in 1881-1882 of 40 to 60, in 1891-1892 of 44 to 56, and in 1895 of 48 to 52.2. The day was at hand when the proportion would be equal, 50 to 50. Liberal financiers were delighted. Sir William Harcourt, who had been Chancellor of the Exchequer in the last Liberal cabinet, demanded that this equal proportion should be adopted as the fundamental principle on which all future budgets should be based. And the Liberals could, indeed, argue that the principles of taxation originally laid down by Peel and Gladstone were scrupulously respected, since the system of taxation continued to rest on a small number of indirect taxes of a non-protectionist character supported by the direct taxation. But this does not alter the fact that the resemblance between the budgets of the closing century and those of the great age of British free trade was merely on the surface. Peel's and Gladstone's budgets had been governed by the principle that taxation must be kept at the lowest possible figure, so as not to interfere with the natural distribution of wealth. The income tax had been introduced in 1842 by Peel only as a temporary measure to compensate for the decrease of revenue consequent on the abolition of a large number of duties. He hoped that the day would come when the few taxes on articles of consumption which he had retained would suffice, by the increased revenue they brought in, to defray the entire national expenditure and render an income tax unnecessary. And indeed, there was a moment about the year 1870 when the commercial prosperity of Great Britain attained its culmination, and his hope seemed on the verge of realization. The income tax fell from 6 pence in the pound in 1871, to 4 pence in 1872, 3 pence in 1873, and 2 pence in 1874. Was it destined to disappear altogether? With 1876 a movement in the opposite direction began. Not only did the income tax rise continuously after that date, but in 1894 Sir William Harcourt's great budget inaugurated the era of a financial policy, no longer liberal, but deliberately radical, whose aim was not simply to defray the cost of governing the PR but to modify in the process the distribution of wealth. 9. Many a middle-class Englishman who 25 years earlier had supported the system of taxation adopted by Peel and Gladstone must have been alarmed at the fashion in which it was now being applied. Already Goskin, a Liberal who had become a Unionist and Chancellor of the Exchequer in Lord Salisbury's first Unionist cabinet, had asked himself whether it might not be better service to the state to increase the number of sources of revenue, than to attempt to find simplicity. I say, he continued, you have pushed simplicity of taxation up to a point beyond which you cannot carry it without danger. When the Unionists returned to office in 1895, the same complaints were raised by members of their party. The system of taxation, as it was actually applied, placed no check upon expenditure by a House of Commons elected on a democratic basis, and destroyed all sense of financial responsibility in the vast mass of those who were politically responsible for the government of the country. The basis of taxation must be enlarged by increasing the number of taxes and in particular the indirect taxes. The group of fair traders preached in the interest of the Treasury a return to protection. James Lowther demanded the institution of a duty of 5 shillings a bushel on imported corn, and further duties on articles of foreign manufacture. 1 Sir Michael Hicks Beach, the new Chancellor of the Exchequer, admitted that these criticisms were well founded, and that the narrow basis on which British taxation rested might become dangerous in the event of war on a large scale or a serious industrial depression. But he continued to profess allegiance to free trade, and it is not easy to see what steps a free trader could take to enlarge the basis of taxation. During the early session when he was responsible for the budget, no important war or industrial depression occurred. On the contrary, the country witnessed a sudden recovery of trade. Every year there was a large surplus. And finally, the revenue derived from the death duties introduced in 1894 by Sir William Harcourt and scarcely modified since, was so considerable that his task was made still easier. Expenditure was on the increase, especially on the Army and Navy, but it could be met without increasing the existing taxes or introducing new ones, and it was even found possible to reduce certain taxes. In 1896 and 1897 a few modifications were made in the death duties, and in 1898 the duty on tobacco was slightly reduced. In 1896 some relief was granted to agriculture, and in 1898 the income tax on smaller middle-class incomes was reduced. It was not until 1899 that the financial position again gave cause for anxiety. The natural increase of receipts was less than in previous years, and at the same time the government asked for an additional expenditure of £4 million on the Army and Navy. It was the morrow of Fashoda, and imperialism was proving a costly policy. Once more there was a deficit. It was supplied by recourse to 3 different methods of raising revenue. In the first place, the stamp duties were raised in certain cases. This increase of direct taxation was in conformity with the methods which had become traditional during the previous half-century. The same could not be said of the second method adopted, the reduction, during peace, of the amount devoted to the sinking fund. Scrupulous observance of the rules hitherto in force might, the Chancellor of the Exchequer argued, be carried too far, at a time when consols were above 110, and the nation was therefore paying £110 or more to pay off a debt of £100, and when the savings bank was investing more and more money in government securities and thus diminishing the amount available for the private investor, so that the slightest interference with the market on the part of the Treasury would suffice to cause a rise, and make the purchase of stock more difficult. In the third place, the duties of wine were raised. Should this last measure be regarded as a first step towards the protection demanded by a group of Unionists? The Chancellor of the Exchequer pointed out that, when the duties on wine were reduced, it had been in the hope that the wine-producing countries would in return proportionately reduce their tariff on articles of British manufacture. That expectation had been disappointed, and it was therefore only reasonable to revoke a fruitless concession. That is to say, Sir Michael Hicks Beach spoke the language used by Lord Salisbury when he advocated a policy of retaliatory tariffs. Nevertheless, the duties on wine were no more protective than those on tobacco, tea, and coffee, and when Sir Howard Vincent attempted to give them a protective character by proposing that the wines of Australia and the Cape should be exempted from the new duties, the House of Commons rejected his amendment by 192 to 37 votes. The South African crisis supervened. Of the financial year 1899 to 1900, 6 months were months of war. It became necessary to ask Parliament for additional credits of £23 million. The prosperous condition of trade and the excellent yield of the existing taxes provided 5 of these 23 million. There remained a deficit of £18 million. To defray the expenditure of the financial year 1900 to 1901, the government asked Parliament for £154 million. This was £37 million in excess of the revenue, from existing sources. To this was added £18 million to cover the deficit of the previous year and /5,000,000 for any unforeseen expenditure which might be found necessary. The government asked for an additional £60 million. Once more the question arose whether it should be obtained by borrowing or taxation. Sir Michael decided to employ both methods. No addition was to be made for the present to the sinking fund, Treasury bonds were to be renewed and a loan of £35 million raised. In levying the new taxes no departure was made from the traditional principles of Peel and Gladstone. They were merely adapted to the needs of an age no longer economical or pacific. The income tax was raised at a stroke from 8p to 1 shilling in the pound. The taxes on tea, beer, and spirits were raised, as also was the duty on tobacco, the concessions made to the taxpayers 2 years before being partly withdrawn. The only measure which in any way presented a protectionist character was an increase of 6p in the pound in the duty on foreign cigars. The government disclaimed all intention to innovate. The news from South Africa was good. It was expected that the war would be over in 6 months, and that normal conditions would be restored before it became necessary to draw up the budget of 1901. Nevertheless, complaints were heard both in Parliament and in the press that the government had not made use of this favourable opportunity to enlarge the basis of taxation by a thoroughgoing reform of the entire system. The dissatisfaction was more vocal, when it became evident in the following winter that the war would continue, indeed, threatened to prove unending, and the need of money became more pressing until at last the Chancellor of the Exchequer, it would seem, found himself compelled to do something to satisfy his critics. The estimated receipts for the ensuing financial year were £132,255,000, the estimated expenditure £187,602,000, that is to say, a deficit was expected of £55,347,000. To cover this and provide for the possibility of an unforeseen increase of expenditure, the sinking fund was tapped and a loan of £60 million raised. On the other hand, there was a further increase of 2p in the income tax, which was thus raised to 1 shilling and 2p in the pound. The import duties on sugar, abolished in 1894, were restored, and if the government denied that the new duties were of a protectionist character and refused to exempt colonial sugar, the fact remained that they had the appearance of a reply to the continental system of bounties. Moreover, a duty of 1 shilling a ton was imposed on exported coal. No doubt this duty was not, technically speaking, protective. But its object was unquestionably to restrict the export of coal, which was assuming alarming proportions and fed the continental rivals of the British factories. 1 When the Chancellor, defending the new tax, insisted that it would be paid by the foreign consumer, the group of protectionists loudly applauded. They were delighted to hear him expressing sentiments which were not those of free trade. It is idle, John Morley declared, to deny that Sir James Lowther is much nearer to having a considerable following in the House and the country than he ever had before. If you are going to be militant imperialists, free trade goes. That is my firm belief. And the beginning of the job is the budget which the Chancellor of the Exchequer has introduced. No doubt the Chancellor was a free trader. But what was the meaning of the plaintive peroration with which he concluded his speech in defense of the budget, if not a feeble protest against the imperialism which made the abandonment of the old healthy finance inevitable? All the better, such was the tenor of his concluding words, if a broadening of the basis of taxation brought home to the public the cost of the policy to which at the election of 1900 it had given its enthusiastic support. The budget of 1902 seemed to justify Morley's forecast. Introduced at a moment of uncertainty, when everyone felt that peace was imminent, yet the possibility that the Vereeniging negotiations might break down and the war be prolonged could not be excluded, it made provision for a revenue of £147,785,000. The estimated expenditure was £174,609,000. This left a deficit of £26,824,000, and Sir Michael Hicks each proposed to raise a further sum of £18,500,000 to provide for the contingencies of a very doubtful future, that is to say, over £45 million had still to be found. He decided to raise it by a suspension of the sinking fund, a loan of £32 million, a further increase of the income tax, an increase of the stamp duty on cheques, and finally a new tax, which aroused a storm of controversy, on imported corn and flour. He refused, it is true, to exempt colonial corn and flour. Nevertheless, he spoke of the economic relations between the mother country and her colonies in ambiguous terms which the advocates of imperial preference could interpret as favorable to their views. 1 Moreover, the new duty was very light, was in fact only a revival of that nominal duty which Peel's government had imposed when he abolished the duties on corn and which had not been removed until 1869. In spite of this, it was the object of violent attacks in the House of Commons. The Cobden Club and the Manchester Chamber of Commerce protested against the tax. Equally significant was the approval of Sir Howard Vincent and James Lowther, and the interpretation which Chamberlain appeared to put upon the duty in a speech delivered at Birmingham on May 16. Nor could it be denied that for more than a year the advocates of agricultural protection had been demanding a duty of this description and saw in it a concession of principle. In both camps everything had been done to give the budget of 1902 the appearance of an initial victory won by the supporters of tariff reform. Chamberlain and tariff reform. 2. Chamberlain and his opponents. Under these circumstances Chamberlain might well believe in the summer of 1902 that the time was ripe for tariff reform, a return to the system of protection. The Sugar Convention had just been signed and there was no doubt that it would be ratified by the Unionist majority in the House of Commons. The British government had found no reason to regret the step taken in 1897, when, to please the Canadians, it had challenged the German government and denounced the Commercial Treaty of 1865. For Germany had not dared to take up the challenge and postponed the breach from year to year. And finally, by incorporating in the budget of 1902 a duty on imported corn, the government had made it possible to introduce at some future date into the fiscal system of the country, without too violent a shock to public opinion, the principle of imperial preference. The Boer War was over. The policy of a great pan-Teutonic alliance was obviously defunct. Chamberlain had tacitly repudiated it on the occasion of his public quarrel with von Bülow 6 months earlier. What new program should the government adopt which would make an appeal to the masses? Clearly the program of imperial preference, an all-British Zollverein, which had attracted Chamberlain in the years before 1898. The Colonial Conference, which was held in London on the occasion of the coronation and sat from June 30 to August 11, provided him with the opportunity he needed to exchange views with the representatives of what he called the great nations overseas. Unfortunately, very little can be gathered from the brief summary issued as the official report of the conference. The political relations to be established between the colonies and the mother country were discussed, but no results were reached. The conference debated with rather more success the measures which should be adopted to secure the collaboration of the colonies in the military and naval defense of the empire. The question of commercial relations was also discussed. What happened was probably this: Chamberlain was defeated by the opposition of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Sir Michael Hicks took up in opposition to the Colonial Secretary the position he had himself adopted 5 or 6 years before, would accept nothing less than a Zollverein in the strictest sense, based on unqualified free trade within the empire. This conflicted with the protectionist policy of the self-governing colonies. Chamberlain could only invite from their representatives offers and expressions of opinion favorable to the establishment of a system of intercolonial preference. New Zealand, Cape Colony, and Natal were disposed to follow the example of Canada and grant a preference to British goods, even without reciprocity. But all united in respectfully urging on His Majesty's government the expediency of granting in the United Kingdom preferential treatment to the products and manufactures of the colonies either by exemption from or reduction of duties now or hereafter imposed. What were these duties now imposed? Manufactured goods imported into Great Britain were not subject to duty. The duties in question were those on tea, coffee, cocoa, and sugar, also the new duty on corn. A memorandum specially drawn up by the Canadian cabinet leaves no doubt on the point. 2 or 3 months later we find Chamberlain attempting in the private deliberations of the cabinet to win his colleagues to his views. Why not exempt in future colonial corn, especially Canadian, from the new corn duty? This surely would be the natural reply to the preference Canada had granted in 1897 to articles of British manufacture, and increased in 1900. In July, Sir Michael Hick's speech, pleading age and ill health, had followed Lord Salisbury into retirement. The new Chancellor of the Exchequer, David Ritchie, might possibly prove more amenable. If that was Chamberlain's hope, he was quickly undeceived. On November 19 Ritchie distributed among his colleagues at a cabinet council a note in which he set out the reasons for which he refused his assent to Chamberlain's proposal. But the Duke of Devonshire slept. Balfour gave a very guarded approval to Ritchie's views, the other ministers kept silence. Chamberlain was thus encouraged to hope that the day would arrive when with his colleagues' support he would overcome Ritchie's opposition, and thought it wise to let the matter drop for the present. On the 24th, speaking in Parliament in a debate on the sugar question, he again expounded the principles on which his imperialism was based, principles of a moral rather than a material nature. Are we prepared to say that the pecuniary question and that alone is to decide our policy? Are we to say that we are ready to repudiate the principles of common justice, if it be found that the adoption of these principles may involve us in more or less pecuniary loss? The following day he sailed for South Africa. We have already spoken of his return on March 14 of the following year. Before the end of the month he was present at 2 cabinet councils. The budget was discussed and his colleagues sided with Ritchie against him. The budget introduced on April 23 was a free trade budget. It was also a peace budget in which for the first time for several years a surplus was expected. The Chancellor of the Exchequer estimated the expenditure at £143,954,000. If the existing taxes were continued, they would produce, he estimated, £154,770,000. He proposed to take 4 pence in the pound off the income tax, and abandon the corn duty of 1902, which would thus be proved to have been merely a measure of war finance, not the beginning of a return to protection. The speech which Chamberlain delivered at Birmingham on May 15 possesses its full significance only when it is read in the light of the incidents, secret and public, which had preceded. It was his declaration of war on the colleagues who for the past year had lost no opportunity of making him understand that he was not the Prime Minister. 2. To the Cabinet his declaration came as a thunderbolt. The very day on which he spoke at Birmingham, Balfour had received a protectionist delegation and informed its members that the time was not ripe to bring forward colonial preference. Harassed by the criticisms of the Liberal opposition, embarrassed by the protests of prominent Unionists, themselves divided, one minister holding one opinion on the question, another an entirely different point of view, the ministers were longing for the recess to begin and bring them some respite from their difficulties. Balfour had frankly admitted his inability to profess to have concluded convictions upon a thing which he had not got concluded convictions upon. Point 1 He had recourse to the usual expedient of a government which finds itself in a difficult position, and ordered the Board of Trade to hold an inquiry into the condition of foreign trade and British industry. In the very middle of the recess, on September 14, public anxiety was increased by the announcement that the ministers had all been summoned to London to attend a cabinet council. The council lasted 3 hours, was adjourned until the next day, and on the 15th the discussion proceeded for a further hour and a half. On September 16 a short pamphlet was published over Balfour's signature. It was entitled Economic Notes on Insular Free Trade, and its theme was the risks involved in the position of a free trade country isolated in a protectionist world. On the 17th the resignations of 3 ministers were announced. 2 were free traders, Ritchie and Lord George Hamilton. The third, to the universal astonishment, was Chamberlain himself. What was the explanation of the mystery? The matter was soon cleared up by official disclosures. On August 13, the last day of the session, Balfour had submitted to his colleagues a program which amounted to the acceptance of Chamberlain's. But it had met with such powerful opposition that by common consent the question was left undecided. What correspondence subsequently passed between the Prime Minister and his colonial secretary? We know only the long letter Chamberlain wrote to Balfour on September 9, at a moment when the date of the next Cabinet Council had been already fixed. He proposed an arrangement by which each should undertake a particular role, Balfour at the head of the Cabinet, Chamberlain outside it. Balfour accepted it. Its nature was as follows. Evidently the time was not yet ripe for submitting to the electorate a program so far-reaching and so revolutionary as Chamberlain's. Such a step would court disaster and, in addition, produce a split in the Conservative Party, even before the election. His experience during the past year had shown Chamberlain how many of his fellow ministers still clung to free trade, a principle which in the previous 50 years had become one of the most sacred venal Teetotons, and Balfour had even more reason to know how strong was the hold of free trade even upon the Tories. He knew the anger with which his aged uncle, Lord Salisbury, shortly before his death had seen, at a time when 3 years of war had left the old country in greater need of rest than ever before, this fellow from Birmingham condemn it to a further period of agitation, and imperil the Unionist party itself, which, moreover, should he prove successful, would be transformed into a conservative party of the American or colonial type, a party of manufacturers and nouveau riches. He saw his cousin, Lord Hugh Cecil, a devout Anglican and an ardent Tory, defending the cause of free trade with a zeal almost worthy of Gladstone. For his own part, he was incapable of such rancour and such zeal. We may even admit that he was not by instinct sympathetic to the dogma of free trade with its implicit cosmopolitanism and enthusiasm for the welfare of mankind. But he was too well versed in political strategy not to perceive the danger to the party involved by the mere existence of these free trade zealots. Under these circumstances he must continue to play the part he had played so patiently for 8 years, appease, compromise, conciliate. He would drop the policy of colonial preference, which was dangerous from its very complexity and raised immediately the question of taxing foodstuffs. He would adopt the more restricted program of reprisals. He would claim for England the right to impose duties on the importation of certain articles of foreign manufacture, that armed with them he might be in a position to negotiate commercial treaties with foreign powers on favorable terms. This, after all, was the policy Lord Salisbury had advocated for years. When the annual meeting of the Union of Conservative Associations met at Sheffield at the beginning of October, Balfour's cautious language averted an open breach with those Unionists who were still in favour of free trade and, above all, of the free importation of foodstuffs. But he was unable to prevent further secessions from his cabinet. In all, 5 free traders resigned, the last being the Duke of Devonshire. The cabinet, as remodelled by Balfour, was more strictly Tory than it had been hitherto. The appointment of Littleton as colonial secretary strengthened the small clique of the Prime Minister's personal friends. Nevertheless, by giving the post of Chancellor of the Exchequer to Joseph Chamberlain's son, Austen Chamberlain, the Premier showed his intention to maintain relations with the man who, outside the cabinet, had assumed a role as easy and honourable as Balfour's was difficult and thankless. Chamberlain, free from all ties, and apparently pledging only himself, but sustained by the conviction that he had behind him the vast majority of the Unionist party, traversed the country as the missionary of fiscal imperialism. He was not Prime Minister, the old Tories would not allow it, but he was something more than a minister. His programme, as he announced it in an important speech delivered at Glasgow, was simple. A duty of 2 shillings a quarter would be imposed on foreign corn, a duty of the same and found on flour, a duty of 5% on meat and dairy produce, and an average duty of 10% on articles of foreign manufacture. Colonial produce would be exempted from all these duties. Moreover, by the way of compensation for so many new duties on foodstuffs, he proposed a reduction of 3/4 on the duty on tea, of 1/2 on the duty on sugar, and corresponding reductions of the duties on coffee and cocoa. There was nothing original in this program, which was borrowed almost verbally from the fair traders of 1880. But the time had come when the fair traders could rally an entire party to their views, and their propaganda was conducted by the greatest leader of men in England. Under his auspices a Tariff Reform League was founded, the counterpart of that famous Anti-Corn Law League which in the middle of the 19th century had done so much to bring about the triumph of free trade. In December, the League appointed a Tariff Commission to inquire into the condition of the various branches of British production, and it published the information obtained, in a series of scientific reports, all of which, of course, were in favor of a return to protection. When Charles Arthur Pearson, president of the League, who already owned the Daily Express, the St. James's Gazette and several provincial newspapers, purchased the Standard, the entire conservative press was with Chamberlain. He obtained the support of several economists, representatives of the historic school, who had revolted against the dogmatism of the orthodox political economy. Cunningham of Cambridge, Ashley of Birmingham, Hewins and Mackinder of London, and Charles Booth assisted Chamberlain's somewhat raw genius with their more subtle arguments. Nevertheless, it was Chamberlain's genius that for the new party of tariff reform was the pledge of final victory. Though 70 years of age, he threw himself into the struggle with the ardor of a young man, or perhaps with the fevered impatience of an old man who feels that his time is short. On October 6 he opened at Glasgow a campaign of speeches which took him in October to Greenock, Newcastle, Tynemouth, and Liverpool, in November to Cardiff and Newport, in December to Leeds. He had no difficulty in collecting in every place vast and enthusiastic audiences. But when on January 18, 1904, he concluded his campaign by a speech delivered at the Guildhall to an audience 5 of city men, his courteous but chilly reception warned him of the obstacles which stood in the way of his propaganda. Their character must now be examined, and with particular care, because for many years to come they were destined to appear insurmountable. 3. When the budget was discussed in 1902, a young Unionist, Winston Churchill by name, had united with the Liberals in opposing the reintroduction of the nominal duty on corn. He was the son of that Lord Randolph Churchill whose unconventional brand of Toryism had created such a sensation 20 years before. While still quite young in 1902, he was only 28. He had attracted public attention by his exploits in the Sudanese and the South African War. He had entered the House of Commons in 1900, eager to take his share in the Party 7 struggle, and succeed where his father had finally failed. So little did he fear political isolation, that he took the first opportunity. 3. To criticize his leaders, denounced increases of expenditure out of all proportion to the national enrichment, and predicted that to broaden the basis of taxation must inevitably lead to the imposition of heavy duties on bread, meat, and other necessary articles of consumption. He wondered what would happen, if the fair trade issue was openly raised by some responsible person of eminence and authority in the country. They would stand once more on all the old battlefields. Party bitterness would be aroused, such as the present generation could furnish no parallel for, except in the brief period of 1885-61. And he asked himself what would be the effect of this formidable problem on the existing party divisions. The event soon approved the youthful politician's foresight. Even before Chamberlain championed the principle of a duty on foreign corn, the timid innovation made by the budget of 1902 had excited widespread hostility. Already in May, before the conclusion of peace, the corn duty cost the Conservatives a seat. It apparently played a more important part than the question of the rights of trade unions in bringing about Crook's return in the following March. It was probably in consequence of the representations of the party agents that the government abolished the duty in 1903, and Balfour was actuated by similar motives when he refused to introduce duties on foodstuffs into the Conservative programme. The Irish question had brought over to the government an enormous number of electors in the urban areas. Were they prepared to throw away lightheartedly this host of supporters in an attempt to broaden the basis of taxation by imposing duties on articles of food? To be sure, Chamberlain and his allies pointed out that in countries which had adopted protection the cost of food did not rise in proportion to the protective duties imposed, and therefore that the duties did not fall entirely on the native consumer, but were partly paid by the foreign producer. Indeed, they went further, and argued that since the duty they wished to introduce was exceedingly light, scarcely more than the duty of 1902, it could raise the price of the loaf only by a trifling amount, might perhaps not raise it at all, not even by a halfpenny registered possibly. But in that case how would the British farmer be protected? And if the contention were true, why did the tariff reformers promise the working man, as a compensation for the increase in the cost of bread, a reduction in the duties on sugar and tea, coffee, and cocoa? The use of so lame an argument was itself a proof of the difficulty the exponents of Chamberlain's new program experienced, when they were faced with the necessity of persuading the democratic electorate of a thoroughly industrialized nation, in which moreover bread formed a greater part of the workman's diet than in any other European country except France. The policy of tariff reform was a return to that policy of dear bread against which Cobden's League had rallied public opinion shortly before the middle of the last century, and once more public opinion rose up against it. Its advocates could not even secure the unanimous support of the Unionist party. Indeed, it would seem that the sole object of the tactics devised by Balfour, an unavowed return to protection by a different route, was to prevent 60 or 70 malcontents known as the freefooders, determined opponents of every kind of duty on articles of food, from seceding from the party and thus forcing upon the government a premature dissolution. What exactly was the Prime Minister's policy? He disclaimed protection. His object was not like Chamberlain's, to erect a permanent tariff wall between the British Empire and the rest of the world, but simply to place in the hands of the government a weapon with which to combat the protectionist policy of the foreign powers, and dumping in particular. He claimed for the government the right to impose duties, if necessary very high or even prohibitive, on particular articles of foreign manufacture whenever they considered that the difficulties of British industry were due to the tariff policy of rival nations. The only way in which their competitors could be compelled to alter their policy was by turning against their own industries the methods of which they had themselves given the example. The moment this object had been attained, the normal condition of free trade would be restored. The Liberals protested against this policy on the ground that it unduly enlarged the authority of the executive at the expense of the legislature. 1. We may, however, leave this question of constitutional law out of account. The question with which we are more immediately concerned is, whether the industrial situation of the country was sufficiently critical to justify at the bar of public opinion recourse to exceptional measures. To understand how Chamberlain and his supporters had convinced themselves that this was the case, we must know the state of trade at the close of the Boer War. Between 1894 and 1899 the value of British exports had risen from £216 million to £264,492,000. During the first year of the South African War the export trade had been still further stimulated by the needs of the army, and in 1900 exports had reached the figure of £291,192,000. But in 1901 they had fallen, and the restoration of peace in 1902 had not been followed by the boom in trade which everyone had expected. Consols, after reaching in 1899 a maximum of 111, had fallen during the war, and in July, 1901, were as low as 91. They had subsequently risen, and when peace was concluded had reached 97%. But they had again fallen, and to a lower figure than they had ever reached during the war. On September 29, 1903, they were worth only 863. Railway shares had fallen concurrently with the fall in consols. Did this mean that investments bearing a fixed interest were at a discount, and that the decline in consols and railway shares favored the development on industrial concerns which were attracting the capital of the country? On the contrary, the new issues by industrial companies were lower. by a third than they had been in 1902.1. In every branch of business the same complaint was heard. Imperialist politicians had promised that, if Lord Milner's progressive administration replaced Kruger's reactionary government in the Transvaal, the change would result in an enormous development of the mines. Not only would the existing mines be worked more profitably, but the discovery of new deposits would transform vast districts into a new El Dorado, and as a result Great Britain would find in the new colony a market for her rails and locomotives, machinery of every description, and the clothing needed by a more numerous and wealthier population. The forecast was not fulfilled. On the contrary, a crisis prevailed on the Rand which did not provide the expected market for British goods. Nor was it to be found in the Far East, over which hung the cloud of the impending conflict between Japan and Russia. And, if in the American foundries an attempt was being made to limit the output, German dumping assumed larger proportions than ever before. Moreover, too many ships had been built during the boom which had ended in Ridger 1, and the Clyde dockyards were in the throes of a crisis which threatened to affect every branch of engineering. The cotton industry suffered severely from a rise in the cost of raw cotton, combined with the constant fluctuations to which prices were exposed. Never before had so little raw cotton been consumed by the industry, and, as in 1892 and 1893, in 1902 and 1903 the Lancashire mills were working at a loss. Unemployment, which had steadily declined between 1894 and 1899, increased every year until 1904.5. The widespread pessimism with which public opinion regarded the situation was increased at this juncture by the publication of their decennial census returns by the great powers. In the last 30 years the increase of the urban population alone in Germany and in the United States exceeded by 5,750,000 and 7 million respectively the increase of the entire British population, and the increase of the American population during the same period was equal to the population of Great Britain. 1 Unless steps were taken to deal with the new situation, Britain might well appear doomed to be defeated in the near future by her rivals. It was natural to ask whether the recovery of trade which had marked the first 5 years of Unionist government was anything but an accidental interruption of a period of stagnation, if not of positive decline, which had begun in 1875. Even the increase of exports in 1900 was called in question. 3/5 of it were explained as due to the increase in the price, not the quantity, of the coal exported. It is proverbially unsafe, Professor Ashley wrote in September, to prophesy, but it is more probable that the world is about to enter into another period of depression. Think I see, Chamberlain declared in November, and I believe that every man of business sees, symptoms which, if not attended to in time, may lead to danger and disaster. Asterisk. But it soon became clear that the protectionists' pessimism was unfounded. Even in 1902 and 1903, which were undoubtedly years of depression, it could not be denied that the diminished demand in the home market was accompanied by an increase in exports. Their value no doubt had fallen from £291,192,000 to £280,022,000 in 1901. But it rose again to £283,424,000 in 1902 and £290,800,000 in 1903. And the increase was even more rapid when account is taken not only of the value but the quantity of goods exported. From this point of view it was in 1900 that the decline had occurred, and the revival had begun its uninterrupted course in 1901. Towards the end of 1904, and above all in 1905's, it was obvious that manufacturers and merchants were no longer complaining, were indeed once more optimistic. With the solitary exception of coal, prices rose and the increase in the value of exports £300,711,000 in 1904, £329,817,000 in 1905 proved that more goods were being sold abroad and at higher prices. Prosperity hitherto unparalleled prevailed in the cotton trade. Orders poured into the shipyards, and the good effects were felt in every branch of metal working and engineering. Shipbuilders on the Clyde were astonished to discover that a vessel delivered immediately cost less than a vessel whose delivery was promised several months ahead. This was because everyone counted on a rise of prices and believed that a period of extraordinary production was beginning, a period marked by a phenomenon of which the cause and even the importance were not as yet understood, a fall in the purchasing power of gold. It was a most unpropitious moment to launch a campaign in favor of protection. The opponents of free trade were calling for a tariff to raise prices on the British market, when prices were beginning to rise without any artificial aid. Without making any pretension to draw a complete picture of the state of British industry when the 20th century opened, we may glance at a few of the chief branches of the national industry. A few concrete instances will enable us to understand better how inopportune was the campaign to which Chamberlain was committed. 4. According to the census of 1901, 1,500,000 workers of both sexes, English, Scotch, and Irish, were engaged in the textile industry. It was divided into several branches which differed in the conditions and degree of their prosperity. We can afford to neglect the silk manufacture. Admittedly, it was rapidly decaying, and in 1901 employed only 39,000 workmen instead of the 131,000 employed half a century before. Its decline was attributed by the protectionists to the impotence of a free trade country in face of competitors protected by a tariff. Another explanation was that the opening of the Suez Canal and the establishment of direct trade between the United States and the Far East had deprived London of its position as the great emporium for raw silk. But whatever its causes, the decay of the industry made it impossible for the grievances of its few remaining employees to affect public opinion. What were 39,000 out of the entire nation? What influence could 14,000 male workers exercise on such a vast electorate? We can also neglect the linen manufacture. Its condition was a subject of bitter complaint. It was no doubt true that their protective tariffs enabled the great European nations to compete successfully on the home market with linen manufactured in the United Kingdom. The industry further suffered from the decline in the cultivation of flax in Great Britain and the growing use of cotton. If the canvass ordered by the War Office enabled Dundee to maintain its position as the metropolis of the industry, Belfast seemed to be definitely in a state of decline. There were 200,000 fewer spindles at work than in 1870, and since 1891 the number of workers had decreased by a fifth. Nevertheless, the export figures proved that the situation had not yet become altogether critical. Great Britain still kept her supremacy in the manufacture of fine cloth and damask. The loss of the Cuban and Puerto Rican markets as a consequence of the Spanish-American War might not be more than temporary. The export to the United States was still very large, equal to half the total. And if the Italian and Spanish markets had been lost, the trade with Canada had made enormous strides. In short, it could not be denied that, if home consumption had possibly declined and certain markets remained closed, the total export had increased. However, the number of hands employed, if larger than in the silk industry, was very small nevertheless. It did not amount to 109,000. The woolen manufacture demands closer study. It employed in the United Kingdom some 250,000 workers of both sexes. Here also considerable dissatisfaction prevailed, and the protectionists were able to point out that exports had decreased in value by almost a third since the date, 30 years earlier, when they had exceeded £30 million. Between 1898 and 1902 they had remained steady at about £22 million. But the free trader could reply that the fall had not been uninterrupted, that on two occasions, in 1889 and in 1895, they had reached the figure of £30,000,000, and since 1902 had once more shown a distinct upward tendency. Moreover, the important question was the relation between the fluctuation in the amount of goods exported and the fluctuation in prices. From this point of view it was significant that the export of woolen yarn had steadily increased in value since 1880, the maximum reached in 1871 had been regularly exceeded since 1885, and tended to reach a value a third higher than that of 1,871. The value of cloth exported had fluctuated irregularly without showing any marked decline until 1902, when a steady rise set in. In fact, for some time past, every class of woolen goods had shown an increase with the exception of Worcester, and, if Bradford was declining, the decline did not necessarily affect Yorkshire as a whole. No doubt the protectionist could reply that the export figures were not a reliable index of the prosperity of an industry, and that on the home market the supply of wool and woolen cloth was unable to keep pace with the demand. The number of factories had decreased, falling from 2,750 in 1885 to 2,379 in 1904. And the number of workers had also diminished by a sixth in 10 years. And, finally, whereas imports had doubled during the last 30 years of the century, exports had decreased by a third. But these contentions did not leave the free traders without a rejoinder. They were able to point out that, as compared with the decade 1883 to 1892, the decade 1893 to 1902 showed an increase of 25% in the consumption of raw wool. How could this fact be reconciled with a fall in the demand for English produce? Nor had imports increased during the last 10 years. If the number of factories was less, it was perhaps because the industry had been concentrated in a smaller number of larger factories. And the decline in the number of hands might well be a temporary consequence of the development of machinery. Moreover, the number of workers employed had slightly increased since 1901. And since there had been a simultaneous increase in exports, there was nothing to justify, even to the Yorkshire public, the sudden and revolutionary change of fiscal policy advocated by Chamberlain. But of all the branches of the textile industry, the most important, the branch which for a century had represented the industrial supremacy of Great Britain, was the cotton industry. Lancashire had long been the typical example of modern capitalism, and, if it was from Lancashire that Marx had drawn arguments in favor of his revolutionary communism, it was also in Lancashire that the economists of the Free Trade School had found their most enthusiastic disciples. The importance of the cotton manufacture at the beginning of the 20th century can be gauged from the fact that it furnished employment to more than 600,000 inhabitants of the United Kingdom, and that the exports of cotton yarn and cloth amounted to over a quarter of the total British exports, representing a value of 73 out of £280 million. No doubt, even in this field the protectionists found reasons for anxiety. Though the number of persons employed in the manufacture was so enormous, it had been declining during the past 10 years, falling from 625,000 in 1891 to a bare 609,000 in 1901.3. The value of yarn exported, after remaining stationary between 1880 and 1890, had been decreasing steadily and at a fairly rapid rate ever since, and if the value of the cloth exported was still increasing, the rate of increase was becoming slower and more irregular. Nor was this in the least surprising. Every nation in the world, protected by its tariff, was beginning in turn to manufacture cotton yarn and cloth, was attempting to supply its own needs independently of British competition, and exporting every year larger quantities of goods to Great Britain. A solitary branch of the cotton industry, the manufacture of sewing cotton, had been able, thanks to the energetic policy pursued by Messrs. Coates, to keep the monopoly of the world market, but the firm could only break through the tariff barriers which stood in the way of its trade by building factories abroad which, if they continued to increase British capital, took work from the British worker. Was it time to speak of an irretrievable decline? When in 1905 the Tariff Commission issued its report on the cotton industry, it admitted that the 3 or 4 previous years were of an exceptional character, and that the crisis from which Lancashire had suffered was due, not to the protection adopted by foreign countries, but to the high prices of raw material, which were the result of a series of bad crops in America. Thus, even on the admission of the protectionists, the statistics of the last few years, so alarming at first sight, could not be interpreted at their face value. In the opinion of the vast majority of witnesses, the home market had not suffered to any appreciable extent from the unfair competition of foreigners, that is to say, from their dumping. It was the general conviction that, except during the periods of depression, more labor had been employed, and wages had risen. And, if many branches of the industry had suffered from the restrictions placed on the export trade, the loss had been made good by the increased prosperity of other branches. As even Chamberlain's followers were obliged to admit, the suggestion of a tariff war with the protectionist nations was universally rejected, and the sudden boom which occurred in 1905 completed the discomfiture of the tariff reformers. The 600,000 employed in the cotton trade remained unshaken in their optimism and attachment to free trade. 5. Trade statistics united under the same head the smelting of pig iron and steel and the manufacture of iron and steel goods. It is an unsatisfactory method of classification. For it confuses branches of industry whose interests are not only dissimilar but divergent and even directly opposed. The 100,000 workers employed in the production of iron and steel were voluble in their complaints. What foundation existed for their grievances? Undoubtedly Great Britain no longer occupied the same position in iron manufacture that she had held 20 years before. About 1,880 the steel produced in Britain amounted to a third of the world production. In 1902 it represented a little less than a seventh. Nevertheless, the actual amount had risen from 1,020,000 tons in 1880 to 4,850,000 tons in 1902. But world production increased during the same period at a ratio almost 3 times as large, from 2,040,000 tons to 31,040,000. No doubt, even if British production had not been positively diminished by the exhaustion of the raw material, no tariff could prevent foreign nations working the vast mass of ore hitherto unworked or unworkable before the discovery of the Bessemer process. The malcontents were not silenced. They alleged that England was directly threatened by a system which made possible the German-American dumping. But this dumping might very well prove a temporary phenomenon. The United States and Germany were suffering from a crisis due to overproduction, and, in consequence, both countries were anxious to get rid of their surplus at a low price. When the crisis came to an end, dumping would cease. And further, it was arguable that, if dumping was detrimental to the smelting industry by lowering the price of pig iron and steel, it assisted all those branches of manufacture for which pig iron and steel were not the finished article, but raw material. If it was to the interest of the 100,000 men employed in the smelting industry that the price of pig iron and steel should be high, it was to the interest of the 1,200,000 who were employed in Britain in all those branches of manufacture and construction which made use of iron and steel, that it should be low. If prices fell, what could the 100,000 sufferers do against more than a 1 million who profited by the fall? To be sure, here also the protectionists found cause for anxiety. They drew the attention of the public to the unquestionable fact that in this branch of industry, as in so many others, Britain had lost her monopoly of production, and the new nations were progressing at a rate which it would be difficult for an old nation to emulate. They complained of the excessive number of pipes, rails, agricultural machines, electric apparatus, and motors of foreign manufacture sold in the British market. Nevertheless, they were compelled to admit that statistics proved Great Britain had contrived to overtake her rivals by selling other goods. The number of machines, railway carriages, and bicycles exported was rapidly increasing. In the shipbuilding industry she maintained her supremacy. It was estimated that between 1899 and 1903 she had built every year for the foreign market vessels representing a tonnage of 740,000. There was not a nation which did not employ vessels of British construction for the transport of its goods. The number of persons employed in handling iron from the treatment of the ore to the manufacture of tools and machinery of every description, and the construction of ships, rose from 830,000 at the census of 1881 to 971,000 at the census of 1891 and 1,198,000 at the census of 1901. And, finally, there was a branch of British industry about which there could be no question whether it was declining, stationary, or progressing at a more or less rapid rate. The amazing increase in the amount of coal mined, and the even more amazing growth in the amount exported, was perhaps the most striking feature of the industrial situation in Great Britain at the close of the 19th century. About 60 million tons of coal were mined in Britain. 10 years later the amount had doubled, and about 1905 had almost doubled again. The coal mines employed 495,000 men in 1881, 668,000 in 1891, 807,000 in 1901, and 842,000 in 1903.1. This output of coal was more than sufficient for the needs of the national manufactures. Coal had become one of the most important British exports. About 1,860 Great Britain exported some 7 million tons of coal, about 1,875 twice the amount, about 1,889 twice as much again, nearly $0,000,000 tons in 1905. In the middle of the 19th century coal represented about 100th part of the value of British exports. At the beginning of the 20th about a 10th. Not only had this growth of the export trade been a direct source of revenue for British capital and labour, it had contributed enormously to the development of British commerce. Vessels left the ports with a cargo of coal to return with huge freights of the foodstuffs and raw material required for the national consumption and industry. There were therefore nearly 1 million men for whom the problem of foreign competition was literally non-existent, and for whom protection meant nothing except a rise in the cost of living. If economists who belonged to the protectionist school, or, to speak more accurately, envisaged the economic question not from a cosmopolitan, but from a purely national standpoint, found cause for anxiety in the coal industry, they advocated a species of inverted protection. The extent and quality of her coal measures had been perhaps the most important factor in the industrial prosperity of 19th century Britain. But the supply of coal seemed doomed to inevitable exhaustion within the next 2 or 3 generations. At any rate, the cost of working the mines would be too great to be profitable. In 1901 a royal commission was appointed to investigate the question. What steps could be taken meanwhile to delay as long as possible the extinction of one of the sources of the nation's wealth? British industry should be given special rights over the coal extracted, and the export of coal reduced. For that purpose duties should be imposed not on the import of foreign, but on the export of British coal. As we have already seen, the British government had taken a step in this direction in the budget of 1901. But the measure, which benefited only indirectly and to a very slight extent the branches of manufacture which used coal, was directly 1. British and Foreign Trade and Industry, 1904, p. 470. 2. Total value of exports in 1900, £352 million, value of exported coal, £38,620,000. This is more than a tenth, but the export of coal decreased during the succeeding years. 3. Royal Commission on Coal Supplies. First report of, August 5, 1903. Second report, February 24, 1904. Final report, January 7, 1905. 341. Chamberlain and Tariff Reform. Detrimental to the interests of the powerful group which owned or worked the coal fields. It was all very well to refute Chamberlain's followers by proving that contrary to the belief suggested by their pessimism exports were increasing. They replied by insisting on the fact that the commercial balance sheet was persistently unfavorable to Great Britain, the value of imports exceeded that of exports and, it would appear, in an increasing proportion. To this the free traders had 2 replies. In the first place, they argued that account must be taken of all the money earned and brought into the country by the personnel of the merchant service. And that personnel was not limited to the service of the British importer and exporter, half the commerce of the globe was carried on British vessels. Here was an entire world, shipbuilders, shipbrokers, and over 200,000 seamen, whose interests were intimately bound up with free trade. And in the second place, they claimed that the capital lent by Britain to foreign countries and on which those countries paid interests to the British investor should also be taken into account. We have already spoken of this practice in which the protectionists found cause for alarm. British capital, instead of promoting the industries of the nation, went abroad to feed foreign industries. But whether or not it was otherwise injurious to the country's economic interests, the practice had called into being in and around the city a vast society of bankers, bank clerks, stockbrokers, and stock jobbers of every description for whom that German-American peril which alarmed certain manufacturers had no existence. Add to these the 1 million employed in shipbuilding, 1,250,000 workers engaged in the transport service at the ports, and on the roads and railways, for whom the question of foreign competition was equally unreal. When the day of battle came, Chamberlain would find under his command only a few scratch battalions with which to meet all these hostile armies. 7. It had in fact been a masterstroke of policy on the part of the British free traders when half a century before they had made their country a country of absolute free trade, instead of a country mildly protectionist. It is an easy matter to raise a tariff already in existence, and, however slight the duties may be at the outset, to increase them by imperceptible degrees, until they present an almost insuperable barrier to the importation of foreign goods. But where there is no tariff from which to start, it is impossible to begin with one group of interests without coming into conflict with others. The supporters of free trade took fresh heart from the knowledge that public opinion was behind them. They answered meetings with meetings, pamphlets with pamphlets. The Cobden Club awoke from its slumbers. To reach a more popular audience, the Daily News and the Daily Chronicle followed the example of the Daily Mail Plus and became halfpenny papers. The occupants of the principal chairs of political economy pronounced that the doctrine of free trade was supported by the principles of their science. To the officials of the Liberal Party and the leaders of nonconformity and trade unionism, free trade was something more than a scientific conclusion. It was a sacred tradition invested with a sentimental and semi-religious halo, like the kindred principles of peace, liberty, and the brotherhood of man. No doubt the young politicians of the Liberal Party were aware that free trade had not realized all the expectations of the masses, that the demolition of tariff barriers was not the indispensable and sufficient condition of universal prosperity, that 50 years of free trade had not solved the social problem, and that, if poverty were to be abolished or even reduced, a thoroughgoing policy of legislative action was indispensable. The official leader of the party, Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman, was in agreement with this point of view. Nevertheless, many liberals of the old school nursed the secret hope that Chamberlain's imprudent step would bring about the downfall of that militarist and socialistic philosophy of state interference which for the past decade had threatened to sweep everything before it, that Herbert Spencer had died in December, 1903, not just too late to escape witnessing the final defeat of his principles, but a little too soon to witness their recovery. Surely the present resembled the period which followed the Crimean War. That had been a difficult war, followed by victory, and the victory had been followed by disillusionment, when its fruits were compared with the cost in wealth and blood. Why should not history repeat itself now? At the next election, might not free trade prove a more powerful cry than imperialism or socialism and revive the philosophy of 1860? 6. What meanwhile was the attitude of the group of liberal imperialists, the men who at the beginning of 1902 had founded the Liberal League to oppose the National Liberal Federation? Must they not recognize in the program of colonial preference an article of their own creed? Had not the protagonist of imperialism, Lord Rosebery, spoken, long before Chamberlain adopted the formula, of the necessity for a bond of commercial unity between the different parts of the empire? Chamberlain might well have hoped that by raising the question of an imperial tariff he would not only prevent a reconciliation between the two factions of the Liberal Party, but might even widen the breach between them. It would in fact seem that in May, 1903, Lord Rosebery had hesitated as to the attitude he should adopt. but he quickly made up his mind. In common with the other members of his group, Asquith, Sir Edward Grey, and Haldane, he came to the conclusion that Chamberlain's rash step might prove disastrous to the imperial unity he desired to consolidate. What was the aim of the tariff reformers? If we are to believe Chamberlain's words, to make the empire an economic unit self-sufficient and self-contained. But it was an aim not easy to achieve. Presumably the advocates of an all-British Zollverein were inclined, more or less vaguely, to regard the United Kingdom and her colonial dependencies as being from an economic point of view complementary. Great Britain was the town with its offices, counting houses, and factories, the colonies the countryside which might be given the monopoly of foodstuffs and raw materials needed by the mother country, provided that in return they gave the latter a monopoly of the manufactured articles of which they were in need. For example, why should not a preference be granted to the wines of the Cape Colony and Australia? The proposal had been made several times in Parliament, when the debate on the budget called attention to the duties imposed on the importation of foreign wines, a tariff which in obedience to the principles of free trade gave no preference whatever to the colonial wine grower. And since Chamberlain promised the British consumer a reduction of the duties on tea, coffee, and cocoa, why not make a further reduction in favor of Ceylon tea and West Indian coffee? Or again, why not encourage the cultivation of cotton in the British colonies in Africa? It was beginning to attract attention just at this time, so that one day Lancashire might cease to be dependent on the American crop. There was nothing in these proposals to alarm the British producer. Great Britain had neither vineyards nor plantations of tea, coffee, or cotton. But the question of corn was more difficult. If Chamberlain promised the British consumer a reduction of the duties on tea and coffee, it was to compensate him for the duty which he proposed to place on foreign corn. Should colonial corn be exempted from the duty, in particular corn from Canada, which during the past decade had become a great corn-growing country? If this were Chamberlain's intention, the workers in the great industries and the inhabitants of the large towns would benefit by it. But he seems as far as possible to have evaded the issue, for the free admission of Canadian corn would alienate the agriculturalists, the landlords and farmers, who formed the solid core of the protectionist forces, and who, if they were in favor of making the importation of wheat from Russia, the Argentine, and the United States more difficult, had no desire to see the importation of Canadian corn directly encouraged as a result. Thus the conflict of interests between the British and the colonial producer, which had remained hidden, so long as Great Britain remained firmly attached to the principle of free trade, was revealed by the mere proposal to introduce a new system of tariffs. Moreover, the British colonies had already to a considerable extent outgrown the stage of a purely agricultural economy. With one exception, all the Australian states had adopted a policy of protection. Before the Constitution of the Commonwealth in 1900 compelled the single free trade state, New South Wales, to become protectionist like the rest. At the same time, Australia was socialist, and the working class, which universal suffrage had placed in power, was endeavouring to set up a system of high prices and high wages, to be maintained by the deliberate interference of the legislature, in other words, to make the country a closed commercial unit, self-sufficient and self-contained, proudly ignoring the rest of the world, and, in the first place, the rest of the empire. Canada was endeavouring to develop her mineral resources, iron and coal, and harness her waterfalls, so as to become, like the mighty republic at her doors, a great industrial as well as a great agricultural country. On the London market, complaints were already being heard of the dumping practiced by the Canadian iron and steel manufacture. Was there any prospect that the adoption of the proposed tariff would suffice to arrest the fever of industrialism which raged throughout the empire? That the moment their corn, wool, and wine were granted a preference on the British market, the colonies would be content to develop their cultivation and renounce the aim of becoming by the advance of industrialization complete and independent nations. In one of his missionary speeches Chamberlain ventured to express this hope. But the passage provoked such angry protests in the colonies that he thought it advisable to suppress it when he re-edited the speech later. The truth must be faced. The empire was composed not of complementary but of competing economic societies. Along what lines could they reach a harmony of interests acceptable to all parties? The advocates of colonial preference claimed that their policy, far from doing violence to the natural operation of economic forces, was, so to speak, in the line of historical development. While commerce with foreign nations was becoming more difficult, statistics proved so. Chamberlain and his supporters contended that as a result of the community of language and customs, commerce between the mother country and her colonies was steadily increasing in volume. Trade followed the flag. British exports to foreign countries had fallen from £195,700,000 in 1872 to £174,300,000 in 1902, a decrease of £21,400,000. During the same period, exports to the colonies had risen from £60,500,000 to £109 million, an increase of £48,500,000. And the importance of the trade between Great Britain and her colonies, especially the self-governing colonies, became still more evident, when the small size of their populations was taken into account. A German, Dutchman, or Belgian bought in 1902 11/8 worth of British goods, a Frenchman 8/ worth, a citizen of the United States 6/3 worth. But a Canadian bought 1.18.4 worth, an Australian 5.5.6 worth, an inhabitant of Cape Colony £6.19.6 worth, a New Zealander £7.5.7 worth, and an inhabitant of Natal £8.0.6 worth. What an encouragement for Britain to send her emigrants to the colonies! And with what well-founded hope could she look forward to the day when their population, scarcely more than 10 million in 1901, had doubled, quadrupled, even become equal to that of the mother country? Could nothing be done to stimulate the natural movement of trade, already tending, even without artificial encouragement, to draw closer the commercial ties between Britain and her colonies? It could be hastened by a system of preferential tariffs. The colonies were asking for it. As we have already seen, Canada had reduced by 1/4 first, then by 1/3, the duties on goods of British origin. At the conference of 1902, her representatives had declared their willingness to extend the system of preference for British goods, and the representatives of Australia, New Zealand, Cape Colony, and Natal had held out hopes that their colonies would follow the Canadian example. These arguments were not unanswerable. The question which immediately concerned the British exporter was not how much Canada or Australia, as compared with Germany or the United States, spent annually on the purchase of British goods per head of population. What interested his pocket was the total amount of goods exported to each country. But about 1900 the annual exports to the colonies amounted to only £102,000,000, whereas the exports to the remainder of the world were worth £252,000,000. Imports told the same tale. The trade within the empire was very far from amounting even to half the trade with foreign countries. Was it reasonable to push imperial patriotism, the sentiment of racial solidarity, so far as to hamper foreign trade in the hope of stimulating the development of trade with the colonies? It was already growing of itself, the tariff reformers argued, and it was simply a question of assisting a natural growth. Their opponents questioned the truth of this contention, and denied that it was fair to take as the starting point of comparison the year 1872, when exports to foreign countries reached an exceptionally high figure. When the entire second half of the 19th century was taken into account, it would be found that the proportion which trade with the colonies bore to trade with foreign countries had remained almost invariable. 2 Between 1895 and 1900 the export trade with foreign countries had increased more rapidly than the colonial trade. Between 1900 and 1903 it declined and then remained stationary. The colonial trade slowly increased. But, after 1903, to the discomfiture of the tariff reformers, trade with foreign countries expanded rapidly, whereas the growth of trade with the colonies continued to be slow. What conclusions could be drawn from statistics whose interpretation was so uncertain? The very language used by the tariff reformers was likely to repel those whom they wished to convince. They held out no hope that the adoption of their system would increase the industrial prosperity of the United Kingdom. They asked the country, in return for the sacrifice the colonies were called upon to make by contributing to imperial defense, to make the corresponding sacrifice which the introduction of a tariff on foreign imports would involve. This was how Chamberlain stated the position in his Birmingham speech on May 15, 1903, and his lieutenants were even more outspoken. The imperialist, Mackinder, explained that the immediate effect of any sudden raising of duties is usually to lessen total production and raise prices. True, he attempted to reassure his readers by adding that those incipient losses are in reality a national investment to bear subsequent fruit. 1 But another imperialist, Hewins, went further and maintained that the object of a policy of constructive imperialism should be the greater political or social stability, or the greater defensive power of the empire, not immediate, or even ultimate gain, of a purely economic character. It was certainly honest, but perhaps it was not tactful to present the new policy under so chivalrous an aspect. The nation was uneasily conscious that its powers of production and its wealth were no longer increasing, or, at least, no longer increasing so rapidly as in the past. It was for that very reason that so many manufacturers and merchants had been shaken in their allegiance to free trade, and now they heard from Chamberlain and his friends that possibly, even probably, the adoption of tariff reform would not increase their wealth. At this point the program of colonial preference conflicted with the program of economic reprisals. It inevitably alienated from the policy of imperial federation those who had been originally attracted by the prospect of a war against foreign protection. Was it even certain that, if the British accepted the sacrifices, temporary or permanent, which the neo-protectionists demanded, they would at least give satisfaction to the colonies? So the tariff reformers contended, and in support of their contention pointed to the offers which for several years past had been made by various colonial governments. But to what after all did they amount? And what proof had the colonies given that they were in earnest? Australia, whose promises, to be sure, had been of the vaguest, did nothing. New Zealand raised her tariff against every nation, and was prepared to do no more than exempt British goods from the additional duties. The reduction of a tenth granted by Cape Colony amounted to nothing. At first sight it might seem that Canada had already for several years done more. But it must be admitted that the preference of 25% granted in 1897 was in part illusory. For the tariff had been raised immediately before, so that when compared with the duty hitherto paid, the reduction amounted only to 7.5 per cent1, and even the preference subsequently granted had given very little satisfaction on either side of the Atlantic. The Canadian manufacturers were agitating vigorously for an increase in the duties. It was fear of their protests which had induced the Canadian government to make the request which the British government granted, that the proceedings at the Colonial Conference of 1902 should be withheld from publication. And the British manufacturers were not much better satisfied. Even a preference of 33% was insufficient given the distance of some 2,500 miles of sea which separated Great Britain from her colony to protect them effectively in the Canadian market against the competition of the Canadian manufacturers and those of the United States. We have mentioned the United States. Here perhaps was one of the most difficult problems the new imperialism had to face. Among the great protectionist countries whose competition was injuring British trade, the United States was undoubtedly the nation which threatened the gravest danger to her industrial supremacy. Was the remedy a tariff war to be waged conjointly by Britain and Canada against the great American Republic? On the one hand, it was very doubtful that a suggestion of this kind would find favor in Canada. We have already seen that Canadian statesmen had been anxious to establish a system of free trade between the two neighboring countries, and that it was only the hostile attitude of the United States, as expressed by the McKinley and Dingley tariffs, which deterred them from the project. If, at any future time, the American government were willing to lower her tariff in favor of Canada, she would have no difficulty in detaching her from Great Britain. 1 And, On the other hand, even if it were granted that there was a prospect of obtaining Canadian support for such a policy, it was diametrically opposed to the policy pursued by the British Foreign Office. Great Britain was determined to maintain friendly relations with the United States at whatever cost. At the very moment when Chamberlain inaugurated his new campaign, the British arbitrator had decided a serious dispute as to the frontier between Alaska and British Columbia in favor of the states and against Canada. The decision was very badly received by the Canadian press, which for the moment was far more excited about the boundary question than about Chamberlain's new program. But Canada was obliged to accept the position. If from the great pentatonic system of 1898 Germany was henceforward excluded, the dream of a moral alliance with the United States persisted. The Pan-Anglo-Saxonism of which Chamberlain dreamed must be incomplete, unless in one way or another it included the states. In short, the United States, without being part of the empire, belonged to what might be called the Society of English-Speaking Nations. And, on the other hand, a portion of the empire of peculiar importance did not belong to that society. We are not alluding to the host of crown colonies, too scattered and inhabited by peoples too uncivilized to cause serious difficulty to the British statesman. We are thinking of British India, that gigantic anomaly within the imperial system, with its ancient and splendid civilization and a population which amounted to 3/4 of the entire population of the empire. It was not a self-governing colony, and had no power to establish a protective tariff if it desired to do so. Britain had forced on the country a system of unqualified, or almost unqualified, free trade, which opened the Indian market to the importation of British goods, in particular of cotton yarn and cloth. The Liberal government of 1892 had allowed the imposition of an import duty. It was so slight that it could hardly be considered protective. Nevertheless, Lancashire was in arms. Indeed, the victories which the Unionists won in that county at the election of 1895 were widely attributed to the resentment aroused, and the new government lost no time in revoking the concession made by its predecessor. Cotton cloth was subjected to the merely nominal import duty of 3.5%, which was balanced by an excise duty of the same amount on native cloth. Cotton yarn would pay no duty whatever. Nevertheless, the native industry flourished. The distance which separated India from Lancashire was in itself an effective protection for the Indian manufacture, labor was cheap, and the raw material grown on the spot. Indian cotton competed successfully with British not only in the local market but throughout the Far East. What could be done to check the growth of this Indian industrialism which was able to flourish without the artificial aid of a tariff? And what system of colonial preference could be devised which would reconcile the claims of the native industry with those of British imperialism? Should India be given the same right as Canada and Australia to protect her industries by a tariff, even against Britain, on the understanding that certain reductions would then be made in her favour? The British Parliament would not sanction such a solution. Should Britain force on India a system of free trade with herself, of protection against the rest of the world? No Indian interest would be served by such a policy. A Blue Book, published at the beginning of 1904, admitted that the problem was insoluble. In Chamberlain's system, there was no place for the 300 million inhabitants of British India. 8. What was the radical mistake of economic imperialism as formulated by Chamberlain? It was that its advocates in their impatience to consolidate the British Empire overlooked the difference of structure which distinguished it from empires such as the German or, if you prefer, the United States, or even the Russian Empire. The creators of German unity had begun by establishing a tariff union, to be followed by a political. Why not copy their example? Because the sentiment of moral solidarity which had enabled the Germans to overcome the obstacles of local particularism rested on the solid foundation, not only of a common language and race, but of geographical contiguity. In the case of the British Empire nothing of the sort existed. When they originally suggested a Zollverein, the advocates of an economic bond between the mother country and her dependencies had meant a system of absolute free trade within the empire, a single tariff barrier separating the entire empire from the rest of the world. It very soon became clear that there was no possibility of realizing a project of this kind, and the term Zollverein was either dropped or given an entirely different meaning. The United Kingdom would continue to admit colonial goods free of duty, indeed the door would be opened even wider to colonial trade by a reduction in the duties on tea, coffee, and cocoa. On the other hand, a tariff would exclude goods of foreign origin. But the colonies would retain their individual tariffs, not only against foreign goods, but even against goods of British origin. All that the tariff reformers ventured to hope was that they would reduce their duties on the importation of British goods. But was that hope likely to be realized? Moreover, though the economists of Chamberlain's school claimed that the new tariff had been constructed on a scientific basis, the principles on which it rested had not been sufficiently thought out. On the one hand, it was not easy to understand how the tariff could afford equal protection in the British market to states so distant one from another, whose interests were as divergent as their geographical position, and which nobody even proposed to bring under a common code of commercial law or into a single monetary system. And, on the other hand, it was equally difficult to see how the tariff could give satisfaction at the same time to the colonial governments and to the British manufacturers and merchants, who desired a tariff as the instrument of a policy of reprisals, which could be lowered at any time in return for mutual concessions, in the interest, not of the colonial, but of the British producer. The original suggestion of an unconditional Zollverein had been too simple. The system of imperial preference had become so complicated that it was unworkable. Taken as a whole, the empire comprised a host of different races, at very different stages of civilization. If only the self-governing colonies are taken into account, it was a loose agglomeration of nations scattered over the four quarters of the globe. According to the orthodox imperialists, they were tending to unite more closely, and the Canadian Federation achieved over 30 years earlier, and the Australian Federation accomplished 3 years before, were the first signs of a movement whose goal would be the federation of the empire. In the opinion the liberal imperialists, on this point genuinely liberal, this was a complete misreading of the situation. The effect of these partial federations had been to give birth to new nationalities locally united and consciously separate, not only from communities not of Anglo-Saxon race, but from the mother country herself. And this local patriotism had been fostered by the advertisement which these small nations received at every imperial conference. Though their population barely exceeded that of Switzerland or Belgium, and their culture was far inferior, the respect with which they were treated in London gave them an importance altogether disproportionate. The government of the mother country treated them in fact not as dependencies or provinces, but as free allied nations. Why attempt the dangerous experiment of altering the present position? It would be wiser to do everything possible to maintain the delicate balance of complicated factors, the indefinable blend of commercial expediency and sentiment. No one blamed the Unionist government for using the taxpayers' money to build railways in Uganda, West Africa, and the Sudan, or to link the different parts of the empire by submarine cables. No one blamed it for denouncing the commercial treaties concluded 30 years earlier with Germany and Belgium, because they were incompatible with the tariffs of the self-governing colonies. Nor did anyone find fault with the statute passed in 1900, permitting trustees to invest trust funds in colonial as well as in British stocks. But why go any further? Each of these British nations, united with the rest by the moral ties of kinship, must continue to exercise the right of establishing whatever fiscal system it might think fit. Great Britain must remain a free trade country, since free trade suited her commercial position best, but Canada and Australia must not abandon protection, since their economy was based on that principle. There were serious objections to using the over-centralized and too Latin term empire of so loose a bundle of states. Already several English writers had been attracted by the term Commonwealth, which the historian, James Bryce, had used in a celebrated work to describe the United States of America, and which the Australians had borrowed from him as the official title of their new confederation. The name Empire, wrote J. L. Hammond in 1900, is charged with associations for which liberals have little liking, and they would prefer to apply the term Commonwealth for the confederacy of states which makes up the dominions of the Crown. When, just before the end of the Boer War, the Liberal League was founded at the beginning of 1902, the Liberal Party had seemed split irretrievably into two hostile groups. Almost immediately, they had been obliged to join forces against Balfour's Education Act, and a reconciliation had begun. The united opposition of both sections to the bill had been forced upon them by the desire to satisfy a powerful section of the public, but they did not yet feel that in their struggle with the Tories, they were leading a genuinely national movement. It was Chamberlain's rash step which at last unchained a national revolt. Liberal imperialists and Gladstonian liberals were now united to defend against the protectionist reaction both material interests and spiritual ideals, a deep-rooted political tradition and a doctrine of progress, the cause of the empire and the cause of mankind. 356. Chapter 2. Other problems, resignation of the cabinet. Socialists, nonconformists, and Irish. Hat would be the verdict of the electorate when the / question raised by Chamberlain in 1903 was submitted to its decision? Unionists and liberals alike believed that the victory would lie with free trade. And within the Unionist party there was no disagreement on this point between Chamberlain and Balfour. But if both knew themselves foredoomed to defeat, the breach was nevertheless profound between the rival leaders of the same party. By the end of the summer of 1903 Chamberlain had been compelled to recognize that the suddenness of his new program had taken the country by surprise. He had, therefore, decided that it would be unwise to compel a decision by forcing an election on the issue of tariff reform, and that Balfour as Prime Minister should be allowed to put forward a minimum program with the object of postponing the crisis, a program which would placate the large number of Unionists who under no circumstances would hear of duties on food. But this was only a provisional concession, a tactical maneuver. He continued to put forward, in entire independence of the cabinet, his complete program, and as month followed month, he asked himself with growing impatience whether Balfour's temporizing policy was justified by the results. At the end of 1903 the by-elections were still so indecisive that it was possible to believe that the country was accepting the compromise arranged between the two leaders. But with the opening of the new year the rout began. Even the agricultural districts refused to accept Chamberlain's bait of higher prices for their produce. And the manufacturing districts, which were supposed to feel most acutely the bad effects of the German dumping, would not listen to the advances made by Balfour. In only 9 of the 37 by-elections held between the beginning of 1904 and the end of 1905 was a Conservative returned, and even in these cases the Unionist majorities were enormously diminished. What use was it then to keep on waiting? 357. And give the impression of shrinking from the prospect of certain defeat? Would it not be a more manly policy to face an immediate debacle, in the hope that it would one day be reversed? Chamberlain was not slow to reach this conclusion and he made no secret of his opinion. He knew that he had on his side the majority, the overwhelming majority of the Conservative associations, that all those leaders of industry who 15 years before had left the Liberal Party were with him against the tiny band of old-fashioned Tories who after his resignation had taken possession of the government, that the young Tories themselves endured with reluctance Balfour's overcautious and too academic policy, that they regarded him as their chief, the one man capable of leading them sooner or later to victory. In August, 1904, Kipling sung his praises in a short poem inspired by the biblical story of Joseph's dream, in which he presented him as one of those supermen who for their very greatness are misunderstood and envied by their fellows. 1 Nevertheless, Balfour clung to the temporizing tactics on which, though they were obviously discredited, he persisted in pinning his faith. It was no easy matter to govern on these lines with a majority, shaken by the quasi-defection of the Unionist free traders and continually reduced by unfavorable elections. When the leaders of the opposition forced a vote on a free trade motion, he secured a majority of no more than 50, instead of the 134 of 1900. and on one occasion he avoided defeat only by ordering his supporters to abstain from voting and allowing the motion in favor of free trade to be carried unanimously. Nor could he, without constant recourse to shifts and evasions, explain the fact that he disagreed with Chamberlain on a fundamental question and yet fought in the same political camp. In fact, he steadily retreated before his formidable ally. When Chamberlain demanded that the next Imperial Conference should be allowed complete liberty to discuss every aspect of the tariff question, he declared himself willing to consent, provided the conference were held after the next election and that any program on which it might agree should not be ratified by Parliament until the electorate had been again consulted. But the conference was due in 1906, that is to say, before the normal term of dissolution. If the Parliament, returned in 1900, were still in existence in 1906, could the conference be forbidden to consider Chamberlain's program? To that question Balfour returned an evasive answer, and his ambiguous language was the more serious, because he had apparently made up his mind not to dissolve before the end of the session of 1906. Balfour obviously found amusement in the very difficulty of his task, but the entertainment he received from a dialectical feat was not his sole object. It was only to be expected that the Unionist party would fall from power after winning 2 elections in succession, but he was convinced that by violently thrusting into the program the issue of protection Chamberlain had committed a very grave blunder. What remained to be done but to gain time and allow a host of other questions to arise in the course of parliamentary business? Some of these the government might be able to solve to the satisfaction of the public. There were others for which it had no solution. But could the Liberals do any better? Moreover, it might be possible to commit the opposition to rash promises which, when they took office, they would be expected to fulfill. Chamberlain's policy of all or nothing threatened to transform the Unionists' inevitable defeat into a disaster. To obviate the danger, Balfour was doing all he could to confuse the issues, expecting a future victory for his party from the number, complexity, and confusion of the problems to which the government of the country and empire gave rise. We will try to convey as clear and distinct a notion as is possible of a situation so chaotic. For the government and the official opposition alike the social question was a permanent source of anxiety. And the outlook was the more alarming because the ruling classes, who, for 3/4 of a century, had managed to avert the danger of a class war, were obliged to contemplate the humiliating prospect of its revival in the immediate future. Their apprehensions were fostered by a disquieting phenomenon. At the very time when the working class was showing signs of a revolt against the traditional forms of party government, the leaders of thought were adopting socialism. H. G. Wells, exploiting in a more philosophic vein the genre invented by Jules Verne, had begun his literary career by fantastic romances in which he seemed to be depicting the coming class war or world capitalism merely for his own and his readers' recreation. His pictures of the future, if we insist on reading into them a didactic purpose, were pessimistic and cynical without a gleam of hope. But he now became a social reformer, and, in 1902, wrote Anticipations, a work inspired throughout by Fabian ideals, in which, sacrificing liberty to efficiency, he attempted to describe, at once bold and cautious in his forecast, what mankind might become, if they organized their work for war or peace, about the year 2000. Mankind in the Making, which appeared 2 years later, started from the point reached by the former work and discussed the novel problems of social and individual education which must be solved in order to create the ideal citizen of the new republic. In 1905 Wells published his Modern Utopia, in the literal sense a dream of a society from which war and poverty had vanished and in which under the freely accepted leadership of an aristocracy the spirit of service had replaced the incentive of gain. He thus revived the utopianism more scientific, to be sure, than it had been in the days of William Morris and his group of aesthetes, but deliberately imaginative which the Fabians 20 years before had attempted to banish, and with such success that by the end of the 19th century they no doubt believed that it had disappeared for many a long day. Nevertheless it was a Fabian, certainly the most eccentric member of the group, who the same year as the publication of the Wells Modern Utopia, the year moreover of the first Russian 360 Revolution, dealt British moderation and opportunism a more daring blow. For 10 or 12 years past, known only as a pioneer of the modern drama whose success was confined to a small coterie of youthful enthusiasts, Bernard Shaw had just achieved celebrity. A lady who moved in the most fashionable circles had seen John Bull's Other Island, the witty and profound burlesque he had devoted to the Irish question. She told King Edward how much she had enjoyed it. The king expressed his desire to see the piece and, since it had been taken off the stage, a special performance was given in the royal honor. That was sufficient to make Shaw fashionable. It was now a social duty to see all his new plays, and Shaw, as though to prove his independence of this novel audience of the upper middle class which, following the king's example, had flocked to his plays, wrote Major Barbara. The old evangelicalism founders in ridicule to the beat of a Salvation Army drum. Capitalism is displayed in the glare of its triumphant brutality, stripped of hypocrisy and professing that the sole right in the world is force, the only sin poverty. Fabian cynicism reacting against revolutionary romanticism had made the two Webbs conservative reformers. It was a sign of the times that in this critical year 1905, when social revolution was raging in Eastern Europe, it made Shaw, reacting against what we may call Christian romanticism, a revolutionary, half Nietzschean, half Marxist. For an honest man, and by an honest man is meant a man who sees things as they are, there remained only the choice, if we have read correctly the philosophy of Major Barbara, between the might of the employers and the might of the proletariat. A century earlier Wesley had defeated Voltaire. Would he defeat Marx? The novels of George Gissing, which were destined to enjoy popularity after their author's death, breathed the same fiery indignation against the poverty from which he had died before success arrived. No doubt the most popular of the 19th century novelists, Dickens, had attacked the callousness of the rich and lamented the hard lot of the poor. But his treatment was too sentimental to be revolutionary. His wealthy middle-class reader was always left with the impression that he need only be kind-hearted, and his wealth would be forgiven both by Dickens and by the poor. But what a change had come over the spirit of English literature. A cold, dry light lay over it now, sentiment was rigorously excluded. Arnold Bennett was publishing his first novels and was shortly to produce his masterpieces. Lumen siccum optima anima. That society might be seen in its true character, the entrancing mirage, evangelical and British, of a world in which the poor man can be virtuous and the rich man charitable, was rapidly fading. An alliance had been concluded between the intelligentsia and the proletariat. In every country that alliance is dangerous to a social order based on property. In every other country, no doubt, but in England. Shaw's Major Barbara did not even shock his audience. We have only to read the reviews which appeared after the first performance to see that it disappointed those who had come to be amused. The burlesque which opens the piece was all very well, but what could be the meaning of that great tirade of undershafts which concludes the drama and contains the entire moral? A critic who reviewed the play for a socialist organ was almost afraid to understand. Of the meaning of Andrew Undershaft's philosophy, I can only guess that it is a call to revolution. Another critic who evidently had understood was pained. It cannot be that the moral, or immoral, of that third act is the advocacy of shooting and active violence. That is not the way to get improved conditions. Our state is not that of Russia. When the spirit of continental revolution reaches England, it acts like a shell which explodes in a ploughed field and does no damage. By the ploughed field we do not mean only the self-satisfied and tolerant apathy of the middle class. We are thinking of the vast mass of workers, organized in powerful groups to defend their professional interests, but determined not to put them to the hazard of a perilous struggle, or sacrifice for some vague dream of the future such solid possessions as the moral and religious traditions of their country. While Wells and Shaw were writing, how was that newborn Labour Party faring, which we left on the morrow of the Newcastle Conference and the election of Will Crookes? Socialists, Nonconformists, and Irish. 3. In June, 1903, the Labour Representation Committee won another election at Barnard's Castle in Yorkshire. For many years past the constituency had returned a Liberal, was indeed practically an appanage of the Peace family. A vacancy having occurred, the committee decided to put up a candidate. They approached Arthur Henderson of the Iron Founders, a representative of the old type of working man and a Wesleyan lay preacher who had worked in the constituency as a very active agent of the Liberal Party and the Peace family. There was a Unionist candidate in the field, and after considerable hesitation the Liberals also put forward a candidate. Henderson was returned at the head of the poll, and the Conservative received more votes than the Liberal. Thus, within less than a year and each time under different conditions, Labour had won 3 seats, Clitheroe, Woolwich and Barnard's Castle. Would they win, one after the other, all the working-class constituencies in the kingdom? In September, Chamberlain's new programme and his noisy campaign in favour of a return to protection had, it seemed, altered the situation. No doubt the Labour Representation Committee continued to enrol new adherents. When the textile unions had been affiliated, it represented from the beginning of 1904 some 900,000 trade unionists. And when it is remembered that the miners, though they had formed a separate organization, were prepared to contribute to the expenses of Labour candidates in all the colliery districts, it may be admitted that the trade unionists had as a body supported the new policy. But, on the other hand, the leaders of Labour were unanimously opposed to Chamberlain's neo-protectionism. In 3 successive circulars the Parliamentary Committee of the Trades Union Congress insisted on the necessity of fighting the scourge of tariff reform, as one would combat a deadly disease. If, however, Chamberlain's programme was so dangerous, why not unite with the Liberals to defeat it? At Norwich in December, 1903, a by-election was held under the same conditions which had obtained at the Barnard's Castle election before Chamberlain's dramatic surprise. 2 candidates, a Liberal and a Conservative, were opposed by the Labour candidate, G. H. Roberts. Richard Bell of the Railwaymen refused to work for his return, blamed him for splitting the free trade vote, and when he was defeated at the bottom of the poll sent the Liberal a letter of congratulation on a success, which had been a victory for the cause of progress. About the same time, Henderson and Shackleton spoke on Liberal platforms. Will Crooks refused to subscribe to the statutes passed at Newcastle, which pledged candidates chosen by the Labour Representation Committee to resign, if they were proved not to have observed strict neutrality between the 2 bourgeois parties. To satisfy Crooks and his friends, the conference which met at Norwich in February, 1904, agreed to alter this clause in the statutes and no longer demand the resignation of those who refused to obey. Under these circumstances the Independent Labour Party, which, in a sense, constituted the core of the Labour Representation Committee, found itself faced with a difficult problem. There was reason to fear that the Labour Party which would take its share in the debates of the approaching session would no longer be that radically independent party, laying down the law to the 2 others, which they had dreamed of making it, but a mere group representing professional interests and dependent upon the middle-class Liberal Party. How could they prevent the ground gained as a consequence of the Law Lords' decision in 1901 being again lost as a result of the general excitement aroused by the new question Chamberlain had raised? James Ramsay MacDonald and his friends were free traders. If nothing else, the necessities of electioneering compelled them to be so. Up to 1903, since the question of free trade had not yet arisen, it was good strategy to make the most of the differences which divided the old Liberal and the new Labour Party, so as to attract the very large number of workmen in the manufacturing districts who had been accustomed to vote Tory. Now the situation was no longer the same. As a body, the workers were opposed to a policy which meant dear bread, and a candidate who wished to gain their vote could not insist too strongly on free trade. We should, however, slander the leaders of the Independent Labour Party if we ascribed their support of free trade solely to electioneering motives. They were genuinely attached to the doctrine, as to those principles of internationalism and world peace indissolubly bound up with it which constitute one of the most attractive features of the socialist ideal. But how could they bring home to the electorate at one and the same time the excellence and the inadequacy of the free trade program, the necessity to oppose Chamberlain and the impracticability of an alliance with the Liberals against him. Philip Snowden and Ramsay MacDonald agreed with politicians like Morley in the belief that a return to protection would not cure the evils from which the country suffered. But neither would free trade cure them. Besides free trade, state intervention was required, the rational organization of the national means of production, in other words, socialism. The free trade policy of buying everything, even labor, in the cheapest market was the sheer negation of the socialism cherished by the members of the Independent Labour Party. After professing their attachment to the system of free imports, they finally left the impression that socialism was fundamentally more akin to protection than to orthodox free trade. Factory laws, fair wages resolutions, trade unionism itself are contradictions of the economic creed based on the cheapest market policy. They are all protection, not the protection of Mr. Chaplin, the landlord, nor of Mr. Chamberlain, the demagogue, but the protection of the socialist, not the protection of tariffs, but the protection of the communal conscience and the communal wisdom imposing itself upon individual conduct. For the heads of the Fabian Society, Sidney and Beatrice Webb, opposition to the free traders was easier than for MacDonald or Snowden. Convinced imperialists and looking to a national and militarist state to realize their program of moderate collectivism, they had never felt anything but contempt for every formula of liberalism and free trade. The great middle-class hoax which during the first half of the 19th century had stifled the labor movement in its cradle and delayed the rise of socialism for 3/4 of a century seemed likely to be repeated. Would it succeed a second time? They doubted it. They predicted that a liberal majority would be returned at the next election, only to make itself immediately ridiculous by its failure to understand the imperial and socialist demands of the new age, and after muddling for a few years through the current business of government would be compelled to make room for a conservative party regenerated by Chamberlain. That was the party to which the future belonged, the only party from which the working class could obtain that measure of social reform which these opportunists regarded as capable of attainment. As for the new Labour Party, although a representative of the Fabian Society sat on its committees and Shaw gave it his public support, they did not believe that it could survive. In fact, as a result of their influence, the Fabian Society during the 3 transitional years which followed the end of the Boer War presented a bizarre spectacle. It published a tract on the tariff question in which the writers, while suggesting a number of measures the state might adopt to draw closer the bond between the mother country and her colonies and stimulate the growth of trade and industry, refused to decide between the two warring policies and seemed to reserve their bitterest sarcasm for the doctrine of free trade. At the weekly meetings of the society, Hewins openly defended tariff reform, as advocated by Chamberlain. Hubert Bland spoke. About Kipling, Benjamin Kidd developed the principles of his anti-intellectualist psychology and his imperialist philosophy of history. Cecil Chesterton laid Gladstonian ghosts. Graham Wallas, one of the founders, left the society. His retirement was perfectly amicable. He continued to be the friend and admirer of those with whom he had worked throughout his youth, but, as he took an active part in the work of the advanced political groups, he felt himself compromised by the deliberately anti-liberal attitude the heads of the Fabian Society had adopted. 4. Under these circumstances the Conservatives, when once they had recovered from the panic into which Crook's election had thrown them, and Chamberlain had launched his campaign for tariff reform, began to ask themselves whether they could not turn the labor movement to their own advantage. It was dividing the forces of the opposition. It formed an eddy in the advancing wave of free trade, which when the wave broke, might, perhaps, lessen the violence of the shock. The trade union. Congress condemned in Chamberlain's new program the policy of dear bread, but on several occasions within the past 15 years it had adopted resolutions of a protectionist character, and the Unionist Parliament had certainly met the wishes of the working class, when it passed in 1897, an act prohibiting the importation of goods made in foreign prisons. And if protectionist principles were in truth latent in the socialist creed, and it was only an accident that the socialist program was confused with the program of free trade, the Conservative Party might surely do much to dissociate the two programs, by proving to underscore the working class that on the other hand the new policy of fiscal protection went very well with the policy of legal protection of labor. That had once been Disraeli's policy. Since 1895 the Conservatives, securely installed in power, had been too forgetful of his tradition. Their neglect had been punished. Now, however, when their mistake had been brought home to them by the danger which threatened their party, there might yet be time to return to the policy he had advocated, the policy of Bismarck and Prussia. To be sure the Unionist leaders did not realize at first the necessity for this change of front. We can observe the stages of their gradual conversion to the new policy by following the history of their undecided and inconsistent attitude toward the interpretation of the law laid down by the House of Lords in 1901 and confirmed by subsequent decisions, which enormously reduced the rights of labor and tended to make a strike impossible. In 1903, when Shackleton, the winner of the Clitheroe election, introduced a bill limiting the Union's financial liability, the government persuaded the Commons to submit the question to a royal commission, on which, in the hope of placating the socialists, they found a place for Sidney Webb. They were disappointed. For the past 2 years Webb had lost contact with trade unionism. The Trade Union Congress protested against the appointment and ordered all the unions to boycott the commission. It condemned even Shackleton's bill as too timid, and demanded not the limitation, but the unqualified abolition, of the union's financial responsibility. In 1905, the first step was taken to satisfy their demands. The Cabinet, while denouncing the extravagance of the proposal, left the House of Commons free to pass by a majority of 250 to 130 votes the second reading of a bill which embodied the principle of non-liability. It was a mere affirmation of principle, but significant nevertheless. For the election was approaching, and the members of the House of Commons felt the need to court the vast Labour electorate. The Cabinet was of the same opinion. 2 bills, introduced by the government, and placed on the statute book in 1905, show the same desire to make advances to the labor employed in the important national industries. Both statutes, the first directly, the second indirectly, were intended to remedy the evil of unemployment which, as we have already had occasion to notice, was steadily increasing. No doubt unemployment was not so serious about 1903 as it had been on several occasions during the previous century. To use Keir Hardie's happy phrase, the situation was a semi-crisis rather than a crisis. But the attitude of the public conscience had changed. In the past there had been an aversion to any form of state interference. Now the country was waiting impatiently for the government to act. There was a growing tendency to condemn the old poor law which treated paupers almost like criminals, and compelled them to submit to confinement in a workhouse as a condition of receiving relief. The promiscuity of the workhouse was demoralizing, and all young persons who once consented to enter it were made permanently unemployable. The worker genuinely unemployed, who had been temporarily deprived of his regular job by an economic crisis, shunned the workhouse, which he could not enter without losing his civil rights and where he must consort with the professional tramp and all those physical or mental defectives constitutionally incapable of doing the work of a normal man. What steps could be taken pending the entire reform of the poor law system? Industrial crises could be mitigated by a better organization of public works, a better adjustment between the supply and demand of labor could be effected by instituting official labor bureaus, and something might perhaps be done to bring the British workmen back to the land by afforestation, draining marshes, and settling the unemployed on farm colonies. All those who about this time were in search of remedies for unemployment cherished more or less vague dreams, at once conservative and utopian, of a return to the distant days of a merry England which lived on the produce of its own soil, and in which the balance of society had not been upset by the overdevelopment of industry. There had been extensive unemployment during the 15 or 20 years preceding the Unionist victory of 1895, more indeed than in 1903 and 1904, and attempts had already been made to discover remedies for this social disease. In 1886 Joseph Chamberlain, then president of the local government board in a Liberal cabinet, had issued a circular calling upon the municipal bodies to organize public works as a means of reducing unemployment. 7 years later, Sir Henry Fowler, occupying the same position in another Liberal cabinet, had decided that boards of guardians were empowered by the Poor Law to purchase land and open workshops to provide work for the unemployed. It was, moreover, at the same period that Charles Booth's extensive and scientific investigation of pauperism in London revealed both the complexity and the gravity of the evil, and several parliamentary committees studied the best methods of dealing with it. After this, during the first 5 years of the Unionist government, unemployment diminished, the pressure of the social problem was less keenly felt, and a wave of aggressive imperialism swept over the country. Now, however, when there was a recrudescence of unemployment, the country was weary of imperialism and the trade unions were organized for a political struggle against the employers. The unemployment inevitably gave rise to a formidable agitation. It was particularly formidable in London, where John Burns put himself at its head. He seemed determined to prove that, if he had quarrelled with Ramsay MacDonald and the Labour Representation Committee, his zeal as a social reformer had not cooled. The London County Council made him chairman of a committee appointed to investigate unemployment in the metropolis. He associated himself with Crooks and Keir Hardie in demanding the institution of a Ministry of Labour to deal with the problem. The government did not accept the suggestion, but already in 1902, even before the agitation had developed, had passed an act empowering the newly created metropolitan boroughs to establish labour bureaus. Then the president of the local government board, Walter Long, set up in London mixed committees, composed partly of representatives of the borough councils, partly of representatives of the boards of guardians, and partly of social workers of wide experience. The committees, which possessed no official status, were to provide work, in so far as private charity supplied the means, for such of the unemployed as in their opinion ought not to come under the Poor Law. Their activities were coordinated by a central committee. At the same time Long drew up a bill, finally passed in 1905, when Gerald Balfour had succeeded him at the board, which furnished these distress committees with legal powers, authorized them to draw on the rates for a portion of their expenditure, and empowered the government to set up similar committees in the large provincial towns. The new committees were to find employment for the men out of work, and eventually to settle them on farm colonies. By these measures, the Conservative government initiated the legislation against unemployment which was to be so enormously extended within the next 25 years. At the same time, yielding to the pressure of labor, the local government board authorized the local poor law authorities to provide free meals for school children whose parents, though ineligible for poor relief, were found on inquiry to be in circumstances which rendered that assistance necessary. Finally, the government appointed a royal commission to investigate the question of poor law reform in all its aspects. 5. But was there not another remedy for unemployment, a remedy particularly attractive to a conservative party which gloried in the patriotic character of its policy? Measures might be taken to reduce the competition of foreign immigrants in the British labour market. At every census the number of aliens domiciled in England was found to have increased 114,000 in 1871, 135,000 in 1881, 219,000 in 1891, and 286,925 in 1901.2. It did not amount to much when we consider the position in this respect of other European countries about the same date. In Great Britain in 1891 there were 5.8 aliens per thousand of the population. In Germany, Austria, and France the proportions were about the same time 8.8, 17.2, and 29.7 respectively. Nevertheless, the foreign immigration into Great Britain presented features which in a measure explain the public alarm. No one was seriously disturbed by the 18,000 Scandinavians, the 22,000 Frenchmen and the 25,000 Italians, nor even, in spite of the steady growth of anti-German feeling, by the 53,000 Germans. The public was even ready to accept the competition which the Scotch miners had begun to feel from the large number of Lithuanian immigrants, Catholic and Protestant. but it was impossible to view with equanimity the vast communities of Jews which had come into existence in London and in a few of the large towns, since the revival of Slavonic anti-Semitism had caused a general exodus of Jews to the west. There were 95,000 Russians and Poles in Great Britain, all, or practically all, Jews who had reached the country within the last 20 years. Of these 95,000, 54,000 had settled in London, where they had formed in the East End a large Jewish town with its peculiar customs, religious rites and festivals, which were not those observed by Christians, and its own language. The British workmen who retired before the influx denounced the invaders' dubious morality and their greed. Those who voiced their discontent in the press sought to prove that the application of the extremely strict laws which controlled immigration into the United States had driven back into England the scum of the Russian immigrants. It is, however, very doubtful whether the commercial morality of the East End Jews was worse than that of their native rivals. Their sexual morality, assisted by early marriages, was high. Their sobriety was admitted. In every street they occupied the public houses and brothels closed. It was their insatiable appetite for work which made them formidable. For the Jew no amount of wealth was so great that he would not seek to earn more, no wage so small that he was ashamed to work for it. This trait produced the vast fortunes whose display in Park Lane outraged British traditions, also the mass of sweated labor employed by the tailors, shoemakers and cabinet makers of Whitechapel. In consequence, an unmistakable wave of anti-Semitism came over public opinion. The Act of 1900 against usury, of which we have previously spoken, was perhaps the first symptom. Here and there the opposition to the Boer War assumed a distinctly anti-Semitic character, as was only to be expected since the pro-Boers refused to see in the war anything but a device of the great capitalists, too frequently Jews, to increase their wealth by facilitating the development of the Rand gold fields. And it was also the anti-Semites, though they disclaimed the epithet, who were demanding that the invasion of foreign labor should be legally restricted. 1. The Jew in London. A study of racial character and present-day conditions, being two essays prepared for the Toynbee Trustees, by C. Russell, R.A., and H. S. Lewis, M.A., with 372. Socialists, Nonconformists, and Irish. England had once possessed alien acts, passed as measures of national defence during the war with revolutionary and imperial France. After the restoration of peace their provisions had been steadily mitigated, until nothing more was required than the production of a passport by the immigrants and a declaration by the captain of the ship of their presence on board. Finally, the requirement of a passport had been removed, and the captain's declaration had been allowed to fall into abeyance. During the period of depression which preceded 1895, a conservative government had been struck by the inadequacy of the existing legislation, had appointed in 1886 a parliamentary committee to inquire into the question, and from 1890 enforced the Declaration of Immigrants. But this was not enough to satisfy public opinion. In 1892, and again in 1894, the Trades Union Congress demanded an act prohibiting the immigration of destitute aliens, and the Conservatives were therefore only meeting the wishes of the unions, when at the beginning of 1896 the Queen's speech announced the intention of taking measures against the importation of destitute aliens. In 1898 the House of Lords debated a bill to that effect introduced by Lord Hardwicke. Nothing came of it. Prosperity had returned and public attention was occupied in other directions. It returned to the alien question at the close of the Boer War. A Royal Commission of Inquiry, appointed in 1902, reported in 1903.2 to give effect to its recommendations. The government introduced a bill, which was rejected. But a second bill introduced in 1905 passed both houses. A complete reversal of the previous legislation, or rather absence of legislation. The new statute provided that in future immigrants should be allowed to land only at 8 British ports specified by the Act, that in these ports officials should be appointed to control their disembarkation and should possess the right to prohibit their landing, subject to an appeal to a court set up for that purpose. that every immigrant should be classed as undesirable who could not prove that he possessed, or was in a position to procure, the means of supporting himself under satisfactory hygienic conditions, and that no alien should be admitted who was a lunatic or mentally defective, subject to any disease or infirmity such as might render him dependent on poor relief, or had been convicted of any crime for which he was liable to extradition. Not only did the statute make it more difficult for foreigners to enter Great Britain, it further empowered the Home Secretary to expel an alien from the country without any form of trial for crime, poverty, or vagrancy, or merely, if he had been proved to be living under insanitary conditions due to overcrowding. For the Cabinet, the passage of the bill was a success of no slight importance, and under the circumstances extremely significant. It amounted to a defeat of that theory of free trade against which Chamberlain had launched an offensive judged with good reason premature. The Cabinet had succeeded in finding a question on which the working classes were naturally protectionist. They were free traders, because a propaganda which went back half a century had accustomed them to regard protection as essentially a policy dictated by the interests of agriculture. But they were fully prepared to protect their wages against the immediate and tangible danger of an invasion of sweated labor. It was a situation which could not fail to embarrass the leaders of the Liberal and even of the Labour parties in so far as they were free traders on grounds of principle or, if you prefer, for sentimental reasons. Moreover, to prevent the immigration of destitute aliens raised the question of the right of asylum, of which for 3 centuries all those on the continent who were victims of a political or religious persecution had taken advantage, for the persecution which was driving the Jews from Russia was both political and religious. To be sure, the government introduced into the bill a number of provisions with the object of allaying the apprehensions of the opposition on this score. The latter naturally refused to accept them as adequate. But if the opposition obtained the support of a few conservative idealists, such as Lord Hugh Cecil, an entire group of Liberal members who represented working-class constituencies, particularly in the east of London, voted for the bill. Nor was the Liberal defeat retrieved later. The Aliens Act of 1905 was the foundation stone of an entire edifice of anti-alien measures, which amounted in the end not merely to protection, but absolute prohibition. These 2 acts of 1905, the Unemployed Workmen Act and the Aliens Act, could be regarded as the first outline of a code of legislation, at once conservative, national, and social legislation conceived in the spirit of Bismarck, the spirit which in England had inspired Disraeli's policy. Though the cautious and sceptical Balfour possessed nothing of Disraeli's genius, and could not find the right catchwords to win the laboring masses, the fact remains that these 2 statutes, however timid they might be, were a bid by the Conservative Party for the support of Labour, made over the head of the old Liberal opposition. No one could prophesy the fortunes of the Labour candidates in the approaching election. But the Unionist agents presumably hoped that they would win a sufficient number of successes to divide and weaken the ranks of free trade. Paradoxical as it may appear today, the prospect of Labour victories at the polls caused the Cabinet and the Unionist Party as a whole far less anxiety than the agitation among the nonconformists aroused by the passing of the Education Act in 1902, of which we have said nothing since we described its beginnings, but which showed no signs of becoming less violent. 6. The English dissenters had been ordered by their leaders to refuse payment of the education rate. The employment of the rate to maintain Anglican schools violated freedom of conscience. A refusal to pay it became the regular procedure. Usually, after the formal protest of a first refusal, the recalcitrant gave way. But he sometimes preferred to allow his goods to be disarranged and sold by auction in the street until a sufficient sum had been obtained to discharge the rate. Occasionally, he even went to prison, and at the end of 1904 we hear of a resistor who had been in jail 3 times. Between May 31, 1903, when the word of command was given, and the end of December, 1904, 37,296 summonses had been issued for refusal of the rate, 1,504 sales of furniture had been held in the open street, and in 80 cases the resistor had been sent to prison. No doubt, if these demonstrations were seriously intended to prevent the statute being enforced, they were ineffectual. But their constant repetition aroused public sympathy and unnerved the government. In Wales the opposition assumed a more formidable shape. The vast majority of the population was nonconformist, 5/6 of the Welsh members had voted against the bill, and at the county council elections, held in 1904, the Liberals considerably increased their majority. In fact, the body of nonconformist sects constituted the national religion of Wales, and the Church of England could be regarded as a foreign church. All or almost all the county councils decided, in May, 1902, not to make payments to any school over which they did not possess entire control, or in which the teachers were obliged to belong to a particular denomination, that is to say, they declined to carry out the new statute. The Board of Education, nonplussed by this general revolt, was content at first to postpone the date on which the Act came into operation until February 1, 1904. It then obtained from Parliament a further statute by which it took the place of the defaulting councils for the purposes of the Act and deducted the amount due from the grants made to them by the central government. The councils then had recourse to the administrative tactics suggested by Lloyd George. Unable to defy the law directly, they evaded it by refusing to pay the non-provided schools the grant due under the recent legislation on various pretexts which had nothing to do with religion, for example, that they did not comply with the sanitary conditions prescribed by the law. A bitter struggle was carried on between the Board of Education and the local authorities in Wales. At the same time a moral question arose in connection with the settlement of the colonies just annexed in South Africa, which aroused the indignation of humanitarians throughout the country and in particular offended what it had become customary to call the nonconformist conscience. Throughout the war the supporters of the government had promised that as soon as the British controlled the country the gold mines, whose development had been arrested by Kruger's hostility and unfair taxation, would enter upon a period of unexampled prosperity. Peace came, the months passed, and a progressive depression settled upon the gold field. It was very soon evident that the attempt to persuade the British electorate that the Transvaal would repay the cost of the war must be abandoned. Then the magnates of the industry submitted to the British cabinet a proposal, which after some hesitation, they accepted. They requested permission to import Asiatic labor to supplement British, which was too dear, and native, which was inadequate. An ordinance was issued by the British High Commissioner in South Africa, prescribing the terms of the indentures by which the Chinese laborers bound themselves for a certain number of years, at the expiration of which they would be sent back to China at the expense of the firm which had engaged them. It was this ordinance which aroused the indignation of the British public. The agitation, it is true, was not dictated solely by humanitarian motives. The British workman who was suffering from unemployment, and saw himself deprived of the opportunity of obtaining on the Rand the work he could not find at home, considered that the government had betrayed his interests by sanctioning this organized invasion of Chinese labor. It was in vain that the ministers explained that by the very terms of their indentures the Chinese could perform only unskilled labor, that underscore their importation therefore took work from the Kaffir, not from the British workmen, and, indeed, by making it possible to open new mines would in the end increase the demand for British labor. Popular imagination was haunted by the picture of these indefatigable toilers entering the African labor market, men for whom the wage of $1 a day was 10 times the sum they earned in their native country. Australian public opinion was equally hostile, not from any humanitarian consideration, but because it was obsessed by the yellow peril. Nevertheless, it was on humanitarian grounds that the British opponents of Chinese labor in the Transvaal based their attack. They were not hypocrites. They were actuated by those mixed motives which escape the analysis even of their subject. The British read the ordinance which was the object of so much criticism. They saw that the Chinese workmen on the Rand would be segregated in special enclosures, known as compounds, which they would not be allowed to leave without special permission, and, in any case, for not more than 48 hours, that they would have no right to settle in South Africa by purchasing land, and would be subject to a special penal code of extreme severity. In theory they were entitled to bring their wives. In fact, when at the end of a year there were over 27,000 in the country, the government was obliged to admit that only 2 had their wives with them. A tyrannical system. And what hideous vices, unmentionable in the British press, must prevail in those vast communities which did not contain a single woman. The hour of triumph had come for those radical politicians and nonconformist leaders who had risked their popularity by conducting, for almost 3 years, an active campaign against the Boer War. The war, they had always maintained, had been waged only to serve the interests of a group of financiers, and now, at their demand, Lord Milner was setting up in the Transvaal a system which closely resembled slavery. It is hard to realize at a distance of 25 years the warmth which this question of Chinese labor aroused. There were by-elections at which the opposition gave it greater prominence than they gave even to the question of tariff reform. Can we then speak of a revival of dissent, which for so many years past had been thought to be on the decline? The nonconformists certainly allowed themselves to believe it. Until the end of the Boer War, the attempts made by the National Free Church Council to organize throughout the country a missionary movement, like that which in the 18th century had been the glory of Wesleyanism, had been unsuccessful, and Australia, which had invited the council to send missioners, had not found in England the preachers it wanted. But they had been found in America, and when Torrey and Alexander, after a preaching tour which had taken them round the world, reached London on January 9, 1903, and were given an official reception at Exeter Hall by the leading nonconformists, it seemed likely that the influence of their mission would be widely felt in Great Britain itself. For 4 months beginning in November, 1904, a young miner in South Wales named Evan Roberts, a Methodist and a poet, was awakened every night by a vision in which he believed himself in the presence of God. He began to preach and crowds flocked to hear him. Conversions multiplied. It seemed as though the Welsh revival might spread to the whole of the United Kingdom, and the work of the Free Church Council, which since the struggle over the Education Act had begun, had been too political to please Cadbury, would assume once more a purely spiritual character and would in turn spiritualize politics. "We owe the revival of the 18th century," wrote a nonconformist, "to the rediscovery of the worth of the individual soul and its personal responsibility. The revival of the 20th century we shall owe to the discovery of the worth of the entire man and the responsibilities of the community. Our forefathers were content with a heaven after death, we demand a heaven here." 7. This religious agitation was calculated to cause anxiety to the Unionist leaders, and, if it had indeed been called into being by the Education Act of 1902, the measure had been a political blunder. But the centre of the revival was Wales, and whatever hopes the more enthusiastic nonconformists might entertain, it was very doubtful whether it would develop with the same intensity in England. When the Welsh revival occurred, Cadbury had just conducted in the Daily News, of which at the end of 1904 he became the principal shareholder, an inquiry into the condition of the chief religious denominations in London. The inquiry had lasted from November, 1902, till June, 1903, and, if the nonconformists could find consolation in the fact that the decline of their sects had been perhaps less marked than that of the Anglican Church, the results of the inquiry were none the less disquieting to a sincere Christian. While the population of the area to which the inquiry related had increased by 0.000 in about 15 years, the number of practicing Christians not only failed to show a corresponding increase but had actually fallen by 150,000, and when the entire number of persons who practiced some form of Christian worship, Anglicans, Catholics, and Protestants of the nonconformist bodies, was compared with the total population of the metropolis, it was found that of every 100 inhabitants of London only 16 were practicing Christians. We may, therefore, repeat, on the morrow of the Boer War, what we said when we were writing of the period 5 or 6 years before, when the Anglicans believed that the victory was theirs. The characteristic feature of the age was not the irreligion but the religious indifference of the masses. Was the Welsh revival the yeast destined to leaven this lump of apathy? It might well be doubted, and there were reasons for thinking that the popular indifference might be turned, to the advantage of the conservatives and the Anglican Church, against the liberals and nonconformists. The nonconformist lower middle class was intolerant of the vices prevalent among the lower orders. It knew what patient effort it had cost its members to rise above the level of the masses, and it was doing everything in its power to suppress the drunkenness which was so widespread in England, and too often made the labourer an irregular or careless workman. It had made use of the influence it possessed in the councils of the Liberal Party to make legislation against the drink traffic an item of the Liberal programme. On the other hand, the old Tory party, which viewed with an indulgent eye the coarse pleasures that helped the lower classes to endure their poverty cheerfully, had for many years past found it good electioneering tactics to oppose the Puritanism of the radicals on this point, and financially profitable to conclude an alliance with the large breweries which monopolized the drink trade in Great Britain. The alliance had undoubtedly contributed to their victory in 1895. Until the election of 1902, the Unionist government had been content with doing nothing which could offend the publicans. An act prohibiting the sale of intoxicants to children was the only step taken to give effect to the report, itself timid, of an important royal commission. But now, when another election was imminent and the struggle would obviously be stern, the government found itself obliged to take account of the wishes of the large brewers and distillers who were its paymasters. A decision of the courts that the licenses granted by the justices of the peace must be renewed each year was a direct threat to their interests. An important statute, passed Indiana 19044 in the teeth of the violent opposition of the Temperance Party, transferred the right to refuse a renewal of expiring licenses from individual magistrates to the bench sitting at quarter sessions and prescribed a complicated procedure. Indemnities were granted to publicans whose licenses were not renewed, which were to be paid from a compensation fund, to be raised by a tax levied on all publicans and amounting to a species of mutual insurance. Should the Radical Party decide to raise this issue at the next election, the Unionists were certain of victory. The situation may be regarded from another angle. It was over the vast mass of the proletariat as occupying a position below the level of middle-class nonconformity that socialism was attempting to establish a hold. The more far-sighted and zealous nonconformists Cadbury and his group perceived the danger, and, therefore, as we have seen, gave their religious activities a markedly social, we might even say a socialist, character. The secretaries of the unions which had taken control of the new Labour Party were usually active members of the Protestant sects. Nevertheless, these religious trade unionists had been forced almost against their will into the Labour movement by the judgment of the law lords which threatened their professional interests. Nor could anything remove the essential incompatibility between the traditional individualism of Protestant nonconformity and the new doctrine which asserted the right of all men, without exception, to the happiness which under the conditions of modern society the harsh law of competition made the monopoly of a privileged few. It was because they were aware of it that the Conservative Party made advances to the working classes over the heads of the middle-class liberals and radicals. The higher Anglican clergy seemed during the early years of the century to have felt more convinced than ever that this was the policy the situation demanded. They hoped to prove that the Anglican Church, in contrast with a narrow sectarianism, was the church of the entire nation without distinction of classes. The Unemployed Workman Bill of 1905 was opposed by leading conservatives, employers, and even members of the cabinet. It would perhaps have been defeated, if the bishops, by giving it their support, had not aroused the politicians from their apathy. And had the Education Act itself, which evoked the wrath of the nonconformists, really, as they maintained, stirred the nation to its depths? Even in Wales, where there was every appearance of a national revolt against the statute, many were looking for a compromise. The Bishop of St. Asaph proposed a compromise, and Lloyd George was in private negotiation with him. In England, whatever noise the passive resistors made, it could not be denied that in the vast majority of cases the execution of the new statute encountered no resistance. If the farmers were discontented, it was from fear of an increase in the rates, rather than from religious scruples. For 4 days out of 5 the religious instruction given in the Anglican schools was purely biblical, and on the one day when the catechism was taught, unless the teacher happened to be a militant high churchman, there was usually nothing in the instruction given to the children at which a Wesleyan could take offense. Moreover, in the majority of cases the lesson was a farce, and if Sir John Gorst on the conservative side gave offense to the church by expressing the opinion that the religious instruction given in the board schools was of better quality than that given in the denominational, Augustine Birrell on the liberal side gave equal offense to the nonconformists by remarking that the contest was being waged above the heads of a host of completely indifferent parents. London had been omitted from the Act of 1902. In 1903, the government decided to extend its operation to the metropolis, and, if on an important point they were compelled to yield to the demands of the opposition and place the schools under the control, not of the borough councils, many of which were conservative, but of the county council, a predominantly radical body, nevertheless the principle laid down in 1902 won a further triumph. The most famous British school board disappeared and the denominational schools of London were given a share of the rates. But even if parents and voters did not take the battle between the church and the sects seriously, would not the necessity of altering the Act of 1902 to keep pledges given to the nonconformist minority create a serious difficulty for the Liberal Party when it returned to power? Perhaps even that minority might not persist in its present demands. In 1870, the nonconformists had opposed the provisions of the bill passed by Gladstone's government because they wanted religious instruction to be completely divorced from the secular education given in the elementary schools. Today they regarded the Act of 1870 as the charter of their freedom. Who could say that the day would never come when they would be defending the Act of 1902 against a further aggression by the Anglican Church? Ireland was another source of anxiety to the government. To be sure, their difficulties were not to be compared with the difficulty the Irish question had caused the Liberal Party 20 years before. On the contrary, on many occasions it seemed that the policy of moderate reform and conciliation which since 1895 the government had attempted to pursue had proved decidedly successful. It had however been attended with several trying disappointments. The story must be briefly told. When the Conservatives took office in 1895, they found Ireland sunk in a disillusionment in striking contrast with the revolutionary fervour which 10 years before had conferred on Parnell a species of moral dictatorship on the other side of St. George's Channel, a position which had in turn given him a firm hold over the entire Liberal Party. Parnell had died in 1891, a year after he had seen his political career ruined in a day as the result of a domestic scandal. At present the Nationalist Party was split into fragments. There were first of all the Parnellites, a handful of men who under the leadership of a clever parliamentarian, John Redmond, remained in spite of all anathemas, faithful to the memory of their hero. But even those, the vast majority of the party, who, in obedience to the orders of the Irish hierarchy, had broken with Parnell, were themselves divided, and within the ranks of this clerical party a split would shortly take place between the followers of John Dillon and the even more clerical followers of T.M. Healy. These warring leaders, whatever their intellectual gifts, produced a bad impression on the public by quarrels in which self-interest and self-assertion played too large a part. The intransigence of even the most extreme among them had come to be nothing more than a pose. Parliamentary life had exercised on their revolutionary creed the solvent effect it inevitably produces. They had lost the taste for martyrdom, and were resolved at all costs never to return to prison. Moreover, Home Rule, with which all their hopes seemed bound up, had to all appearance received its death blow when the Liberals failed to secure the assent of the Lords to their Bill of 1893, and the British electorate had ratified the verdict of the Upper House. What had been gained by 15 years' propaganda? The entire Irish nation was out of humour with politics. A group of Irishmen, nearly all Protestants and opposed to Home Rule, but animated by a sincere and deep love of their country, believed that this condition of public feeling might be turned to good use. They invited their fellow countrymen to examine their own consciences and ask themselves whether, if some unlooked-for turn of events gave them a separate parliament in Dublin, the intemperance, indolence, and lack of initiative which made them at present bad workmen, bad farmers, bad men of business, would not make them bad citizens incapable of conducting the affairs of their country decently. They urged them to educate themselves in the duties of citizenship and to begin by a professional education. On these terms alone would they be worthy of the home rule for which they were asking, and possibly that was the arrière-pensée of the leaders of the movement when they had once become rich as the result of their work, and were proud of an Ireland which had achieved prosperity under the existing system of government. They would become as content, as the Scotch and Welsh were now, to be united with the Queen's other subjects under the authority of a single Parliament at Westminster. Horace Plunkett, a Protestant, though the old Irish family to which he belonged possessed two Catholic branches, led this movement which sought to reconcile the two parties and creeds in the pursuit of a common ideal of economic reform. He watched with admiration the results the Danish farmers had achieved by cooperative agriculture. He was also interested in the credit associations organized in Germany upon the Raiffeisen 386 system, and which, to quote Plunkett's own words, performed the apparent miracle of giving solvency to a community composed almost entirely of insolvent individuals. The success which attended his propaganda in the country districts of Ireland was a sign of the times. The movement, begun in 1889, had grown sufficiently 5 years later to make it possible to found in Dublin an Irish Agricultural Organisation Society, of which he was president, to correlate and guide the activities of the local cooperative societies. About the same time, a group of Irishmen connected by ties of every kind with the founders of the Irish Agricultural Society formed another project. They found it deplorable that Ireland, so anxious to be independent of England politically, had allowed her culture to be completely anglicized. Their program was not the constitutional, but the intellectual enfranchisement of their country. Yeats, Edward Martyn, George Moore, and Lady Gregory determined to create an Irish theatre in Dublin. To begin with, it would be an English-speaking theatre. But these men of letters had already conceived a more ambitious design. Gaelic was still spoken in the west of Ireland. But of the 4,500,000 inhabitants of the island, there were barely 600,000 Gaelic speakers, and little more than 20,000 who could not speak English. Why not teach this dying language to the peasants who were forgetting it, and while teaching it revive all those old customs and festivals, that native poetry, which would invest country life with a new charm, specifically Irish? To carry out this program, the Gaelic League was founded in 1893. The Catholic nationalists flocked to join it, but the statutes expressly forbade political or religious discussions. The founders of the League, and in particular its president, Douglas Hyde, were Protestants, and the religion of the poet, G. W. Russell, who was the soul of the movement, was a heterodox belief bordering on theosophy. The movement initiated by Plunkett acquired a new momentum after the general election of 1895, which completed the rout of the Irish Radical combination. During the recess which followed, he called a committee, which therefore took the name of the Recess Committee. Its object was to enable Irishmen of the most widely different shades of opinion to agree on a program capable of immediate realization. The anti-Parnellites refused to join the committee, but the head of the Parnellite section, John Redmond, accepted Plunkett's invitation. Redmond had decided to adopt for the present the policy of an understanding with the Tories, in opposition to the anti-Parnellites, whose policy of subservience to the Liberals he denounced as futile. A year later, the work of the committee resulted in the publication of a report which advised the institution of a new government department, to be assisted by a consultative council, and provided with sufficient funds to make grants for the encouragement of Irish agriculture and industries. 1. The suggestion immediately attracted the new Irish secretary, Gerald Balfour, Arthur Balfour's brother. It was obviously popular with the Irish public. If it proved successful, it would place the Liberal opposition at home and the official Nationalist Party in Ireland in a difficult position. To use a current phrase, it would kill Home Rule with kindness. Gerald Balfour indeed ended by giving the members of the Recess Committee even more than they had dared to ask. The Queen's speech in February, 1898, declared the government's intention to introduce a bill, for the organisation of a system of local government in Ireland substantially similar to that which, within the last few years, has been established in Great Britain. The measure provided for the establishment of county councils, district councils, and boards of guardians to administer the poor law, elected on a democratic basis after the English model. It was passed after a brief debate by both houses and without amendments of any importance, so that the following year the government was able to make use of the new Irish county councils to organise the Department of Agriculture and other industries and technical instruction in Ireland on a plan hitherto foreign to the administration of the country. The department was assisted by a Council of Agriculture, of whom 1/3 were nominees. Of the department itself, 2/3 elected by the county councils. It consisted of two boards, the Agricultural Board and the Board of Technical Instruction, the majority of whose members were elected by the Council of Agriculture or other representative bodies. Thus in this new branch of the administration a very large place was given to the elective principle. Was this to kill Home Rule with kindness, or to give Ireland the first instalment of Home Rule? The spirit in which the government desired the new legislation to be carried out became evident when Plunkett was appointed vice president of the department, and for his secretary was given a certain T.P. Gill, an Irish nationalist who had formerly taken an active part in executing the revolutionary plan of campaign devised by Parnell and his subordinates. 9. Then the difficulties of the Unionist government began. Protestant Ulster rose against the new policy. At the general election of 1900 the uncompromising opponents of Home Rule set up a candidate in one of the Dublin constituencies against Plunkett, and were only too pleased when by this manoeuvre they got a Catholic nationalist elected in his stead. It was, however, very difficult for a Conservative administration to govern Ireland against the express wishes of these extremists. Lord Salisbury and Balfour took advantage of the rearrangement of the cabinet which took place in November to get rid of a certain T.W. Russell, the parliamentary secretary of the Board of Trade, an Ulster Protestant who, during the election, had declared war too frankly on the Irish landlords, and to replace Gerald Balfour, as Secretary for Ireland, by George Wyndham. It was only to be expected that the old Protestant party should take alarm when they saw a Conservative government imperil the traditional system of English domination, and the government offices in Dublin invaded by those Irish Catholics whom they regarded as both incompetent and disloyal. And the Conservative party could not fail to be irritated by the anti-patriotic attitude the Irish members displayed so blatantly throughout the Boer War. But a new factor now came into operation which further increased the apprehension felt by the Unionists. It was the movement which William O'Brien had just launched by the 389. Other problems. Foundation in January, 1898, of the United Irish League. In Ireland the political was complicated by an agrarian question, and, whereas the former had still to be solved, the latter had already received, when the Conservatives took office in 1895, a partial solution. Indeed, two steps had already been taken. On the one hand, Gladstone by his Land Act of 1811 had subjected landed property to the principle of dual ownership. Every tenant was given the right to demand that the maximum rent his landlord could ask should be fixed by arbitrators set up by the statute. The Act prescribed that their decision should be revised every 15 years. And, on the other hand, between 1885 and 1892 the Conservatives had begun a system of land purchase for the benefit of the peasantry. The Ashbourne Acts authorized the Treasury to advance to any landlord willing to sell, the entire purchase price, the amount to be repayable by the purchaser in 40 annual payments of 4% of the cost of purchase. And, at the same time, in the poor districts of the West the government purchased certain large estates under pasture which it divided into arable farms of small size. On these the peasants of the neighborhood who were starving on plots too tiny to support them were settled. But the coexistence of the two systems, dual ownership and state-assisted land purchase, introduced intolerable consequences. Even after its reduction by the arbitrators, the rent the average Irish tenant was obliged to pay was still higher than the sum the tenant purchasers paid the Treasury for a limited term of years, at the end of which they became owners of the land. Should these tenants be told to wait in patience until the day came when by the gradual operation of the existing laws they could all obtain possession of the land they cultivated? The Treasury granted only a limited amount of credit for land purchase every year, and, since it had adopted the system of paying the landlords, not in cash, but in consols, the execution of the agrarian legislation had met with unexpected difficulties. From the beginning of the Boer War, consols had fallen, were quoted at 8 or 9 points below par, and the landlords were no longer willing to be paid with stock which had depreciated. It was estimated that up to the beginning of 1903 the entire number of tenant owners brought into existence since the legislation had been passed did not amount to 74,000.1. At this rate a century must pass before the transference of ownership was complete. It was to quicken the pace that William O'Brien founded in 1898 in the west of Ireland his Agrarian League. Its programme was the immediate extension to the whole of Ireland of the two principles laid down by the Conservative legislature, the division of the great pasture estates, the purchase of arable land. That disgust for the politician which had favoured the moderate movement inaugurated by Plunkett, favoured O'Brien's revolutionary agitation. He soon saw the branches of his league multiply all over the country. He proved the strength of the forces at his command when the moment came to elect the first county councillors. Redmond had shared Plunkett's desire that the gentry should be duly represented in the new councils, but he was faced by the opposition, not so much of the organised nationalist party, as of O'Brien and his leaguers, who in every district packed the councils with their revolutionary candidates, small shopkeepers, small farmers, and petty publicans. O'Brien won a second victory when Parnellites and anti-Parnellites were reconciled in the reunited nationalist party led by Redmond. It was a proof that the new agitation had made the old quarrels out of date. He then launched in good earnest a campaign to compel the landlords to sell their land and cut up their pasture. There was no violence in the strict sense, but a refusal to pay rent and the boycotting of every Irishman who rented pasture land were sufficient to paralyze effectively the economic life of the country. After long months of hesitation, the government finally decided to put into force, in 6 counties, the Crimes Act of 1887, which empowered them to suspend the normal operation of the law. The landlords formed a land trust with a capital of £100,000 to prosecute the leaders of the revolutionary movement. In the summer of 1902 it seemed as though Ireland was on the verge of another agrarian war. But it was only seeming. In September the landlords proposed a conference at which representatives of both parties should discuss the question of land purchase in a friendly spirit. Redmond and O'Brien were invited to attend. Both accepted. Redmond's acceptance was not surprising, he had been a member of the recess committee and the conference continued its policy. But O'Brien's acceptance and the fact that the vast majority of the nationalists approved their leader's decision showed the extent to which the country was weary not only of politicians, but of revolutionaries. And on their side the landlords as a body supported the experiment. The conference, which met in December and was called, after its president, Lord Dunraven, the Dunraven Conference, would not accept the principle of compulsory purchase. But what did it matter that the legislation proposed avoided compulsion if effective measures were taken to make purchase universal? All parties would be satisfied if the state bought the land from the big landlords at a price acceptable to them and paid immediately in cash, and was repaid by the small farmers by a series of annual payments of a figure such that the total sum repaid was less than the cost of purchase. The only sufferer would be the British taxpayer, since the difference would come out of his pocket. But this was perhaps equitable if the Royal Commission appointed in 1894 to investigate the financial relations between Great Britain and Ireland was right in its estimate that Ireland paid every year £2,750,000 more than her fair share of taxation. And it was quite possible that in the end the British taxpayer might benefit, even financially. The reconciliation of classes and the pacification of the country districts would make it possible to save the enormous sums now spent on keeping order in Ireland. The government gave the conference its blessing. The chief secretary, who had succeeded Gerald Balfour at the end of 1900, was one of those attractive amateurs by whom England at the end of the 19th century, faithful to her aristocratic traditions, still liked to be governed. George Wyndham was proud to trace his descent from French and Irish ancestors. An admirer and translator of the French poets, he was not subject to those anti-Catholic and anti-Celtic prejudices which should have made the descendants of the Roundheads, rather than the descendants of the Cavaliers, the opponents of Irish Home Rule. After a year in his new office he had obviously made up his mind not to reverse but continue Gerald Balfour's policy by introducing a land bill and giving Ireland a Catholic university. He hesitated for a long time before he made up his mind in the spring of 1902 to declare war on the United Irish League, and at the very moment when he began his attack on the League, he introduced a land bill, which, though it was thrown out, proved his conciliatory intentions. In 1903, he introduced another land bill which passed both houses, the more easily because public attention was engrossed by Chamberlain's widely advertised campaign for tariff reform. The Statute of 1903 provided that the land should no longer be purchased piecemeal by individual tenants, but en bloc as entire estates. The purchase price would be paid to the landlords in cash, and no longer as under the Act of 1891 in bonds. The tenant would pay for his land by yearly payments of 34 per center to be continued for 68 years. To the purchase price the Treasury added a bounty of 12 per center. To defray the cost of the scheme, the Treasury provided a larger sum than before, funds which would not be exhausted until all the land in question had been purchased. It undertook to issue land stock to the value of £5 million a year bearing interest at 2%. The loan to be secured on the payments due from the tenants. Inevitably, the act failed to satisfy everybody. The leaders of the malcontents were Michael Davitt, a former agitator, whose socialism disliked a law designed to hand over the soil of Ireland to 400,000 peasant proprietors, and John Dillon, whose habitual tactics as a member of the opposition had been completely checkmated by the policy of conciliation, and who was perhaps annoyed at finding himself thrust into the background behind Redmond and O'Brien. They complained that the new statute did not settle the problem of cutting up the pasture land to which the United Irish League and, later, the Dunraven Conference had attached supreme importance. In fact, the two clauses of the Act of 1903 which dealt with the matter had been introduced only for form's sake, and were never carried out. The malcontents further complained that the tenants were being obliged to pay a higher price than under the previous legislation. But was this because the Act had given the landlords too favorable terms? Was not the true reason the rapid rise in the price of land, the keen competition among the tenants to buy it, that is to say, was it not the very success of the Act which made it difficult to carry out? The demand for land was so heavy that already in 1904 the funds provided by the statute were insufficient to satisfy it. Between November 1, 1903, and March 31, 1906, the number of purchases concluded amounted to 85,638. At this rate the entire soil of Ireland would have changed hands in 10 years' time. In the summer of 1903 I visited Ireland and travelled everywhere up and down the country. I remember the contentment which prevailed everywhere, the warm welcome given to King Edward in August, the sorrowful admissions of former agitators, compelled to live in the obscurity of their villages on the memories of their old struggles, that Irish patriotism had apparently found a new outlet. I remember the satisfaction with which the members of the department and the board, Catholic and Protestant, working side by side in perfect friendliness, told me of their successful attempts to teach the Irish on the coast deep-sea fishing and the Irish of the interior beekeeping and weaving. At the end of the year the Irish Agricultural Organization Society could point to 800 societies founded under its aegis, among them 200 land banks and 360 cooperative dairies. Its total membership was 80,000, representing roughly 400,000 persons. Its operations for the year 1903 represented a sum of £2,000,000,000. But at this very moment fresh difficulties arose. Wyndham had intended to complete the Land Act of 1903, which had been devised in the interest of the farmer by a laborers' act to assist the agricultural laborer by facilitating the purchase by the local authorities of the required sites to build cottages. But the bill introduced in 1904 was dropped before it reached the committee stage. Wyndham had also hoped to give the Irish Catholics the university they had desired so long. It had been his intention ever since he had accepted the responsibility for the government of Ireland, and it had been for a long while past Balfour's intention. Relations between the English Conservatives and the Catholic Church were better than they had ever been. The Unionist Party had based their administration of Ireland on the principle of securing, as far as possible, the goodwill of the Catholic hierarchy, and the bishops had finally adopted a policy of compromise, giving a merely formal support to the nationalists, and to the government the willing cooperation it earnestly sought. Was it not time to reward their goodwill by a generous concession? A royal commission was appointed in 1901 to inquire into the question. Unfortunately, it was obliged to recognize the difficulty of solving the problem without arousing on one side or the other inflexible opposition. 1 About the middle of the 19th century, the Catholics had attempted to found at their own expense a university whose reputation would throw into the shade the old Protestant University of Dublin, Trinity College. Newman had been the first rector. The project had failed, and its sole relic was Dublin University College with a negligible body of 200 students. Why not revive this college by giving it a state grant and the same official status as Trinity? The solution was flatly rejected by the Protestants and abandoned as impracticable by Wyndham himself. There was also in Ireland a royal university, undenominational in character and assisted by the state, which granted degrees and consisted of 3 colleges, where the teaching was also undenominational, at Belfast, Galway, and Cork. Catholics would have nothing to do with these colleges because of their undenominational character. Could not a 4th college be added to the existing 3, denominational and Catholic? The Commission had reported in favor of the suggestion, provided the assent of the hierarchy could be obtained. And Wyndham had persuaded himself that it would be given. He was disappointed. The Catholics refused to be satisfied with a denominational college which formed part of an undenominational university. The government, therefore, recognized that on the question of the reform of higher education in Ireland it had reached an impasse, when to its intense annoyance it found itself outstripped and compromised on another question by the enthusiasm of those in Ireland who were engaged in carrying out its policy. The Land Conference, proud of the rapid success which had attended its efforts, decided to remodel its constitution and become a permanent body under the title of the Irish Reform Association. It would be the task of the association to examine what measures remained to be taken to effect a peaceful and amicable solution of the problems still outstanding. Its president was, as before, Lord Dunraven, a large Irish landowner who at that time occupied in the public eye the position held by Plunkett 10 years before. Formed in August, 1904, the association issued on September 26 the report, in which it proposed the institution of an Irish Financial Council, half of whose members should be elected. The council would manage all purely Irish expenditure and possess the right to pass bills affecting Ireland alone. In future Parliament might, if it thought fit, delegate further functions to an assembly to be composed of Irish peers and members of the new council. The proposal fell far short of the Home Rule demanded by the nationalists, but it went far beyond the Agricultural Council of 1899. This program of devolution aroused the instant alarm of the uncompromising opponents of Home Rule. It alarmed Wyndham, who disavowed the report 2 days after it was published. But the disavowal did not save him. A year earlier he had chosen as his Under-Secretary an Irish Catholic of nationalist opinions, Sir Anthony MacDonald, who, when he was given the post, was occupying an important position in the government of India. Sir Anthony had encouraged Lord Dunraven's undertaking. If Wyndham were not actually his accomplice, he was at least guilty of gross negligence in allowing a subordinate to pursue a policy of which he disapproved. In March, 1905, he resigned. The old Tories, encouraged by this initial success, attempted to push their advantage further. It was, they maintained, nothing short of a scandal that the Irish representation in Parliament had remained for a century practically the same, both absolutely and proportionally, whereas the population of Ireland was now only a tenth, instead of a third, of the entire population of the United Kingdom. The government promised to introduce, during the session of 1906, a redistribution bill to bestow additional representatives on constituencies with an excessive population, take representatives from the small constituencies, and reduce the representation of Ireland by a fifth, possibly by a quarter. 1 Had the policy of conciliation, practiced with success on 2 occasions since 1895, definitely failed? In the first place, we must remember that in 1905 the question presented hardly more than an academic interest. For the days of the Tory government were numbered. If by a tour de force it managed to reach a 6th session in January, 1906, it would inevitably be cut short by a dissolution. At the next election the Liberals would be returned, and the Irish question, as it was left by the Unionists, might well prove a difficult inheritance for their successors. For there could be no doubt that on the question of denominational teaching in the schools the Irish sided with the Tories against the radical nonconformists. As for free trade, when Redmond voted and ordered his followers to vote against the government, he was careful to explain that he did so only from considerations of parliamentary tactics, and that on this question the Irish people did not share the convictions of the English Liberals. The Irish were therefore likely to prove awkward allies for the Liberals, more awkward allies than the uncompromising Orangemen of Ulster and Dublin had been for the Unionists 10 years earlier. They would not be prepared to accept from their hands the half measures which satisfied them when offered by the Conservatives. They would be content with nothing less than complete Home Rule. But everything seemed to show that British public opinion had never been less ready to grant it. Possibly the Conservative leaders cherished the hope that the Irish question would provide them with the means of retrieving their defeat. They were careful not to break definitively with the new methods inaugurated at Dublin by Gerald Balfour and George Wyndham. If the latter resigned, the Lord Lieutenant, Lord Dudley, who, as everyone knew, was in sympathy with Lord Dunraven's programme, remained at his post. And, what was more surprising, Sir Anthony Macdonald, whose indiscretions had occasioned the revolt of the Ulster fanatics and Wyndham's fall, was kept in his position under the new Chief Secretary, Walter Long. Il. The reversal of the ententes. In regard to the social, religious, and Irish questions we've just discussed, the Unionist leaders, between 1902 and 1905, were watching the currents of public opinion on the alert to detect or imagine favorable omens. But there were other problems which caused the government unremitting anxiety, all the greater because very often it was not shared by the public. They were problems of foreign policy. Intimately bound up with them were problems of military and naval organization, which during these years occasioned the government considerable embarrassment, while the opposition exploited and advertised their difficulties to its profit. We propose, however, to reserve the study of these problems until the time when, under another ministry, they received their solution. For the present we will be content to point out the indecision which marked the government's policy in this sphere, and show how it is to be explained by the uncertain and fluid character of the diplomatic situation. In the first place there was the question of the navy. The rule followed at the end of the 19th century had been to maintain a navy equal to the two most powerful foreign navies, actually the French and the Russian. Now, however, the young and formidable German navy was growing up. To meet the new danger, the Admiralty set to work with feverish haste to reform the entire system of instructions given to officers and men, and concentrated a larger proportion of ships in European waters. But the difficulty began when a rule had to be fixed to determine the normal strength of the fleet in these novel conditions. The government did not dare to lay down the principle of a three-power standard. The two-power standard was therefore verbally maintained, but every effort was made by a variety of strained interpretations to apply it under conditions in which it was in fact no longer applicable. Then there was the question of the army. Lord Lansdowne, dismissed as incompetent, had been replaced at the War Office by Broderick, who worked out a comprehensive scheme of army reform on the basis of 3 army corps organized after the German model. But the scheme failed, and Broderick was replaced by Arnold Foster, whose plans had not been completed when the session came to an end in the summer of 1905. What was the double problem both secretaries were called upon to solve? In the first place, to provide the country with an army for home defense to be raised by voluntary enlistment, some even dared to say by conscription, to protect British territory against invasion by a foreign army, actually by a French army. In the second place, to organize an expeditionary force, ready to be dispatched to any point in the empire which might be threatened, especially to India, where a Russian invasion was feared. But was it really France and Russia the politicians now had in view? As the problem, declared Balfour on May 11, 1905, is a problem of invasion, I am bound to take as the potential invader the great nation which is nearest to us. I need not tell the House that the last thing in the world I regard as possible is an invasion by France, but everybody will agree that in taking a concrete instance, I am obliged, whether I like it or not, to take that country, friendly though it be. As an object lesson, said Lord Roberts 2 months later, I shall suppose that we are at war with a perfectly friendly power, with whom I trust we may ever remain at peace. It is in the East that we have become a continental power and taken upon ourselves the responsibilities of such a position, and it is on the supposition of Russian aggression in Afghanistan that an inquiry into our military preparations for war may conveniently be based. These were utterances marked by the caution natural to a public speaker, at a time when the danger of a French or Russian attack could be mentioned in public with the greater safety, because the eventuality had become more remote. In 1905 the dangers of which Balfour and Lord Roberts spoke already belonged to the past. The peril they had in mind lay in another quarter. 2. We must go back to the time when, at the end of 1902, after the Emperor William's visit to London and the joint demonstration made by both fleets on the coast of Venezuela, the British government, yielding to the pressure of public opinion, had morally broken with Germany. When the policy of a German alliance had thus been definitely abandoned, what new policy would take its place? The old policy of isolation? Old it certainly was, in fact antiquated. The last great Englishman who within the past few years had remained faithful to it, Lord Salisbury, had just disappeared from political life. The conclusion of other alliances? An isolated Germany, wrote the Standard the very day in November when William II reached London, would be, not indeed weak, but placed in a very anxious and precarious position. The situation of this country is very different. We can always find allies, and it will be the fault of Germany if we ever look for cooperation to powers that bear her no love. What powers? Obviously Russia and France. But a year after the conclusion of the treaty with Japan, which amounted to a British declaration of war against Russia, the suggestion of an understanding between the two empires was more fantastic than ever. Then with France? In that direction also there was a host of difficulties to be overcome. When Delcas became Minister of August 1, 1905, Foreign Affairs in the spring of 1898, he had wished to negotiate an amicable settlement of all the colonial questions in dispute between France and Great Britain. We have seen how he had been thwarted by the hostile disposition of the Foreign Office. Only the diversion of the Boer War had prevented further conflicts between the two governments arising at some point or another of their colonial frontiers. In Indochina, Delcas had conducted an obstinate struggle against the annexationist policy of the Governor Paul Doumer, which had cost him the enmity of the colonial group. But with this exception it must be admitted that owing to the force of circumstances his policy in many respects markedly resembled that of his predecessor Hanatos. It was an unavowed understanding with Germany through the intermediary of Petersburg, an understanding whose existence came to light wherever the colonial interests of the three countries, France, Germany, and Russia, clashed, in Asia Minor, in China even, and above all in Morocco. It was at the beginning of 1900 that the French government decided to pursue a policy of active intervention in Morocco. Advantage would be taken of the Boer War, which had begun 2 months before and which seemed likely for a long while to come, to engross the attention of the British government. Nevertheless, the aims pursued respectively by France and England in Morocco were diametrically opposed. England did not wish to see any other power in occupation of Tangiers or any part of northern Morocco. Neither, for the moment, did she contemplate a military occupation of the area on her own account. But by defending the territorial integrity of the Sultan's territory, and furnishing him with civil advisors and military instructors to strengthen his authority over its entire extent, she was attempting to establish in Morocco a species of moral protectorate. In short, to use a phrase then fashionable in Paris, she was carrying out a policy of peaceful penetration identical in its methods with the policy pursued by France. When, therefore, peace was concluded in South Africa at the end of the spring of 1902, the problem of maintaining friendly relations between France and England seemed at once easier and more difficult than before. It seemed easier, because a considerable section of the British public, delighted to see the country emerge victoriously from the South African imbroglio, was evidently weary of war and by no means disposed to engage in further enterprises. Were they to revive the bickerings with France which had prevailed before 1899 and had seemed the prelude to a war? Was not the moment opportune for a general settlement of the colonial disputes outstanding between the two countries? The campaign conducted in the Chambers of Commerce on behalf of an understanding with France without any arrière-pensée of hostility towards Germany and solely in the interest of universal peace, by men such as Lord Avebury and Sir Thomas Berkeley, acquired a new momentum. Sir Thomas desired a permanent arbitration treaty with France. Lord Lansdowne listened to his suggestions, and, though still rather sceptical, seemed on the whole to favor them. 1 Unfortunately, the disagreement about Morocco appeared to render for the moment any general settlement of the African problem impracticable. France had concluded an agreement with Italy, and there was a rumor that a similar agreement might shortly be concluded with Spain. If the peace of Vereeniging had been delayed, British diplomacy would perhaps have been taken at a disadvantage. As it was, Britain had her hands free. For several months she adopted in Morocco an attitude frankly hostile to France. The Franco-Italian agreement, the terms of which had not been made public, but which was nevertheless universally discussed, was the subject of numerous criticisms in the House of Commons during the month of July. Since its object was a change in the status quo in the Mediterranean, it constituted, according to Sir Charles Dilke, a breach of the Anglo-Italian Agreement of 1887, which guaranteed the status quo. Bryce disclaimed any wish to contest the Italian claims in Tripoli, which according to the current report France had recognized. But he added, if Morocco had come into the agreement, it would have been different. In the opinion of Gibson Bowles, the arrangement was an alliance between France and Italy made with the consent of Germany and Spain. For a fortnight later he asked whether His Majesty's government had any information relative to communications between the governments of Italy, France, and Spain involving overtures for the establishment between these three powers of a so-called Latin League for regulating or acting upon the political situation in the Mediterranean, if so, whether the suggested league proposed to include within its action the future of Morocco, and if the communications between the three powers in question had been submitted to the government of Russia. No doubt Bowles was a crank whose effusions no one took seriously. But the historian cannot afford to neglect even extravagant rumors. They are often a reliable indication of the state of public opinion. Obviously a section of the public was apprehensive lest the hostility towards England which prevailed universally on the continent, instead of remaining as hitherto merely a sentiment, might perhaps be given a political expression and take shape as a diplomatic arrangement. Nevertheless, it was not easy for the British government to oppose the Italian agreement. Could Italy, if not nominally, at least for all practical purposes, an ally, be refused the right to expand in Tripoli? And if she formally disclaimed any purpose to interfere in Morocco, what objection could be raised? In fact, several months earlier the Italian government had obtained British approval of her new policy. But the Franco-Spanish agreement was another matter. If by its terms Morocco was divided into two zones of influence, and the two countries agreed not to admit any British control over Morocco, even on the northern coast. Sagasta was on the eve of submitting the treaty for ratification by the Cortes, when in December he was thrown out of office. He was succeeded by Silvila. The latter had been one of the first Spanish statesmen to declare himself in favor of an arrangement with France for the partition of Morocco. Sagasta had communicated to him the text of the agreement and he had given his approval. Nevertheless, when Silvila became prime minister he refused to ask the Cortes to ratify the treaty. He was convinced that the British government would never consider valid any agreement concluded without its consent and in defiance of its wishes. The situation therefore remained as before. But not for long. A month before Silvila took office, the visit of the Emperor William had occasioned the first outburst of anti-German feeling in England, and on the morrow of his accession to power the joint ultimatum addressed to Venezuela by England and Germany had provoked a further storm of protest. In fact, at the very moment when Spain declined to entertain the French suggestion for fear of provoking England, the British cabinet, warned by the revolt of public opinion that its attitude towards the German government must be changed, convinced that it would therefore be necessary to seek alliances or understandings in other directions, and recognizing that within less than a year after the conclusion of the Japanese alliance it would be useless to make advances to Russia, was already turning towards France. The French election of May, 1902, had completed the overthrow of the nationalists, and the Republican Party, owing to the circumstances under which its victory had been won, was committed to a policy of anti-militarism and peace. Émile Combes became Prime Minister, Camille Pelletan Minister of Marine. In November he demobilized the Mediterranean fleet. He suspended the construction of 4 ironclads his predecessor had ordered as part of a naval program passed by the Chamber. At the same time Russia saw with anxiety the disorder produced in every branch of the navy by the ignorant meddling of the new minister, as later on, when the Entente had been concluded, the British Admiralty in its turn would be alarmed by the state of chronic insubordination. At this juncture it may very well have contributed to restore friendly relations between the two countries. Evidently the enemy to be feared was no longer the old French navy, but the rapidly growing navy of Germany. The return of a majority, frankly pacific, to the French Chamber of Deputies had another result. At first paradoxical, it revived the question of Alsace-Lorraine. Gambetta's advice never to speak of it had been the easier to keep during the last few years, because the attention of the press had been absorbed by the diplomatic disputes with England. Now however the spokesman of the peace party d'Estournels de Constant, Jean-Georges declared that the time had come to break silence. Relations, they maintained, between France and Germany would never become friendly, until the question had been publicly discussed and settled in a conciliatory spirit. Their speeches aroused immediate protest. French patriotism refused to admit any solution except the unconditional return of Alsace to France. And it may be doubted if they were better received in Berlin. For Berlin the Alsace question did not exist. But the incident could not fail to arouse the interest of the British Foreign Office. There was clearly an insurmountable obstacle in the way of an understanding between France and Germany. If, under existing circumstances, an alliance with Russia against Germany was impracticable, it might be worthwhile attempting, what had so lately seemed impossible, an understanding with France. At the moment the Egyptian question bulked more largely in the imagination of Frenchmen than the question of Alsace. Instead of continuing to regard it as definitely settled, why not admit that the French claims were juridically well founded and purchase their surrender by the offer of a splendid compensation? During this very autumn the situation of the young Sultan of Morocco, Abdul Aziz, Britain's protégé, became critical. A formidable rebellion broke out in the north of Morocco led by a claimant to the throne, Bouleddin Hamara, the man of the Shias. It was not until the end of December that the Sultan's army was routed, his British advisers Maclean and Harris fled to the coast and the Sultan himself was threatened in his own capital. But already in November, it was known that the Pretender's army was successfully defying the government some 30 miles from Fez. The question of Morocco assumed a new aspect. If British influence were still to be supreme in Fez and Marrakesh, it might be necessary to dispatch an army to the assistance of Abdul Aziz. That however was out of the question. Only 6 months after the conclusion of peace in South Africa, nobody in England wished to see the country committed to another war. And what after all were the substantial interests of Britain in Morocco? An open door for British imports and the neutrality of Tangiers. Provided these 2 points were secured by a formal undertaking, why not give France a free hand? Reversal of the ententes. 3. In August, Delcas, through his ambassador in London, Paul Cambon, submitted to Lord Lansdowne proposals for an eventual partition of Morocco between France and Spain, Tangiers to be excluded from it as an international port. At the same time he made further proposals for a similar partition of spheres of influence between France and England in certain frontier districts of Siam. But England still hoped to keep the whole of Morocco in her sphere of influence through the intermediary of the Sultan. Lord Lansdowne therefore refused to consider Paul Cambon's suggestions. The fact that the French government was negotiating a treaty with Siam, inconsistent with its proposals to Great Britain, made it easier to refuse. Nor had any negotiations begun when, on November 10, Balfour made the speech at the Guildhall, which we have already spoken, in which he emphatically denied the rumors of an Anglo-German alliance to which the Emperor's visit had given rise. He then proceeded to review the situation in Europe and throughout the world, and warned his audience against supposing that all danger of war had been removed. War, he explained, was still possible in those regions of the globe in which civilized peoples were in contact with uncivilized races. No one either in Paris or London appears to have understood to what he alluded. Such was the indifference of the general public to the questions which were engrossing the attention of every foreign office. Nevertheless, there can be no doubt that Balfour was referring to Morocco. He wished to warn France of the danger of the peace of the world her Moroccan policy involved. A month later there was a complete change of front. The Foreign Secretary, Lord Lansdowne, speaking at a banquet on December 12, referred to the rumor which was current that negotiations were proceeding with the French government for the settlement of all outstanding differences. Though he denied the report, he was glad that it was in circulation, for it was a proof that the public agreed with the speaker in desiring a better understanding with France. He proceeded to deal with the question Balfour had raised in November, the friction likely to occur between civilized and uncivilized peoples, but he gave it an entirely different turn. What, asked the speaker, was to be expected when a people of inferior civilization came into contact with two Western powers? It would attempt to play off one against the other and fool both. Why should the two governments lend themselves to a trick of this kind instead of settling the matter like men of business? The general public understood his reference no better than they had understood Balfour's in November. Everyone both in England and France was sick of colonial politics. No one took the least interest in Morocco. But the speech is perfectly clear today. In scarcely veiled language Lord Lansdowne informed his audience that negotiations on the Morocco question were pending, had perhaps actually begun. Henceforward they proceeded without a break. The rumor of an Anglo-French bargain in which Morocco and Egypt played a part had acquired by March sufficient consistency to alarm the colonial group in Paris. Does the government really propose, asked one of their leaders, the deputy Delinquel, to sacrifice our rights in Egypt? Ribot shared his indignation. Delcas's only reply was a shrug of the shoulders. 1 He need not fear exposure. For knowing the violence of anti-British feeling in Paris and wishing to avoid the danger of leakage at the Quai d'Orsay, he conducted the negotiations directly through the French ambassador in London without the knowledge of his subordinates at the Foreign Office. It was on November 25 that Chamberlain sailed for South Africa. He returned on March 14, 1903. It is therefore possible that he was absent at the time when the change was effected in the orientation of British foreign policy, and it is not very easy to decide what part he can have played in the matter. We must be content to recall that at the end of 1901 he had quarrelled with Germany publicly, and that perhaps the secret negotiations on the subject of Morocco had begun before November 25. It is also significant that, when he returned in March, the action taken by Germany in several instances was alarming the business world to which he was attached by such close ties. In January the news had been received of a note, couched in identical terms, which the French and German governments had dispatched to China, and which apparently amounted to a repudiation of the Anglo-German Agreement of 1900. At the beginning of March Germany had just concluded a convention with Turkey by which she obtained the long-desired concession of the Baghdad Railway. To construct it she possessed all the material and engineers she needed. But she lacked the necessary capital. She borrowed it in Paris and was attempting to borrow it in London. Balfour and Lord Lansdowne were favourable to the projected loan. But the mere suggestion of serving the interests of German imperialism in the Levant was sufficient to provoke an outburst of indignant protest throughout the press, whatever its political colour. It is probable that the campaign was directly encouraged by Chamberlain, and that it was he who, when the matter was discussed by the cabinet, compelled Balfour and Lord Lansdowne to go back on their original decision. 1 Moreover, he may well have felt that he was not the right man to effect the reconciliation with France, when for 3 years he had done so much to widen the breach. And this was perhaps a further inducement for him to concentrate his efforts on a different question, namely, tariff reform. And tariff reform was itself a declaration of war against Germany. At the beginning of May, King Edward visited Paris. The entente between France and Great Britain is usually dated from his visit. In reality it was a consequence of the understanding reached some months before by the two governments, which wanted only the seal of a public manifestation. What indeed could be more natural than the royal visit? King Edward was to visit the King of Portugal and the King of Italy. Was he to keep away from French territory, or, if he passed through France, to avoid a meeting with the head of the French government? The feeling of the French towards England was still believed to be so hostile that the visit seemed a stroke of daring. Originally, at the beginning of March, it was expected that the President and the King would meet on the Riviera. Paris, where the nationalists were still supreme, seemed too dangerous. It is not yet known whether the original suggestion of the royal visit either to the Riviera or to Paris came from President Laubet or King Edward. But there can be no doubt that the king was at once attracted by it. 24, though, during the first 2 years of his reign, he had been scrupulously faithful to the policy of friendship with Germany. A Franco-British alliance had been the dream of his youth, and he had frequently been on the worst possible terms with the Emperor William. It was therefore easier for him than for many others to enter into the new movement of British public opinion. From this moment the entente between France and England was his work. His reception at Paris in May was at first chilly. But it very quickly became cordial. When he departed for home the ice had been broken between the two countries. It was plain that on both sides of the Channel the public were tired of a policy of colonial commitments and anxious to heal old wounds. In July, President Laubet visited London, accompanied by his Minister for Foreign Affairs, and received a warm welcome. In October a pact was signed by which the two powers undertook to submit to the Hague Tribunal all questions on which no agreement had been reached, provided the vital interests, independence, or honor of either country were not involved. It realized the dream cherished since 1900 by a number of British workers for international peace. For a long time their efforts had been frustrated by the opposition of the British ambassador in Paris and by Lord Salisbury's cynicism. That the Foreign Office now acceded to their wishes was a pledge to the public that the negotiations for a general settlement of outstanding colonial questions would proceed without a hitch. They led in fact to the agreements concluded on April 8, 1904, which completely changed the diplomatic situation in Europe. 4. By the terms of these agreements the question of the Newfoundland fisheries, so long a bone of contention between the two governments, was settled, and on the main point under dispute the British contention prevailed. French fishermen lost the right to dry their fish on that part of the coast known as the French shore. By way of compensation, France received a port on the navigable waters of the Gambia-Los Islands opposite the Ivory Coast, and an important rectification of her frontier between the Niger and the Chad. In Siam, France and England determined by mutual agreement their respective zones of influence. A condominium was set up in the New Hebrides. England recognized the right of France to establish customs in Madagascar. But of all the agreements, the most important was that which was concerned with Egypt and Morocco. Both countries disclaimed any intention to alter the political status of either country. But France undertook not to interfere in any way with British action in Egypt, and England in return left France entire liberty to intervene in Morocco for the purpose of maintaining peace and assisting her to carry out all necessary administrative, economic, financial, and military reforms, in other words to establish herself in Morocco, as England had established herself in Egypt. All questions concerning the Egyptian debt were settled in such a way as to get rid of the French veto on the free disposition, claimed by the Anglo-Egyptian government, of the funds accumulated in the Caisse de la Dette. The signatories undertook to respect both in Egypt and Morocco the principle of freedom of commerce, and gave that principle a more precise definition, which, it was agreed, should be maintained without alteration for 30 years. They also undertook not to permit any fortifications to be constructed on the northern coast of Morocco. France promised to conclude an agreement safeguarding Spanish interests in Morocco. And both governments promised each other their diplomatic support to secure the execution of these provisions. The convention was completed by a secret convention not to be made public for 7 years. In case either government should find itself compelled by the force of circumstances to modify its policy in regard to Egypt or Morocco, in other words to substitute for the occupation a protectorate in the strict sense, both undertook to continue their mutual support on the conditions laid down in the public convention. Moreover, Morocco was to be divided into 2 zones of influence, one French, the other Spanish, and the northern coast from Melilla to Cebu was to be included in the Spanish zone. We would call attention to the procedure adopted: 2 simultaneous conventions, one public, the other secret, also to the exact terms in which the secret convention was drawn up. We cannot fail to be reminded of the Anglo-German Convention of 1898 on the subject of the Portuguese colonies. The mark of the Foreign Office is visible throughout. The treaty was criticized from the imperialist standpoint by the Morning Post and the Saturday Review. Also by Lord Rosebery, who represented it as a humiliation inflicted by France on Great Britain. No more one-sided agreement, he declared, was ever concluded between 2 powers at peace with each other, and he doubted the wisdom of surrendering Morocco to a great military power. It is not surprising that he should have condemned the abandonment by the Foreign Office of what had long been, and still was, his policy, an alliance with Germany directed against France. The Morning Post regretted this desperate hurry to make friends with someone, first with Germany, now with France. The doctrine of the balance of power demanded that England, while ready to welcome the advances of all nations, should make advances to none. For the most part the critics were fanatical patriots to whom any compromise with a foreign power was intolerable. But they were only a small minority even among the imperialists. The vast majority were delighted to see the policy of friendship with Germany repudiated in the face of the entire world. And on the other hand the advocates of peace received with enthusiasm the atonement made by the very cabinet responsible 6 years before for Fashoda. Thus, a few dissentient voices apart, the convention was approved by the imperialists, and the heirs of the Gladstonian tradition welcomed it with one accord. When, therefore, we read the contemporary utterances of the press, we do not find it altogether easy to determine the reasons of the general satisfaction. Was it that the British were delighted to see the beginning of a new system of alliances, sufficiently strong to curb German ambition? Or was the agreement popular, simply because it satisfied the deep longing for peace every Englishman felt since the end of the Boer War? Or were the two motives indistinguishably blended, and were the British pleased to thwart the German government by a step which, no one could deny, was strictly pacific? No doubt, the Daily Telegraph expressed the public feeling most happily, when it declared its satisfaction that an international agreement of far-reaching importance had been concluded without the intermediary of the Wilhelmstrasse. Berlin is no longer the diplomatic clearinghouse of Europe. 5. If the new system of alliances were to be complete, the Anglo-French Entente must be followed by an Entente between England and Russia. In fact, for the past 10 years there had always been Englishmen in favor of an understanding with Russia, more indeed than those who had advocated an understanding with France. 2. A group of Tories who disliked the turbulence and irreligion of French democracy protested against the absurd liberal prejudice which set up a moral barrier between England and Russia, detrimental to the true interests of their country. King Edward was the uncle of the Tsar Nicholas, and the communications he maintained with the Russian court through the intermediary of the Danish caused the Wilhelmstrasse at his accession more anxiety than the French sympathies with which he had for some time been credited. The liberal imperialists, while approving of Chamberlain's hostility to France, were never weary of protesting against his attacks on Russia. What object could be served by gratuitously multiplying the number of one's enemies? In the north of China, the rapid advance of Russia towards the open waters of the Pacific was astonishing the world. No doubt that advance defeated the policy pursued by Great Britain in China, for it must involve the loss of the preponderant influence she had become accustomed to wield at Pekin for the last half-century. But since it was obviously impossible to resist it by force, would it not be wise to make the best of it? England could clearly afford to abandon northern Asia to Russia without endangering her own empire. To understand the attitude of British opinion at this time, we must go back in imagination to the period, already remote, when the power of Russia seemed irresistible and unlimited. In the diplomatic system constituted by France and Russia, Russia was the sun, France the planet. It was therefore natural that the politicians and journalists who about the end of 1901 began to contemplate the possibility of an understanding with Russia and France thought of Russia before they thought of France. If the good understanding maintained between the courts of Berlin and Petersburg had drawn France into the orbit of German diplomacy, the restoration of friendly relations between London and Petersburg might suffice to pull her French satellite in the same direction. Towards the end of 1902, it suddenly decided to give its policy a new orientation, began by making overtures to France. It was because the alliance with Japan, admittedly directed against Russian encroachments in northern Asia and hardly a year old, made any understanding with Russia impossible at the moment. The months passed, and, while the relations between Great Britain and France were becoming more friendly, the relations between Russia and Japan, the British ally, were becoming increasingly strained. There was an open conflict between the two empires, each of which sought to control Manchuria and Korea to the exclusion of its rival. On February 6, 1904, Japan recalled her ambassador at Petersburg and hostilities began. It is possible that the outbreak of the war hastened the conclusion of the negotiations between England and France. For both the Western powers, the ally of Japan and the ally of Russia, were equally determined not to be drawn into the war in the Far East. England was obliged by her treaty to assist Japan only if she was attacked by two powers. Therefore French neutrality dispensed England from the necessity of war, and the French government could justify her neutrality at Petersburg on the plea that it secured Russia against intervention by the British Navy. Nevertheless, the effect of the Entente Cordiale, sealed by the agreement of April 8, and which moreover had the air of a deliberate reply to the commencement of hostilities with Japan, was to make Russian feeling cooler towards France and more hostile towards England. The British government persisted, however, in the attempt to conciliate Russia, while maintaining an attitude of friendly neutrality towards Japan. King Edward was at Copenhagen when the agreement with France was concluded. It was remarked that of the entire diplomatic corps he asked to see only the ministers of France and Russia. 1 With the Russian minister, Isvalsky, he held a long conversation of which he requested that a written account should be drawn up to be corrected by himself, and sent to Petersburg. Its purport was the possibility of completing the Anglo-French Entente by a similar Entente with Russia. Naturally, King Edward's only thought was to prepare for a remote future. So long as the Russo-Japanese War lasted, a diplomatic reconciliation between England and Russia would be out of the question. A curious incident which occurred in the autumn reveals both the obstacles which at this time barred the way to a reconciliation and the efforts the Foreign Office made to surmount them. On August 21 the Russian fleet left the Baltic on its way to the Far East. It encountered in a fog a fleet of British trawlers fishing on the Dogger Bank in the latitude of Hull. The Russian sailors were seized with panic, mistook these little steamers for Japanese torpedo boats and opened fire. A trawler was sunk, 2 men were killed, several wounded. A cry of execration arose throughout England. Surely such provocation was sufficient to cause dangerous friction between two nations traditionally hostile? But the British government took the necessary steps to calm the public excitement and appealed to the good offices of the French government to close the incident. The matter was submitted to the arbitration of the Hague Tribunal, while the Russian fleet proceeded on its way to Chinese waters to be annihilated 6 months later at Tsushima. A report was actually current in England that the fatal mistake of the Russian sailors was due to a warning given to Russia by the German government that Japanese torpedo boats were waiting in British waters to attack the Russian men of war when they arrived in their neighborhood. Germany, therefore, not Russia, was in the last instance responsible for the blood which had been shed. It was indeed against Germany, not Russia, that feeling ran high in British naval circles. It is interesting to study from this point of view the effect produced on the imagination of the British public by the opening events of the war. Although it had not yet won the decisive victory, the young and small Japanese navy had already given proof of its capacity. In February it had opened hostilities with a brilliant exploit, destroying the Russian squadron in the Far East by a surprise attack without a formal declaration of war. It was a feat worthy of those which had covered the British Navy with renown in the days of Drake or Nelson. It recalled the even more splendid achievement of Admiral Gambier in 1807, when, without declaring war, he captured the entire Danish fleet at Copenhagen, and a saying now became current in the British Navy, of which Admiral Fisher was the author, that the day would arrive when it would be necessary to Copenhagen the German fleet. On February 2, 1905, Arthur Lee, Civil Lord of the Admiralty and in that capacity included in the Ministry, explained in an after-dinner speech that it had been found necessary to alter the distribution of the squadrons to make provision against the new danger which threatened Britain in the North Sea, and that all the necessary arrangements had been made to enable the reserve squadron to be mobilized within a few hours. If war, he said in conclusion, should unhappily be declared, under existing conditions the British Navy would get its blow in first, before the other side had time even to read in the papers that war had been declared. In the British press Lee's speech was suppressed or officially denied. But it produced an enormous impression in Germany, where it was exploited to the utmost by the pan-German propagandists at a moment when the Emperor William by a theatrical gesture was about to take his revenge for the diplomatic victory King Edward had gained at his expense the year before. The gesture which we are about to relate was apparently so sudden that it took the whole of Western Europe by surprise. To understand how it had in reality been planned long before, we must go back to the moment when the Wilhelmstrasse was confronted with the new situation created by the Anglo-French Entente and the Russo-Japanese War. 6. There can be no doubt that the publication of the agreement of April 8, 1904, and the fact that the Entente cordial was accepted so readily by French opinion after years of acute Anglophobia, came as an unwelcome surprise to the German government. But it did not feel itself suddenly condemned to the isolation of which certain English newspapers were already speaking. A new prospect dawned upon Bielo, Holstein, and William II. Might not the Russo-Japanese War compensate for the reconciliation between England and France? And must not the effect of that reconciliation be to draw closer than before the bonds which united the imperial courts of Russia and Germany? The Tsar, who had always detested the English, every Englishman, he used to say, is a Sheeny, one loathed them more heartily than ever since England had become the ally of Japan. He liked no better the France of Combes and Jours, and naturally held French radicalism responsible both for the policy of the Entente cordiale with Russia's traditional foe, and the revival of the revolutionary movement in Russia, which in 1905 would assume formidable proportions. Moreover, a year before, the agreement of Maastricht had brought a truce to the rivalry between Russia and Austria in the Balkans. What then prevented the creation of an entente or alliance between the three great military empires against the liberal nations of the West, France reconciled with Italy and England with France? Are we to conclude that the German government had abandoned its ambitious project of 1895, a combination of the entire continent against England? On the contrary, this was the goal it hoped to reach by an indirect route. For it believed that France and Italy were too weak to resist the pressure which would be brought to bear upon them by the three allied emperors. Willy-nilly, Italy, the ally of Germany, would remain the ally of Austria. And on the other hand, if Russia could be persuaded to conclude a treaty of alliance with Germany, she would surely be in a position to compel France, whatever her wishes, to enter the second triple alliance which would thus be formed to reinforce the first. This was the program whose elaboration by the Wilhelmstrasse we can watch from the January of 1904 onwards. Even before the actual outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War, and before the reconciliation between Great Britain and France had produced its full effects. It was, however, recognized that no steps could profitably be taken until the day arrived when Russia, weakened and alarmed, showed by unmistakable signs that she felt the need of German support. A premature advance would have the opposite effect to what was desired. The Russian government might well believe that it was a Machiavellian plot to embroil her with France. The right moment seemed to have arrived when, after the bombardment of the Hull trawlers, Russia and England appeared to the superficial observer on the verge of a diplomatic rupture. The draft of a suggested alliance was laid before the Tsar and accepted after revision. By its first article the Tsar undertook to take the necessary steps to communicate the agreement to France and gain her adhesion as an ally. He wanted, however, to communicate the treaty to France, before it was concluded. The Emperor of Germany rejected a proposal which must necessarily lead to the abandonment of the treaty, and the Tsar then refused his signature. Moreover, when the Russian Emperor insisted on this condition, the attitude of the Foreign Office had made it certain that the Dogger Bank affair would not cause a permanent estrangement between England and Russia. Evidently the time was not ripe for the Russo-German alliance desired by Berlin. Germany must wait until further disasters brought Russia to her knees. She must also wait until she had compelled the French to realize their weakness as a military power. The Morocco question provided the German emperor with the opportunity he required. When at the beginning of 1900 France had cast her eyes on Morocco, she had found herself in conflict not only with British, but with German influences. German trade, organized, was making rapid progress. Was there no reason to fear lest, some day or other, Germany would repeat on the coast of Morocco her occupation of Callao? But if certain organs of the colonial group in Paris occasionally expressed apprehensions on that score, they were quickly reassured by the favor with which the French enterprise was evidently regarded by the German government. The latter was applying what had been for many years one of the cardinal principles of its foreign policy, to support against England the colonial ambitions of France. In January, 1903, when, for the first time, there was a rumor of negotiations between France and England on the subject of Morocco, Count von Bielaud in a speech delivered in the Reichstag offered France in veiled terms a free hand in Morocco against England. Now, however, the negotiations between England and France had been brought to a successful conclusion, and France had secured freedom of action in Morocco from England and against Germany. The German government was obliged to reverse its policy. The method adopted was clever. The status in Morocco of the subjects of European powers had been settled by an international convention concluded at Madrid in 1881. Though the agreement of April 8, 1904, expressly provided that no change should be made in the status quo in Morocco, it was not easy to deny that it gave France the advantages of a privileged position to the detriment of other powers. England accepted the position, she was entitled to do so, but France so Germany contended could not obtain the same acquiescence from the other signatories of the Madrid Convention without their express consent. France had neglected to ask her consent. Germany, therefore, so far as her interests were concerned, could treat the Anglo-French agreement as non-existent. The decision as to the form her intervention would take she would postpone, until France attempted, with the support of the British representatives, to impose her wishes on the Sultan of Morocco. Meanwhile the German government set a high price on its acceptance of the new conditions, favorable to Great Britain, which the agreement of April 8 set up in Egypt. The other powers were content to signify their unconditional assent. Germany insisted on obtaining valuable privileges for her subjects living in Egypt. If, however, a general agreement on the pattern of the Anglo-French agreement could not be secured, the conclusion of a general arbitration treaty, modelled on the treaty concluded the previous year between France and England, was regarded by the Wilhelmstrasse as a good method of reassuring the latter as to German intentions. The German government hoped that the question of Tangiers would provoke a conflict between the French and Spaniards, that England would support the Spanish claims and thus perhaps destroy the Entente Cordiale within a few months. For it was ignorant of the secret engagement France had taken in April to surrender the entire northern zone of Morocco to Spanish influence. It was accordingly disappointed when the negotiations between France and Spain, which had dragged on amidst the utmost difficulties ever since the end of 1902, reached in October an agreement, whose terms were kept secret, but which was known to give the Spanish plenipotentiaries complete satisfaction. Finally, towards the end of December, the news reached Berlin that the French government were sending St. René Taillandier to Fez to inform the Sultan of the conditions on which France was prepared to give him her support. Then the German government intervened. Its intervention at this particular moment has been explained by the severe defeats inflicted on the Russians in China. But though the coincidence no doubt served the German policy very well, it is doubtful whether it was anything more than a coincidence. If Germany were to intervene at all, she must do so as soon as St.René Taillandier reached Fez in February, and since the preceding April she had made up her mind to intervene, whenever the occasion arose. Why, on March 19 the German papers informed the world that the Kaiser in the course of a cruise he was about to make on the coast of Portugal and in the Mediterranean would visit Tangiers. On March 23 he sailed from Bremen after making a speech whose peaceful language contrasted with the warlike tone which usually marked his utterances. On March 29, after a visit to the King of Portugal at Lisbon, he landed at Tangiers, was welcomed by the applause of the natives, and addressed the French representative in insolent terms. He came, he declared, as a protector of the Sultan's sovereignty and the independence of Morocco. This profession covered the demand that his military instructors, engineers, and merchants should receive special privileges, and by perpetuating the state of anarchy in Morocco, the emperor kept permanently in his hands a weapon he could employ to put pressure on France and extort diplomatic concessions. Nevertheless, from the standpoint of international law his attitude was under the circumstances perfectly correct. He disclaimed any intention of conquest, and posed as the defender, not of the interests of German commerce alone, but of the commerce of every nation, including the British. Lord Lansdowne had decided to sacrifice the commercial expansion of Great Britain in Morocco in the interest of imperial policy as a whole. But the German representative at Tangiers declared that the British colony was extremely indignant that their interests had been surrendered, and that it was with the utmost reluctance that Harris, the Times correspondent in Morocco, who had formerly been among the most active opponents of French influence, had obeyed the new instructions he had received from London 2 years before. This theatrical gesture in which the Kaiser publicly opposed his veto to Delcass's policy obtained within a few weeks a complete success, a success which perhaps exceeded even the hopes of the German government. We are, however, inclined to believe that the reply of Paris and London to the imperial challenge was not altogether what the Germans had expected. In France Boileau expected, and was prepared to defy, a sudden explosion of patriotic and anti-German feeling. In fact the entire country was panic-stricken. The parties of the left, who, even after Combes' fall 2 months before, still regarded themselves as representing the vast majority of the nation, advocated a policy of disarmament and peace at any price. They had enthusiastically welcomed the Anglo-French Entente concluded the year before, as it seemed to close the era of colonial conflicts with Great Britain. They had not expected that it would give rise to new conflicts in other directions. The parties of the right, weak in the constituencies, but still powerful in the diplomatic service, the navy and the army, believed that the administration of Camille Pelletan and General André had made France powerless to resist German aggression. And even if the French army had been as organized as perfectly as the German, it was numerically inferior, and since Russia no longer existed as a military power, would be obliged to face the entire German army alone. There was, it was true, the British army, but since the Boer War it had become the laughingstock of every staff on the continent. Moreover, the colonial group which belonged to the center rather than the right regarded the agreement of April 8 with strong disapproval. All its traditions were hostile towards England, and friendly towards Russia, and even Germany possessed numerous friends in this quarter. 3 months earlier Delcas's power had been at its height. He had reconciled France with Italy and with England. Between Russia and England he was an intermediary whose good offices in November had been invaluable. It had even seemed possible that the peace between Russia and Japan might be signed at a conference held in Paris over which he would preside. For 7 years Minister of Foreign Affairs, a member of 5 successive cabinets, he had become accustomed to command as an autocrat, not troubling to consult, or even inform, his colleagues. Suddenly his power crumbled. The Prime Minister, Riviere, promised the German government to get rid of him on the earliest opportunity, and he knew that his decision was supported by the vast majority in the chamber, the press, and throughout the country. Degree perhaps the Kaiser and Bigelow thought that the British government would, on the other hand, maintain an attitude of reserve, and British public opinion would even be to a certain extent favorable. Was not Germany defending in Morocco the principle of the open door, so dear to the British exporter? But if this had really been their expectation, they were quickly undeceived. Without distinction of party, all those who, whether in Parliament or in the press, shaped British policy, realized immediately that, if on the surface the struggle was between Berlin and Paris, it was at bottom and in the last instance between Berlin and London. An agreement had been concluded the year before by which England obtained certain concessions in Egypt, and France in Morocco. England had already secured in Egypt all the advantages to which she was entitled by its terms. But Germany refused to allow France to take her compensation in Morocco. If England acquiesced in her action, France would complain that she had been fooled and betrayed by England, and Germany would thus have achieved her real aim, the destruction of the Entente Cordiale. The entire British press supported Delcas against Germany, one is tempted to say, against France. The British papers, wrote the German ambassador Metternich from London, are more French than the French? When in April Delcas was asked to resign, he refused. His position was by the official announcement of a visit of the British fleet to Brest, a public demonstration that England was supporting France. It was further strengthened, or at least Delcas thought it was strengthened, by a communication from Lord Lansdowne, declaring that, in view of the most unreasonable attitude of Germany, it seemed not unlikely that Germany might ask for a port on the Moorish coast, and that England, being prepared to join the French government in offering strong opposition to such a proposal, begged for an opportunity of conferring as to steps which might be taken in order to meet it. Delcas also enjoyed the support of President Laubet, behind whom we may divine the personal influence of King Edward. The latter, during the second half of April, visited Algiers, and, as he passed through France, the president had a long interview with him in the railway carriage which was taking him south. On his return, he spent a week in Paris and at the house of the Marquis de Breteuil had a conversation with Delcas which lasted an hour. To the entire world he gave the impression that he had stopped in Paris to support the policy of the Quai d'Orsay without consulting the French Prime Minister. Delcas, with whom King Edward was in full agreement, disclaimed any intention to slight Germany. He was ready to complete the colonial agreement of 1904 with England, by a similar agreement with Germany. But this was not at all what the German emperor and his chancellor wanted. Their avowed object was not to complete, but annul, the Anglo-French agreement, so far as Morocco was concerned, and to make Morocco international. Count von Tattenbach, sent by Germany on a special mission to Morocco, had barely arrived at Fez, when on May 28, the Sultan refused the program of reform submitted by St. René Taillandier and demanded that a new program should be drawn up by a conference of all the powers which had signed the Madrid Convention. The diplomatic representative of England in Morocco, Sir Gerard Augustine Lothair, did not wait for the French reply, but on behalf of England immediately rejected the proposed conference. Point 2. Meanwhile, the German ambassador in Paris redoubled his efforts to secure Delcass's resignation. Just then the King of Spain was on a visit to the President. Riviere promised the German government to dismiss his foreign minister the moment the king had left. It was therefore on June 6 that the decisive moment arrived. Delcasse showed Riviere a dispatch from the French ambassador in London which he interpreted as an offer of armed support from England should the danger of a Franco-German war become imminent. Riviere understood it in the same sense, and it was sufficient to redouble his alarm. He believed mistakenly that the German government knew of the offer and that it was for that very reason that it was so insistent in its demand for Delcass's resignation. He invited his colleagues to choose between their Prime Minister and the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Unanimously they declared against Delcasse, and Riviere took his place at the Quai d'Orsay. By following the advice of his Chancellor, Count von Bielaud, the Emperor William had won the victory. He showed his gratitude by conferring on von Bielaud the title of Prince. 8. The entire affair, which shared with the concluding phases of the Russo-Japanese War the attention of the civilized world, caused the British government no slight perplexity. It was many years since the diplomatic situation had been so involved as it was during the summer which followed Delcass's fall. The Russo-Japanese War ended with the victory of Japan, England's ally, but it was received in England with very mixed feelings. It sealed the decline of British influence in northern China, and the peace was concluded in the United States, where the role of arbitrator was played by President Roosevelt, a friend and admirer of the Emperor William. In Europe a timid France was seeking an accommodation with Germany at all costs. And the meeting between the Kaiser and the Tsar at Porco in Finnish waters seemed to betoken a rapprochement between Russia and Germany. How alarmed the Foreign Office would have been, had it known how far the gravity of the meeting exceeded its utmost apprehensions, and could have guessed that William II had just extorted the signature of Nicholas to an alliance, to which the Tsar undertook to secure the adhesion of France. On his return, shortly afterwards, to Petersburg, his minister's insistence compelled Nicholas to retract his signature. And the German ministers made even William understand that he had committed a blunder. Nevertheless, for a few days he could believe that he had at last attained the object at which he had been aiming ever since his accession. Even without knowing the details of the interview, the Foreign Office knew enough to be convinced that Britain could not dispense with military safeguards against Russia. The Viceroy of India, Lord Curzon, who belonged to Chamberlain's school of imperial expansion, had taken advantage of the Russo-Japanese War to dispatch an expedition to Tibet and a mission to Afghanistan, thus securing against a Russian invasion what he called the glacis of British India. In August, at the very moment when the Russian and Japanese governments signed the Treaty of Portsmouth, the Anglo-Japanese alliance of 1902 was renewed. Not only did England by the terms of the new treaty entrust Japan with the care of her interests in Far Eastern waters, and thus make it possible to strengthen her European squadrons by reducing her squadron in the Pacific. An additional clause was introduced by which Japan guaranteed the Indian frontier against a possible aggressor. The Treaty of 1905 was thus more explicitly anti-Russian than the Treaty of 1902 had been. Apparently the situation was once more the same as in that year, Great Britain exposed to the danger of a German hegemony on the continent of Europe and obliged to meet it with no other assistance except the Japanese alliance. Moreover, King Edward and his ministers were compelled to reckon with another factor. Once the first excitement had passed, the British public seemed no longer to concern itself with the problems which caused the politicians such anxiety. When in July and October the public learned from sensational revelations in the French press the offer of armed assistance England had made to France during the previous spring, they were disagreeably 4. Surprised, and it was to satisfy public opinion that denials were published in the leading British papers. Since ostensibly it was France which had suffered the humiliation, why not stand aside, instead of taking her part, and treat the incident as a matter which exclusively concerned France and Germany, and in which Britain was merely an onlooker? It was obvious that when the agreement of April 8, 1904, had been concluded, neither the British nor the French public had understood that it involved the risk of war. Ever since the end of the Boer War the entire country felt an intense desire for peace, a desire intensified at present by the conclusion of the Russo-Japanese War and the consequent reopening of markets in the Far East, which, it was hoped, would complete the recovery of trade, already very marked for the past few months. Under these circumstances the dispute between France and Germany seemed an unfortunate episode to be closed as quickly as possible. The universal longing for peace found an eloquent exponent in Thomas Hardy, who, 18 months after the Peace of Vereeniging, published his Dynasts, in which under a form partly lyrical, partly dramatic, he tells the story of that cycle of revolution and war which had ushered in the 19th century. The great historical calamity, or clash of peoples, artificially brought about some 100 years ago. Among men of letters a new outlook was beginning to find expression, very different from Kipling's militarism, which before long it would supplant in the public favor. Does this mean that the party which in the press, at the Admiralty, at court, and even in the cabinet had been advocating for the last 3 years a coalition against Germany had become in a moment defunct? We have only to read the daily papers and still more the reviews, to find it still active, and convinced that its propaganda was more necessary than ever in view of the present situation, a weak France, a Russia vanquished and without a navy in face of an arrogant and powerful Germany, and the Foreign Office defeated, whether it admitted it or not, by Delcass's fall. The difficulty was to make an active foreign policy acceptable to a public indifferent and deliberately indifferent. The method employed was that equivocal method to which England would remain faithful for many years to come. No lover of peace could condemn the agreement which in 1904, after so much friction in Africa and Asia, had removed all causes of war between France and England. Nor could he object to an attempt to conclude a similar agreement with Russia. The revolution which had just taken place in that country, and the Emperor's announcement of his intention to summon a representative assembly, a Duma, did much to remove liberal objections. Russia, of course, would be obliged to renounce any designs of expansion on the Indian frontier, but she would be offered ample compensation in Persia and even in Asia Minor, a bargain similar to that by which England and France bartered Egypt for Morocco. At the very moment when the Japanese alliance was renewed, newspapers and reviews were again beginning to advocate an entente with Russia. In October, Sir Edward Grey, destined to become Foreign Secretary in the next Liberal government, gave the suggestion his support. What were the ministers doing and thinking meanwhile? George Wyndham, who, as everybody knew, had been the most ardent supporter of the new foreign policy, had just resigned. Chamberlain, who at this period must be regarded as a determined partisan of the anti-German policy, had also left the cabinet, and his son, Austen Chamberlain, had not yet acquired the standing which only age and experience can confer. On the other hand, it was slowly and only with great reluctance that the Prime Minister, Balfour, renounced the hope of maintaining the Anglo-German understanding. Lord Lansdowne was a man without strong personality, ready to accept any suggestion, incapable of initiating any policy of his own. 3 years before, his lethargy had yielded to the pressure brought to bear upon him by the Foreign Office, by the press, and possibly to a certain extent by King Edward. Now perhaps it had once more taken possession of him. On August 12, At so critical a moment, a fortnight before the Treaty of Portsmouth, 6 weeks before the renewal of the Japanese alliance, he retired to his estates in Ireland, and his absence, which had not been intended to exceed a month, continued until September 24. Is it surprising that the influence King Edward exercised over British foreign policy increased in proportion to his ministers' indolence? He made it his business to pave the way for a rapprochement with Russia. About the middle of September, while Lord Lansdowne was taking his holiday, he attempted, though without success, to arrange that Count Witt, who was returning from America by way of Paris and Berlin, should visit London to discuss the situation with himself, and a rumor circulated among the foreign offices that negotiations had actually begun. Point 2. There was nothing in all this to which Germany could reasonably object. If she chose to take offense and proclaim to the world that her foreign policy to be successful required that England should remain permanently estranged from France and Russia, she would confess her responsibility for the unstable condition of Europe. We have described the policy which before long the Unionist government would transmit to a liberal administration. Nothing would be easier for its successor than to speak the same language, for it was strictly pacific. It remains to inquire what military and naval program would support this foreign policy. More than 3 years had passed since the end of the Boer War, and the problem of reorganizing the army had not yet been solved. And it was only just beginning to be recognized that the rapid growth of the German navy would compel the Admiralty to alter entirely the plans it had prepared to meet the eventuality of war. Would the Liberals understand the necessity of dealing with these questions? They certainly would if, in their next cabinet, Lord Rosebery, Asquith, Grey, and Haldane occupied positions corresponding to their talents. But it could be foreseen that the policy of armaments which these statesmen advocated would be opposed tooth and nail by the section which revived the old Gladstonian tradition. To overcome the opposition from their own party, the liberal imperialists would need Unionist support. And their failure would go far to discredit the liberal part. How easy it would be to frighten the electorate. If the Unionists knew themselves doomed to be a minority in the next Parliament, they also knew that in every question which concerned the foreign policy of the country they would have the last word. The year had not closed before Lord Lansdowne won in the Levant a diplomatic victory which went some way to compensate for the many failures of the previous summer. The Sultan had failed to take any steps to carry out a program of reform submitted to him by the Austrian and Russian governments. Lord Lansdowne presented a different program to the powers, which they accepted. The Sultan refused his consent. To compel him to yield, it was decided that a naval demonstration should be made, and Mytilene occupied by an international force. The demonstration was completely successful and the Sultan gave way. But it was noticed that though British, French, Italian, Russian, and Austrian men equals of war had taken part in it, Germany was not represented. Had she been isolated? Or rather, was she deliberately holding aloof from the concert of the powers? 9. We must not, however, imagine that the incident, whatever interest it may have aroused in diplomatic circles, made any considerable impression on the British public. For when the demonstration took place on November 11, their attention was elsewhere. 3 days later the Unionist Party held its annual Congress at Newcastle and passed by an all but unanimous vote a motion in favour of protection which seemed a direct condemn 433. Nation of the tactics adopted for the past 2 years by Balfour, and a repudiation of those conservative free traders with whom he persistently refused to break. On November 21, Chamberlain delivered a speech at the annual Congress of Liberal Unionists which amounted to a further declaration of war against Balfour's opportunism. You must not, he said, ask the majority, be it 9/10, or, as I think, 99/100, to sacrifice their convictions to the prejudices of the minority. You must not go into the battle which is impending with blunted swords, merely in order to satisfy the scruples of those who do not wish to fight at all. Balfour perceived that he must abandon the hope of presiding over a sixth session of the Parliament returned in 1900. On December 4 the government resigned and the country, without even waiting for the new Liberal cabinet to be formed, threw itself feverishly into the preparations for the approaching election. Such was the inglorious fall of the Unionist cabinet, whose advent to power 10 years before had been hailed as the dawn of a new epoch in English history. To be sure, during its first 2 years in office, the cabinet's domestic policy had been unfortunate, its foreign policy involved in the scandal and failure of the Jameson raid. But after 1898, the imperialism of Chamberlain and his followers, stimulated by the example of the United States, proceeded unchecked. That year witnessed the victory over France at Fashoda, the next the preparation and launching of the attack upon the Boers. The passions aroused by patriotism and conquest were at the service of the government, and at the general election of 1900 constituted the entire program of the Unionists. Then came the years of weariness and disillusionment. The long and difficult war against the Boers had opened the eyes of the British government to the inefficiency of its army, and to the hatred with which England was regarded by almost every country in Europe, and on the other hand a host of difficulties arose at home as a result of the policy pursued by the cabinet and its supporters. At the end of the 19th century, a conservative government could not retain its popularity, unless it supplemented a policy of diplomatic prestige and military glory by a bold policy of domestic reform in harmony with the traditional institutions of the country. This had been understood by Disraeli and Bismarck. It was not understood by the British imperialists. 434. Of 1895. In this sphere Chamberlain had disappointed the hopes he had raised. We have seen how the imperialist cabinet made itself unpopular alike by what it did or permitted and what it failed to do. When once the Boer War had been brought to an end, what policy could the ministry adopt to pre-ear the discontent of the nonconformists and the working classes? At this juncture, the leading statesman of the party attempted a noisy diversion, and, brushing aside the opposition of his more timid colleagues and leaving the cabinet the better to free his hands, demanded in the interest of the country and the empire the abandonment of that tradition of free trade which for more than 50 years had seemed a part of the national faith. His campaign had served only to increase the unpopularity of the government. He was not daunted. He counted upon the difficulties which the Liberal Party, even if for the moment victorious at the next election, would experience in reconciling in its administration the imperialists and the enemies of imperialism. He counted on the difficulties, possibly even more serious, with which it would have to contend in the attempt to satisfy the demands of the Irish and the new Labour Party. The moment would soon arrive when he could renew the offensive with the weapons of his own choice, and under his leadership, accept it at last, the Unionist party would conquer. Which of the two was right, Chamberlain, irritated by Balfour's conservative caution, or Balfour, who was alarmed by Chamberlain's rashness and considered it imprudent by attacking free trade to provide the warring sections of the Liberal Party with a common program of defense? The future would reply. For the present this was a question of electoral tactics which hardly interested public opinion. Who cared about all these questions, of interest only to political theorists and professional politicians? Who bothered about the baffling problems of foreign policy, about Germany, France, and the affairs of the continent? At this critical moment in European history the insular lightheartedness of the British once again overcame the fears which on so many occasions, during the last 3 or 4 years, the London press had endeavoured to excite. The grand national match between free traders and tariff reformers which Chamberlain had started in 1903 and which ever since had been fought according to the traditional rules of the game was drawing to its close. And it was the more exciting, because everyone took part in it, both as a spectator and a player. Nobody wished or was able to think of anything else.